The warrior is revered, and strength reigns supreme. This is a grand and tumultuous world, and Lin Bai, hailing from Earth, is destined to leave an indelible mark upon it. Chapter 1. The Transmigration. Lin Bai was merely an ordinary high school student, but today, an extraordinary event, one might even say an unprecedented occurrence, transpired. Lin Bai found himself in a car accident, leading to his unexpected transmigration. He awoke in a realm known as the Xuanjie, and Lin Bai came to this realization because he had inhabited the body of another individual, a phenomenon commonly referred to as soul transference. In this process, he also acquired the memories of the body's original owner. This person shared the same name. Lin Bai and was of the same age. Presently, Lin Bai lay upon a modest wooden bed in a small cabin. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing pain surged through Lin Bai's head as a voice weakly echoed in his mind, pleading, "Fulfill my wish." Ah! The agonizing torment compelled Lin Bai to scream out in anguish. After what felt like an eternity, the excruciating pain gradually subsided. As the discomfort faded, Lin Bai began to regain his composure, yet he remained in a state of semi-exhaustion. At that moment, his consciousness began to blur. In a quaint farmhouse courtyard, a boy of merely 7 or 8 years leaned against his mother's shoulder, his innocent face brimming with anticipation. Today marked the day of his father's return. The boy's father was a renowned disciple of the Sword sect, the sole representative from their small village, a source of pride and an idol for the village children. "Mother, why hasn't father returned yet?" the boy inquired, confusion evident in his voice. Ordinarily, he would have returned by this hour, yet now, he remained absent. "Do not fret, my dear. Your father is a disciple of the Sword sect. Perhaps he has been delayed on his journey," the mother replied soothingly, her own eyes reflecting the same hope as her son's. "Ah, I understand, mother," the boy responded dutifully, turning his gaze towards the door, continuing to wait. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached from a distance. The boy, spotting the figure, initially believed it to be his father's return. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was an uncle familiar with his father, also a disciple of the Sword sect. The boy sprang up and ran towards the man with eager anticipation. "Uncle, where is my father?" The middle-aged man, confronted with the boy's hopeful expression, momentarily displayed a flicker of sorrow, which he quickly concealed. "Ah, your father has encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation and requires an extended period in seclusion, which is why he has yet to return. Xiao Bai, have you been obedient to your mother during his absence?" "Yes, of course." The boy, known as Xiao Bai, felt a fleeting sense of disappointment upon hearing that his father would not be returning. Yet the thought of his father striving to break through his cultivation brought a glimmer of excitement back to his face. The middle-aged man approached Xiao Bai's mother and began to speak in hushed tones. As the mother listened to the man's words, her complexion gradually paled, tears welling in her eyes. Unbeknownst to the boy, who had retreated to his room, his mother was grappling with a profound sorrow. Days turned into weeks, and the boy continued to wait at the courtyard gate each month for his father's return. Yet each time he was met with disappointment. Whenever he felt disheartened, he would console himself with the thought, "Father is striving to become stronger through his cultivation, which is why he has not returned for so long." A year passed, then 2, yet the boy's father remained absent. During this time, the boy noticed that his mother's smiles had become increasingly rare, and he often caught sight of her eyes, swollen and red. He assumed it was merely the longing for his father. It wasn't until the boy turned 13 that his mother revealed the truth behind his father's prolonged absence. When he heard her words, it felt as though the world had collapsed around him, a deafening roar echoing in his mind. Upon learning that his father had been murdered, a deep-seated hatred surged within him. That same year, the boy's mother, through a former friend of his father's, arranged for him to enter the Sword sect, seeking vengeance for his father's death. Upon entering the Sword sect, the boy's life became exceedingly arduous. Not only did he toil daily in rigorous training, but he was also tasked with numerous menial chores, a consequence of his lack of background and subpar aptitude. He struggled to endure among the outer disciples, relying on the scant time available for arduous cultivation, aspiring to reach the 9th layer of chi refinement for a chance to enter the outer sect. To this end, he meticulously conserved the cultivation resources bestowed by the sect, hoping to amass enough to facilitate a breakthrough. According to his calculations, he believed he could reach the 6th layer of chi refinement within a month, thus avoiding expulsion from the sect. He planned to gradually rely on the accumulated medicinal pills to advance to the 7th layer of chi refinement. However, this was contingent upon acquiring sufficient resources from the sect. Yet his carefully hidden medicinal pills were discovered by Wang Zhuang's lackeys. Wang Zhuang, possessing certain connections within the outer sect, had established himself as a minor authority among the lower disciples. Those who dared to defy him were met with intimidation and brutality, either receiving a harsh beating or facing relentless oppression from Wang Zhuang and his thuggish entourage. He demanded that the other lower disciples surrender 1/3 of their monthly medicinal pills, often extorting additional valuables. For those who resisted, Wang Zhuang's sycophants would swiftly mob them into submission, and those who remained defiant were compelled to duel, as the sect permitted disciples to engage in private combat. Refusing to duel was regarded as an act of cowardice, and the sect had no need for such weaklings. The boy's hard-earned medicinal pills, accumulated during his training, were ultimately uncovered by Wang Zhuang's minions, who greedily informed their leader of the discovery. The boy had saved a portion of his pills for cultivation, but now, driven by greed, Wang Zhuang sought to seize them. Naturally, the boy could not allow this theft to occur. When he refused to comply, Wang Zhuang resorted to violence, resulting in the boy not only losing his pills, but also sustaining injuries at the hands of Wang Zhuang and his thugs. Despairing, the boy lay on his rickety wooden bed, contemplating the impending assessment for the lower disciples, which loomed just a month away. Without the aid of medicinal pills, how could he possibly advance his cultivation in such a short time, risking expulsion from the sect? As he pondered the root of his troubles, a profound hatred for Wang Zhuang welled up within him. Having learned the truth behind his father's demise, the boy was consumed by thoughts of becoming powerful for his father. Alas, what could he possibly achieve with his current abilities? In the depths of his despair, the boy finally closed his eyes, the vitality within him ebbing away. And this boy was the original owner of the body that Lin Bai had now occupied. Time passed, and Lin Bai's eyelashes fluttered gently as his consciousness began to awaken. Lying upon the wooden bed, he found himself lost in contemplation, pondering the nature of existence. Have I truly transcended to another world, or is this merely a nightmarish illusion? If this is but a fabrication, how can I account for these memories and the voice echoing in my mind? Lin Bai felt a sense of disorientation, grappling with the uncertainty of whether this was a mere dream. Sigh, who would have thought you were also a pitiable soul? Has fate brought me here to assist you in your quest for vengeance? Perhaps this is fortuitous. I have long grown weary of my previous, aimless existence. So, I shall aid you in avenging this grievance. In that instant, Lin Bai's gaze began to crystallize with newfound determination. Chapter 2. The Nine-Dragon Cauldron. My life is at an end. As Lin Bai uttered the final word, the small cauldron paused momentarily before hurtling towards his forehead. Boom! He felt as if his head had endured a tremendous blow, and soon Lin Bai's consciousness began to blur, plunging him into a dreamlike realm. Before him floated the little cauldron, startling him so much that he stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Suddenly, he noticed the scenery before him shifting incessantly. It was a towering mountain range, comprising 9 peaks, each shrouded in ethereal mist. Remarkably, these peaks were arranged in a peculiar formation, from an elevated vantage point. One would observe that they formed a colossal dragon in flight, with each peak representing a crucial segment of the dragon's body, and the esteemed Dan sect resided here. Renowned for its alchemical prowess, the Dan sect produced pills of superior quality compared to those crafted by other alchemists, boasting an impressively high success rate. It is worth noting that in this world, alchemy is fraught with a high probability of failure, where often only 1 out of 10 materials yields a successful elixir, rendering the success rate dismally low. In contrast, the Dan sect maintain a remarkable success rate of 40%, 4 times that of other alchemists. This implies that seeking the Dan sect's expertise in alchemy would conserve more resources and yield a greater number of successful concoctions. The Dan sect's fame was not solely attributed to its high success rate. It also produced pills of exceptional quality. The efficacy of the elixirs crafted by the Dan sect surpassed that of those available outside, a distinction particularly vital for a martial artist. For instance, in life and death battles, if both you and your opponent consume the same healing elixir, yet yours is from the Dan sect, its superior effectiveness could be the decisive factor. The variety of elixirs is vast, encompassing not only healing pills, but also those specifically designed for cultivation. Throughout a martial artist's journey, they encounter numerous obstacles, and some may find themselves ensnared by a single hurdle for a lifetime, unable to progress in their martial path. What if a martial artist trapped at a bottleneck were to acquire a potent elixir to aid in their breakthrough? The Dan sect, devoted to the art of alchemy and devoid of worldly strife, eventually produced a miraculous divine pill capable of propelling a martial saint to the realm of martial emperor. Upon its emergence, it became the object of desire for numerous formidable beings. Unfortunately, the Dan sect, engrossed in alchemy and lacking combat prowess, was ill-equipped to fend off such covetous forces. Soon after, a fierce battle erupted among the powerful, all vying for the singular divine pill. In the chaos, the Dan sect suffered devastating consequences, compounded by opportunistic thieves, leaving no disciple unscathed. Amidst the struggle, the Dan sect was reduced to ruins by the aftermath of the powerful conflict. The sect leader perished defending the divine pill, and in his final moments, he cast the sect's treasured nine-dragon cauldron into the void, seeking a worthy successor to inherit the legacy of the Dan sect and avenge its destruction. Alas, it is tragic that a great sect, devoted solely to the craft of alchemy and lacking in strength, was annihilated. Though it seems absurd, it is, in fact, a harsh reality. Power reigns supreme. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through Lin Bai's head, and a red silhouette of the small cauldron appeared on his forehead. At that moment, a cold snort echoed in Lin Bai's mind. The voice sounded youthful, akin to that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. After a considerable time, the pain finally subsided. What is happening? Lin Bai pondered in bewilderment. You are not permitted to speak ill of the Dan sect. At that moment, a spectral image of a young boy materialized before Lin Bai. Startled by the apparition, he instinctively took several steps back. The specter, upon witnessing Lin Bai's reaction, displayed a glimmer of disappointment in its eyes and murmured, "Sigh, I truly do not comprehend why the sect leader sent me here, allowing this timid fellow to be my master. How can he restore the Dan sect?" Master? What master? Lin Bai inquired of the specter. The apparition did not answer Lin Bai's question. Instead, it sneezed and remarked, "I'm done for, feeling sleepy again. Who knows how long I'll be out this time?" Subsequently, the specter transformed into a red light and soared into Lin Bai's consciousness. Observing the young boy dissipate into crimson light and enter his mind, Lin Bai felt a mix of astonishment and confusion, yet he soon found clarity. At that moment, the boy's voice resonated in Lin Bai's mind. "I am the spirit of the nine-dragon cauldron. As you witnessed in the illusion, my former master sent me out at the last moment of the Dan sect's downfall to seek a worthy individual to restore the Dan sect and avenge its destruction." Just as he finished speaking, the voice vanished. Lin Bai was inundated with questions, yet there was no one to provide answers, leaving him with no choice but to let it go. Grumbling stomachs remind one that a body requires sustenance. A few buns would hardly suffice, so he decided to explore this world for roasted spiritual beasts or steamed delicacies. The cafeteria was not far from his humble abode, and he arrived shortly, just as noon approached and the number of patrons began to swell. The cafeteria was divided into 3 sections, one shared by the logistical disciples and outer sect members, another exclusively for inner sect disciples, and the final one reserved for the elders of the sect. The sect leader and similar figures had separate attendants responsible for their meals. The cafeteria buzzed with activity, but since the previous owner of this body had been solely fixated on vengeance, Lin Bai found himself unfamiliar with most of the individuals present. After enduring a lengthy wait in line, he finally reached a long table where logistical disciples served food, reminiscent of his school days. The menu did indeed feature the spiritual feast Lin Bai desired, yet upon glancing at the point values, he quickly abandoned the idea. Not a single dish was priced below 3 digits. Selecting a random table, Lin Bai began devouring his meal while contemplating how to assist the former owner of this body in seeking revenge, starting with a bully named Wang Zhuang. Ever since he was awakened by the nine-dragon cauldron, he sensed a breakthrough in his cultivation. His chi refinement at the 9th level felt more refined, making dealing with Wang Zhuang a trivial matter. Just as the saying goes, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." As Lin Bai mulled over revenge, Wang Zhuang swaggered over with a group of sycophants, a smug expression plastered on his face. "Well, look who has feeling better," one of Wang Zhuang's lackeys remarked. "Indeed, this kid has been hoarding quite a stash of elixirs without handing them over to Brother Zhuang," another lackey chimed in. "Brothers, I see this kid has hidden a fair number of elixirs. Do you know what happens if you don't pay me the protection fee? Attack him." Wang Zhuang sneered at Lin Bai, clearly relishing the power to dominate others. Upon hearing Wang Zhuang's command, his lackeys surged forward. At that moment, an idea struck Lin Bai. It is permissible to engage in private skirmishes within the sect, provided one is not discovered, but lethal force is strictly forbidden. Otherwise, the sect would unhesitatingly strip one of their cultivation and expel them. However, there was another option, a life-and-death duel on the arena. Help! Murder! Someone please save me! Just as Lin Bai was about to be struck, he suddenly cried out. His desperate shout naturally drew attention, including that of the cafeteria steward. Initially, Lin Bai's predicament had gone unnoticed among the bustling crowd, but his thunderous cry made it impossible to remain inconspicuous. A middle-aged man clad in the garb of a sect steward approached Wang Zhuang's group with a stern expression. What is going on here? Who is making such a racket? Upon seeing the steward, Wang Zhuang shrank back like a mouse confronted by a cat, stammering, "Oh, it's nothing at all. We were merely just playing around. See, there's no harm done." After listening to Wang Zhuang's words, the middle-aged steward surveyed the surroundings before his expression softened slightly. Any grievances within the sect must be settled in the arena. Anyone who dares to resort to underhanded tactics will find their limbs forfeit. With that, the steward turned and departed, leaving Wang Zhuang and his lackeys to breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Bai exhaled in relief as well, while Wang Zhuang and his entourage seethed with anger at Lin Bai's audacious behavior. Just as I contemplated delivering a punch to Lin Bai in secrecy, his words stifled my intent before my fist could even rise. Are you thinking of making a move? I wouldn't mind raising my voice a few times. It seems that particular steward hasn't strayed too far. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhuang's face turned an ominous shade of green with rage. Witnessing this scene, Lin Bai mused to himself. The moment has arrived. What's the matter? Are you angered? Care to settle this in the arena? Wang Zhuang, incensed by Lin Bai's arrogance, couldn't help but feel a surge of fury. Who gave you such confidence? It was just the right time for him to flaunt his recent breakthrough to the 8th level of qi refinement. Since Lin Bai seemed intent on courting death, he would gladly oblige him. See you in 3 days on the arena. He then turned on his heel, accompanied by a gaggle of sycophants, and departed. Lin Bai patted his belly and exited the dining hall, his mind preoccupied with a singular concern, contributions. Having ordered several extra dishes during his meal, he had carelessly spent over 10 contributions, leaving him in a predicament where he could scarcely afford even a bun now. It appeared that he would need to undertake a few tasks, as the only avenues available for earning contributions were to accept missions from the task hall. Chapter 3. Earning points for meals. As a small boy transformed into a flash of red light and entered Lin Bai's consciousness, he felt a mix of astonishment and confusion, only to soon receive clarification. The boy's voice resonated in Lin Bai's mind. I am, in fact, the spirit of the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. As you witnessed in the illusion, my previous master sent me forth at the moment of the weapon-refining sect's demise, so that my next master might restore its former glory. Unfortunately for you, I expended a portion of my soul to save you, which means you have no choice but to become my new master. My soul has suffered significant depletion and will enter a prolonged slumber. However, as long as I am surrounded by rich spiritual energy, I can recover swiftly. Time is of the essence. Farewell. With that final word, the voice vanished. What? You depleted your soul to save me, and now I must be your master? Ridiculous. It seems that my near demise is largely due to you. Moreover, who would want to be your master? It's as if I stumbled upon an incredible bargain. Can you not show some dignity, considering you are a spirit? Lin Bai lamented. Hey, did you hear that? Come on, you can't be asleep already, can you? Seeing that no one responded for quite some time, it appeared the spirit had indeed fallen into slumber. However, the notion of restoring the weapon-refining sect had never crossed Lin Bai's mind. He was inherently lazy and sought no trouble. Even in this new world, his thoughts were solely occupied with the enchanting beauties he had envisioned, each able to captivate with just a glance. Gurgle, gurgle. Humans are like iron, and meals are like steel. One feels famished after missing a meal. A few buns would hardly suffice to satiate his hunger. It seemed prudent to explore if there were any roasted spiritual beasts or steamed delicacies in this world. The dining hall was not far from his humble abode, and soon he arrived just as noon approached, witnessing an increasing number of patrons. The hall was divided into 3 sections, one shared by logistical and outer disciples, another designated for inner disciples, and the last reserved for the elders of the sect. The sect leader had a separate dining area altogether. The hall buzzed with activity, yet Lin Bai found himself unfamiliar with most faces, as the previous owner of this body had been solely focused on vengeance. After a lengthy wait in line, he finally reached a long table where logistics disciples served food. This moment reminded him of his past school days. Indeed, the menu boasted the spiritual beast feast Lin Bai yearned for, but upon glancing at the points required, despair washed over him. Not a single dish was priced below 300 points. He randomly selected a table and began to devour whatever he could, simultaneously pondering how to avenge the previous owner's grievances, particularly against that fellow named Wang Zhuang, who appeared to be merely a trifling adversary. While Lin Bai might have hesitated against someone at the 6th level of qi refinement in the past, he felt an inexplicable surge of power after being awakened by the 9-dragon cauldron. He sensed that he had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level, tantalizingly close to the 9th. This progress brought him closer to fulfilling the previous owner's aspirations. As fate would have it, just as Lin Bai contemplated how to eliminate Wang Zhuang, the latter approached with an air of arrogance, flanked by a group of sycophants. "Oh, look who is feeling rather sprightly," one of Wang Zhuang's lackeys remarked. "Indeed, this lad has hidden quite a stash of elixirs from Brother Zhuang," another chimed in. "Brothers, I suspect this fellow is hoarding quite a few elixirs. Do you know what happens if you don't pay your protection fee? Attack him." Wang Zhuang smirked, relishing the thrill of exerting control over others. At his command, several lackeys lunged forward. In that moment, a brilliant idea struck Lin Bai. He recalled that while private disputes were permitted within the sect, they must remain undiscovered. Otherwise, the sect would ruthlessly strip one of their cultivation and expel them. However, there was an alternative, dueling in the arena for life and death. "Help! Murder! Someone save me!" Lin Bai suddenly shouted, his voice echoing through the hall. His cry naturally drew considerable attention, including that of the hall's steward. Initially, Lin Bai's predicament had gone unnoticed, but now his thunderous outcry made it impossible to ignore. A middle-aged man clad in the steward's garb approached Wang Zhuang and his entourage with a stern expression. "What is the meaning of this uproar? Who is causing this disturbance?" Seeing the steward, Wang Zhuang turned as timid as a mouse in the presence of a cat. "Oh, nothing, nothing. We were merely playing around, just playing," he stammered, attempting to downplay the situation. The steward surveyed the area before his face softened slightly. Any grievances within the sect must be resolved in the arena. Should anyone dare to resort to underhanded tactics, they will find themselves without hands or feet. With that, the steward turned and left, allowing Wang Zhuang and his lackeys to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Bai reveled in his mischief, his face adorned with a smirk. Observing this, Wang Zhuang's group was eager to retaliate, but before they could raise their fists, Lin Bai interjected. "Oh, my friends considering a strike? I wouldn't mind raising my voice again. It appears our steward hasn't left just yet." At this, Lin Bai nearly burst with laughter, though he had to stifle it, maintaining a facade of smugness. Wang Zhuang's face darkened with fury upon witnessing the scene. Lin Bai thought to himself, "The moment is ripe." Are you feeling quite angry? But what of it? Why not join me in the arena? Yet, I doubt you have the courage, given your previous display of cowardice, right? Wang Zhuang, barely able to contain his amusement, had recently reached the 8th level of qi refinement, and before him, Lin Bai seemed nothing more than a foolish jester. Despite his inner mirth, Wang Zhuang feigned extreme anger. "Who fears whom? See you in 3 days on the arena." He then turned, leading his entourage away. "Ah, I feel as though I could win an Oscar for this performance." Lin Bai mused with delight. It seemed that acting required considerable stamina. He continued to devour his meal, filling his belly. Afterward, Lin Bai patted his stomach and exited the dining hall, his mind preoccupied with a singular concern: points. Having indulged in extra dishes, he had spent over 10 points, and now he could scarcely afford a bun. It appeared he would need to undertake a few tasks, as the avenues for earning points were limited to either contributing to the sect or accepting missions from the task hall. Chapter 4. The Tree Thief. The task hall was vast, comparable to several basketball courts in size. It was similarly divided into sections for inner disciples, outer disciples, and logistics, each marked by distinct entrances. Lin Bai located the entrance for logistics disciples and stepped inside, finding the space relatively empty. Most had already claimed their tasks and set off, leaving Lin Bai to arrive late. Lin Bai glanced up and discovered a large board above his head, inscribed with a myriad of tasks, many of which bore the label claimed. Scattered among the remnants were a few menial tasks, such as sweeping the floor and cooking, and his accumulated points amounted to a mere score of 10. Damn it, I am destined for greatness, yet my points are so paltry. Lin Bai glared at the fixed number of points, cursing inwardly. The better tasks had already been snatched away by others. Alas, with no other choice, Lin Bai settled on a relatively decent task, chopping wood. The task was quite satisfactory. The overseer Wang required 10 pieces of xiantai wood. The reward was 200 points. It was perplexing that such an advantageous task lay unclaimed. After pondering for a moment, Lin Bai decided not to dwell on it further. Thinking was never his strong suit, so he opted to simply remove the task from the board and proceed to register it. However, when Lin Bai presented the task to the overseeing senior, the latter regarded him with a peculiar expression. At that moment, Lin Bai was preoccupied with thoughts of chopping down several trees, envisioning himself ascending to the pinnacle of life, marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman, especially since each tree was worth 20 points. Thus, he failed to notice the senior's strange demeanor. The xiantai trees grew in the xiantai forest, located behind the Sex Mountain. Honestly, in this world, one must rely on their legs for everything, which is quite troublesome. Were it not for his foundational cultivation, he might truly have risked exhaustion. Wait, is this really the xiantai forest? It seems rather ordinary. Yet curiously, the bark of the trees resembles the color of iron. Curiously, Lin Bai scratched at the bark, only to find it utterly unyielding. Doubting the hardness, he exerted force to pry it off, managing to remove a small piece, though his hands were left red and swollen. Given his current level of cultivation, shattering a stone would pose no challenge. Yet the bark was so resilient, let alone the trunk. As Lin Bai surveyed the tree before him and glanced around, he realized that each tree was roughly the size that a grown adult could embrace. Damn, now I understand why such a good task remains unclaimed. It's a trap, a colossal pitfall. Alas, having dug this pit myself, I must now fill it. After all, a task once claimed is akin to water spilled. Failing to complete it would result in a deduction of points, and my points are too precious to lose. Lin Bai circled a few trees before finally selecting a relatively slender one and struck it forcefully with his axe. However, his full-powered blow yielded little effect, leaving only a shallow cut a few centimeters deep. Lin Bai approached the gash, noting that it was merely a fraction of the tree's overall size, and inwardly lamented. Is this how I am to be thwarted? Yet a subsequent discovery brought him some surprise. Aside from the bark, the other parts of the xiantai tree seemed not nearly as hard. Breathing a sigh of relief, he exclaimed, "Phew, thankfully, there's a way forward. If that is the case, I can simply strip away the bark and then saw it open. Everything will become effortless." Lin Bai's spirits lifted significantly, exclaiming with delight, 200 points are now within my grasp." After gathering his belongings, Lin Bai prepared to return to the task hall for a saw. However, upon his return, he was horrified to discover there were no saws available. When he inquired with a fellow senior, the latter looked at him quizzically and asked, "What SA saw? Can you eat it?" Lin Bai, upon hearing this, felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Damn. Could this fellow also be a transmigrator? Bewildered, he wondered, what on earth? Is there truly no saw in this world? Dejected, he exited the task hall, contemplating what to do next. As a fine youth of the 21st century, a successor of the party, I shall not be deterred by adversity. No saw? I shall craft one myself. It's merely a saw, just a metal strip with a few teeth. The materials posed a challenge, so Lin Bai headed to the Sex refining hall to purchase supplies, ultimately spending the few remaining points he had. Fortunately, the materials were inexpensive. Otherwise, he would have been forced to chop trees slowly. The materials he bought had been fashioned into thin iron sheets. All he needed to do was carve a few teeth into them. Lin Bai quickly used his axe to create several teeth and added a handle for ease of use. With the appropriate tools in hand, chopping would become a trivial task, though the bark remained a challenge. Finally, with the saw in hand, chopping trees seemed effortless. Lin Bai exclaimed, "Phew, all done." After pushing over the final tree, he began counting 1, 2, 9. What? How is there one missing? As he counted, he realized there were only 9 trees instead of 10, perplexed by the discrepancy. After circling around, finding nothing, he assumed he must have miscounted and proceeded to fell another tree. After a considerable effort, he cut down yet another tree, only to find that once again, he was short by 1. This was intolerable. His trees had been pilfered. That thief would undoubtedly return. Lying in wait, Lin Bai resolved to catch the culprit. After a while, he spotted a gray figure entering his line of sight. Good heavens, this is incredible! Lin Bai's face was awestruck as he beheld the gray figure darting toward one of the trees he had felled, suddenly opening its mouth wide, and then stuffing the tree into its maw. The Xiantai tree kept shrinking, yet the figure's mouth showed no sign of fullness, merely continuing to devour the tree. In no time, a whole tree had vanished down its throat. Upon closer inspection, Lin Bai realized the figure was a small creature, appearing quite adorable. At that moment, the creature's eyes darted around, and upon confirming no one was nearby, it made its way to the next tree. No way. I cannot allow it to consume any more. Otherwise, all my hard work will be in vain. With that thought, Lin Bai leaped down from the tree, just as the small creature was about to stuff another Xiantai tree into its mouth. Chapter 5. The small one attracts the bigger one. Seeing his hard-earned trees being devoured, Lin Bai wasted no time and hurled a stone at the small creature. Perhaps due to Lin Bai's improved cultivation, the stone struck the creature squarely on the head. The small creature let out a mournful cry and collapsed, rolling its eyes back. "Ha! Little one, being a thief is no easy task." Lin Bai approached the small creature, grasping its ear. The creature whimpered again, its eyes filled with a plea for mercy. Little one, if you want me to spare you, I shall have to teach you a proper lesson first, lest I suffer a great loss." The small creature, upon hearing Lin Bai's words, began to struggle, but with its ear firmly grasped, escape was impossible. Realizing it could not flee, its expression of pleading intensified, occasionally revealing its sharp teeth in a futile threat. Gazing at the creature's menacing teeth, Lin Bai felt a twinge of fear. After all, he was a delicate flower raised in a sheltered environment, and such a sight startled him. "Threatening me? Do you believe I won't roast you and feast on you?" Perhaps Lin Bai's threat had an effect, for the small creature quickly quieted down. However, Lin Bai noticed a slight smirk at the corner of its mouth, as if mocking him. Just as Lin Bai was about to utter another word, he suddenly sensed an impending danger, only to feel something wet and sticky fall upon his head. Suddenly, Lin Bai recalled a scene from a movie. An expedition team had captured the cub of a ferocious beast, and the mother of the cub stood drooling behind them. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bai realized that a beast was lurking behind him. He slowly bent down and placed the little creature on the ground, and the moment it regained its freedom, it joyfully darted away. If his earlier suspicion was merely a conjecture, now there was no need for words. One word sufficed: run. As Lin Bai crouched, he assumed a running stance and instantly took off. While running, he glanced back and immediately regretted having hurled a stone at the young beast. Behind him stood the ferocious creature, or rather, a demon beast, a first-level Xiantai beast, known for its fondness for Xiantai wood. Although it was merely a first-level demon beast, and a herbivore at that, it was far beyond Lin Bai's capacity to confront. Each first-level demon beast was equivalent to a martial artist in cultivation, not to mention that he had yet to complete his qi refining. After affectionately nudging the little Xiantai beast, the adult Xiantai beast noticed the large bump on its cub's head, the very result of Lin Bai's stone throwing. Enraged, the adult beast charged after him. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a monstrous creature towering several meters high. Thus, in the Xiantai forest unfolded this scene. An adult Xiantai beast, with a cub on its back and eyes ablaze, pursued a frantic individual, occasionally toppling trees in its wake. Lin Bai was running for his life, cursing himself for his impulsive action of striking the young beast. Now he had stirred up the wrath of the adult. The Xiantai beast was remarkably swift. Had it not been for the trees obstructing its path, Lin Bai would have likely been caught by now. Nevertheless, the distance between the beast and him was steadily diminishing, compelling Lin Bai to run with all his might. Gradually, he sprinted further and further until he emerged from the Xiantai forest and found himself at a precipice. Lin Bai felt a wave of despair wash over him, pursued from behind, with no path of retreat. Slowly, he reached the edge of the cliff, gazing down at the abyss below and the advancing Xiantai beast, feeling utterly hopeless. Even if he were to plummet into a bloody pulp, he would rather avoid being slain by this savage creature. Lin Bai turned to look at the chasm beneath him, and to his astonishment, he spotted a ledge. The heavens do not forsake me. The ledge was merely a few meters away from him, and given his current physical condition, leaping across would be a breeze. Watching the Xiantai beast draw ever closer, Lin Bai identified a landing spot and leaped, landing precisely where he intended. Phew! Exhausted, he wiped the sweat from his brow, letting out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a series of roars erupted from above. Lin Bai looked up to see the Xiantai beast roaring at him from the cliff's edge. But it could not climb, it could only lie there and bellow. Relieved, Lin Bai collapsed onto the ground, panting. Phew! If he hadn't run so swiftly, he might have met a grim fate. Yet at that moment, the sensation of impending danger returned. It felt. It felt like it was coming from behind. This time, there was no young demon beast to scout the situation for him. Lin Bai had no choice but to slowly turn his head. To his shock, a colossal bird stood before him. The giant bird had been hidden in a cave, and Lin Bai had failed to notice its presence. Otherwise, he would never have dared to venture here. Now, the giant bird was gradually emerging from its lair. Suddenly, Lin Bai remembered that he could simply tread upon the protruding stones at the cliff's edge. After all, the Shintai beast couldn't climb. Alas, he still struggled to think critically. How could he, a denizen of the 21st century, be so careless? Before Lin Bai could ruminate further, the sound of the giant bird's footsteps interrupted him. Beneath its feet lay numerous skeletal remains of unknown demon beasts, producing a chilling crackling sound as it walked. The giant bird was now nearing the cave's entrance, and Lin Bai realized the gravity of the situation. He could not allow it to emerge. The aerial demon beasts were far more formidable than those on land. Given his current predicament with no escape, survival would require a life-or-death struggle. Furthermore, only on solid ground did he stand a chance against this creature. Thus, Lin Bai dashed forward, blocking the entrance to the cave. Upon seeing Lin Bai obstructing its exit, the demon beast let out a piercing cry and assumed an aggressive stance. Lin Bai felt a surge of panic. Who wouldn't be afraid when faced with a bird nearly 2 meters tall? He hastily picked up a sharp stone, using it as a makeshift weapon to bolster his courage. Suddenly, the giant bird lunged at him with its beak. Fortunately, Lin Bai was quick enough to evade the strike. The bird's beak smashed into the rock behind him with a thunderous crash, shattering it to pieces. Lin Bai glanced at the debris, instantly drenched in cold sweat. When the giant bird missed its target, it charged at Lin Bai once more. He evaded again, and as the bird retracted its beak, Lin Bai gripped the stone tightly and struck at the creature's head. Thud! The sharp stone embedded itself into the giant bird's eye. With a sickening sound, the stone pierced the creature's eye, causing it to recoil in instinctive pain. Lin Bai seized the opportunity to pull the stone free. As he did, a torrent of crimson and white gushed forth from the creature's eye socket. The giant bird screeched in agony, its remaining eye now filled with fury, and it launched another attack against Lin Bai, this time even more ferocious and reckless. Recognizing that victory was within reach, Lin Bai understood that a mindless beast posed little threat. With a swift roll, he dodged the giant bird's assault. Regaining his stance, he braced for the next onslaught. Failing once, the giant bird attacked again, angling its beak toward Lin Bai's heart. Seeing the beak poised to pierce his chest, Lin Bai's body instinctively executed an unusual maneuver. Twisting as if contorting, the sound of cracking bones resonated around him. Miraculously, he narrowly avoided the strike, though he was grazed by the beak, drawing blood. He had underestimated this demon beast, realizing that true power was paramount. Although it was merely a frenzied creature, its martial prowess was a substantial challenge for Lin Bai. Just when he thought the giant bird would relent, its claws suddenly lunged toward his thigh, and before he could evade, it clawed a chunk of flesh from him. At that moment, the bird was in a precarious position, having just attacked with its right claw. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Bai hurled the stone at the bird's head with all his might. The impact caused the creature's skull to explode into a mist of blood. With its head destroyed, the giant bird collapsed, and Lin Bai, exhausted, fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Phew! He never wished to endure such a harrowing experience again. Had he not infused the stone with all his true energy, he might have met the same fate as the giant bird. Lin Bai glanced at the stone in his hand, now reduced to mere dust from the strain of containing his immense energy. Looking at his thigh, he saw it stained crimson, a gruesome reminder of his injury where flesh had been torn away. With great effort, he used the last remnants of his energy to staunch the bleeding. Certainly, the methods of utilizing true energy were derived solely from Lin Bai's own recollections. Upon examining his memories, he discovered that the colossal bird he had just battled was known as Zhu Ying, the most diminutive among the initial-tier demonic beasts, typically found in association with Zhu Guo. Observing his wounds, Lin Bai mused, merely a single Zhu Guo can be exchanged for 50 points. I must consider this a profitable venture, though I remain uncertain of the quantity of Zhu Guo available. Moreover, Zhu Guo is regarded as a rather precious medicinal material. With some effort, Lin Bai rose and made his way toward the stone cave nestled within the cliff. If he was not mistaken, the Zhugwa should be located inside. The cave was dimly lit, and a foul stench permeated the air, an odor emanating from the decomposing carcasses of wild beasts. Gazing at the heaps of bones scattered across the ground sent a chill down Lin Bai's spine. Yet for the sake of points, he had no choice but to cover his mouth and nose with his sleeve to alleviate the discomfort. Fortunately, the cave was not extensive, and soon Lin Bai reached its end. Although the interior was shrouded in darkness, a beam of light illuminated a small tree adorned with clusters of red fruit. Spotting the Zhugwa before him, Lin Bai, despite the pain, hurried forward and counted. What a fortune! He discovered over a dozen Zhugwa hanging from the tree. Ecstatic, he swiftly plucked the fruits, being careful not to let them touch the ground, lest they dissolve and decay. With great caution, he wrapped the Zhugwa in his outer garment and tied it securely. Next, he examined the injury on his leg and recalled that Zhugwa possessed healing properties. He retrieved 2 red fruits from his makeshift pouch and consumed them. Shortly thereafter, warmth began to radiate from his stomach, indicating the medicinal effects were taking hold. He then sat cross-legged to cultivate his energy. However, due to the injury on his thigh, he straightened one leg while maintaining the other in a lotus position. After several hours, Lin Bai opened his eyes, exhaling deeply as he expelled the stagnant energy from his body. Upon inspecting his thigh, he noticed that the wound had begun to heal, though it still appeared ghastly. Yet, the underlying tissue had mended significantly, with only the surface needing attention. Exiting the cave, Lin Bai realized it was now midday. Looking up, he discovered that the Xian-Tai beast had departed. He then began to scale the protruding rocks along the cliff. As he surveyed the vast expanse of forest, a sense of dread washed over him. He was lost. After a considerable time, Lin Bai sprinted through the woods, driven by an urgent need to escape a furious beast resembling a wild bull that was hot on his heels. Since emerging from the cave, Lin Bai had been searching for a way out, but had inadvertently stumbled into a dire predicament. While seeking a path, he had accidentally interrupted 2 demonic beasts engaged in. Well, let us just say they were involved in the propagation of their species. As a result, Lin Bai had unwittingly disrupted their activities. As he dashed away, Lin Bai shouted, "I truly did not mean to." The pursuing beast, however, seemed oblivious to his pleas, intent solely on delivering a fatal lesson for his intrusion. Gradually, Lin Bai felt his strength waning, compounded by the injury on his leg, each step sending jolts of pain through his wound. He realized he needed to outsmart his pursuer. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Bai devised a plan to lure the enraged beast into a densely wooded area, where the trees would impede its progress. He quickened his pace toward the thicket, and sure enough, the narrow gaps between the trees proved too constricting for the beast, which became ensnared and roared in fury. With a sigh of relief, Lin Bai glanced back at the trapped creature. Having narrowly escaped, he finally had a moment to attend to his leg, only to find that the wound had torn open again. Seeking refuge, he climbed a tree to rest, retrieving several Zhugwa from his pouch to consume. The height of the tree provided temporary safety, allowing him to close his eyes and recuperate. Chapter 7. Slaying the Black Panther. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bai felt significantly better after several hours of rest and the healing effects of the Zhugwa. Checking his surroundings for threats and finding none, he leaped down from the tree. His leg had also healed considerably, prompting Lin Bai to marvel at the miraculous properties of the Zhugwa. He looked up at the lush forest and mused, "I have no idea where I am, but fortunately, the marks left by that frenzied bull are still visible. If I follow them, I should eventually reach the cliff. Once there, I can adapt to whatever comes next." Thus, Lin Bai followed the path marked by the fallen trees, remaining vigilant for any signs of the wild bull beast. Luckily, he encountered no further incidents. Upon reaching the cliff, he spotted the tree that had been toppled during his escape from the Xian-Tai beast, not far from where he stood. Elated, he thought, "Now I can finally return." Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes, alerting Lin Bai. Could it be another demonic beast? Given his experiences, he had encountered quite a few along the way. Driven by curiosity, he cautiously approached the source of the noise and, parting the foliage, found nothing. Perhaps it had merely been a figment of his imagination? As he turned to leave, an overwhelming sense of danger loomed nearby. A deafening roar erupted from behind him. Startled, Lin Bai spun around to confront a black panther, its appearance strikingly different from the familiar images on television. This panther possessed saber-like teeth and glimmering claws. In an instant, it lunged toward him, Reacting swiftly, Lin Bai aimed a punch at the panther's vulnerable abdomen just as it leaped. The creature was caught off guard, and Lin Bai's fist landed squarely, causing the panther to tumble backward, momentarily incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Bai picked up a rock from the ground and struck the beast's head with great force. To his astonishment, the panther's skull shattered with no blood spillage, sparking his curiosity. As he pried open the remains of the panther's skull, he unearthed a crystal of peculiar shape. Demonic crystal. Lin Bai recognized it as a demonic beast core, albeit of the lowest grade. It was strange, logically. He should not have been able to defeat a beast that had crystallized energy. Reflecting on his recent encounters, he realized he had narrowly escaped from several beasts and even managed to kill one, albeit through sheer luck. Had the panther not exposed its weakness while lunging at him, he would have merely become its meal. With a wry smile, Lin Bai concluded that it was time to vacate this desolate place. After dealing with the panther's remains, he continued onward, having claimed the most valuable demonic crystal. He tidied up the rest of the carcass, particularly taking note of the two formidable fangs, which he believed could be crafted into fine daggers. Fearing the approach of other demonic beasts, he decided to only take these two items. Before long, Lin Bai reached the location where he had previously stacked the Xiantai logs, but found only an empty space. It seemed the Xiantai beast had devoured everything. To fulfill his task, he would need to fell 10 more trees. Fortunately, his tools were still intact. To avoid a repeat encounter with the Xiantai beast, he sought out a concealed area to work. In no time, Lin Bai had cut down the trees. Curiously, he felt an unexpected surge of strength. Could it be attributed to the Zhugua? Utilizing his ingenuity, he fashioned a small wooden cart to transport the freshly cut logs to complete his task. Successfully delivering the logs, Lin Bai also exchanged the demonic crystal for points, earning an impressive total of 1,000 contribution points. With the Zhugua still in his possession, he realized that had he exchanged them simultaneously, he might have reaped even greater rewards. After accounting for the previously used Zhugua, he still had 10 remaining. The demonic crystal accounted for the bulk of his points, yielding a remarkable 800 contribution points, despite being of the lowest grade. When Lin Bai produced the demon crystal, the senior brother on duty was momentarily taken aback. Following this, he decided to indulge himself with a hearty feast as a reward. Chapter 8. Contribution acquired after Wang Zhuang was knocked to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood by Lin Bai. He found himself utterly unable to continue the fight. Meanwhile, Wang Zhuang's sycophants, who had been watching from the sidelines, were nearly left slack-jawed. Initially, they had come simply to enjoy the spectacle, and indeed, they witnessed quite the drama. However, rather than witnessing Lin Bai being bullied by Wang Zhuang, they saw the opposite unfold. The saying, when the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold, rang true. With Wang Zhuang's defeat, his minions who had tormented Lin Bai also faced their reckoning. Reflecting on their past misdeeds towards Lin Bai, a cold sweat broke out among them, particularly the lecherous man who had previously hurled insults at Lin Bai. He was now drenched with fear, dreading that Lin Bai might harbor a grudge against him. From the moment Wang Zhuang fell, the outcome had been determined. The referee ascended the stage and raised Lin Bai's hand, declaring Logistics Disciple Lin Bai victorious. Cough, cough. After Wang Zhuang coughed up a couple of blood clots, he slowly rose to his feet, his emotions a tumultuous mix. Previously, Lin Bai had merely been a late-stage disciple whom he could bully at will. But this duel had completely overturned his perception. Who would have thought, he mused, that from that day in the cafeteria, I had been nothing but a pawn in his game? He first devised a plan to provoke me, setting a duel for 3 days hence, and then established a wager of 1,000 contributions before the fight. What on earth transpired during that time? What fortuitous encounter did Lin Bai experience to elevate himself from a mere logistics disciple who I could easily trample upon to the 9th layer of Qi refinement? Indeed, judging by the power he displayed moments ago, it is indisputable that he has reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Could it be that he was merely feigning weakness from the start, playing the fool to catch the tiger? But what reason would I have to allow him such a ruse? Countless thoughts surged through Wang Zhuang's mind after his defeat, yet each was swiftly dismissed. If Lin Bai were to learn of Wang Zhuang's musings, he would surely chuckle and reply, "What can I say? I am a transmigrator." After concluding the duel, Lin Bai approached Wang Zhuang and said, "Thank you for your contributions. By the way, do you have that many contributions?" "It's merely 1,000 points. Here you go." With that, Wang Zhuang retrieved a sign inscribed with the word logistics and deducted 1,000 points from it. a remarkable feature of the sign that allowed for point transactions. After storing the sign, Lin Bai descended the stage, feeling quite satisfied, only to encounter Wang Zhuang's sycophants. As they spotted Lin Bai approaching, their faces turned tense, which puzzled Lin Bai. "I want to eat you. What are you afraid of?" Yet, he soon understood the principle of, when the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold. Lin Bai paid them little mind. His focus was on his newfound 1,000 contributions, which would allow him to exchange for medicinal pills and subsequently refine them using the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. As Lin Bai passed by Wang Zhuang's sycophants, they unexpectedly approached him with exaggerated obsequiousness, simultaneously showering him with flattery. "Brother Lin, esteemed Elder Lin, we were blind to your greatness before. We hope you will forgive us and treat us as mere trifles. Let us go." Among them, the lecherous man was the most fervent in his sycophancy. Lin Bai found this scene quite amusing. He had never anticipated that he would one day be treated in such a manner. Originally, he had no intention of holding grudges, save for Wang Zhuang, but since they had come to him, those who had once bullied Lin Bai ought to pay some price. "Very well. If you wish for me to let you go, hand over all your contributions," Lin Bai remarked, surveying the group. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, the sycophants hesitated momentarily. But then, glancing at the defeated Wang Zhuang, they steeled their resolve. Contributions were trivial. They could always earn more through tasks. Subsequently, they retrieved their signs and, albeit reluctantly, transferred their points to Lin Bai. After the group pooled their contributions, Lin Bai noted that their total barely exceeded 500, leading him to conclude that Wang Zhuang, the little boss, was indeed more valuable. Once they had all transferred their contributions, Lin Bai waved his hand and said, "You may leave." Upon hearing this, the sycophants felt a weight lift off their shoulders and hurriedly departed. Lin Bai examined the sign in his hand, feeling quite pleased. Who would have thought that after a single duel, he would gain 1,500 contributions? When would he encounter such fortune again? With contributions in hand, his next course of action was clear: to indulge himself. First and foremost, he must treat his appetite, so off to the cafeteria he went. Let me see. What delicacies await? Roasted armored bear paw, 300 contributions. Steamed iced deer meat, 200 contributions. Stir-fried green wolf meat, 200 contributions. Well, I suppose I'll use 1,000 contributions to buy 2 Peiyuan pills. And alas, I'm still a pauper. A single meal has brought me back to square one. Ultimately, Lin Bai reluctantly spent 400 contributions on 2 dishes. One was the 300 contribution green wolf meat, and the other was the 100 contribution roasted flying chicken. Finding an empty table, Lin Bai began to feast heartily. It must be said, the value of those 400 contributions was extraordinary. After tasting these dishes, Lin Bai realized just how inferior his previous meals had been. Without comparison, there can be no harm. Simply put, they were delicious. Not only were these dishes delectable, but they also consisted of beast meat. Although they were merely farmed demon beasts, they still contained a considerable amount of spiritual energy, thoroughly replenishing Lin Bai and causing him to exclaim in delight. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Bai left the cafeteria contentedly, then proceeded to the contribution hall to exchange for 2 Peiyuan pills, leaving him with a pitiful 100 contributions in his token. After obtaining the pills, Lin Bai hurried back to his quarters. The previous day, while consuming the pills, he had been astonished to discover that the Nine-Dragon Cauldron within his sea of consciousness had the ability to purify elixirs, doubling their efficacy. Now, he could hardly wait to test the Peiyuan pills refined by the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bai sat cross-legged on his bed, then placed the prepared Peiyuan pill into his mouth, feeling it slide down his throat and into his abdomen. There, it transformed into a surge of energy flowing towards the Nine-Dragon Cauldron in his mind. With a flash of red light, the refined elixir gradually coursed through Lin Bai's limbs and bones, nurturing his body. Chapter 10. Sect Examination. In the days following the duel, Lin Bai experienced a period of relative tranquility, during which he took the opportunity to acclimate to life in this new world. During this time, he had to adjust to a life devoid of computers, phones, and televisions. Though initially uncomfortable, he gradually accepted the change and began to grow fond of this fantastical realm. Fortunately, Lin Bai could still occupy himself with sect tasks, albeit limited to physical labor, and he no longer encountered the misadventures of getting lost or being blocked at cave entrances. In short, life was rather mundane. An awkward incident arose when Lin Bai discovered that what he had referred to as a saw was actually called a toothed knife in this world. However, It resembled a knife with teeth rather than a traditional saw. This realization left Lin Bai feeling a bit smug about the saw he had crafted himself. In the weeks leading up to the sect examination, Lin Bai busied himself with tasks, though his progress in cultivation was less than stellar. Unlike the meteoric rise he had experienced that fateful night when he ascended to the 9th layer of qi refinement, Lin Bai speculated that he may have hit a bottleneck. So he decided to focus solely on completing tasks, yet he did not encounter any favorable assignments like chopping trees. Despite his persistent efforts, the contributions he earned were meager. After deducting his meal expenses, he was left with a mere 200 contributions, which included the remaining balance he had from before. During this period, the sect distributed cultivation pills. Ever since Lin Bai defeated Wang Zhuang, no one dared to withhold pills from him. On the contrary, many individuals began to offer him tribute. For the Lin Bai who vanquished Wang Zhuang had become the nominal leader of this mountain peak. Naturally, Lin Bai graciously accepted these offerings. In a world where the strong prey upon the weak, is it not the case that the strong grow stronger while the weak grow weaker? This thought inevitably reminded Lin Bai of the Matthew principle from his past life, where resources are firmly grasped by the powerful, leaving only exploitation for the weak. Strength, indeed, is paramount. The pills distributed by the sect were low-tier gathering pills, capable of attracting the essence of heaven and earth. They invigorated the surrounding spiritual energy, allowing martial artists to absorb it more readily for their cultivation purposes. Furthermore, these pills could only be obtained during the sect's distribution. Even if one possessed points, they could not be exchanged for them. After consuming several gathering pills, Lin Bai found his bottleneck loosening considerably, breaking through from the initial stage of the qi refining period's 9th layer to the intermediate stage. A month later, the sect's assessment arrived. Today marked the annual assessment within the sect, determining the fates of the logistical disciples and their potential promotions. This day also served as the recruitment day for new disciples. Countless parents sent their children to the sword sect in hopes of them achieving greatness, and many others came seeking the renowned sect. This was also the time for the assessments of outer and inner disciples, though Lin Bai was primarily concerned with the logistical disciples' evaluation. Boss, wake up! Today is the sect assessment day. We cannot be late, shouted a short youth at Lin Bai's door. All right, I know. Please keep your voice down next time. You startled me, Lin Bai replied, clearly displeased at being awakened from his slumber before lying back down. After a while, seeing that Lin Bai had not yet risen, the short youth exclaimed anxiously, Boss, if you don't get up soon, we will be late for the assessment. Eventually, Lin Bai lazily emerged and said, What is the rush? Let us go. He then headed towards the assessment point, with the short youth hurrying to keep up. This short youth, known as Wang Er, was recently accepted as Lin Bai's subordinate. Like Lin Bai, he was a pitiful character, having suffered bullying at the hands of Wang Zhuang and his sycophants. Among those who had previously paid tribute to Lin Bai was Wang Er. After handing over his pills, while others departed, he lingered, looking at Lin Bai with hopeful eyes, and asked, Can I recognize you as my boss? Lin Bai, having learned about Wang Er's circumstances from his memories, perceived him as a fellow victim. Recognizing his earnest nature, he decided to take him under his wing. Primarily, Lin Bai needed a temporary aid. After all, as a boss, wasn't it only fitting to have someone handle menial tasks like cooking, cleaning, and laundry? Thus, Wang Er reluctantly became Lin Bai's caretaker. When Lin Bai and his subordinate Wang Er arrived at the assessment point, they were met with a sea of people. The assessment area was divided into 3 parts. One for recruiting new disciples, which involved 3 steps. First, verifying root bones. Second, evaluating aptitude. And third, assessing backgrounds. The 3rd step was merely Lin Bai's addition. However, the underlying truth indeed included such a step, albeit privately. As for the reasons, I need not elaborate. There was also the assessment for outer and inner disciples, primarily conducted through a scoring competition. Outer disciples could choose whether to participate, but most opted in, as the rewards were substantial. Who knew? With a bit of luck, one might even secure a top 10 position and directly ascend to the inner sect. Consequently, many chose to participate. The procedures for inner disciples were similar, albeit more stringent and brutal. For logistical disciples, the process was considerably simpler, merely requiring an assessment of their cultivation level. As long as their level did not fall below that of the previous assessment, they would pass. This assessment also represented an opportunity for logistical disciples to ascend to the outer sect. Achieving the 9th layer of the qi refining period allowed one to challenge for a position, a chance known as the leap through the Dragon Gate for logistical disciples. Thus, Lin Bai and Wang Er arrived at the assessment point for logistical disciples, where the numbers surpassed 10,000. Even with over 20 assessment points, several times more than the others, long queues had already formed at each point. Looking at these lines, Lin Bai felt a wave of despair. How long would this take? He then glanced at Wang Er and said, "Wang Er, it's my fault. Had I known, I wouldn't have lingered in bed." Wang Er, upon seeing the long lines, also wore a pained expression. "Boss, let's just wait in line honestly." With no other choice, Lin Bai and Wang Er embarked on the lengthy wait. As they continued to queue, a series of gasps erupted from the new disciple assessment point. "Oh my heavens, a third-tier heavenly aptitude. I can't believe it. This year, we have received a disciple with third-tier heavenly talent," exclaimed one of the stewards. "This child's future is limitless," remarked an elder of the sect. "A third-tier heavenly aptitude. He is likely to become an inner disciple directly, or even a core disciple," commented a logistical disciple nearby Lin Bai. Witnessing this scene, Lin Bai couldn't help but reflect on the value of talent. Aptitude is categorized into 5 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, yellow, and human. During his initial entrance assessment, Lin Bai's aptitude was rated as 7th tier human, rendering him practically useless, and logistical disciples were indeed a gathering place for such untalented individuals. Shortly thereafter, more exclamations arose from the new disciple assessment point. 7th tier earth, 3rd tier earth, oh, 6th tier profound. This year truly sees an abundance of talent. Chapter 11. Entering the outer sect assessment after enduring the lengthy wait, it was finally Lin Bai's turn. By this time, the assessment point had dwindled to only a few remaining individuals in line, and the stewards and elders had changed shifts multiple times, with some yawning in boredom. When it was Lin Bai's turn, the steward, stifling a yawn, instructed, "Place your hand on the chi testing stone, channel your true energy, and then present your plaque for registration." With that, the steward pushed a stone towards Lin Bai, which he presumed to be the chi testing stone. From his memories, Lin Bai understood that this stone served as a tool to assess cultivation levels. By channeling true energy into it, the stone would illuminate, allowing the determination of a martial artist's cultivation. Lin Bai placed his hand on the chi testing stone and began to channel his true energy. Gradually, the stone started to glow. Chi refining period first layer. Chi refining period second layer. Chi refining period third layer. Chi refining period ninth layer. Initially, the light emitted by the stone was faint, and the steward seated before Lin Bai paid little attention, eager to finish and call it a day. However, as the glow intensified, the steward's eyes began to brighten with interest. When the stone finally shone at the ninth layer of the chi refining period, the steward's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was not an official steward of the sect, but rather an outer disciple who had been called in due to a shortage of assessors, participating in the evaluation of logistical disciples while the official stewards and elders attended to the inner and outer disciples' assessments. The outer disciples were primarily divided into 3 factions, each vying for resources and engaging in schemes against one another. Among these factions, the one led by Lu Xiaoming was the most powerful, yet his ruthless nature and unscrupulous methods rendered him detestable to the other 2 factions, resulting in a united front against him, thus creating a tripartite stalemate. The faction ranked second in strength is led by Jiao Xingyu, while the third faction, which is rather intriguing, is headed by Zhang Dedu. This faction did not initially exist. Its members were originally individuals reluctant to join the other 2 major factions. However, due to the overwhelming control of resources by the other 2 factions, the meager allocations received by these individuals prompted them to establish their own faction in pursuit of greater resources. Unfortunately, the varying levels of strength among its members have rendered this faction the weakest among the 3. The outer sect disciple in question belongs to Zhang Dedu's faction and can be considered a minor leader within it. Upon observing Lin Bai's cultivation level at the 9th layer of the chi refinement stage, he developed intentions to recruit him, as his own faction was at a disadvantage in strength. Each year, most new outer sect disciples tend to join the other 2 factions, for it is only natural to aspire to be part of a more powerful group. Only a handful opt for his faction, and their abilities are indeed rather unimpressive. Upon witnessing Lin Bai's prowess, he felt compelled to recruit him. Generally, any disciple reaching the 9th layer of the chi refinement stage would typically aim to leap through the Dragon Gate, striving for an opportunity to enter the outer sect, and the chances of success are usually quite high. Each year, very few logistics disciples attain the ninth layer of the Qi refinement stage, as the demands of their labor leave little time for cultivation. Furthermore, coupled with the stringent examination requirements of the sect, while those with lower realms may have had a slight advantage in earlier years, it becomes increasingly challenging as time progresses, resulting in the elimination of most candidates. Having experienced this himself, he is acutely aware of the hardships involved. Every logistics disciple who has undergone this process is typically sought after by the three major factions. For achieving the ninth layer of the Qi refinement stage in such an environment signifies commendable aptitude and temperament. Though they cannot be compared to those gifted cultivators who have enjoyed abundant resources from the outset, they still possess considerable strength. When Lin Bai produced his identification token for registration, the outer sect disciple was taken aback. What? I never expected that his last assessment showed he was only at the fifth layer of the Qi refinement stage, and in merely a year, he has ascended a full 4 layers to reach the ninth. This talent must be cultivated, he thought, and continued, little junior brother, you've already attained the ninth layer of the Qi refinement stage, and you are eligible to participate in tomorrow's outer sect assessment. Oh, understood, Lin Bai replied, as he had come today specifically for that purpose. All right, keep your token safe. Come here tomorrow, and I will wait for you, the outer sect senior said as he returned the registration token to Lin Bai. Oh, thank you. May I inquire your name, senior brother? Lin Bai asked, knowing he would be returning for the assessment the next day. Oh, my surname is Li, given name Jingyi. I am a few years older than you, so you may call me Brother Li, Li Jingyi replied, laughing heartily and patting Lin Bai on the shoulder. Thank you, Brother Li. I shall come find you tomorrow then. I will take my leave now, so as not to interrupt your duties, Lin Bai responded with a smile. Very well, you may go. Just come find me tomorrow. Li Jingyi waved him off. Lin Bai then departed, making his way towards the dining hall, for the long wait had left him quite famished. Upon reaching the dining hall, he found Wang Er already waiting there. Since Wang Er had completed his assessment before Lin Bai, he had been able to eat first. Last year, Wang Er was at the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage, and this year he had progressed to the 7th layer, easily passing the assessment. Thus, Lin Bai had asked him to wait in the dining hall to prepare the meal, allowing Lin Bai to eat as soon as he arrived. With little merit points to his name, Lin Bai's meal consisted of only simple fare, which reminded him of the lavish banquets he had once enjoyed. Oh, but that was only that one occasion, which had left him utterly impoverished. Boss, what is your current cultivation level? I heard that Wang Zhuang is at the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage, and you easily defeated him the other day. You haven't already reached the 9th layer, have you? Wang Er inquired as they dined. Are you unaware that it is exceedingly taboo among warriors to casually inquire about another's cultivation level? Lin Bai feigned annoyance, although he had quickly grasped many of the local customs since arriving in this world. Oh, boss, I realize my mistake now, Wang Er replied, appearing somewhat aggrieved by Lin Bai's reprimand. Observing his sulky expression, Lin Bai found it rather amusing and quipped, what can I say? I am your boss, after all. In light of your assistance with my laundry and meals this month, I shall reveal it to you, behold. Lin Bai then channeled his true energy, projecting the aura of the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Wang Er, at the 7th layer, was startled by Lin Bai's imposing presence, and he quickly exclaimed, Boss, please retract your true energy. I can't handle it. Have you realized your error? My overwhelming presence is not something everyone can withstand. Lin Bai chuckled at Wang Er's predicament. Chapter 12. The bet between Li Jingyi and Xiaoing after finishing their meal in the dining hall. Lin Bai and Wang Er returned home, each to their respective families, and the night passed without incident. The following morning, Lin Bai rose early, for it was a day that could determine his fate, the assessment for entering the outer sect. After tidying himself, he stepped outside, having decided not to summon Wang Er, for should he pass the assessment, he would no longer remain among the logistics disciples. Thus, today marked a bittersweet farewell between Lin Bai and Wang Er. Although they had only spent a short month together, Lin Bai had developed some fondness for his little brother, and unable to bear the sadness of parting, he chose not to invite him. Shortly thereafter, Lin Bai arrived at the assessment venue from the previous day. Aside from the inner and outer sect assessments, the logistics disciples' evaluations had concluded, yet the area remained cluttered with the equipment left behind, giving it a somewhat desolate ambience. Li Jingyi was already waiting there, and upon seeing Lin Bai approach, he enthusiastically greeted him. Junior brother Lin, you have finally arrived. I've been waiting here for half the day. Lin Bai was taken aback by Li Jingyi's warmth and replied, Brother Li, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Ah, it's nothing. It wasn't long, really. I just arrived myself. Let us hurry along to the outer sect assessment point, Li Jingyi urged, gesturing towards a direction. Lin Bai quickly followed suit. On their way, Li Jingyi explained, Junior brother, not many logistics disciples manage to reach the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage through sheer perseverance, which is why the sect does not establish a dedicated assessment point for logistics disciples. Instead, we typically undergo the same evaluations as the new entrants, as the majority of the content is similar. Lin Bai was already aware of this. New disciples would proceed to a second round of evaluations after passing the first, while those who did not, including Lin Bai, would be sent to the back or relegated to logistics. After all, the sect requires individuals to handle laundry and cooking, who would refuse free labor. They would then provide these disciples with some resources and techniques, selecting those with potential, thus bolstering the sect's strength. Much like Lin Bai's situation now. Understood, Brother Li, Lin Bai acknowledged. Good. We are almost at the assessment point, Li Jingyi remarked as they approached a grand ancient structure. The architectural style resembled that of the Forbidden City, predominantly wooden, exuding an aura of antiquity. Shortly thereafter, Lin Bai and Li Jingyi entered the building, where they found a considerable number of people already gathered, presumably new disciples. Junior brother Lin, let us sit over there and wait. Someone will arrange your assessment shortly. Li Jingyi indicated towards a row of benches. All right, Lin Bai agreed, and he and Li Jingyi made their way to the benches, taking seats to await further instructions. Oh, is that not Li Jingyi? How fortuitous. I have heard that you encountered a logistics disciple participating in the outer gate assessment. Coincidentally, I too have met one. What say you? Shall we compare notes? Just as Lin Bai and Li Jingyi were waiting, a man with a cold demeanor approached. Among the outer gate disciples, there are 3 major factions, and Xiaoying belongs to the faction led by Lu Xiaoming, which happens to be at odds with the faction of Li Jingyi. Xiao Ying's hostility is merely a reflection of this factional struggle. Xiaoying, I have no time to indulge you. Upon seeing this man, Li Jingyi's expression soured considerably, and he responded with evident disdain. Oh dearly, brother, are you afraid? I trust you are not still brooding over your defeat in the last arena? Xiaoying remarked mockingly upon hearing Li Jingyi's response. You, do not overstep your bounds, Xiaoying. Li Jingyi, clearly incensed by Xiaoying's taunts, displayed his fury. Very well then, let us wager on whose disciple will rank higher in the upcoming assessment. Seeing Li Jingyi riled up, Xiaoying proposed a bet. Fine, I accept. What shall we wager? Li Jingyi, now visibly losing his composure, agreed to Xiaoying's challenge. How about 10 spirit crystals? Xiaoying suggested. 10. 10 spirit crystals? Upon hearing the wager, Li Jingyi hesitated momentarily. Spirit crystals are a rare mineral brimming with spiritual energy, immensely beneficial for martial cultivation. The sect provides each outer gate disciple with 3 spirit crystals monthly for training, making 10 spirit crystals equivalent to over 3 months' worth of resources for an outer gate disciple. Noticing Li Jingyi's hesitation, Xiaoying prodded further. What is the matter, Li brother? Are you frightened? Xiaoying's taunts successfully provoked Li Jingyi once again, who retorted, Who is afraid of whom? Let us wager. Meanwhile, Lin Bai could only watch helplessly as he found himself inadvertently caught in this predicament. With Li Jingyi having accepted the bet, Xiaoying ceased his provocations and moved to another individual, saying, Wang Zhuang, do not bring disgrace upon your cousin. To Lin Bai's surprise, the individual was indeed Wang Zhuang, who had returned to diligent training after being defeated by Lin Bai, only to unexpectedly reach the 9th level of Qi refining. At this moment, Wang Zhuang felt a surge of frustration. Are you truly my cousin? Must you be so treacherous? I was just humiliated, and now you want me to compete against him? What am I to do? Wang Zhuang then explained his previous defeat to Xiaoying, wearing a pained expression. After hearing Wang Zhuang's explanation, Xiaoying's expression shifted slightly. You need not worry about that. I have already made arrangements. Come here. Xiaoying beckoned Wang Zhuang closer and whispered something in his ear. On the other side, Li Jingyi felt a pang of regret after hastily agreeing to the bet without fully understanding the circumstances, especially given the wager of a full 10 spirit crystals, his training resources for 3 months. However, unable to back down now, he turned to Lin Bai, entrusting him with a weighty gaze. Junior brother, my 3 months of resources depend on you. Faced with Li Jingyi's compelling gaze, Lin Bai could only reply, Rest assured, Li brother, I shall do my utmost. Lin Bai had no choice but to agree. for refusing was futile unless he opted out of the assessment, which was not an option. Nevertheless, Lin Bai felt somewhat reassured about the wager, considering his opponent was Wang Zhuang, merely a defeated foe. Little did Lin Bai expect to encounter Wang Zhuang here. Chapter 13. The Illusory Realm. After the wager was set, both parties awaited the commencement of the assessment without further conflict. Presumably, Xiaoying was acutely aware that Wang Zhuang had been bested by Lin Bai, and any further provocation might result in embarrassment if Lin Bai exposed him. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with a beard approached, exclaiming, "Ah, I did not anticipate that this year would yield 2 disciples at the 9th level of Qi refining. Very well. You may proceed to join the new disciples for the final assessment." "Yes, Elder." Upon the Elder's words, both Li Jingyi and Xiao Ying bowed in unison. Subsequently, Li Jingyi led Lin Bai toward a certain location, presumably the site of the final assessment. "All right, junior brother Lin, just ahead is the venue for the final assessment. You may proceed first. I will wait for you here." As they neared the site, Li Jingyi remarked, "Only those participating in the assessment may enter." "Understood, Li brother." Lin Bai replied with a fist salute, as is customary among martial practitioners when parting ways. Lin Bai then walked alone toward the assessment area, where he found a gathering of individuals, likely new disciples participating in the assessment, many of whom bore youthful faces and were engaged in lively conversations, the youngest appearing to be merely 13 or 14 years old. At that moment, Wang Zhuang also arrived at the assessment point and upon spotting Lin Bai, discreetly avoided him, seeking a solitary spot to wait. "Quiet down, everyone. Please form an orderly line and enter the martial formation for assessment one by one. No talking. Silence." A gatekeeper shouted hoarsely, for those who had advanced past the first round were all exceptional talents, and among them were several disciples of remarkable aptitude. As a lowly steward, he dared not offend them and thus resorted to coaxing them patiently. Eventually, after much effort, the clamorous crowd settled down, forming 2 long lines. Even as they queued, many engaged in hushed whispers, prompting the steward to raise his voice once more. Once the lines were established, the steward guided them toward a building, allowing one person in at a time. Before long, only a few remained in line, and soon it was Lin Bai's turn. "Just a moment. You are the logistics disciple participating in the assessment, correct?" The steward inquired respectfully as Lin Bai approached. "Indeed I am," Lin Bai confirmed. Upon hearing Lin Bai identify himself as a logistics disciple, the stewardess' respectful demeanor vanished instantaneously, replaced by impatience. "Very well. You are a logistics disciple, and your assessment differs from that of the new disciples. Come with me." He then led Lin Bai to another room, instructing him to enter. Lin Bai, feeling somewhat uneasy, complied, yet something felt amiss. "Wait a moment. Did not the elder just say that we would join the new disciples for the assessment? If that were not the case, why not have us participate in a separate assessment? Why go through the trouble?" As Lin Bai approached the door, he caught a glimpse of Wang Zhuang entering the room designated for the new disciples, along with the fleeting sinister expression on the stewardess' face. At that moment, Lin Bai realized with alarm, "This is bad." However, it was too late. As Lin Bai stepped into the room, the scenery before him shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, he had seen the bare floor upon entering, and now he found himself amidst a dense forest. Rubbing his eyes, Lin Bai exclaimed, "What is happening? Am I hallucinating? I was just at the Sect's assessment point, and now I am in a forest?" Although this was his first time participating in the Dragon Leap, Li Jingyi had broadly outlined what to expect, yet this transformation was never mentioned. Firstly, it seems unlikely that Li Jingyi would deceive himself, for he is betting on my victory, and the challenge of leaping over the Dragon Gate is not particularly formidable. It merely differs in the time taken to achieve it. Wait a moment. Could it be that the steward is up to something? No, but why would he do that? Have I offended him in some way? When did this happen? Just as Lin Bai was lost in thought, a name flashed through his mind. Xiaoying. Indeed, it must be him. He must have colluded with the examiner to rig the assessment in order to avoid losing the wager. No wonder Xiaoying had previously approached Li Jingyi so arrogantly to propose a bet. Sighing, Lin Bai glanced around at the surrounding trees and said to himself, "Never mind. Let us first escape this wretched place." An hour later, Lin Bai had been wandering in this forest for over half an hour, yet he still had not found a way out. All he saw were trees in every direction. "This place looks oddly familiar," he mused, glancing at his surroundings. Isn't this the mark I just left?" After walking for more than half an hour, Lin Bai realized something was amiss. He felt as though he was lost, going around in circles, Consequently, he began to leave some marks along the path. To his surprise, those marks actually proved effective, leading him to the realization that he was indeed lost. Upon recognizing that he had been circling endlessly, despair washed over Lin Bai. During that past hour, it felt as if he had traversed the entirety of his life's journey. Accepting his predicament, he resignedly sat down on the ground. After wallowing in despair for a while, Lin Bai began to seek a solution. Thus, he sat there and applied the knowledge he had acquired in his previous life. Although he had been walking in a straight line, he had somehow returned to his starting point. Logically, this should not happen unless he had circled the world. Otherwise, such an occurrence would be impossible. Alternatively, it could be that some elements in this place had shifted or deviated, with the most probable cause being an influence on his perception. It is well known that navigating through the vast ocean without a compass renders one utterly incapable of discerning direction, a phenomenon termed loss of orientation, stemming from the absence of reference points. Unlike certain animals endowed with navigational abilities through magnetic fields, humans require reference points to ascertain direction. In ancient times, people relied on the starry sky, using the positions of celestial bodies to guide their way. Nowadays, navigation systems have replaced this reliance, underscoring the importance of reference points. Lin Bai continued to ponder. If he felt he had been walking in a straight line, yet ultimately returned to the origin, it indicated an error in his directional judgment, suggesting that some reference point in this area had affected his ability to discern direction. He then looked around. Of course, the trees. It's the trees. Lin Bai stood up again. These trees were not evenly spaced in a straight line, and he had been relying on them to navigate. He thought to himself, having walked for 30 minutes and returned to the starting point, that at his pace in the woods, he should have covered approximately 7 kilometers in an hour. Therefore, in 30 minutes, he should have traversed a little over 3 kilometers. 3 kilometers formed a circular path, and if divided by the diameter of that circle, would be over 900 meters. Using the theoretical knowledge he acquired in high school, Lin Bai began to deduce which direction he should take. He concluded that by moving in a countercircular manner, he could escape this predicament, or at least leave this forest. If the current reference points were leading him in a circular arc, then changing direction to proceed in a countercircular fashion should allow him to walk in a straight line. Lin Bai set off again, fortunate that his physical condition was still quite good. Even after walking for over an hour, he felt no fatigue. At last, this time he did not return to the starting point. Half an hour later, he finally glimpsed a stretch of marshland ahead. Chapter 14. The Marsh Beasts. Upon finally seeing something other than trees, Lin Bai felt a surge of excitement. While solitude is a common state of life, endlessly circling in the same location is far from pleasant, especially the suffocating silence that could drive anyone mad. The marsh exuded an unsettling aura, and the humidity in the air made Lin Bai feel sticky and uncomfortable after only a short while. Coupled with the eerie atmosphere of the marsh, it sent shivers down his spine. Nevertheless, Lin Bai steeled himself to press onward. He had no desire to return to that endless cycle. As he ventured deeper into the marsh, the light grew dimmer, and he had to be cautious not to trip over the dead branches underfoot. One misstep could send him sprawling. The marsh was not a flat expanse, but rather filled with many decayed trees, which contributed to the dim lighting. "What kind of place is this?" Lin Bai murmured. Just as he spoke to himself, a sudden chill gripped his heart. He sensed an imminent danger. Instinctively, Lin Bai rolled to the side, just as a resounding crash echoed behind him. The dead tree where he had been standing shattered into splinters. Turning to look, he discovered a several-meter-long beast resembling a crocodile, exposing its jagged teeth and roaring menacingly at him. It was this creature that had attempted to ambush him. Fortunately, his reflexive roll had saved his life. Otherwise, he might have met the same fate as that unfortunate tree, Lin Bai thought. Despite narrowly escaping, he remained on high alert. This creature was no ordinary foe. Judging by its size, it appeared to be a first-tier beast, which heightened Lin Bai's anxiety. This beast was clearly intent on claiming a life, and he could not count on being as fortunate as before. As Lin Bai contemplated his next move, the beast lunged at him once more, moving with astonishing speed. His heart raced, and every hair on his body stood on end. He rolled again, just in time. However, this time, luck was not on his side. He barely evaded the beast's attack, but its claws still grazed his arm, leaving a gash. After narrowly dodging this strike, Lin Bai retreated rapidly, trying to create distance between himself and the beast while simultaneously using his true energy to seal the wound and prevent excessive bleeding. The beast, frustrated by its failed attempts, opened its massive jaws and roared in anger, preparing for another assault. In this tense moment, Lin Bai's mind raced as he strategized. It was clear that this opponent was beyond his capability to handle. The previous encounter with the large bird had been a stroke of luck that allowed him to emerge victorious. Although both were first-tier beasts, the former had ruled the skies, while Lin Bai had merely exploited the advantages of the ground to narrowly defeat it. This crocodile-like beast dominated its environment and moved with agility, making escape uncertain. As Lin Bai pondered his options, the beast launched a new offensive. In desperation, he leaped toward the crown of a nearby dead tree. Seeing Lin Bai evade, the beast swiftly altered its trajectory and charged toward the tree he had leapt onto. With a resounding crash, the tree beneath Lin Bai shattered, and as he stumbled, he quickly propelled himself toward another tree. After yet another failed attack, the beast circled around the dead tree where Lin Bai stood, seemingly plotting its next move. At this moment, Lin Bai was drenched in cold sweat, clutching the tree trunk to catch his breath. No one could fathom how perilous his situation had been moments before. A slight miscalculation could have resulted in his demise at the jaws of the beast. Although he had narrowly evaded danger each time, he could not guarantee that he would continue to be so fortunate. Perhaps next time, or the time after that, luck would run out. Every muscle in Lin Bai's body was tensed, prepared for any sudden developments. He contemplated his next steps. Running away was undoubtedly futile. The only way to survive was to eliminate the threat. The beast was covered in thick scales, making it evidently difficult to breach its defenses. Thus, he would have to target its relatively vulnerable eyes. A memory of the method he employed to slay the giant bird resurfaced in his mind. With determination, he snapped a dry branch from the dead tree and cautiously infused it with true energy. As Lin Bai infused his vital energy into the withered branch, its hardness markedly increased. However, with a sudden crack, the branch disintegrated into fine dust, the explosion reverberating painfully through Lin Bai's hand. Had he overdone it? Indeed, while the branch's rigidity had gradually augmented with the infusion of vital energy, it appeared that exceeding its threshold would cause it to shatter instantaneously. Is that so? Lin Bai stroked his chin, a brilliant idea suddenly igniting in his mind. Just as he conceived his strategy, the crocodile beast launched a renewed assault. The creature retreated a few steps, then lunged towards Lin Bai's position with its limbs thrashing. Prepared for this, Lin Bai leapt to another withered tree at the very moment the beast collided with his. Yet, it seemed the crocodile beast was even more ready. At the instant Lin Bai took flight, it swiftly altered its attack, leaping to snap its gaping maw at him. Gazing down at the cavernous mouth below, Lin Bai thought, perfect timing. While still in midair, he swiftly twisted his body, adopting a diving posture. Aiming for the creature's eye, he thrust the withered branch, now charged with vital energy, towards it. With a sickening squelch, Lin Bai distinctly heard the sound of the branch piercing the beast's eyeball. Just as the branch was about to fully enter the creature's eye, Lin Bai concentrated all his vital energy into it, and with a resounding boom, the branch detonated within the crocodile beast's skull. Gasping for breath, Lin Bai lay in the marsh, having expended all his vital energy. The sensation was far from pleasant. Fortunately, he had slain the crocodile beast, preserving his own life. Though the entire encounter, from the beast's initial attack to its demise, spanned merely a few fleeting minutes, the perilousness of the experience was known only to him. Observing the corpse of the crocodile beast beside him, Lin Bai suddenly broke into a grin. How wonderful it is to be alive! Just as he reveled in his survival, a sudden white speck shot from the beast's severed head towards the token at Lin Bai's waist. Startled, he feared it was the creature's final retaliation and quickly retrieved the token to inspect it, only to find a number 1 displayed upon it. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon Lin Bai. Could this be a mechanism of the trial? It seemed so, transitioning from the forest in the first phase to the current marshland. But what did the number 1 signify? Was it a tally of kills, indicating he had slain 1 crocodile beast? Were there other beasts lurking in this marsh? Chapter 15. The moment of the hunt. With a soft thud, a colossal crocodile beast finally succumbed. Yet, before its demise, a glimmer of humanity shone in its eyes, filled with hatred as it fixed its gaze upon Lin Bai. However, mere gaze cannot extinguish life. Ultimately, it succumbed to the waning of its life force, its eyes gradually dimming. Meanwhile, Lin Bai gasped for breath, reflecting that this was the 3rd crocodile beast he had encountered. Were it not for the self-destructive technique he had recently mastered, he might have already become a meal for these beasts. Lin Bai distinctly noted the hatred in the creature's dying gaze, yet he remained unfazed. At some point, he had come to understand the law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. Had he not narrowly dispatched this crocodile beast, he could very well have been the one casting that vengeful look. Hatred is a burden borne by the weak. Lin Bai had long since prepared himself to become an emotionless beast in this world. Without the self-destructive technique, he clearly would not have survived thus far. Yet this technique carried a significant downside. It consumed an exorbitant amount of vital energy. Despite Lin Bai's conscious effort to manage his energy expenditure, the outcome was less than favorable. Often, using it would deplete 70% of his vital energy, and combined with the energy spent during the struggle with the beasts, he was often left with less than 10%. Consequently, after each use of this technique, he would find himself in a state of exhaustion, unable to move, merely lying in place to recuperate. In this marsh, such a state often signified death. Following the defeat of the second crocodile beast, Lin Bai fell into this state once more. As he regained less than half of his vital energy, a third crocodile beast attacked. Fortunately, Lin Bai had recovered some energy and stamina, granting him at least the ability to evade. He then took advantage of the time spent battling the beast to covertly recover his vital energy, ultimately landing a decisive blow to slay it. After resting for a moment on the ground, Lin Bai struggled to his feet, crawling with all fours to conceal himself within the canopy of a withered tree, determined not to encounter a fourth beast. After some time, Lin Bai managed to restore about 80% of his vital energy, yet he lacked the strength to continue recovering. A martial artist's cultivation relies on the continuous absorption and refinement of the world's spiritual energy, transforming it for personal use to gain strength. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. If one likens the absorption of external spiritual energy to doing push-ups while the body benefits from the exercise, it also incurs a toll on stamina. Following the recent defeat of the third crocodile beast, the number on Lin Bai's token had increased to 3. Yet, he had no time to ponder the changes displayed. His sole desire was to flee this cursed place. Although his vital energy had reached 80%, his stamina was beginning to wane, and should another beast appear, it could very well spell his end. With no other options, Lin Bai steeled himself to endure. As for the issue of stamina, Lin Bai's gaze fell upon the recently deceased crocodile beast beneath him, and he suddenly made a decision. Should he turn back? Surely, it must be all protein? What better way to restore stamina than to eat? Without sufficient nourishment, how could he regain his strength? The intense battles had masked his hunger, but now that he had relaxed, waves of hunger surged upon him. The crocodile beast's hide was remarkably tough. Lin Bai exerted considerable effort to break through it and expose the flesh within. What does raw meat taste like? It felt akin to a piece of gelatin, albeit a somewhat tougher variant. Yet when bitten into, it resembled gnawing on ice cream, lacking the sweetness and chill, offering only a strong metallic tang. Suppressing his nausea, Lin Bai forced himself to consume the raw meat bite by bite, hoping there were no parasites within, yet survival took precedence. Just as Lin Bai was nearing fullness, he heard a rustling noise, causing alarm to swell within him. Dropping the raw meat, he leapt to the treetop of another withered tree to lie in wait. The rustling intensified until a wolf-like beast emerged from the thicket. If this were a wolf, it would undoubtedly be the largest Lin Bai had ever encountered, measuring 4 meters in length and 2 meters in height. Its sharp teeth and claws unmistakably signaling it as a top-tier predator. The wolf-like beast approached the corpse of the crocodile beast, feasting voraciously, while Lin Bai, hidden above, berated himself for his foolishness in not considering that the carcass would attract other beasts. Thankfully, in previous encounters, no other lurking predators had been drawn to the scene. This time, it was merely the beast's noise that led to its discovery. Had he been careless, he might have found himself in a perilous predicament. If this wolf-like beast were indeed a wolf, it was likely a lone one, as wolves typically hunt in packs. Only the weak, sick, or those defeated in power struggles are cast out. Though the creature before him was massive, it appeared emaciated, its ribs faintly visible. It seemed to be a lone wolf shunned by its pack. Initially intimidated by the beast's size, Lin Bai soon regained his composure as the reality of the situation sank in. The wolf-like beast continued to gorge itself, seemingly starved. Witnessing this, Lin Bai quietly devised a plan. Having consumed something, he felt considerably improved, and he believed he had a fair chance of dispatching this lone wolf. As soon as the numbers on the token appeared, Lin Bai had a faint inkling of how to escape this place. He simply needed to slay a sufficient number of demon beasts. Therefore, he could not let the solitary wolf before him slip away. After regaining his stamina, Lin Bai's true energy gradually began to restore, reaching nearly 90%. He stealthily broke off a dry branch without making a sound, while the wolf-shaped demon beast was busy devouring its meal. After obtaining the branch, Lin Bai discreetly infused it with true energy, halting just as it approached the critical point. He then deftly leaped onto a withered tree above the wolf-shaped demon beast. 1, 2, 3, now! Lin Bai suddenly aimed for the back of the wolf-shaped demon beast's head and leaped down. Just as he was about to plunge the dry branch into its skull, the beast seemed to sense something and abruptly turned its head. Lin Bai caught a glimpse of shock in its eyes, yet the branch drew closer, and with a soft thud, it pierced the demon beast's eyeball. Immediately, Lin Bai forcefully injected true energy, resulting in a resounding explosion as the wolf-shaped demon beast's head burst apart. Although it deviated slightly from his expectations, he nonetheless managed to eliminate the wolf-shaped demon beast without incident. After dealing with the remnants of the yellowish-white substance on his body, Lin Bai leaped to the treetop to recuperate, pondering, if I continue like this, just like this, it should be quite easy to slay enough demon beasts. Chapter 16. The hunt continues in the depths of the swamp. Day and night seemed indistinguishable, perpetually shrouded in gloom. At this moment, a crocodilian demon beast lurking in the mire sensed something amiss and began to rise from the decaying sludge. With its limbs working in unison, it crawled toward a nearby thicket, which appeared diminutive compared to its massive frame, allowing glimpses of its menacing hide through the foliage. As the crocodilian demon beast moved, the underbrush rustled incessantly. Eventually, it seemed to discover something, accelerating towards the thicket. Behind the bushes lay a chaotic scattering of 5 or 6 demon beast corpses, the scent of blood in the air deeply stimulating the crocodilian demon beast. The fresh carcasses urged it to feast quickly, yet fortunately, the beast retained a final shred of rationality, cautiously surveying its surroundings for danger before lunging at the corpses, tearing into them voraciously. Indeed, this was all part of Lin Bai's cunning strategy. Realizing that he needed to slay enough demon beasts to escape, Lin Bai had set traps using the corpses of fallen beasts to lure others into his grasp, capitalizing on their unwitting vulnerability to claim their lives. Everything unfolded just as Lin Bai had anticipated. Survival was a challenge in this swamp, where food was scarce, thus making his traps effective. The ecological system here appeared incomplete, as Lin Bai had scarcely encountered any smaller demon beasts, implying that those creatures had to hunt larger ones of comparable strength to survive. Generally, demon beasts possess territorial instincts, conducting their lives and hunts within their domains, preying primarily on weaker, smaller beasts. However, the swamp lacked such smaller prey, resulting in a diminished territoriality among the beasts here, leading most to adopt a nomadic hunting approach, exactly what Lin Bai's traps exploited. After slaying each demon beast, Lin Bai took measures to enhance the scent of blood emanating from the corpses to attract others. At this moment, he concealed himself atop a dry tree trunk, directly above the gluttonous crocodilian demon beast below. This marked the 7th demon beast. Once he eliminated this one and 3 more, he should be able to escape. After deciphering the meaning behind the numbers on the token, Lin Bai meticulously examined it further, discovering a cross in the bottom right corner. He surmised that he needed to slay 10 demon beasts to exit. The crocodilian demon beast, seemingly starved for an extended period, continued to feast without diminishing its pace, having relaxed its vigilance upon sensing no nearby threats. Observing this, Lin Bai noted that the beast's alertness had dropped to its lowest point. He gradually infused true energy into the dry branch in his hand and, like a nimble monkey, silently descended from the trunk, aiming the branch directly at the demon beast's forehead. Thud! Boom! Almost simultaneously, the sounds of the branch penetrating the creature's head and the subsequent explosion reverberated. The crocodilian demon beast likely had no inkling of its impending doom, unaware that the sumptuous feast before it was, in fact, a deadly trap. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Temptation often conceals perilous dangers. The architect of this demise, Lin Bai, weakly extracted a demon crystal from the creature's shattered head. Indeed, this tactic could not be overused, should he fail to secure a kill in one strike. His weakened state might render him defenseless against even a single swipe from a demon beast. Aware of this vulnerability, Lin Bai had diligently sought to mitigate the excessive consumption of true energy. After consecutively slaying several demon beasts, he finally gleaned some insights. He discovered that not all the true energy he infused into the dry branch was fully absorbed. A significant portion dissipated during the process, and even after infusion, some energy would escape from the branch. Understanding this, Lin Bai tailored his approach to minimize energy loss during infusion. He noted that the amount of energy dissipated seemed correlated to the speed of infusion. Slower infusion led to greater loss, while faster infusion yielded the opposite effect. However, if he infused too rapidly, the branch would explode from the excess energy. Thus, striking the right balance proved challenging. Nevertheless, after several attempts, Lin Bai honed his control, avoiding the prior pitfalls of excessive energy depletion that had left him utterly drained, a state that could prove fatal. With the acquisition of the demon crystal from this beast, Lin Bai now possessed 5. A sense of elation welled within him, for these were tangible contributions. Based on the value of the previous demon crystal, Lin Bai had accrued at least 4,000 worth of contributions. Yet he also noticed an intriguing fact. Not all demon beasts possessed demon crystals. For instance, the crimson eagle he had slain on the cliffside lacked one, and among the 7 demon beasts he had subsequently dispatched, 1 or 2 also bore no crystals. After making some adjustments to the crocodilian demon beast's corpse to enhance the blood scent, Lin Bai concealed himself atop the dry tree, hastily recovering his true energy in anticipation of the next beast's arrival. Lin Bai's suspicions proved accurate. Survival was a formidable challenge for the demon beasts in this swamp. Not long after Lin Bai's true energy was restored, another crocodilian demon beast, lured by the overpowering scent of blood, approached. This unfortunate creature, indeed, followed in the footsteps of the lifeless bodies surrounding it. Everything seemed to unfold as if by fate. After the event, Lin Bai returned to his perch in the dry tree, but this time fortune was not in his favor, as he failed to obtain a demon crystal. Counting this crocodilian demon beast, it marked the 5th of the 8 he had slain. The crocodilian species evidently dominated this swamp, with other types of demon beasts being relatively scarce. After all, the swamp itself was inherently suited to their survival. The corpses of several demon beasts accumulated, emanating an exceptionally potent scent of blood, which even Lin Bai, perched high above, found overwhelming. Yet, for the demon beasts, this was akin to the siren's call, seducing and enticing them. The overwhelming scent of blood would drive any starving beast into a frenzy, perhaps due to the overpowering aroma. Before Lin Bai could fully restore his true energy, yet another demon beast, drawn by the scent, appeared. In a certain direction, a withered tree suddenly rustled, accompanied by faint sounds resembling the chattering of monkeys. Before long, a simian beast appeared within Lin Bai's line of sight. This creature bore a resemblance to the monkeys Lin Bai had encountered in his previous life, yet it was far more robust and fearsome. Its formidable canines proclaimed its immense power, sharp enough to pierce through flesh, while its eyes glimmered with a wild and savage madness. Chapter 17. A stalemate of equals in the dim, murky swamp. Only a few faint lights flickered, illuminating the beast's jet-black fur, each strand resembling a steel needle. A tuft of black hair atop its head resembled a crown, and every part of its body exuded a potent aura. Upon witnessing the numerous carcasses of beasts strewn across the ground, the creature's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, and with an eerie cry, it lunged forward to feast upon the remains. The moment the simian beast emerged, Lin Bai, hidden in the tree above, felt a chill run down his spine. He silently lamented, "I never anticipated such a formidable creature would appear." Crouched as he was, Lin Bai huddled even tighter, sensing the overwhelming danger emanating from the beast below. Before it, he felt akin to an ant, aware that a mere flick of its finger could easily crush him. This black simian beast had certainly attained the rank of a second-tier beast, far beyond what Lin Bai could contend with at present. It was clear that the original plan could not proceed as intended. Lin Bai had originally hoped to lure other beasts with the carcasses, seizing the opportunity to ambush them while their guard was lowered. Relying on this trap, he had effortlessly slain several beasts, bringing his tally to 8, just 2 shy of the number inscribed on his token. Under the voracious appetite of the black simian, one of the carcasses was swiftly devoured, leaving Lin Bai in astonishment at its speed. Suddenly, a thought struck him. In the struggle for survival, only the fittest endure. The harsh environment of the swamp, coupled with the scarcity of sustenance, meant that any lapse in vigilance could render one prey to other beasts. Like humans, these creatures began as weak individuals, growing amidst countless dangers and unforeseen challenges. The fact that this black simian had evolved into a second-tier beast indicated its prowess. The inept had long since become the sustenance for others. As another carcass was consumed, Lin Bai's astonishment deepened. Each beast's body was comparable in size to the black simian, and he could hardly fathom how it managed to devour such large prey. Even if it could consume something several times its own size, its body would surely expand. Yet the black simian remained unchanged in stature. As the beast continued to feed, Lin Bai's back was drenched with sweat, understanding that to the black simian, he was merely food. After devouring 2 carcasses, the black simian showed no signs of slowing. Suddenly, its movements halted, and it leapt away, baring its teeth in Lin Bai's direction, exuding an air of menace. Upon witnessing this, Lin Bai's heart raced with alarm. Have I been discovered? Moments later, Lin Bai noticed something peculiar. Although the black simian faced him, its gaze seemed directed elsewhere, as if it had encountered a formidable foe. As anticipated, rustling emerged from the underbrush below the withered tree, and a golden giant lion, larger than the black simian, emerged from the thicket. This golden lion's strength was undoubtedly on par with that of the black simian, perhaps even superior. Lin Bai sensed an even greater peril emanating from the colossal creature. Upon stepping forth, the golden lion let out a resounding roar, its voice laced with provocation. The black simian, unwilling to concede, responded with a series of sharp, piercing howls, akin to nails scraping against glass, causing Lin Bai to instinctively cover his ears. In the face of the black simian's cries, the golden lion offered no retort. The 2 beasts then stared each other down, indicating that the black simian posed a significant threat to the lion as well. As they stood in opposition, Lin Bai observed the golden lion casting a fleeting glance at the carcasses on the ground, its hidden hunger evident. It appeared the lion had come for this very purpose. The black simian seemed to sense the golden lion's intent, unleashing a series of growls, as if to defend its hard-won bounty and warn the lion to depart immediately. The golden lion, realizing its purpose had been unveiled, glimmered with a bloodthirsty light in its eyes, as if to say, "Not only will I claim these carcasses, but you shall also become my prey." With a powerful roar, the golden lion lunged at the black simian, moving with an astonishing speed that belied its massive form. Lin Bai could hardly comprehend how such a colossal creature could exhibit such swiftness. Anticipating the lion's charge, the black simian was prepared, matching its speed as it charged toward the lion. With a resounding clash, the 2 beasts collided, and a fierce battle ensued. The golden lion pressed down on the black simian, exposing its sharp fangs to bite. The black simian narrowly evaded the lion's assault, retaliating with its own fierce bites. In a moment of desperation, the golden lion was caught off guard, receiving a painful bite to its shoulder. Both creatures, fueled by rage, continued their relentless onslaught, each determined to inflict equal damage upon the other. Soon, both beasts were battered and bloodied, each bearing grievous wounds, with the black simian losing one eye in the fray. The golden lion fared even worse, its entire snout savagely bitten off. Chapter 18. Outer Sect disciple the golden lion and black simian remained locked in combat. But both seemed to be nearing exhaustion, their attacks growing sluggish and lackluster. The physical prowess of the black monkey appears to be significantly inferior to that of the golden giant lion. The cost incurred with each of its attacks far outweighs the damage inflicted upon the golden giant lion, rendering the balance of gain and expenditure disproportionate. At this moment, the golden giant lion comprehends that it must conclude the battle swiftly. Should it prolong the fight any further, both would ultimately meet their demise. Just as the black monkey was about to withdraw after a flurry of assaults, a glint of determination flashed in the golden giant lioness' eyes. With the last vestige of its strength, it lunged forward, opening its maw wide to sink its fangs into the black monkey's neck. Had the black monkey been in its prime, it would have effortlessly evaded this strike. However, with both combatants now reduced to less than a fraction of their strength, their reactions had slowed dramatically, allowing the golden giant lion's attack to land with ease. With a sickening crunch, the golden giant lion's fangs pierced the black monkey's carotid artery, causing a torrential gush of crimson blood to erupt, the warmth of it tantalizing the lion's taste buds. In the next moment, with a violent tug, the golden giant lion severed the black monkey's head from its body, which collapsed limply to the ground. The severed head rolled a few paces, its glaring red eyes wide open, capturing the last expression of its former life. With a thunderous crash, the golden giant lion, having slain the black monkey, expended its final ounce of strength and fell heavily to the ground, splattering mud in all directions. At this juncture, not a single part of the lioness body remained unscathed. Deep green blood flowed from the wounds inflicted by the black monkey's sharp teeth and claws, with only the faint rise and fall of its chest indicating that the flame of life still flickered within, albeit like a candle struggling against the wind. Once the battle had concluded, Lin Bai leaped down from the tree and approached the golden giant lion. As he drew nearer, he noticed that the lioness' eyes, though calm, seemed to implore him for a swift end. Without delay, Lin Bai thrust a branch imbued with his vital energy into the lion's heart, prompting the creature to widen its eyes in a final expression of pain. In the last fleeting moments before the light extinguished from its eyes, a glimmer of gratitude and relief shone through. After the golden giant lion succumbed, the token at Lin Bai's waist flashed, the number on it changing from 8 to 18, followed by a flickering display. Oh, does this signify that I have cleared the trial? Lin Bai pondered as he observed the alteration of the numbers on his token. It seemed that slaying a second-tier beast was equivalent to the defeat of 10 first-tier ones. A realization dawned upon him. By infusing the token with his vital energy, he could depart from this place. After retrieving the black monkey's head and extracting the demon crystal within, Lin Bai channeled his vital energy into the token. Upon doing so, the token ceased to flicker and emitted a brilliant white light, transporting Lin Bai away. As the blinding light dissipated, Lin Bai found himself at the entrance, a sense of astonishment washing over him. "Brother Li, how did your trial go this time?" he inquired. "Don't even mention it. I got stuck in that damned secret realm. The trial for ascending from the outer sect to the inner sect is truly brutal. I wandered around for ages only to realize I was still in the same spot. In the end, I had no choice but to use the token to teleport out. If I stayed any longer, I might have gone insane. Speaking of which, how about you? It seems you've been in there for quite some time." "Ha ha ha, Brother Li, my luck has been considerably better than yours. By sheer happenstance, I passed the first trial, only to become trapped in the second one. To advance, I needed to slay 10 first-tier demon beasts in the withered tree marsh. Not long after I entered, I was ambushed by a withered marsh crocodile, and then I was teleported out. Not far off, 2 men clad in outer sect disciple attire conversed, their words crystal clear to Lin Bai. The trial for ascending from the outer sect to the inner sect? So, I participated in the trial for outer sect disciples? That attendant was indeed suspicious. It turns out those crocodile demon beasts are called withered marsh crocodiles." Lin Bai mused, fortunate to have survived, emerging not only alive, but also with 5 first-tier demon crystals and 1 second-tier demon crystal from the black monkey. He refrained from taking the golden giant lion's demon crystal, considering it a mark of respect. Before Lin Bai could delve deeper into his thoughts, laughter rang out in his ears. "Ha ha ha, Xiaoying, did you ever expect this?" I emerged victorious. Elated, Li Jingyi rushed over and embraced Lin Bai, laughing heartily. "Ha ha, junior brother, I truly did not misjudge you. This time, I owe you a debt. Xiaoying, a wager is a wager. Shouldn't you present your 10 spirit crystals promptly?" Xiaoying, approaching with a gloomy expression, felt a swirl of uncertainty. He had clearly instructed the attendant in charge of the assessment to ensure Lin Bai participated in the outer sect disciple trial and to tamper with Lin Bai's token, preventing him from utilizing the forfeiture teleportation function. In the bewildering maze of the first trial, devoid of food or water, Lin Bai would inevitably perish, thus securing the 10 spirit crystals for himself upon Wang Zhuang's success in the trial. Could it be that the attendant had accepted a bribe yet failed to act? My spirit crystals are not so easily acquired. Hey, Xiaoying, a wager is a wager. You wouldn't dare to renege, would you? Look here. Fate has brought us together. We shall see what unfolds. Hearing Li Jingyi's words, Xiaoying sulkily retrieved a small pouch from his pocket and tossed it to Li Jingyi, leaving with a hasty retort. After securing the spirit crystals, Li Jingyi beamed with delight, paying no heed to Xiaoying's parting words, merely exclaiming, as expected of a favored individual close to Lu Xiaoming. 10 spirit crystals were readily given. "Ha, junior brother, I owe you greatly this time. Otherwise, I would have lost everything. Here, this is yours," Li Jingyi said, producing 5 spirit crystals from the pouch and placing them into Lin Bai's hands. Lin Bai attempted to decline, Yet upon sensing the abundant spiritual energy within the crystals, an overwhelming desire surged through him, compelling him to swallow his words. In that case, I shall graciously accept. Thank you, brotherly. Ha ha ha, no need for thanks. This is rightfully yours. Now, let us proceed to register for the trial and exchange your token. You are now officially an outer sect disciple. With that, Li Jingyi led Lin Bai towards the registration office, where another attendant awaited. Upon receiving Lin Bai's token, the attendant placed it into a rectangular slot, and two characters emerged on the token, passed. Initially, Lin Bai was concerned that his participation in the trial for outer sect disciples might lead to unforeseen complications. But it seemed his worries were unfounded. The token likely merely recorded simple information, such as Lin Bai having passed the trial, without revealing the specifics of his participation as an outer sect disciple. After a brief interval, the attendant handed Lin Bai a new token engraved with the outer sect insignia. Ha 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 ha, junior brother, congratulations on becoming an official outer sect disciple. Shortly after Lin Bai and Li Jingyi departed, Wang Zhuang stumbled out from a burst of white light. He scanned the area, not spotting his cousin Xiaoying, and thus proceeded to the registration office alone. During the registration process, Wang Zhuang couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitter amusement. Truly, the comparison is disheartening. Being born into a good family is indeed an art. The talented disciples who participated in the trial completed it swiftly, while I struggled and suffered, spending several times longer to barely scrape through. Chapter 19. The 10th Layer of Qi Refinement. After Lin Bai became an outer sect disciple, his living conditions naturally improved, no longer residing in the dilapidated little hut he once occupied. Outer sect disciples, akin to logistical disciples, were afforded designated accommodations, albeit with far superior living conditions. Following the registration, Li Jingyi had to attend to some matters and left, leaving Lin Bai to navigate his way to the assigned residence alone. The attendant at the registration office had already informed Lin Bai of his lodging location, number 98 in the T-shaped district. The living quarters for outer disciples are stratified into 4 distinct zones: A, B, C, and D. The conditions improve the closer one resides to the front, with the qualifications and strength of the disciples dictating their placement. Newcomers like Lin Bai are relegated to the D zone. Viewed from above, the residential area of the outer disciples takes on a circular form, which can be evenly divided into 4 sections corresponding to the designated living zones. Upon reaching room D98, Lin Bai realized that even within the D zone, it surpassed his previous dilapidated abode by countless degrees. D98 is situated within a small courtyard that houses not only his room, but also rooms numbered from 90 to 100. At this moment, the courtyard is bustling with activity, as many newcomers, presumably like him, are moving in various household items and furniture. Young master, your room is quite small. There is hardly enough space for your belongings. Shall I have the servants take back what you do not need to the manor? A man resembling a steward respectfully suggested to a well-dressed youth. The elegantly clad youth frowned and replied, "Are there not a few vacant rooms left? Place them there." "Young master, those rooms belong to disciples from other sects," the steward explained. The young master's displeasure grew, and at that moment, he spotted Lin Bai in the distance. "Hey, you there, relinquish your room to me." As Lin Bai was about to enter his room, he heard the command from the well-dressed youth. "Me?" Lin Bai turned back, puzzled. "Yes, you. Hand over your room to me," the youth declared, tossing a bag of items towards Lin Bai. With a thud, the bag landed at Lin Bai's feet, revealing a substantial amount of silver within. "This? Are you attempting to insult me with money?" Lin Bai couldn't help but feel a mix of annoyance and amusement. What a charming child. With a smile and a shake of his head, Lin Bai chose to ignore the youth, stepping into his room and closing the door behind him. The youth, noticing Lin Bai's dismissal, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Had his father not said that there was nothing in this world that money could not resolve? Perhaps he had offered too little? After being rebuffed, the youth had no choice but to relent, turning to the steward. "In that case, Lin Steward, please have the larger pieces of furniture removed." "Yes, young master," the steward replied, instructing a few servants to carry the items away. He then cautioned the young master. "Young master, life in the sect differs from that at home. The master specifically instructed me to remind you to be cautious and avoid causing trouble." "Enough, enough! Go back and assure my father that he need not worry," the youth replied impatiently. Seeing the young master's irritation, the steward could only smile wryly, recognizing that sometimes a little hardship could impart wisdom. He then led the servants out of the small courtyard. The room was modest, approximately 10 square meters, furnished simply with a table, a chair, a bed, and a blanket. Fortunately, Lin Bai was the sole occupant, and although the space was limited, it sufficed for his needs. As evening fell, the last rays of the setting sun illuminated the courtyard, gradually giving way to darkness. Eagerly, Lin Bai retrieved 5 spirit crystals from his possession, feeling the immense spiritual energy within. In the next moment, he activated his cultivation technique, absorbing the celestial energy from the spirit crystals. Almost instantaneously, he felt the overwhelming spiritual energy surge into his meridians, transforming into his own true energy. As time passed, Lin Bai seemed to enter a state of heightened focus, absorbing the spiritual energy at an increasingly rapid pace. With each passing moment, he sensed his cultivation level rising. A small vortex of spiritual energy began to form in his hand, continuously drawing energy from the spirit crystals. Before long, Lin Bai realized he had reached the mid-stage of the 9th layer of qi refinement, while the spirit crystals in his hand had significantly dimmed. After this breakthrough, his absorption rate soared, and the vortex of energy grew larger, sweeping in the surrounding spiritual essence. With a loud crack, the spirit crystal in his hand was finally depleted, disintegrating into fine powder that dispersed into the air. Lin Bai suddenly felt a halt in his cultivation and quickly grabbed another spirit crystal to continue his absorption. Not long after, with a soft pop, a thin membrane ruptured, and Lin Bai's cultivation broke through to the late stage of the 9th layer of qi refinement, depleting yet another spirit crystal in the process. From the initial to the mid-stage of the 9th layer, he had consumed less than 1 crystal, yet advancing from mid to late stage required over 2 crystals. Now, having consumed 3 crystals, only 2 remained. Despite having expended the majority of his crystals, Lin Bai, seemingly addicted to cultivation, refused to cease his efforts, resolutely grasping the remaining 2 spirit crystals to absorb their energy. At the late stage of the 9th layer, his absorption rate became formidable, with the vortex of energy enlarging further, even drawing in spiritual essence from the surrounding air. As the flood of energy surged in, Lin Bai's cultivation steadily ascended, but he soon sensed a thin barrier impeding his progress, creating a sense of discomfort where everything had once flowed smoothly. Realizing he had encountered a bottleneck, Lin Bai noted that over half of the energy from the spirit crystals had been consumed, leaving slightly more than a third. Suddenly, he accelerated his absorption speed, hoping to break through the barrier in one fell swoop. As Lin Bai absorbed the energy, the vortex in his hand grew increasingly powerful, wildly sweeping in the spiritual essence from both the spirit crystal and the surrounding environment. Excellent, I'm almost there. Just a little more. With a resounding crack, the barrier obstructing Lin Bai's progress shattered under the deluge of spiritual energy. With a deep breath, Lin Bai opened his eyes, halting his cultivation. At that moment, the spirit crystals in his hand had completely transformed into powder, and the surrounding spiritual energy had become alarmingly sparse. Clenching his fist, Lin Bai reveled in the overwhelming strength coursing through him. After this session of cultivation, he felt his power had multiplied several times over. He then closed his eyes to sense his cultivation, only to be astounded by his discovery. 9th layer of qi refinement 10? How can this be? Isn't qi refinement limited to 9 layers? Where did the 10th layer come from? Have I somehow transcended to a martial apprentice? No, that is not right. A transition to martial apprentice entails a thorough reconstitution of one's bones and marrow, rendering the body more conducive to cultivation. Yet I feel none of that. If it was a transition to martial apprentice, then what on earth was happening? Stunned by his unexpected advancement to the 10th layer of qi refinement, Lin Bai found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend the situation. Tomorrow the newcomers will have an opportunity to select their cultivation methods at the library. Perhaps then he could uncover the answers he sought. Chapter 20. Jiangba Tian. As time passed, nearly 200 new disciples had gathered, not including those selected as direct disciples by the elders. These disciples were divided into 20 groups, with around 20 disciples in each. At that moment, for the next few years, you will all be under my supervision. As the robust figure appeared before Lin Bai's group, they suddenly felt an overwhelming aura, a pressure emanating from his realm that left them all feeling crushed. As the moment approached when the burly, coarse-featured man made his entrance, the 20 individuals within Lin Bai's vicinity found themselves utterly suffocated by his imposing aura. Cold sweat drenched their backs, limbs grew weak, and one by one, they began to collapse. The first to fall gasped for breath, followed closely by the second, third, and fourth, until nearly half of them were powerless against this overwhelming presence. Only a handful remained, Lin Bai among them. At that moment, Lin Bai was drenched in sweat, feeling as though a colossal mountain bore down upon him. A sense of dread crept in. This man before him had likely reached the realm of a martial master. The levels of martial prowess are delineated into 8 realms: Qi refinement, martial disciple, martial master, divine forging, martial sovereign, martial king, martial saint, and martial emperor. Qi refinement represents the initiation stage for any martial artist, and upon its completion, one ascends to the martial disciple stage, marking the preliminary steps into the martial way. The next tier is the martial master level, where one can emanate an aura that exerts immense pressure on those with lesser cultivation. The first 3 realms, Qi refinement, martial disciple, and martial master, primarily focus on the cultivation of the physical body. Upon reaching the divine forging stage, practitioners begin to cultivate their spirit. Those with potent spirits can even project their soul outside their bodies, endowing it with formidable combat capabilities. As for the realms beyond divine forging, Lin Bai could only speculate. Each transition between realms represents a significant watershed, with each ascent resulting in a profound transformation of power. The disparity in strength between major realms often culminates in one side's overwhelming dominance. The coarse-faced man, observing that his aura had failed to subdue Lin Bai and the others, displayed a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. In the next instant, he intensified his presence, specifically targeting the few who still stood. As he amplified his aura, Lin Bai and the others felt an even greater weight pressing down upon them. Several among them could no longer bear the strain, emitting muffled groans before collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. At this juncture, only 3 remained upright, including Lin Bai. One was Li Tianyu, and the other was a youth with a frosty demeanor, seemingly devoid of emotion. Yet Li Tianyu was also drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he persevered, his eyes wide and bloodshot. Lin Bai acutely sensed the might of the coarse-faced man's aura. Had he not broken through to the 10th level of Qi refinement the previous night, he too would have succumbed like the others. This revelation prompted Lin Bai to regard Li Tianyu, a child raised in a sheltered environment, with newfound respect. Finally, with a thud, Li Tianyu could no longer endure and, like the others, fell to the ground, breathing heavily. At this point, only Lin Bai and the emotionless youth remained standing. The coarse-faced man, noting their resilience, discreetly escalated his aura further. This action rendered Lin Bai breathless, as if the immense weight could crush him at any moment. The frosty youth was no better off, feeling a similarly overwhelming pressure, both gritting their teeth in a struggle to endure. Suddenly, Lin Bai and the frosty youth felt as if a great burden had lifted. The oppressive weight vanished without a trace. In that instant, as the coarse-faced man withdrew his aura, they both instinctively inhaled deeply. "Haha, not bad. You managed to withstand 2/10 of my pressure. It seems there are indeed a few real men among you," he remarked, approaching Lin Bai and the youth, patting their shoulders. A surge of power struck Lin Bai and the frosty youth's shoulders, prompting them to think in unison. "This is an attempt to kill us. What are your names?" The coarse-faced man inquired, seemingly pleased with their reactions. Lin Bai and the youth, still catching their breath and swallowing their anxiety, replied, "Lin Bai and Han Bing." "Good. You two are impressive. I'll remember you," he declared before bellowing at the others on the ground. "You little brats. Get up. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your head steward, responsible for your management in the time to come. Remember this. I am Jiang Badian." The group hastily rose, not daring to voice any objections to Jiang Baishan's previous actions. "This steward is quite interesting. He certainly made a formidable impression on the first encounter. I doubt anyone will dare to challenge him in the future," Lin Bai mused inwardly. "Excellent. I shall remember you. You are a worthy adversary," Han Bing remarked, approaching Lin Bai before turning back to his position. After Han Bing departed, Lin Bai chuckled to himself. "What an intriguing individual. Big brother, what do you mean by intriguing?" Li Tianyu suddenly inquired, leaning in closely. Lin Bai pushed the boy's face away, saying it's nothing. He then playfully scolded, "I didn't expect you to hold out for so long under Steward Zhang's terrifying aura." Flattered by Lin Bai's praise, Li Tianyu blushed and replied, "It's just that I've learned a few methods to cope with such pressure. But big brother, you are truly impressive to have withstood it for so long." Lin Bai playfully slapped Li Tianyu on the shoulder, teasing, "You smooth talker." What method allows someone at the chi refinement stage to resist a martial master's aura? Well, it's nothing much, just a little trick. I can share it with Big Brother, Li Tianyu whispered, and as he elaborated, Lin Bai found the insights increasingly clever. He had not anticipated such techniques existed. Before Jiang Baishan's arrival, the crowd had been somewhat boisterous, being young teenagers of 15 or 16. Yet they fell silent like quails under Jiang Baishan's imposing presence. This gathering was, of course, intended for the new disciples to select a suitable martial technique from the scripture pavilion. Once everyone was accounted for, an elder led the group towards the pavilion, with each head steward walking in front of their respective new disciples. After roughly a tea's worth of time, the new disciples arrived before a grand edifice, prominently displaying a plaque inscribed with the words, Scripture Pavilion. The three characters radiated a profound martial essence, captivating all who beheld it. Chapter 21. The Nine Dragons' Decision. The disciples stood in awe before the magnificent structure, mesmerized by the plaque bearing the three characters, which enveloped them in a deep sense of martial reverence. After a moment, an elder suddenly released his aura, jolting everyone back to reality. Lin Bai inwardly chuckled, recognizing this sequence of intimidation was deliberate, designed to immerse the disciples in reverence for the sword sect. However, Jiang Baishan's act of intimidation was likely an addition of his own, for Lin Bai had not observed any other steward employing such tactics. The three characters on the plaque held profound meaning. Even grasping a fraction of its essence would greatly benefit the new disciples. Lin Bai himself had been momentarily captivated, enhancing his understanding of martial arts. Beside him, Li Tianyu was already in a state of awe, his expression filled with reverence. A glance around revealed that nearly every disciple wore a similar expression of respect. Suddenly, Lin Bai's gaze landed on Han Bing, who maintained his frosty demeanor, starkly contrasting with the awe-stricken faces surrounding him. Such an unyielding spirit. At this moment, Lin Bai distinctly sensed the profound meaning behind the two words from Han Bing, as well as the indomitable spirit that resided within him. Han Bing seemed to perceive a gaze upon him. After exchanging a brief glance with Lin Bai, he turned his head away. Big brother, how astonishing! That plaque is truly remarkable. Just by gazing at it for a moment, I felt the constraints of my martial path loosening a bit. His excitement palpable as he shook Lin Bai's arm after being roused by the imposing aura of the sect elder. Lin Bai, observing Li Tianyu's fervor, smiled and said, "All right, calm down. The door to the scripture pavilion has opened. Let's hurry inside." As the elder's presence awakened the crowd, the door to the scripture pavilion creaked open, and the disciples surged in eagerly. Before arriving at the pavilion, the leading deacons had already briefed the disciples on the particulars. The scripture pavilion consisted of 7 levels. The first level was entirely devoted to heart techniques. Each disciple was allowed to select one heart technique suitable for their cultivation. Once they confirmed their choice, they could use their tokens to lift the restrictions on it, after which they could freely exit the pavilion. Upon entering the scripture pavilion, Lin Bai and Li Tianyu were greeted by rows of vividly colored bookshelves, each towering to a height of 2 men, brimming with a myriad of heart techniques. Each shelf was accompanied by a ladder for the disciples' convenience. The colors of the shelves corresponded to the attributes of the techniques. For instance, the shelves for fire attribute techniques were red, those for metal attribute were apricot-colored, wood attribute was cyan, water attribute was blue, and earth attribute was yellow, reflecting the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Beyond these 5 colors, Lin Bai also noticed a row of gray shelves labeled biographies, observations, etc. Lin Bai's eyes brightened. One of his purposes for this visit was indeed to uncover the reason behind his breakthrough to the 10th level of Qi refinement. Li Tianyu's Qi attribute was metal, while Lin Bai's was fire. After entering the pavilion, the two separated to seek out their respective heart techniques. Rather than immediately approaching the red shelves in search of his own technique, Lin Bai made his way toward the gray shelves, driven by an urgent desire to understand why he had achieved the 10th level of Qi refinement. He had a strong intuition that unraveling this mystery was of paramount importance. Upon reaching the gray shelves, Lin Bai found that there were indeed thousands of books, far exceeding the number on the other heart technique shelves. However, he remained undeterred, rubbing his face to invigorate himself, and began to peruse the titles one by one. Manual for Raising Spirit Pigs, My Days of Tasting All Herbs and Poisons, How to Win the Heart of My Junior Sister, The Rise of the Great Sect, 5-Year Assessment, 3-Year Simulation, How to Gracefully Recover from a Fall. The Overbearing Sect Master Fell in Love with Me, traversing to a fantasy world. As Lin Bai scanned the titles in his hands, he felt utterly overwhelmed by the chaotic assortment of books. Yet one title, Traversing to a Fantasy World, caught his attention. Upon flipping through it, he found it surprisingly well written. Had it been in Lin Bai's previous life, it would have undoubtedly been a bestseller. The gray shelves were filled with an array of disorganized titles, seemingly disregarding the reader's sensibilities. Nonetheless, in pursuit of answers, Lin Bai steeled himself to continue his search. Nine Dragons' Decision? After some time, Lin Bai suddenly spotted a book titled Nine Dragons' Decision. He was intrigued. Could it be related to his Nine Dragons cauldron? He promptly took the book from the shelf, but as he attempted to open it, he was met with a barrier of restriction. Is this a heart technique? Has someone misplaced this book? Lin Bai had previously opened several books without encountering such a situation, as the gray shelf section was free of restrictions. It was evident that this book had been misfiled. To ensure that disciples could find suitable heart techniques, all heart techniques allowed the use of sect tokens to lift the restrictions on the first 2 pages for reading. Lin Bai then infused his token with qi, and suddenly, the token glowed brightly, allowing the previously sealed pages to be turned. With intense curiosity, Lin Bai opened the first page of the heart technique. Could this truly be related to his Nine Dragons cauldron? Martial artists defy the heavens to cultivate the Tao. The opening line resonated with a sense of audacity and an unwillingness to remain weak. Humans cultivate the Tao to seek the truth of the universe, to understand their true hearts, comprehend the principles of heaven, and forge their own paths. The text went on to describe the extreme realms, stating that only those with innate talents could reach them. The extreme realm, as defined, represented the pinnacle of one's cultivation. For instance, levels 10 to 12 of Qi refinement and levels 10 to 12 of martial apprentices followed suit. If one could reach the extreme realm, they would be invincible among those of the same major realm, able to fight beyond their level. Suddenly, Lin Bai's eyes widened at the last sentence on the second page, his heart racing with excitement. I found it. Although the sentence was brief, it filled Lin Bai with astonishment. He discovered that beyond the 9th level of Qi refinement, there were indeed 3 minor realms, and similarly, above the 9th levels of martial apprentices, there were also 3 minor realms. This pattern extended to martial masters, martial venerables, and martial kings, each possessing 3 minor realms above their 9th levels. Invincible among those of the same major realm, able to fight beyond their level. This implied that those who reached the extreme realm would have no rivals within a major realm and could even contend against those of higher levels. Thus, did his breakthrough to the 10th level of Qi refinement signify his entry into the extreme realm? Wait, there is also this line. Only those with innate talents can reach it. Suddenly, Lin Bai felt a flush of embarrassment. It turned out he was indeed of exceptional talent. Yet he was puzzled, for the original body's aptitude had been rather subpar. How could it now be regarded as such? Could it be due to his transmigration altering the original body's potential? Or perhaps it was the influence of the Nine Dragons cauldron. Regardless, the mere description of the extreme realm in this heart technique was sufficient for Lin Bai to decide upon it. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable connection between the heart technique titled Nine Dragons Decision and his Nine Dragons cauldron. Having spent considerable time searching for the book, by the time Lin Bai redeemed the Nine Dragons Decision, very few people remained in the scripture pavilion. He had not seen Li Tianyu, presumably. He had rushed back to cultivate as soon as he acquired his heart technique. After obtaining the heart technique, Lin Bai left the pavilion alone. In a dimly lit chamber, a middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while a gray-clad elder knelt before him on one knee, reporting matters. This elder was none other than the one who had awakened many disciples at the entrance of the scripture pavilion. Sect Master, the book Nine Dragons Decision in the pavilion has been redeemed by a new disciple named Lin Bai. Sect Master, we have finally awaited this moment. The middle-aged man was Gu Shun, the sect master of the sword sect. Upon hearing the elder's report, Gu Shun suddenly erupted in joyous laughter. Ha ha! After a millennium of waiting, a fated person has finally appeared in my sword sect. Sect Master, should we dispatch more personnel to protect this disciple to prevent? The gray-clad elder suggested. But Gu Shun snorted coldly. Do not alarm the snake in the grass. For now, keep this matter under wraps. Remember, only you and I know of this. Do not disclose it to a third party. Xiao Yinqing has not been very stable in recent years. Chapter 22. The Realm of the Dragon. Lin Bai returned to his residence by noon. After hastily resolving his lunch, he retreated to his room, to study the Nine Dragons decision. Coincidentally, every room in Lin Bai's courtyard had its door tightly shut. It wasn't just this place. Nearly all new disciples had secluded themselves in their rooms, diligently studying the heart techniques they had just acquired, eager to break through to the martial apprentice realm as soon as possible. Once the restrictions on Nine Dragons' decision were lifted, Lin Bai was free to explore its contents. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, Lin Bai began to leaf through the pages of Nine Dragons' technique, reading each word with meticulous care. However, as he delved deeper into the text, a growing sense of dread and hesitation gripped him. Should he truly undertake such a perilous martial art? The Nine Dragons technique was a fire-attributed cultivation method, tailored for warriors who could harness fire-based true qi, a category to which he undoubtedly belonged. Yet, during the initial stages of mastering the Nine Dragons technique, practitioners were required to endure excruciating suffering. As the technique was activated, the practitioner's fire true qi would become exceedingly intense, with temperatures soaring to dangerous levels as the qi circulated, risking the integrity of their meridians and subjecting them to agonizing pain. However, if one could persevere through this torment after completing 9 grand cycles of circulation, a true qi fire dragon would form within their meridians, traversing and continuously mending the previously damaged pathways, rendering them more resilient. The term true qi fire dragon aptly describes its function, as it serves to store true qi. Each fire dragon embodies a quantity of true qi equivalent to the total reserve of a warrior's dantian. Thus, possessing one fire dragon is akin to having an additional dantian for storing energy. The number of true qi fire dragons increases with the practitioner's cultivation level. For instance, a qi refining realm warrior would possess 1 dragon, while a martial disciple could cultivate 2, and so forth, up to 9 dragons. At this realization, Lin Bai's heart raced. If he succeeded, he would possess double the true qi of his peers in the qi refining realm, and quadruple it in the martial disciple realm. But wait, the Nine Dragons technique could yield a maximum of 9 fire dragons, with each realm allowing for the cultivation of 1. However, the martial arts hierarchy comprises more than just the qi refining, martial disciple, martial master, divine forging, martial sovereign, martial king, martial saint, and martial emperor realms. Where would the 9th dragon originate from? At this moment, Lin Bai faced a critical dilemma. Should he proceed with learning this technique? Suddenly, the 9 dragons cauldron in his consciousness seemed to resonate with his internal conflict, emitting waves of energy within his mind. Do you wish for me to cultivate this technique? The cauldron appeared to respond to Lin Bai's thoughts with even more intense vibrations. Indeed, his intuition had proven correct. There was a profound connection between the 9 dragons cauldron and the 9 dragons technique. Should I proceed? Memories of the cauldron flooded Lin Bai's mind, discovering it beneath his bed, unraveling its origins, witnessing its spirit fall into slumber, and inadvertently learning that it could assist him in refining elixirs. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Thus, Lin Bai resolved to practice the 9 dragons technique, driven not only by his connection to the cauldron, but also by the allure of the technique itself. Shortly thereafter, he began to channel true qi according to the illustrated circulation diagram provided in the text. As Lin Bai guided his true qi, it gradually coursed through a meridian, followed by the 2nd, then the 3rd. With the continued operation of the technique, he felt as if a flame were searing his meridians, the heat intensifying with each passing moment. He understood that this was a normal reaction during the initial activation of the technique, as explicitly noted in the text. Time slipped away, and the path of his qi gradually formed a small cycle. Yet he felt the burning sensation in his meridians escalate, threatening to reduce him to ashes in the next instant. By now, Lin Bai had shed his sweat-drenched shirt, revealing his torso adorned with glowing red veins. Gradually, flames seemed to ignite within every meridian of his body, casting a crimson glow. Time and again, the searing true qi urged him to surrender, to abandon the torment of his burning meridians. Yet, each time he gritted his teeth and urged himself to endure just a little longer, to hold on. Eventually, Lin Bai completed the 1st grand cycle, but the agony in his meridians reached its zenith. He felt as though his teeth might shatter from the intensity of the pain. His spirit appeared to detach from his physical form, numbing him to the excruciating sensations coursing through his body. Suddenly, the scorching true qi within his meridians erupted into a torrential flow, rampaging through his channels. With a violent cough, Lin Bai spat out a mouthful of blood. In the aftermath, he looked like a specter, his eye sockets sunken, bloodshot eyes, and traces of crimson at the corners of his mouth. Yet, He dared not cease the technique's operation. He knew that halting now would render all his efforts futile. He silently chastised himself for his naivety. Having grossly underestimated the immense suffering involved in mastering the Nine Dragons technique. With a fierce shout, Lin Bai summoned a desperate resolve, releasing a potent aura of determination as he accelerated the technique's operation. After completing a grand cycle, a torrent of blazing true qi surged through his meridians, wreaking havoc and chaos. Lin Bai gritted his teeth and focused, striving to control this tumultuous flow, guiding it along the proper meridian pathways. The excruciating pain prompted low growls from him, but he could only persist. And then came another grand cycle. 2, 3. Gradually, he learned to withstand the onslaught of the fiery, true qi torrent and guide it onto the right path, completing one grand cycle after another. Finally, the 9th grand cycle. With a resounding boom, the torrent of true qi transformed into a vividly animated true qi fire dragon, gracefully weaving through his meridians, radiating warmth that soothed Lin Bai's damaged pathways. Upon successfully manifesting his first true qi fire dragon, he exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be enveloped in darkness as he collapsed onto his bed. An indeterminate amount of time passed before Lin Bai's consciousness began to stir. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was met with a wave of soreness throughout his body, gradually recalling the events leading up to his unconsciousness. Sensing the true qi fire dragon meandering gently within his meridians, Lin Bai felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He had succeeded. He closed his eyes to fully immerse himself in the experience of the true qi fire dragon, feeling the immense energy coursing through it. At that moment, the fire dragon was radiating warmth, mending his meridians, a relief, as the integrity of one's meridians is fundamental to a warrior's cultivation. He vividly recalled the state of his meridians after the torrent, when even the act of circulating qi had brought forth agonizing sensations akin to tearing. He then began to assess the gains and losses from his recent cultivation. The first layer of the Nine Dragons technique was complete, with some meridians damaged, and his cultivation level had advanced to the mid-stage of qi refining 10. To his surprise, he had actually broken through to the mid-stage of qi refining 10. This was quite the pleasant surprise. As for the damaged meridians, he need not worry. The true qi fire dragon seemed destined to gradually restore them. Lin Bai mused. Chapter 23. The Shameless Shao in Big Brother. Rise and shine. Today, all the newly admitted disciples are to attend a lecture by the outer sect elders at the martial arts hall. Li Tianyu called out loudly from outside Lin Bai's room. Had the second morning already arrived? Just as Lin Bai finished reflecting on the outcomes of his cultivation session, he heard Li Tianyu's voice. Hiss. As Lin Bai attempted to rise from his bed, he inadvertently strained a damaged meridian, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. Yet, almost instantaneously, warmth radiated from the injured area, as the true qi fire dragon began to mend the damage. After a brief moment, Lin Bai sensed a significant reduction in the pain, sufficient to allow him to move freely. Big brother, let us hurry. We should grab breakfast first, and then we'll be just in time for the Elder-S lecture. Li Tianyu urged as Lin Bai opened the door. Lin Bai realized that he had not consumed a drop of water since yesterday afternoon, and replied, Let us go. The outer disciples, much like their counterparts in logistics, enjoy the privilege of a dedicated dining hall that caters to their culinary needs. Throughout the journey, Li Tianyu exuded an air of palpable excitement, exclaiming, Elder brother, the mental cultivation method I selected yesterday is one called Golden Sword Art, which is characterized by its metallic essence. Upon reaching minor mastery, one's true energy is accompanied by a strand of piercing sword qi that can harm from a distance. Upon achieving full mastery, the true energy can transform into a formidable golden sword at the will of the practitioner. Furthermore, before Li Tianyu could finish, Lin Bai interjected, You little rascal, refrain from indiscriminately disclosing the mental cultivation method you practice. Should the enemy become aware of your cultivation, it would provide them with the opportunity to exploit its weaknesses. After Lin Bai's admonition, Li Tianyu sheepishly scratched his head and replied, Elder brother, you are not a stranger to me, so it is only natural that I share this with you. Moreover, while practicing Golden Sword Art yesterday, I unexpectedly manifested a wisp of sword qi, though it dissipated rather swiftly. I was simply so elated that. Lin Bai cut him off, saying, Enough, from now on, do not refer to me as elder brother. Before Lin Bai could finish his sentence, Li Tianyu excitedly exclaimed, Elder brother, do you no longer want me as your little brother? Please allow me to finish. Lin Bai replied, giving Li Tianyu a playful thump on the head. We are both newly initiated disciples, and it is inappropriate for you to call me elder brother all the time. Henceforth, let us refer to each other as brothers." Li Tianyu responded eagerly, "Very well. Junior brother. Elder brother. Elder brother. I acknowledge my mistake. Please do not chase after me." At this moment, Li Tianyu was bent over, panting heavily. Lin Bai then slowly approached from behind and said, "All right, junior brother." Just as Lin Bai had proposed that they refer to each other as brothers, Li Tianyu abruptly replied with a cheerful "Okay, junior brother," before bursting into laughter and running off. Lin Bai stood there momentarily, taken aback, before he dashed after Li Tianyu to teach him a lesson. Indeed, a mischievous child only required a light reprimand to mend their ways. Lin Bai mused as he observed the contrite Li Tianyu. "Elder brother, I can't take it any longer. I spent all of yesterday focused on cultivating my mental method, and I haven't eaten anything. Coupled with your recent chase, I feel as though I'm about to starve. The dining hall is just ahead. Let us hurry." After being pursued, Lin Bai's empty stomach grew increasingly impatient, and he quickened his pace alongside Li Tianyu toward the dining hall. The layout of the dining hall closely resembled that of Lin Bai's school cafeteria in his previous life, with a row of meal counters followed by long benches and seats. After obtaining their meals, the two chose a spot and began devouring their food with fervor. Lin Bai noted that the meals for outer disciples were considerably superior to those of the logistics disciples. For the same price, the outer disciples enjoyed a more lavish spread with higher caloric content. Once their ravenous feast concluded, Lin Bai instinctively glanced around and spotted a familiar figure. He then rose and instructed Li Tianyu to proceed to the martial arts hall while he greeted an acquaintance. "Li Shixiong," Lin Bai called out as he entered. Indeed, the individual was none other than Li Jingyi, who was also enjoying his meal. Upon hearing his name, Li Jingyi instinctively turned around and exclaimed in delight, "Junior brother." As Li Jingyi greeted Lin Bai, the latter noticed his left hand wrapped in bandages and inquired, "Shi Xiao, what happened to your hand?" Upon hearing Lin Bai's question, a flicker of anger crossed Li Jingyi's eyes as he recounted, "I should have anticipated that Xiaoying was not as benevolent as he seemed. On that day, when I had to leave unexpectedly, I encountered Xiaoying, who had laid an ambush with several others. It turned out they had misled me with false information, luring me to a secluded spot to strike. Outnumbered and aware of my disadvantage, I sought to evade them. Yet, Xiaoying took advantage of my moment of inattention, catching me off guard, binding me, and robbing me of everything I had, including not only the 5 spirit crystals but also the several months' worth I had saved. Unfortunately, since the ambush occurred in a desolate area, I lacked evidence and had to endure this unjust treatment. My hand was injured during that encounter." He then added, "By the way, junior brother, how are you adjusting to life as an outer disciple? Although I may not be able to assist you much, feel free to ask if there is anything within my capacity." After listening to Li Jingyi's account of his injury, Lin Bai discreetly committed the name Xiao into memory, vowing to seek an opportunity for revenge in the future, especially since he felt indebted to Li Jingyi. Li Jingyi could have chosen not to give Lin Bai those 5 spirit crystals and instead offered something else as gratitude, as spirit crystals are vital resources for a warrior's cultivation. Moreover, had it not been for Li Jingyi's 5 spirit crystals, Lin Bai might not have been able to break through to the 10th level of qi refinement and enter the realm of the extraordinary. Hearing Li Jingyi's words of concern further moved Lin Bai, prompting him to respond, "I am adjusting quite well. If I ever find myself in need, I may have to trouble you, Shi Xiao." "Enough with the formalities," Li Jingyi replied. "Aren't you new disciples supposed to attend the martial arts hall today for a lecture by the elders?" "All right, I almost forgot until you mentioned it. I must take my leave now, Shi Xiao." After bidding farewell to Li Jingyi, Lin Bai made his way toward the martial arts hall. Upon arriving, he found the hall already filled with attendees, and the elder was about to commence the lecture. Suddenly, Lin Bai spotted Li Tianyu in the corner, waving at him. "Elder brother, over here!" Lin Bai approached and discovered that Li Tianyu had saved a seat for him. After sitting down, Li Tianyu remarked, "Elder brother, you are unaware of which elder is giving us the lecture this time, are you?" "Hee, allow me to enlighten you. As I was coming over, I gathered some information. The elder giving us the lecture is none other than Elder Lu Qingfeng, a 9th-tier martial artist. It is said that Elder Lu is the most experienced and knowledgeable among the outer elders, being second to none in his understanding of martial arts. Furthermore, I heard that Elder Lu has recently emerged from seclusion after attempting to break through from the 9th tier to the divine forging realm. However, it remains uncertain whether he succeeded in his breakthrough. Nonetheless, since he has come out of seclusion, it is highly likely that he has achieved success, which means we will be taught by an elder of the divine forging realm. Before Li Tianyu could finish, the entire hall fell silent as a white-haired, bearded elder slowly walked onto the stage of the martial arts hall. Chapter 24. Conscience. As the white-haired elder entered the martial arts hall, the previously talkative Li Tianyu abruptly quieted down, whispering to Lin Bai, "That must be Elder Lu Qingfeng." Upon entering the hall, Elder Lu Qingfeng ascended the stage, and the atmosphere became hushed as nearly 200 pairs of eyes simultaneously focused on the elder, awaiting his address. After surveying the room with a smile, Elder Lu addressed the assembly. "There is no need for formality. Consider us as brothers. I am but a few years older than you all. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Qingfeng, symbolizing the free winds across the vast earth. You may refer to me as Elder Lu." He then added with a chuckle, "Of course, you may also call me brother." Hearing the elder's approachable demeanor, the attendees felt a renewed sense of warmth and relaxed considerably. Without further ado, let us delve directly into today's topic. Before we proceed, however, I invite each of you to ponder a question. What do you seek in the pursuit of martial arts? Upon finishing his statement, the crowd began to reflect. As for Li Tianyu, he muttered under his breath, "For the sake of protecting my family. Had I not been so weak back then, my mother wouldn't have," as he clenched his fists. Meanwhile, Lin Bai, like most others, was deep in thought. Was it to fulfill the original body's desire for revenge? Or perhaps for the sake of the Dan sect? Or perhaps it is in pursuit of formidable power? Or is it to possess the strength sufficient to find a way back to Earth? In an instant, Lin Bai's mind was awash with thoughts. Though his sojourn in this world had not been of long duration, a plethora of events had transpired. From initially grasping the origins of his current identity and vowing to avenge it, to unexpectedly acquiring the Nine Dragons Cauldron and subsequently the Nine Dragons Secret Art. Then, there were the experiences he had undergone while cultivating the Nine Dragons Secret Art the previous night, leaving him momentarily at a loss regarding the motivations behind his actions. However, in the next moment, Lin Bai smiled gently, for he had discovered the answer he sought. After a while, Elder Lu observed that the others had pondered sufficiently and addressed one of the disciples, saying, "Speak of your motivations." The chosen disciple appeared somewhat flustered, quickly rising to declare, I do not wish for my father to say I am unambitious." Ha! Upon the conclusion of the disciple's utterance, a wave of laughter erupted within the martial hall, as everyone found amusement in his words. Hearing the laughter around him, the disciple became even more flustered, his face turning crimson as he lowered his head. Elder Lu, seeing the disciple's face reddened by laughter, remarked to the others, "Each individual in the martial path possesses their own pursuits, whether humble or noble, and there is nothing to ridicule. The true value lies in a martial artist's ability to remain steadfast to their original intent." He then gestured for the disciple to take his seat. After listening to Elder Lu's words, the disciple lifted his lowered head, his earlier panic diminished. He was determined to ensure that his father would not speak of his lack of ambition. Once the disciple had seated himself, Elder Lu surveyed the room once more and pointed to another disciple, saying, "You as well, share your motivations." Lin Bai was taken aback, not expecting Elder Lu to call upon him. He adjusted his attire slightly, stood, and glanced around before stating, "For the sake of my conscience." Upon hearing Lin Bai's declaration, Elder Lu's eyes sparkled with interest as he asked, "Could you elaborate on that?" Lin Bai replied, "For the sake of my conscience," which refers to the original heart, unclouded by selfish desires. He paused briefly before continuing. At the outset of humanity, one's nature is inherently good. However, this innate goodness can be corrupted by external influences, leading many to commit acts that contravene morality and conscience, such as the estrangement between fathers and sons, or enmity between brothers. These are all acts that betray the human heart. People commit such deeds because they cannot maintain their conscience, being manipulated by their inner desires. Though every individual begins as pure, the external environment may lead to a distortion of their preferences, causing them to lose sight of what is virtuous. Similarly, individuals pursue fame and fortune, exhausting themselves and committing one immoral act after another. All of this can be categorized as a breach of conscience. Conscience is something every person possesses. However, it is often overshadowed by selfish desires. Therefore, we must strive to uphold heavenly principles and extinguish human desires. Lin Bai paused once more before adding, "Of course, If a person were devoid of desires entirely, they would be no different from a lifeless shell. Hence, human desires do not refer to all desires, but rather to those that are improper. By eliminating such desires, one can restore clarity to their original heart, truly adhering to their inner self without overstepping boundaries. It is conscience that drives my pursuit of martial arts. The quest for martial prowess, to attain formidable strength, is also for the sake of my conscience. Lin Bai harbored his own moral perspective. Through his initial contemplation, he had found his answer. To avenge the original identity, to rebuild the alchemy sect, to return to Earth. The reason he undertook these actions was none other than the compulsion of his conscience. Having traversed from Earth and usurped the original identity's body, his conscience naturally compelled him to seek vengeance for the original's sake. The Nine Dragons Cauldron was similarly significant. Having acquired it and reaped its benefits, he felt a responsibility to undertake the reconstruction of the alchemy sect. Thus his actions were merely a fulfillment of his original heart. Lin Bai's expression was not entirely clear, and others evidently struggled to comprehend his words. Yet, upon hearing Lin Bai's discourse, Elder Lu's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he murmured to himself, original heart, adhering to one's conscience, following the original heart. As he spoke, Elder Lu's tone grew increasingly fervent. I understand now. It is the original heart. The original heart. Subsequently, Elder Lu transformed into a streak of light, departing the martial hall, hastening back to his cave dwelling, whereupon he hung a sign at his door stating, occasionally gained in seclusion to contemplate. Following Elder Lu's abrupt departure, the remaining disciples were left in a state of confusion. Lin Bai, witnessing Elder Lu's swift exit after listening to his words, felt a tinge of embarrassment, glancing around before slowly taking a seat. What should we do now that Elder Lu has left mid-lecture? One disciple inquired. Indeed, it is quite perplexing. He has left before the lesson even began, another disciple chimed in. What about today's class? Yet another disciple lamented. At that moment, not far away, Han Bing pondered Lin Bai's words, musing, original heart, adhering to conscience? If that is the case, then I ought to. A smile crept upon Han Bing's lips as she mused to herself. What an intriguing individual. Meanwhile, outside the martial hall, the steward was in a frenzy. Following Elder Lu's departure, the hall had descended into chaos. The steward could only attempt to restore order, but one voice could hardly compete with over 100. Despite his best efforts, it proved futile, and he could only notify the other stewards, urging them to swiftly ascertain the reason behind Elder Lu's sudden departure and when he might return to resume teaching. Just as the steward was nearing exhaustion, another steward arrived with news that Elder Lu had entered seclusion, and today's lesson was temporarily canceled, with arrangements to be made for other elders to teach in a few days. Upon receiving this information, the crowd dispersed in an uproar. Senior brother, what do you mean by original heart and conscience? I didn't understand a word of it. What does it all signify? On the way, Li Tianyu queried Lin Bai. Lin Bai pondered for a moment, grappling with how to explain it to Li Tianyu, before patting him on the shoulder and saying, Fools have their own blessings. Do not overthink it. Happiness is what matters most. Li Tianyu stood momentarily stunned before catching up to Lin Bai, exclaiming, Senior brother, I understand now. You were scolding me. Chapter 25, Jiang Batian. You are up to mischief again. Following Elder Lu Qingfeng's sudden departure from the martial hall to enter seclusion, Lin Bai and the other new disciples dispersed and left. Originally, the plan for the day involved the sect's elders teaching the new disciples for an entire day. But with the elders' sudden disappearance, the arrangement naturally fell through. It was still morning, and upon returning to their lodgings, Lin Bai and Li Tianyu each retreated to their respective rooms to cultivate. When a martial artist reaches the pinnacle of qi refinement and masters a mental technique, they can begin to condense their true energy into liquid form. The process of qi refinement involves refining true energy. Once this reaches its zenith, true energy can be transformed into a more concentrated liquid state. When a martial artist's true energy has entirely liquefied, they are considered to have attained the martial disciple realm, evolving from a mere ant into a somewhat stronger ant. Although Lin Bai had already reached the 10th layer of qi refinement, his true energy remained in its gaseous state. Typically, the pinnacle of qi refinement for martial artists is the 9th layer, after which true energy begins to liquefy upon mastering a mental technique. However, for Lin Bai, who had transcended to an extraordinary realm, the pinnacle of his qi refinement was the 12th layer, while he currently stood at merely the 10th layer. with his true energy still far from achieving liquefaction. While the liquefaction of true energy for extraordinary martial artists occurs later than for ordinary practitioners, the additional 3 minor realms signify a higher potential limit. As the saying goes, a tall building rises from the ground up. To construct a skyscraper, a solid foundation is indispensable. In other words, the foundation of an extreme martial artist is significantly more robust and solid compared to that of an ordinary martial artist, thus naturally allowing the extreme martial artist to reach greater heights in the future. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Bai commenced the practice of the mind technique 9 Dragons Decision. In his pursuit to break through to the realm of a dragon, many of his meridians remained in a state of disrepair. Even with the nurturing warmth provided by the true Chi Fire Dragon, the situation was still far from optimistic, as numerous fissures persisted within his meridians. At this juncture, Lin Bai's task was to circulate the mind technique, aiding the true Chi Fire Dragon in mending his meridians. Gradually, as the 9 Dragons Decision operated in a grand circulation, an increasing amount of true energy flowed into the body of the true Chi Fire Dragon, which became noticeably more vigorous post-infusion, its movements quickening. Wherever Lin Bai's meridians were damaged, the true Chi Fire Dragon would glide to those specific areas, emanating warmth that nourished the afflicted meridians. For the cracks within Lin Bai's meridians, the essence of the true Chi Fire Dragon acted akin to glue, continuously binding and repairing the fissures, restoring them to their original state and rendering them even more resilient. This signified that once all his damaged meridians were fully restored, the volume of true energy that could traverse through them would significantly increase, as the repaired meridians would possess enhanced elasticity, capable of accommodating a greater flow of true energy. Upon witnessing the formidable nature of the 9 Dragons Decision, Lin Bai couldn't help but marvel at its power, destruction leading to reconstruction, undeniably potent. Cultivation is an inherently tedious endeavor. Currently, his only course of action was to repeatedly circulate the grand technique, assisting the true Chi Fire Dragon in its restorative task. Time slipped away, and after managing to fill his stomach a couple of times, it was already the break of dawn on the following day. "Senior brother, rise and shine. We have martial arts classes today," Li Qianyu called out from outside Lin Bai's room, just as he had the previous day. After concluding his training, Lin Bai felt invigorated. Although he had practiced for nearly a day and night, he was brimming with energy. This, indeed, was one of the benefits of cultivation, as the body had already received its rest during the process. The results of this training were commendable. With Lin Bai's assistance, the true Chi Fire Dragon had successfully repaired nearly 30% of his damaged meridians, and those restored meridians were considerably more resilient than before. He believed that in a few days, the remaining damaged meridians would also be fully repaired. "Good morning, junior brother. How did your training go yesterday?" Lin Bai inquired after stretching. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Li Tianyu appeared somewhat dejected as he replied, "Senior brother, don't mention it. The day before yesterday, when I first acquired the mind technique, I was able to manifest a trace of sword energy. But yesterday, I wasn't even able to produce any sword energy at all." Then, with a hint of cheerfulness, Li Tianyu added, "However, I did manage to condense some true energy into liquid yesterday, probably about 1%. What about you, senior brother?" Li Tianyu asked. "As for me, I'm doing all right. I have already familiarized myself with the circulation of the mind technique, but I haven't yet begun to condense true energy into liquid," Lin Bai responded. Upon realizing that he had managed to condense true energy into liquid before his senior brother, Li Tianyu felt a surge of pride. However, had he known that Lin Bai was an extreme practitioner at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, he would likely have been left utterly astounded. "Senior brother, let us first have breakfast before heading to martial arts class," Li Tianyu suggested. The martial arts class was one of the routine training sessions for outer disciples, held weekly to teach martial techniques. Upon reaching the dining hall, Lin Bai did not encounter Li Jingyi again, so after having breakfast, he proceeded alongside Li Tianyu to the classroom venue. It was impractical for nearly 200 new disciples to attend the martial arts class altogether. Hence, they were divided into 20 groups, just as they had been during the selection of mind techniques. Before the 20 members of Lin Bai's group had assembled, Jiang Batian was already present at the gathering place, awaiting to instruct the new disciples in martial arts techniques, just as he had that day. New arrivals continued to trickle in, with earlier arrivals reminding the newcomers to line up properly. Jiang Batian stood at the front of the line, arms crossed, his expression seemingly unfriendly. Before long, all 20 individuals were in place, arranged in 2 rows of 10. After the earlier show of authority, The group dared not even breathe loudly in Jiang Baishan's presence. As he stood silently before them, they remained rigid, awaiting his command. Following a deathly silence, Jiang Batian finally spoke. Today, I am not pleased. I never anticipated that anyone would dare arrive later than me. And it is not just one or two of you, but all of you. Jiang Batian paused before continuing. Thus, today all of you will receive punishment for your tardiness. Each of you will run 100 laps around the training ground, although everyone knew they had arrived on time. Understanding that Jiang Batian had simply come far too early, they were too intimidated to voice any complaints. Nonetheless, upon hearing the punishment, most felt a sense of relief, as they were all practitioners at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. And running 100 laps around a roughly 400-meter track was not an insurmountable task, just a matter of taking some extra time. Jiang Batian seemed to see through their thoughts, smirking as he said, "Of course, since this is a punishment, it cannot be so light. Therefore, you all must wear the stone armor over there while running." He pointed toward the stone armor not far away. Upon hearing this, the group felt a wave of despair wash over them, having already seen the armor, but unaware of its purpose. Initially, they had assumed it was designed to aid in training martial techniques, only to discover it was intended for their torment. The 20 pieces of stone armor lay neatly arranged on the ground, made entirely of stone, seemingly cut from a single massive boulder, shaped into a vest-like form to be donned. Each piece weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds, and for an ordinary person, wearing it would likely result in broken bones rather than mere inability to stand. Even for a practitioner at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, possessing strength far surpassing that of an ordinary human, wearing such armor would be an arduous challenge. Chapter 26. The other remarkable use of true energy. As the heavy stone armor was donned, the group immediately lamented their plight, feeling the weight pressing painfully on their shoulders. After donning the armor, Lin Bai took a few steps and immediately felt the strain, his steps becoming noticeably heavier. Senior brother, I can't find my head, ha-ha." Li Qianyu began to jest, lifting his stone armor over his head and resembling a headless knight, albeit with an awkward body proportion that made him appear top-heavy. Amused by Li Qianyu's comical antics, Lin Bai couldn't help but chuckle. Enough of that. Conserve your energy. Running 100 laps in this heavy armor is no trivial matter. Glancing at his stone armor and then at the 400-meter track, Li Qianyu sighed. "Senior brother, if I collapse from exhaustion halfway, you must collect my remains. I ask for nothing more than to be dug up and sunbathed on the 1st and 15th of each year." Once the 20 new disciples had donned the stone armor, they returned to their previous positions and formed a neat line. "You must take responsibility for your actions. You all must face the consequences of your tardiness. Now, everyone, to the starting line over there, and prepare to begin running." Jiang Batian commanded from the front of the line. Upon reaching the starting point of the training ground, at Jiang Baishan's signal, the group began to scatter and run. Under normal circumstances, running would be a simple task for a practitioner at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. But with the added burden of 300 to 400 pounds of stone armor, the effort became exceedingly arduous for everyone. The initial laps were manageable. Everyone was still able to rely on their physical prowess to keep pace, and the group remained relatively united, albeit not perfectly synchronized. However, running is a pursuit that demands endurance. The longer one runs, the more arduous it becomes, with the requirements for stamina and resilience intensifying over time. Yet, after merely 5 laps, some in the team began to feel their energy waning, gradually slowing their pace and falling behind the main group. As the laps increased, this phenomenon became increasingly prevalent, with more individuals struggling to maintain their speed and lagging behind the leading contingent. Although Lin Bai, thanks to his formidable physique cultivated through 10 levels of Qi refinement, managed to stay at the forefront, he too could palpably sense the depletion of his strength, and he anticipated that it would not be long before he succumbed like the others. At this moment, around 10 individuals still maintained their initial speed, with Lin Bai leading, followed closely by Han Bing, and then a square-faced youth whose name Lin Bai did not know. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu had long been left far behind, now jogging slowly with a pale complexion, prompting Lin Bai to nearly suspect he might need to collect his remains. The laps continued to accumulate, reaching 20, and the trio ahead had already distanced themselves from the original first tier by half a lap, establishing themselves as the new frontrunners. The second tier now consisted of fewer than 5 individuals, while the majority were scattered, jogging with visible effort, the weight of their stone armor making the task all the more strenuous. Lin Bai's condition was similarly dire. His clothing beneath the stone armor was thoroughly soaked with sweat, clinging to his body, and beads of perspiration rolled down his forehead and fell to the ground. Each person was drenched, resembling someone who had just emerged from water. By the time they reached the 30th lap, the pace of the three in the lead had noticeably slowed, yet they remained far ahead of the rest. Having lapped the trailing runners by 5 or 6 laps, Lin Bai continued to run, panting heavily, gradually regulating his breath, completing lap after lap. Despite the arduousness, no one chose to give up. Each individual silently resolved to finish the 100 laps, driven by two factors: the fear of Jiang Baishan's oppressive authority, who could say what mischief he might conjure if they failed to complete the task, and the clarity of purpose that had emerged in the wake of Elder Lu Qingfeng's query the previous day, instilling in them an understanding of the arduous and protracted nature of martial cultivation, ensuring they would not yield to such minor hardships. Suddenly, as Lin Bai reached the 35th lap, he felt a sharp, tearing pain in his meridians, having inadvertently strained an injured channel. Instinctively, he began to circulate his mental technique, channeling the essence of his Qi dragon to mend the damaged meridian. As he did so, the vital energy from his dantian surged into his limbs, and in an instant, he felt a resurgence of vitality, his fatigue alleviating somewhat, and his pace quickening as he began to pull away from the other two in the leading tier. Once the damaged meridian was restored, the source of his pain vanished. At that moment, he realized another profound application of his Qi, chastising himself for relying solely on his physical prowess to endure the 100 laps while neglecting the vital energy that sustains a martial artist. With this newfound understanding, Lin Bai found the run considerably easier. Even the several hundred pounds of stone armor felt negligible, and his movements became increasingly agile as he gradually distanced himself from the other two in the first tier. Observing this transformation from beneath the shade of a tree, Zhang Batian remarked with a hint of admiration, "Not bad. You've quickly grasped one of the uses of Qi." He then added with disdain how a bunch of kids, possessing the 9th level of Qi refinement, yet oblivious to how to utilize the very essence that sustains a martial artist. If you don't even know how to use Qi, how can you discuss martial studies or learn martial techniques? After berating the disciples, Jiang Baishan's gaze toward Lin Bai grew increasingly approving. Han Bing, being inherently competitive, was unwilling to fall behind Lin Bai. Observing the growing distance between them, he gritted his teeth and quickened his pace, gradually leaving the square-faced youth behind and closing in on Lin Bai. The square-faced boy felt disheartened. First, he had been left behind by Lin Bai, and now he was also overtaken by Han Bing, swiftly relegating him to the 3rd tier. Despite Han Bing's increased speed, the gap between him and Lin Bai continued to widen, and in no time, Lin Bai had lapped him entirely. As Lin Bai surged past Han Bing, the latter sensed a wave of Qi emanating from Lin Bai. With a keen intuition, Han Bing's eyes sparkled with realization, prompting him to circulate his technique and mobilize his Qi. Having comprehended this principle, Han Bing's speed noticeably increased, allowing him to match Lin Bai's pace closely behind him. "Circulate your technique. Channel your Qi," Lin Bai called out as he passed Li Tianyu. Upon hearing Lin Bai's advice, Li Tianyu's eyes lit up, and as he began to employ his Qi, his speed increased significantly, and the burden on him lightened considerably, deepening his gratitude toward Lin Bai's guidance. Although Li Tianyu's pace improved after utilizing his Qi, he was soon left behind by both Lin Bai and Han Bing. "Circulate your technique. Mobilize your Qi," Lin Bai urged as he passed each disciple. Each individual, upon hearing Lin Bai's suggestion, experienced a moment of enlightenment and promptly began to channel their own techniques. With a newfound appreciation for the utility of Qi, they quickened their steps, grateful to Lin Bai. Observing this scene from a shaded position, Jiang Baishan's admiration for Lin Bai deepened, exclaiming, "Ha! This kid is impressive. He understands the value of assisting his peers, selflessly sharing his insights. A commendable disposition. A commendable disposition." As the disciples heeded Lin Bai's counsel and began circulating their Qi, they indeed found the task considerably easier, and their overall speed increased. Zhang Batian, witnessing their progress, felt much satisfaction. He had initially believed they would need to run several hundred more laps before realizing they possessed Qi. Although they were utilizing their Qi, the relief did not last long, as the amount of Qi was finite. Once depleted, they would need to absorb the ambient spiritual energy from the surroundings and transform it into their own Qi, a process typically achievable only during cultivation. Given their current circumstances, They were unable to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. After comfortably completing around 50 laps, the chi of the disciples began to wane, and they quickly reverted to their initial state, resuming their slow jog. Nevertheless, the revitalization they experienced from using chi had restored a measure of their stamina, making their exertion slightly easier than at the outset. In contrast, Lin Bai, who possessed the Chi Dragon, still had a substantial reserve of Chi remaining, sufficient to sustain him through the completion of his 100 laps. At this juncture, Lin Bai felt no urgency, opting instead to observe the others on the track. Most had exhausted their Chi and returned to a slow jogging pace. However, Lin Bai's eyes widened in surprise as he noticed that Han Bing's speed remained undiminished, persistently tailing him closely. 1 lap, 2 laps. Han Bing's chi had yet to deplete. Lin Bai felt astonished. Unlike himself, Han Bing had not entered the ultimate realm and lacked a secondary Dantian Chi Dragon. How was he managing to persist? As time passed, with only a handful of laps remaining until the 100 laps were completed, Han Bing's chi seemed to finally run out, and his speed began to decline, albeit still faster than the others. Is this the mark of genius? Lin Bai pondered. Strangely, why does Han Bing's room reside in the same courtyard as mine? After all, the numerical designation of the rooms signifies the duration taken to pass the sex assessment. The shorter the duration, the earlier the room number, indicating superior aptitude. Conversely, a longer duration results in a later room number, suggesting comparatively inferior qualifications. I, having been schemed against by Xiaoying, took an exceedingly long time to pass the assessment, resulting in an abysmally low room number, Dingzi 95. What, then, could be the reason for Han Bing's placement? Contemplating this left Lin Bai perplexed. Yet he was unable to find an answer and chose to dismiss the thought. Meanwhile, Han Bing observed Lin Bai, who, despite exhausting his vital energy, still had the stamina to continue running. This evoked a newfound respect within Han Bing for his opponent. Initially, Han Bing believed that having once encountered a fortuitous opportunity, he possessed the highest amount of vital energy among the crowd, only to realize that there are always greater heights beyond one's own. With approximately 6 laps remaining, Lin Bai felt no urgency. Instead, he began to quietly perceive the changes within his body as he utilized his vital energy. During that assessment, he had been plotted against by Xiaoying in collusion with the overseeing steward, who had sent him into a trial meant for outer disciples rather than the advancement assessment he was supposed to partake in. However, Lin Bai turned this misfortune into a blessing, mastering the technique of infusing vital energy into withered branches to strengthen them, as well as acquiring the skill he tentatively dubbed Vital Energy Explosion. Furthermore, he had amassed a considerable amount of monster crystals. Now, Lin Bai had grasped another exquisite application of vital energy, the ability to circulate it throughout his body. He could distinctly feel the vital energy flowing within him, bestowing an inexhaustible source of strength while simultaneously permeating his flesh and nourishing his body. What if I were to channel the vital energy directly into my flesh? At this moment, Lin Bai was struck by a bold idea. Although the nourishing effect of vital energy on flesh was relatively mild, what if I were to fully immerse it into my flesh rather than allowing it to seep in gradually? Would such an effect be amplified? As the adage goes, experiments yield true knowledge. Without hesitation, Lin Bai began to coax a thread of vital energy into the muscles of his thigh. Hiss! The instant he infused the vital energy, a tearing pain shot through the muscle, causing Lin Bai to draw a sharp breath. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Even though he had only infused a thread of vital energy, that energy transformed into a wild torrent, violently tearing apart the muscle. Yet almost instantaneously, the fire dragon of vital energy swirled to the site of the rupture, releasing waves of warmth to mend the damaged muscle. Before long, the muscle had been restored by the fire dragon, which then meandered to other areas, revitalizing Lin Bai's previously injured meridians. As the pain in his thigh subsided, Lin Bai was astonished by the capabilities of the fire dragon. He had initially believed it could only repair ruptured meridians, yet it seemed to possess the ability to heal other injuries as well. Could it be that this is not just a second Dantian dragon, but rather a universal healing dragon? Subsequently, Lin Bai's surprise grew as he distinctly sensed that the repaired muscle had become significantly more resilient than before. This further led him to marvel at the prowess of the Nine Dragons technique, and he recalled the phrase, "break to rebuild." Elated by his newfound discovery, Lin Bai hastened to complete the remaining laps, planning to thoroughly investigate this universal healing dragon upon returning to his room. After being the first to finish the 100 laps, he removed his stone armor and sat down to rest. Not long after, Han Bing also completed the 100 laps and settled nearby to recuperate. Next came the square-faced youth, followed by the 4th, 5th, and 6th. Eventually, all had completed 100 laps. Brother, thanks to your reminder to use vital energy, I might have actually run myself to death on this track, panted Li Tianyu, having collapsed onto the ground after shedding his stone armor. Ah, quite commendable. Everyone must be accountable for their actions. Jiang Batian addressed the group. All right, no one should remain sprawled on the ground. Everyone, get up and line up. Upon Jiang Baishan's command, the exhausted individuals slowly rose to their feet. Once they formed a line, Jiang Batian waved his hand and declared, "Dismissed, Lin Bai stay behind." The others felt as if a weight had been lifted and dragged their weary bodies away. Li Tianyu initially intended to wait for Lin Bai to leave together. But upon catching Jiang Baishan's gaze, he sheepishly remarked, "Then, brother, I shall take my leave." Once everyone had departed, Lin Bai turned to Jiang Batian, inquiring, "Steward Jiang, what do you require of me?" Before Lin Bai could finish a sentence, Jiang Batian had already tossed a small box into Lin Bai's arms. Lin Bai quickly caught it, preparing to speak, but Jiang Batian interjected, "Refining your body with vital energy is no mere child's play. Without the aid of specialized techniques or medicinal pills, such reckless endeavor is tantamount to courting death. Thankfully, you only infused a thread of vital energy, so your injuries are not severe. Take this healing pill and refrain from any further reckless actions." After his words, Jiang Batian turned to leave. Opening the small box in his hands, Lin Bai gazed at the dark red healing pill, feeling a surge of gratitude towards this rugged man. He then chuckled softly, shaking his head as he mused, "Specialized techniques and medicinal pills? Could it be that the 9 Dragons technique is a dedicated body-refining method? It seems I won't be needing this pill after all." He figured Jiang Batian had only sensed his use of vital energy for body refinement, unaware that his injuries had already been healed by the universal healing dragon. Chapter 28. The Silent Pill Manual. By the time everyone had completed the 100 laps, it was roughly 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Since the morning martial arts class, encumbered by the heavy stone armor, Lin Bai was now ravenously hungry. After the dismissal, he hastily resolved his hunger at the cafeteria and then returned to his room, Dingxi 95. Once in his room, Lin Bai eagerly commenced his cultivation, eager to validate the discoveries he had made that day. Upon channeling vital energy into a specific muscle, he felt a familiar pain. Sure enough, that muscle had been torn asunder by the vital energy. But in the next moment, the fire dragon of vital energy swirled to the site of the injury, mending it just as it had done for his thigh. Indeed, it was effective. Lin Bai felt a surge of excitement. Under the repair of the fire dragon, the muscle was swiftly restored and became even more robust than before. Realizing that his hypothesis was feasible, Lin Bai pushed the limits further. After mending that muscle, he directed vital energy into an adjacent one. Gritting his teeth against the pain of tearing muscles, Lin Bai patiently awaited the fire dragon's restorative touch. Then, he infused vital energy into a 3rd muscle, followed by a 4th, 5th, and 6th muscle. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was the following morning. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes, thoroughly pleased with the results of his overnight cultivation. After a night of rigorous training, Lin Bai had noticeably slimmed down, his complexion pale. He observed that his body bore no excess fat. He understood that this was due to the energy expenditure during the muscle restoration process. Lacking supplemental energy, his body resorted to burning off any surplus fat. Following a night of training, he had nearly refined all the muscles in his body. As he rose and moved about, Lin Bai could distinctly feel explosive power coursing through his muscles. At this moment, within his meridians, the Vitality Fire Dragon, which had undergone a night of muscular restoration, appeared somewhat listless. Its undulating movement had noticeably slowed, and the brilliance of its dragon form had dimmed significantly. Even its size seemed to have diminished slightly. It seemed that the universal healing dragon also experienced fatigue. Lin Bai could distinctly sense the weakness of the Vitality Fire Dragon, for it was indeed a part of his own body. He understood that the dragon would require at least a day or 2 to recuperate. The night's cultivation had drained a considerable amount of energy from Lin Bai, leaving him feeling somewhat weak and famished. After pushing open the door and stepping out of his room, he noticed that everyone else had their doors tightly shut. He realized that they were all exhausted from the previous day's exertions. With no classes scheduled for the next few days, Most had opted for a well-deserved lie-in. Consequently, Lin Bai had no intention of waking Li Tianyu to accompany him for a meal. The new outer disciples had 2 days of classes each week, conducted by elders and stewards assigned by the sect, while the remaining 5 days were left for the disciples to cultivate on their own or complete sect tasks in exchange for contributions. After hastily resolving a meal in the cafeteria, Lin Bai prepared to head to the sect's exchange center to convert his 5 first-tier demon crystals and 1 second-tier demon crystal into contributions. The process went smoothly, yielding him 6,000 contributions. Each first-tier demon crystal was worth 800 contributions, totaling 4,000 for the 5, while the second-tier demon crystal brought in an additional 2,000. With this newfound wealth, Lin Bai bid farewell to his former impoverished self and resolved to visit the contribution hall to exchange some contributions for spirit crystals. Having experienced the substantial benefits of spirit crystals in his cultivation, he recognized their immense value. The contribution hall was not far from the exchange center, and it too was an impressive structure. Suddenly, Lin Bai noticed a sign proclaiming Trading Street, which piqued his interest. Could it be that there exists a designated space within the sect for disciples to trade items? Intrigued, he followed the direction indicated by the sign, and soon a bustling marketplace unfolded before his eyes. The market was alive with throngs of people, each stall displaying a variety of wares, most of which were run by outer disciples. His curiosity heightened. Lin Bai immersed himself in the crowd, browsing the various stalls. Second-tier Zhu fruit, 1,000 contributions or 1 low-grade spirit crystal. First-tier artifact fragments, 500 contributions. First-tier demon beast fire feather sparrow eggs, 300 contributions. Although there were numerous stalls, the offerings were largely similar, consisting of herbs, body parts of demon beasts, or eggs, with a few artifacts and techniques scattered among them. A pill book? Lin Bai was taken aback upon discovering a book at one stall. It is well known that alchemists hold a prestigious position in this world, and becoming one is no small feat, requiring not only innate talent, but also an immense demand for resources. In a realm where the success rate of pill crafting is exceedingly low, the practice is tantamount to burning money. The sect's ability to provide disciples with refining pills monthly is due to the ease of their production and the low cost of materials. Yet even so, these pills significantly benefit the disciples' cultivation. Alchemists not only require substantial investment, but also possess an extensive knowledge base, as there are thousands of herbs to master to produce a quality pill. Furthermore, the process of pill crafting necessitates an understanding of how to control the flame, when to add ingredients, and how to manipulate the alchemical fire. The intricacies are endless. Moreover, various sects and families, along with individuals skilled in alchemy, often keep their methods shrouded in secrecy, wary of others learning their techniques. Thus, the presence of a genuine pill book at this stall was remarkable, for such books typically contain comprehensive alchemical teachings. Bending down, Lin Bai picked up the book with the ancient character for Dan on its cover and began to flip through its pages. However, he was astonished to find that it contained not a single word. Were it not for the character on the cover, rich with the essence of alchemy, he would have doubted its authenticity. How much for this book? Lin Bai inquired curiously. 5,000 contributions. Firm price, the stall owner replied. Lin Bai chuckled and shook his head. While he had initially intended to purchase the book to study the character closely, the exorbitant price deterred him. It seemed likely that others had similarly been intrigued, but had been halted by its steep cost. Just as Lin Bai turned to leave, he paused and addressed the stall owner. All right, 5,000 contributions. I shall transfer it to you now. After completing the transaction, he hurriedly left the trading street, clutching the wordless pill book tightly. Chapter 29. Doubt's Master. The pill book has been delivered to Lin Bai. In a secret chamber, an elder clad in gray reported to Gu Shun. This elder was none other than the gray-robed elder, and his attire mirrored that of the stall owner. After speaking, the elder fell silent for a moment. Then Gu Shun quietly queried, "Was everything smooth? No unexpected incidents?" "Rest assured, master. Once Lin Bai entered the trading street, I disguised myself as a stall owner, and he subsequently purchased the pill book with nearly all his contributions." Hearing the elder's words, Gu Shun's expression relaxed considerably. "It seems we were correct. He is indeed the person our sword sect has awaited for many years." After acquiring the pill book, Lin Bai swiftly departed the trading street and returned to his quarters. Once inside, he firmly closed the door and took out the wordless pill book to examine it closely. Initially deterred by the 5,000 contributions price tag, equivalent to 5 spirit crystals, he had contemplated foregoing the purchase. He believed it more prudent to convert those contributions into spirit crystals for his cultivation. However, just as he resolved to leave, the Nine Dragons cauldron within his sea of consciousness began to emit waves of energy, compelling him to acquire the wordless pill book. Strengthened by the Nine Dragons' decisions power, Lin Bai became increasingly confident in his initial choice and felt a greater trust in the Nine Dragons cauldron. Yet, what was the cauldron's intent in urging him to procure this book? The Nine Dragons cauldron was the sect's treasured heirloom. Could it be that it wished for him to pursue the path of alchemy and become an alchemist? But that notion faltered. If that were the case, the book, aside from the characters steeped in alchemical significance on its cover, held nothing else. How could he cultivate alchemy with a blank book? Before Lin Bai could ponder further, the Nine Dragons cauldron within his sea of consciousness radiated an arcane energy that gradually flowed into the wordless pill book in his hands. What followed astonished him. As that mysterious power infused the book, the character on the cover began to glow, and the essence of alchemy grew increasingly profound. As Lin Bai opened the previously blank pages, he witnessed lines of text materializing, each imbued with the essence of pill crafting. As time passed, the letters within the wordless pill book became clearer, and the enigmatic energy from the Nine Dragons cauldron waned. When that power finally dissipated, the text was fully revealed, and the Nine Dragons cauldron once again settled into silence within his sea of consciousness. The character on the cover continued to radiate its rich alchemical essence, but now, unlike before, the formerly blank pages were filled with densely packed, intricate characters. As Lin Bai casually began to peruse the content above, he found the first page densely filled with information about spiritual herbs, detailing their medicinal properties, growth environments, and hierarchical classifications. However, what struck him as peculiar was that the very content he had just read seemed to vanish before his eyes. With each character he read, it would inexplicably disappear. In an attempt to record what he had memorized, Lin Bai found yet another perplexing phenomenon. After he finished writing, the paper spontaneously ignited, leaving no trace of ash, as if the words inscribed upon it were unwelcome in the realm of existence. It appeared that the contents could only be retained in memory, never transcribed. Realizing this, Lin Bai became even more intrigued by the extraordinary nature of the material he was engaging with, wondering just how powerful it must be to elicit such a reaction from the very fabric of reality. He then focused intently on committing every character and illustration to memory. Fortunately, having achieved the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi refinement, Lin Bai possessed an extraordinary memory. One could even say he had an eidetic recall. The wordless alchemical tome, aside from its extensive records on spiritual herbs, contained a significantly larger portion dedicated to alchemical techniques and formulas. Those techniques and formulas appeared profoundly esoteric, leaving Lin Bai momentarily bewildered by their intricacies. He could only commit them to memory for later contemplation. The content within the wordless alchemical tome encompassed all aspects of the alchemical arts, a veritable treasure trove of knowledge that left Lin Bai entranced. He swam through the ocean of knowledge, and although he encountered many uncertainties, the act of memorizing it all provided him with a rudimentary understanding of alchemy, transforming him from the novice he once was. When Lin Bai finally finished the last page, he emerged from his state of engrossed study, rubbing his dry eyes. He stretched and realized that it was already the following morning. During this time, Li Tianyu had come to find him, but Lin Bai had been too engrossed in memorizing the wordless alchemical tome to accompany him to the dining hall. Having absorbed a vast amount of knowledge, Lin Bai felt a profound sense of fulfillment. He had completely committed the content of the wordless alchemical tome to memory and could access it at any moment he wished. However, a lingering curiosity nagged at him. Why did it seem as though an unseen hand was orchestrating all of this? First the Nine Dragon Cauldron, then the Nine Dragon Art, and now this wordless alchemical tome. Though Lin Bai had only recently arrived in this world, he understood that each of these items was a priceless treasure. If they were indeed treasures, how could they have come into his possession so inexplicably and consecutively? While he had come to understand the origins of the Nine Dragon Cauldron through his visions, the circumstances surrounding the other two items were still a mystery. It felt as if someone had deliberately placed them in his path. He had stumbled upon the Nine Dragon Art in the scripture repository, where it should not have been, and the vendor in the trading district had seemed to be waiting specifically for him to make a purchase. No, there had to be a connection to the Nine Dragon Cauldron. After all, without it, he might never have practiced the Nine Dragon Art, and without it, he may not have acquired the wordless alchemical tome either. Suddenly, An unsettling possibility crossed Lin Bai's mind. Could the Nine-Dragon Cauldron possess the ability to recognize treasures? Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. Even if it did, it would not explain everything. After all, in the grand scheme of the Xian realm, the sword sect was merely a small sect, and he sensed that the 3 items in his possession were all exceptional treasures. Take the alchemical tome, for example. If any sect were to obtain its contents, it would dramatically enhance their strength. But in the next moment, Lin Bai reconsidered. No, that is not right. If he did not possess the Nine-Dragon Cauldron, the wordless alchemical tome would merely be a book with a character symbolizing alchemy on its cover. But the Nine-Dragon art and the Nine-Dragon Cauldron must be interlinked. Could it be that everything originated from the Nine-Dragon Cauldron? Rubbing his throbbing head, Lin Bai found himself lacking any clarity and felt increasingly bewildered. Ultimately, he had to abandon his thoughts. The Nine-Dragon Cauldron in his consciousness seemed to exert immense effort to reveal the words within the wordless alchemical tome, and now it remained silent, offering no assistance to Lin Bai's inquiries. One step at a time, the truth would eventually reveal itself. Lin Bai contemplated. Chapter 30. Protection Fee? Do you think a mere 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator without even liquid energy can stand in my way? Get lost! As Lin Bai snapped out of his reverie, he heard a cacophony of shouts and sounds of fighting emanating from outside. What on earth is happening? Lin Bai wondered to himself as he rose and made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he discovered Han Bing engaged in a fierce battle with a young man clad in the garb of an outer sect disciple, who was evidently at the 1st level of martial apprentice. Naturally, Han Bing, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, was being pushed back relentlessly. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu and several others were writhing on the ground, clutching their stomachs in pain, with Wang Zhuang among them. More than a dozen other new disciples residing in the same courtyard stood to the side, their expressions betraying their apprehension towards the young martial apprentice. In addition to the 1st-level martial apprentice, another young man, presumably also at the martial apprentice stage, was blocking the entrance, and Lin Bai sensed the fluctuation of true energy emanating from him, confirming his status as a 1st-level martial apprentice as well. What exactly transpired? Why did it seem that Li Tianyu had been knocked down by that young man, while Han Bing was now embroiled in combat? Stealthily approaching Li Tianyu, Lin Bai inquired about the situation. Upon seeing Lin Bai, Li Tianyu appeared to find solace. Senior brother, those two suddenly showed up and demanded protection fees, insisting that we each pay them a spiritual crystal every month, or else we would have to join their gang and work for Zhang Yi. If we refused, they threatened to make our lives difficult in the outer sect. We did not agree to pay them the spiritual crystal, nor did we consent to join their gang or work for Zhang Yi. Then they started fighting, knocking several of us down before demanding we choose again, pay the fee or join them. Han Bing attempted a sneak attack while they were distracted, but both of them, being 1st-level martial apprentices, easily dodged it, leading to the current situation. Protection fee? Lin Bai suddenly recalled rumors he had heard previously. Just like the logistical disciples, outer sect disciples were also divided into factions. Within the outer sect, there were 3 major forces, led by Lu Xiangming, Jiao Xingyu, and Zhang Dedu. Therefore, it seemed that the ones demanding protection fees were from one of these factions, and when Li Tianyu mentioned Zhang Yi, it was likely that they belonged to Zhang Dedu's faction. Han Bing, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, was clearly no match for the 1st-level martial apprentice, who appeared to be toying with him, while another young man leaned against the door, watching with keen interest. Witnessing this scene ignited a surge of indignation within Lin Bai. Han Bing resembled the old version of himself, who had been bullied as a logistical disciple. Casting a glance at Wang Zhuang only fueled Lin Bai's anger further. He wanted Wang Zhuang to pay for his past transgressions. The fire of wrath blazed within him, and his eyes turned crimson. No, no. Lin Bai shook his head vigorously, gradually regaining a semblance of clarity as the haze of fury lifted. He questioned himself about his recent state, but then he realized the underlying cause. The original owner's resentment was still present, having remained dormant until now, likely triggered by the scene before him, reminiscent of his own experience of being extorted for protection fees, which unleashed this surge of anger. Shaking his head, Lin Bai forcibly dispelled the lingering resentment from his mind, seeking to restore his composure. He glanced at Wang Zhuang, lying on the ground. He would, of course, avenge the original owner's grievances, but the timing was not right. He could not act recklessly within the sect. While Lin Bai harbored no goodwill towards Wang Zhuang, the one responsible for the original owner's demise, He knew that to avoid raising suspicion, he had previously reminded Wang Zhuang to utilize his true energy during their lapse, all to lower the other S-guard for a more opportune moment to strike. Observing the two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, Lin Bai stealthily maneuvered behind the crowd, seeking an opportune moment to strike while subtly circulating his internal energy in preparation for an imminent attack. Despite being a peak practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement, he was still merely a Qi refiner and could sense that his current prowess paled in comparison to that of the young man before him, especially with another ally stationed nearby to assist. Thus, Lin Bai entertained the notion of a surprise attack, aiming for a single, decisive blow. The moment arrived, the two fighters had drawn near, with the young man now facing away from him. With a sudden burst of energy, Lin Bai surged forth from the crowd, delivering a powerful punch to the back of the young man's neck. Initially, his fist encountered a layer of resistance, but as he infused his internal energy into the strike, that barrier shattered instantly. The young man had intended to toy with Han Bing, this Qi refiner, for his amusement, never exerting his full strength, instead employing a strategy of feigned weakness. Yet, in the moments before losing consciousness, he could not fathom why, despite having a first-level martial apprentice to guard him, these mere Qi refiners would dare to launch a surprise attack. Shouldn't Han Bing's plight serve as a cautionary tale? Why would anyone among them still possess the audacity to strike him? After all, they were merely a group of Qi refiners incapable of breaching his energy shield. Why was he feeling dizzy? Even with the formidable physique of a first-level martial apprentice, the young man's energy shield crumbled with a resounding pop under Lin Bai's strike. His neck was then left vulnerable, and as darkness enveloped him, he collapsed. Leaning against the door, another first-level martial apprentice witnessed the entire ambush, but remained unfazed. A sneak attack? If a Qi refiner could breach a martial apprentice's energy shield, I would eat this door right here. However, upon seeing his companion fall, he suddenly froze, speechless. Just as he contemplated rushing forward to save his comrade, Lin Bai's sharp command halted him. Dare to take another step forward, and I will break his hand. At that moment, Lin Bai raised his hand, poised as if to sever the young man's companion's arm. Oh no, I've encountered a tough adversary. The young man thought to himself. Let's discuss this calmly. Just return my brother. His tone softened significantly, as if negotiating with Lin Bai. Fine, here you go, Lin Bai declared, tossing the unconscious youth towards him. The young man felt a surge of relief, surprised by Lin Bai's willingness to negotiate, and rushed forward to catch his airborne companion. Just wait. I will teach you a lesson soon. Yet before he could grasp his comrade, Lin Bai, like a ferocious tiger, charged forward and delivered a heavy blow to his abdomen just as he reached out to catch him. The young man gasped, "What a shameless attack. How could you strike again?" The force of Lin Bai's punch left him doubled over in agony, unable to stand upright. After landing his hit, Lin Bai retreated, declaring, "Take your companion and leave." The young man, momentarily winded by Lin Bai's strike, could muster little strength and was forced to awkwardly carry his partner away and retreat. As they departed, he couldn't resist issuing a threat. "Just you wait." Chapter 31. Rebuke, do you think you're impressive? A voice questioned from the crowd. Lin Bai paused, turning towards the source of the voice, only to discover it was the square-faced youth from earlier, Yang Kaitai. He continued, "Do you believe your recent display was awe-inspiring?" After a brief pause, Yang Kaitai's tone turned stern. "Do you realize you are endangering us?" Those two individuals were correct. If we do not align with them, they will make our lives unbearable within the outer sect. Among the outer sect's three major factions, we are merely Qi refiners, not even martial apprentices, and any one of them could easily overpower us. Yang Kaitai's tone softened slightly as he added, "I understand your feelings. Their actions have humiliated you, haven't they?" "Indeed, I too feel a sense of humiliation, but we must endure this indignity. Do you know why? Because they are first-level martial apprentices. They belong to one of the three major factions, and they can effortlessly deal with any one of us. Will the sect intervene? No. It will consider this normal competition, believing that only the strong deserve to stand tall, while the weak are destined for subjugation. Just like nurturing venomous insects, once the weak perish, only the strong will remain. You may feel discontent, but I want to tell you that temporary submission is a means to achieve greater strength in the future. If you cannot endure even this minor humiliation, how can you carve your own path in the martial world?" As Yang Kaitai finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on Lin Bai, seemingly awaiting a response. The crowd around them began to nod in reluctant agreement. Indeed, he may have a point. Lin Bai's actions seem to jeopardize us. Recklessly offending those two could invite retaliation from their faction, and as mere ninth-level chi refiners, we stand no chance against those who are at least first-level martial apprentices. Moreover, the three major factions encompass nearly all outer sect disciples, implying that to survive within the outer sect, one must align with one of these factions. Otherwise, one risks alienation from all three, ultimately suffering the consequences. However, the crowd also recognized that had Lin Bai not driven off those two, they would likely have endured further humiliation. They clenched their fists but, after a sigh, released their tension. Yang Kaidai was not entirely wrong. After all, who could fault them for being weak? The weak possess no right to shame. They could only lament their lack of strength. Yet they consoled themselves, reasoning that temporary humiliation was merely a stepping stone to future strength. If they could not endure this small indignity, how could they hope to achieve greatness? At that moment, the crowd's gaze toward Lin Bai was tinged with both reproach and sympathy. After Yang Kaitai's speech, Lin Bai sensed the shift in the crowd's perception and earnestly addressed him. While your words may hold truth, I cannot concur. In life, one must not yield. Too much submission will render one unable to stand tall and may foster a spirit of servitude. You claim that this is a temporary concession for a brighter future. But if one can submit once, what prevents them from submitting a second, third, or fourth time? After all, the excuse for the future is a convenient shield. I understand your perspective. Your current submission stems from fear of being targeted by them, making your existence within the outer sect untenable. Yet to bow before mere third-rate factions strikes me as a display of fragility in your aspirations. Lin Bai paused before continuing. The worst outcome is merely being targeted by their backing. What is there to fear? Engaging in struggle against heaven is exhilarating, against earth is invigorating, and against men is equally thrilling. If one succumbs to such trivial challenges, what meaning does life hold? Should we simply abandon all hope at the first sign of trouble? I know you will cling to the notion that temporary submission paves the way for future strength. Right and wrong are relative concepts, and your arguments undoubtedly carry merit. But the choice ultimately lies with the individual. Our paths diverge. Having developed his own unique set of values during his time on Earth, Lin Bai possessed a distinct perspective on right and wrong. He did not oppose Yang Kaitai's viewpoint. Indeed, temporary submission could lead to a better future, and he would resort to such measures when necessary. However, in this instance, he chose to resist. While he might yield to the passage of time or the inevitability of life and death, he would never submit to the humiliation imposed by those two individuals. All individuals are fundamentally human. It is merely that one may currently possess greater strength than the other. Should that individual then submit? Even a newly born lion is still a lion, and a lion shall never yield to a jackal. This embodies Lin Bai's pride and indomitable spirit. The notion of engaging in conflict with others is endlessly delightful. Should they retaliate, then let us engage them in a fair contest. Lin Bai surveyed the crowd, noticing their hesitance to meet his gaze, their eyes darting away. Clearly, they found some resonance with Lin Bai's words, feeling a twinge of shame for their own timidity. Lin Bai proclaimed aloud, "Rest assured, everyone has their own path to tread. I too have my solitary bridge to cross. I shall traverse my own path and will not allow my actions to implicate any of you. If they come seeking vengeance, I, Lin Bai, shall bear the burden alone. And I, Li Tianyu interjected, rising from the ground with a serious demeanor. And I, Han Bing, despite her disheveled appearance from the recent skirmish. Han Bing spoke softly. Witnessing their declarations, Lin Bai felt a surge of emotion. The crowd fell into silence, contemplating. What is there to fear if the worst that could happen is death? Shouldn't they stand up and resist? At this moment, Li Tianyu was mostly unharmed, while Han Bing had sustained minor injuries in the recent altercation. Subsequently, Lin Bai and Li Tianyu supported Han Bing towards the sect's pharmacy for treatment. After their departure, Yang Kai remained rooted in place for a long while before sighing. You, Lin Bai, have your solitary bridge, and I, Yang Kai, have my own path to follow. It is merely a matter of differing philosophies. Although Yang Kaitai was merely a youth of 15 or 16 years, his experiences far surpassed those of his peers. His journey through life had taught him the value of patience and the wisdom of enduring a moment of suffering to gain a broader perspective. Throughout his life, he had encountered numerous individuals like Lin Bai, many of whom acted impulsively to seek recognition, only to become the proverbial bird shot down for sticking its head out. Yet, He sensed that Lin Bai was different, not only in his recent words, but also in the way he had previously cautioned others during Jiang Baishan's punishment. Lin Bai's actions revealed that he was not one to act rashly or seek the limelight. Yang Kaitai acknowledged that Lin Bai's assertions held merit, yet he understood that the world is not governed by absolute truths, but rather by what is suitable in each circumstance. In this matter, he chose to endure temporarily to avoid unnecessary trouble, paving a smoother path for his future rather than immediately establishing enemies. Did he feel anger towards the humiliation inflicted by those two? No, in truth, he did not. Would an enemy take their own life out of anger? No, they would not. Only the weak succumb to anger. Those who humiliate him shall inevitably face retribution 100-fold. Thus, he admonished Lin Bai's actions, wishing to prevent him from becoming yet another bird shot down for rising above the flock. He felt an indescribable admiration for Lin Bai and was astonished that he could shatter the true energy shield of a first-level martial artist. Nevertheless, despite this, Lin Bai was merely a chi refining martial artist, and among the outer disciples, there were countless individuals surpassing the first level of martial arts. Let us see who among us can carve a path of distinction in this outer sect. Each major realm of martial arts represents a watershed of strength. The ninth level of chi refining compared to the first level of martial arts is akin to a small mound versus a towering mountain. Although the young man did not exert his full strength when facing Han Bing, she was still injured. Fortunately, the wounds were not severe. Through this battle, Han Bing became acutely aware of the disparity between herself and the martial artists, igniting a fierce determination to train diligently. When Lin Bai effortlessly breached the young man's true energy shield, Han Bing was astonished. She knew that even her strongest attack could not disturb the opponent's true energy in the slightest, which explained her earlier humiliation. Han Bing silently lamented, sensing that Lin Bai's aura was no different from her own as a chi refining practitioner. Yet, he managed to breach the true energy shield of a martial artist, something she had never heard of, even under circumstances of ambush. This realization underscored the gap between her and Lin Bai. Moreover, Lin Bai's words resonated deeply with Han Bing. A martial artist should possess the pride and backbone he espoused, refusing to submit easily, fostering a sense of kinship towards him. Chapter 32. Master Mo within the sect. There are numerous tasks for gathering spiritual herbs. Yet these locations often harbor ferocious beasts, compounded by the countless dangers of the wilderness, making injuries among disciples a common occurrence. Thus, the sect is equipped with numerous pharmacies for the healing of its disciples, typically 3 pharmacies within each residential area. Lin Bai intended to visit one of the 3 pharmacies in the T-shaped district, Mo's Pharmacy. Lin Bai glanced up at the plaque overhead before entering alongside Li Tianyu, who supported Han Bing. The layout of the pharmacy resembled that of clinics Lin Bai had encountered in his past life, save for the iron stools replaced by wooden ones, and the shelves lined with medicinal herbs exuded an antique charm. At that moment, the pharmacy was devoid of patrons, with a young apprentice dozing off at the counter. This apprentice was merely an unskilled mortal, tasked with menial duties, yet his status was considerably better than that of the logistical disciples, as he faced no risk of expulsion from the sect due to failing assessments. Upon noticing Lin Bai and his companions enter, the apprentice quickly roused himself to greet them. "My friend has sustained minor injuries and requires some medicine," Lin Bai informed the apprentice. "Please follow me," the apprentice replied respectfully. Shortly thereafter, he led Lin Bai and his companions to an inner chamber, where a middle-aged woman sat, presumably the pharmacist. As a pharmacist for martial artists, she was also a martial artist herself, and thus, the pharmacists in the sect were generally serving disciples who were well-versed in the medical arts. After assisting Han Bing in taking a seat on a stool, the middle-aged woman placed her hand on Han Bing's wrist to check her pulse. While the pharmacist was examining Han Bing, Lin Bai took the opportunity to scrutinize the inner chamber, catching sight of a sign that read, "Purchasing Grade 1 Ningyu grass. Grade 1 Qingshin flower." Before Lin Bai could finish reading the sign, the pharmacist concluded her diagnosis. "There are no major issues. You've merely sustained some internal injuries and are currently a bit weak. I will prescribe some medicine for you. Boil 3 bowls of water down to 1 bowl and ensure you rest." "Thank you, pharmacist," Han Bing replied coolly as she withdrew her hand. "No need for formality. Just call me Master Mo," the pharmacist smiled. "It appears your friend has also sustained some minor injuries. Why not let me take a look at him as well?" Master Mo inquired, glancing at Lin Bai. "You've been injured too? Allow Master Mo to examine you." Han Bing turned her head, regarding Lin Bai with a puzzled expression, then rose to offer him her seat. Strange, I am not injured. How could Master Mo suggest that I have? Lin Bai pondered, realizing that while he was not physically hurt, his meridians were indeed suffering. Due to the past 2 days spent primarily on body refinement and the enigmatic medicinal text, his meridians had only partially recovered, with approximately 60% still in need of healing. After all, the primary meridians involved in the operation of his techniques had been restored on the first night. The remaining damaged meridians, which had been ravaged by the true energy fire dragon, had not received much attention. After some contemplation, Lin Bai decided to sit down and allow Master Mo to examine him. After all, his journey in cultivation had been akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones, and it would be prudent to ascertain if there were any hidden injuries he was unaware of. Once seated, he felt a warm hand rest upon his pulse as Master Mo began to assess him. Suddenly, he sensed a thread of foreign true energy entering his body, and as this energy flowed in, the true energy fire dragon swirling within his meridians instantly appeared at the location of the foreign energy, opening its maw to swallow it whole. In the next moment, it digested the energy completely, causing the fire dragon's form to swell slightly. Upon sensing a thread of true energy, Lin Bai abruptly withdrew his hand, which had been resting under the pulse of Mo Yaoshi. Leaping from the stool, with an expression of vigilance directed at Mo Yaoshi. "What is the matter?" Both Han Bing and Li Tianyu inquired in unison. Taken aback by Lin Bai's sudden movement, Lin Bai remained silent, his gaze fixed warily on Mo Yaoshi, who, noticing his reaction, quickly gestured for calm, explaining, "It's nothing. Nothing at all. It was merely a misunderstanding. In order to diagnose your friend's injury, I employed some unique techniques and infused a trace of true energy into your friend's body. I did not anticipate such a significant reaction." Mo Yaoshi's face bore a hint of embarrassment, yet within her heart, tumultuous waves surged. Extremity? This individual has actually achieved the realm of extremity. To think that in such a sparsely infused spiritual energy locale, there existed a genius capable of breaking through to such heights. What remarkable talent! From the moment Lin Bai and his companions entered the inner hall, Mo Yaoshi sensed something unusual about Lin Bai. Possessing a rare technique for perceiving energy, she could accurately gauge the cultivation levels of others. Were it not for her specialized skill, she would have merely regarded Lin Bai as a gas-refining martial artist in need of further true energy refinement. However, her technique discerned a qualitative difference in Lin Bai's true energy, a presence distinctly characteristic of a practitioner at the extremity level. Initially uncertain, she used Lin Bai's injury as an excuse to probe further, introducing a trace of her true energy into his system. Upon confirming her assessment, she was even more astounded to realize that Lin Bai was indeed a practitioner of the extremity realm. Yet, before she could dwell on her astonishment for long, the trace of true energy she had infused was swiftly detected and annihilated by Lin Bai. It was astonishing to her that a martial master's subtle actions could be discovered by a mere gas-refining practitioner. Once Mo Yaoshi finished explaining, Lin Bai relaxed his vigilance somewhat, though he suspected that matters were not as simple as they seemed. Perhaps he was merely being overly cautious. What if Mo Yaoshi truly intended to assess his injuries? "Let us depart," Lin Bai suggested to Li Tianyu and Han Bing. Without retrieving the prescribed medicine, the trio hurriedly exited. On the way, Li Tianyu expressed confusion regarding Lin Bai's earlier behavior. "Senior brother, did not Mo Yaoshi just say that she infused true energy into you to examine your injuries? Why do we leave in such haste?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bai replied, "I cannot shake the feeling that things are not as straightforward as they appear. I have an unsettling intuition that Mo Yaoshi's infusion of true energy into my body carries ulterior motives." Han being indicted, "Indeed. I too sense that the situation is more complex than it seems. When she was diagnosing me, she did not infuse any true energy into my body." After a pause, she continued, "Moreover, infusing true energy into another's body is a significant taboo among practitioners, as one cannot predict what effects the recipient's true energy may leave behind, which could manifest unexpectedly during cultivation, ranging from mild disturbances to complete obliteration of one's cultivation." Han Bing's words sent a chill through Lin Bai, who had not been aware of such intricacies. He also harbored concerns about whether Mo Yaoshi had already manipulated something within him. Yet, upon reflecting, he felt somewhat reassured. Upon detecting that trace of true energy, his true energy fire dragon had already obliterated it, leaving Mo Yaosher little time to enact any further schemes. At this moment, Li Qianyu suddenly realized, who would have thought that the seemingly beautiful Mo Yaosher could be so inscrutable? Chapter 33. The flood sweeps the Dragon King temple. Fearing that Mo Yaosher might tamper with the medicine, they refrained from collecting the prescriptions she had provided. Once outside, Lin Bai found the opportunity to inquire, Han Bing, how is your injury? Hearing Lin Bai's question, Han Bing halted, closing her eyes as if to meticulously assess her own condition. After a moment, she opened her eyes and replied, I am not seriously harmed. My injuries merely require a day or two of rest. By tomorrow, I should be well. With Han Bing's reassurances, Lin Bai and Li Tianyu felt a weight lift from their shoulders. Subsequently, the trio proceeded to the exchange hall to collect the cultivation resources distributed by their sect for the month. Each month, the sect provides disciples with a batch of cultivation resources. Outer disciples receive 3 spirit crystals and 3 gathering energy pills monthly. Naturally, the sect does not dispense resources without expectation. Disciples are required to fulfill a certain number of sect tasks each month. However, completing these tasks yields additional rewards in the form of sect contributions, and each disciple must complete at least 2 tasks monthly. These tasks are categorized as internal and external. External tasks often involve foraging for spiritual herbs, seeking minerals, or hunting demonic beasts, while internal tasks typically involve managing medicinal fields or assisting in alchemy and crafting, tasks of a more physically demanding nature. As Lin Bai and his companions approached to claim their resources for the month, they perused the available tasks, selecting those that piqued their interest. Given that they were still novice disciples, yet to reach the martial apprentice level, the tasks available to them were naturally suited to their cultivation stage, primarily those with minimal requirements. Tasks such as foraging for spiritual herbs were beyond their capabilities, as areas where such herbs grow are typically inhabited by demonic beasts. In the end, Lin Bai chose a task involving the refinement of spiritual herbs. The first step in alchemy is to refine the herbs into a pure medicinal liquid. This task immediately caught Lin Bai's eye, as he possessed comprehensive knowledge of the alchemical arts within his mind, making such related tasks quite beneficial. Li Tianyu opted for a task centered around managing a medicinal field, overseeing the regulation of spiritual energy within it, while Han Bing chose to assist in the taming of demonic beast cubs at the beast control hall. Each task came with a time constraint, requiring completion within 3 days of acceptance. Given that Han Bing was still nursing injuries, she planned to undertake her task the following day, while Lin Bai wished to return and study the alchemical knowledge he had noted down. As both Lin Bai and Han Bing prepared to postpone their tasks until the next day, Li Tianyu naturally decided to return to his own quarters to cultivate as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 2 outer disciples of the martial apprentice tier, having been injured by Lin Bai, returned to their courtyard in disarray. At the time, Lin Bai had not exerted himself fully, and the youth he had knocked unconscious had already regained consciousness midway home, though his neck still throbbed painfully. What happened to you two? Were you not instructed to recruit new disciples? Why are you both so battered? A voice inquired as they entered the courtyard. Upon hearing the voice, the 2 youths flushed and recounted their ordeal. The speaker was a man whose left hand was wrapped in bandages, evidently injured. After listening to their account, the man remarked, So, you intend to seek revenge? One of the youths replied hastily, Of course. How dare a mere novice disciple act so arrogantly? We must teach him a lesson. After hearing this, the man shook his head, saying no, rather than punishing him. We should seek to win him over. What does it signify for a novice disciple capable of breaking through a martial apprentice's true energy shield? Such talent must be courted. By the way, did you not say you went to the courtyard beyond Dingxi number 90? How could someone of such caliber reside in such a subordinate courtyard? Upon hearing this, another youth seemed to recall some unpleasantness and muttered darkly, Humph, the other 2 major factions are all scoundrels. All the promising novice disciples in the front courtyards have been monopolized by them, leaving us with only a few in the back. As for the reason why that new disciple resides in that courtyard, I am not entirely certain. Logically speaking, someone of his caliber should not be lacking in resources. The man sighed and remarked, Who can blame us for being the weakest faction among the 3 major sects? Were it not for this, I would not have been injured and left to endure in silence. Thus, we must endeavor to win that individual over to our side. We cannot allow him to be swayed by the other 2 factions. Furthermore, given your approach, it is likely that you have already offended him. Make sure to offer a sincere apology later. The 2 young men flushed slightly and replied, But that fellow, Observing their expressions, the man waved his hand and said, "For the sake of our faction, it is worth bearing with it." The two young men lowered their heads and responded, "All right. Very well. Let's go, lead the way. I wish to meet him. Is this the place?" I never expected someone capable of breaking through a martial artist's chi shield at the chi refining stage would reside in such a humble courtyard. After glancing at the dwelling of Lin Bai, the man declared, "Let us enter." He pushed open the door and, with the two young men in tow, stepped into the courtyard. At that moment, several individuals were present, and upon the man's entrance, everyone turned their gaze toward him in unison. When they noticed the two young men behind him, all dropped what they were doing, fixating on the three unexpected visitors, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. They had not anticipated that retribution would arrive so swiftly. It seemed that matters could not be resolved amicably. What if a fight breaks out? Some began to hesitate, fearing they might become targets of retaliation. As this thought crossed their minds, dread seeped into the hearts of the teenagers, who found themselves at a loss on how to confront the unfolding situation. Yang Kaitai, squatting in a corner, cast a glance at the trio and smirked, murmuring to himself, "I'm rather curious to see how you will handle this, Lin Bai." The man surveyed the crowd before gradually making his way toward Lin Bai's room. No one dared to act rashly, fully aware that this man was at least a martial artist of considerable standing, and the two young men were no less formidable. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the two young men followed the man toward Lin Bai's quarters. "Knock, knock!" The man rapped on Lin Bai's door. Upon hearing the knocking, Lin Bai immediately opened his eyes. After receiving the resources allocated by the sect, he had been engrossed in contemplating the alchemical knowledge swirling in his mind. The deeper he delved, the more he appreciated the potency of the wordless alchemical tome, with its myriad techniques and formulas captivating him, much like a famished man greedily absorbing sustenance. In a moment of inspiration, he gestured with his hands, mimicking various hand seals. Hearing the knock, Lin Bai thought, "So it begins?" After dispatching the two young men, he had anticipated their retaliation, yet he had not expected it to come so swiftly. Lin Bai sighed, rising slowly to approach the door. Whether fortune or misfortune, only time would tell. Creak! The door opened slowly, and all eyes turned toward the youth emerging from within. In the next moment, a most astonishing occurrence transpired. "Senior brother? Junior brother?" The two stared at each other in astonishment. As Lin Bai stepped out, he recognized the man standing before his door, Li Jingyi. Upon seeing the two young men behind Li Jingyi, Lin Bai seemed to grasp the situation and inquired, "Senior brother, are you here to cause me trouble?" Li Jingyi, taken aback by Lin Bai's emergence, burst into laughter before Lin Bai could finish speaking. "Ah, what did I say? It turns out to be a case of mistaken identity. It's all a misunderstanding. Junior brother, shall we discuss this inside?" Li Jingyi gestured for Lin Bai to enter. Lin Bai nodded and replied, "Senior brother, your visit is most welcome." Li Jingyi turned to indicate that the two young men should remain outside, then followed Lin Bai into the room, closing the door behind them. As soon as they entered, the surrounding crowd began to murmur, speculating about the relationship between Lin Bai and the man. Li Tianyu and Han Bing, who had been cultivating within, quickly caught wind of the commotion outside and stepped out just in time to witness Lin Bai entering the room with Li Jingyi. They also noticed the two young men stationed at the door, exchanging anxious glances, filled with trepidation. Yet, as they overheard the whispers of the crowd, questions flitted through their minds. What is going on here? Chapter 34. Resolution. Senior brother, what is the meaning of this? Why are you accompanying those two? After they settled down, Lin Bai inquired. Li Jingyi smiled and replied, "I have two purposes in coming here. First, I brought them to apologize to you, and second, I hope you will consider joining our faction." Lin Bai paused, contemplating his response, but Li Jingyi raised his hand to interject. "You must know that there are three major factions within the outer sect, led by Lu Xiangming, Jiao Xingyu, and Zhang Dedu. Apart from Zhang Dedu, who is at the 8th level of martial artists, the other two are both at the 9th level." Li Jingyi then sighed. In truth, there were originally only two factions, and the third was formed by disciples unwilling to join the other two. This was necessitated by the monopolization of the limited resources within the outer sect by the other two factions, making survival difficult for those who did not join them. Thus, the third faction, led by Zhang Dedu, emerged, which is the faction I belong to. Since our faction comprises those who do not wish to join the other two, it is inevitably a bit disorganized with a mix of individuals, making it the weakest among the three factions. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I recognized your potential Junior brother. Rest assured, if you join us, it will undoubtedly bring you significant advantages within the sect, and the benefits will not be lacking. Faced with Li Jingyi's invitation, Lin Bai hesitated before responding. Benefits? Protection fees, perhaps? Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, a hint of embarrassment crossed Li Jingyi's face as he explained. It is indeed an unavoidable situation. The other two factions are also collecting fees. This is because certain secret realms within the sect often require spirit crystals or contributions for entry, yet the costs can be exorbitant. The simplest way for a disciple to enhance their strength is to enter these secret realms, where numerous precious spiritual herbs and treasures abound. Although the cost of entry is steep, the rewards can be substantial. Thus, every faction collects a protection fee of 1 spirit crystal from its members each month, in exchange for securing entry into the secret realms. The allocation of these entry slots is based on the contributions of the disciples to the faction. Fear not, junior brother. If you join our faction, I will ensure that you receive a slot. After Li Jingyi finished speaking, Lin Bai remained silent, pondering secret realms. He then inwardly chuckled bitterly. Allocation based on contributions? Most people are unlikely to receive anything. The so-called protection fee is merely a tool for the faction's higher-ups to profit, with the criteria for contributions dictated solely by them. Finally, Lin Bai spoke. I apologize, senior brother, but I truly have no intention of joining any faction. Perhaps still influenced by his past life, Lin Bai instinctively resisted joining any of the so-called 3 major factions, unwilling to become an object of exploitation. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Li Jingyi felt a twinge of urgency, reluctant to let slip a rare talent. Junior brother, joining a faction would be immensely beneficial for you. Given your potential, you would undoubtedly receive significant recognition within the sect. Moreover, the majority of resources in the outer sect are predominantly held by the other 2 major factions. My faction is barely holding on. If an entire faction struggles, how much more so for an individual? Li Jingyi was determined not to easily relinquish Lin Bai, a prodigy capable of shattering a martial artist's true energy shield even in the chi refinement stage. Such a talent must be nurtured. Yet Lin Bai shook his head resolutely. Senior brother, my mind is made up. I truly have no intention of joining any faction. Realizing that coercion was futile, Li Jingyi felt a pang of helplessness inside. Very well, junior brother, I shall not press you. However, should you ever reconsider, you will always find a warm welcome here. Grateful for Li Jingyi's understanding, Lin Bai replied, Thank you, senior brother. In that case, I see no reason to linger here. Rest assured, I shall ensure they will not trouble you again. With that, Li Jingyi rose to take his leave, and Lin Bai stood as well. I will see you off, senior brother. With a creak, Lin Bai opened the door once more, and the eyes of those in the courtyard were drawn once again to the 2 figures stepping out. Let us depart, Li Jingyi instructed the 2 young men accompanying him. After they left, Li Tianyu approached. Senior brother, what were you discussing just now? Those individuals did not seem to be here to cause you trouble. At that moment, Han Bing also arrived, casting a curious glance at Lin Bai. It was nothing of great concern. That senior brother is someone I happen to know. He has already resolved the issue for us. Oh, you have acquaintances in the outer sect? Li Tianyu inquired. We crossed paths previously and shared a bit of camaraderie, Lin Bai replied. I see. Both Li Tianyu and Han Bing nodded in understanding. As long as the issue is resolved, that is a relief. Otherwise, it could have posed a significant inconvenience for us, Han Bing remarked. Meanwhile, Yang Kaidi, who had been nearby, overheard Lin Bai's words and mused. So he does have connections in the outer sect. No wonder he appeared so confident. The others, upon hearing that the matter had been settled, also breathed a sigh of relief. All right, let us return to our cultivation. We have tasks to attend to tomorrow, Lin Bai said, patting Li Tianyu and Han Bing on the shoulder before returning to his room. Once inside, Lin Bai sighed, reflecting on the unexpected twists of fate. He had anticipated some trouble in resolving the matter, yet fortuitously encountered Li Jingyi, leading to its swift resolution. Well, I shall continue to delve into the alchemical knowledge swirling in my mind. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Lin Bai closed his eyes and began to recall the contents of the wordless alchemical text, simultaneously operating his mental techniques to aid the true Chi Fire Dragon in mending his damaged meridians. He had become quite adept at the operation of his mental techniques, allowing him to perform other tasks simultaneously, albeit limited to mental endeavors. He could only think of other matters while executing his techniques, as physical actions would disrupt the flow. Nevertheless, Lin Bai seized the opportunity to comprehend the alchemical heritage in his mind and marveled at the remarkable strength of his current memory. If only I had possessed such memory in my previous life. Examinations in the humanities would have been akin to open-book tests. However, he realized that while he had memorized the information, he had yet to fully comprehend and internalize it. His current goal was to transform this knowledge into something intrinsically his own. He had nearly mastered the knowledge regarding spiritual herbs. As he perused the information, Lin Bai was astonished by the multitude of wondrous spiritual herbs in this world. Among them, a fifth-grade herb called transformation grass particularly captured his attention. The description noted that any demon beast consuming transformation grass could assume human form. Not only would their exterior and essence resemble that of ordinary humans, but they would also gain intelligence while retaining their powers from their beastly form. Lin Bai's mind sparked with a curious notion. Could there already be demon beasts that had transformed into humans, mingling among them? Following the section on spiritual herbs, he encountered various alchemical formulas and methods, including meticulous instructions on how to concoct a pill and what precautions to take. Beyond that lay an endless array of recipes, spanning from 1st grade to 9th grade, with higher grade recipes being notably scarce. Chapter 35. The Alchemy Hall. With a deep exhale, Lin Bai opened his eyes. The content of the wordless alchemical text was profoundly intricate. After an entire night, he had only grasped the most fundamental alchemical technique. Even mastering just this one technique required considerable effort, leaving his mind feeling slightly swollen. Lin Bai summoned his true qi, gesturing through a series of complex hand seals. As he completed the final gesture, he thrust his hand forward, releasing a rune that flowed with his motion. Upon witnessing the rune he had conjured, Lin Bai beamed with delight. Success! This was the most basic technique for refining herbs, the essence extraction technique, which would conveniently aid him in completing his task. After sitting cross-legged for an entire night, his legs had grown somewhat numb from lack of circulation. Rubbing his tingling calves, Lin Bai finally rose from the bed. Upon exiting his room, he found Han Bing and Li Tianyu waiting at the door. Seeing him emerge, Li Tianyu suggested, "Senior brother, let us grab some breakfast before we each attend to our tasks." "Indeed, let us go," Lin Bai replied with a stretch. When the trio arrived at the dining hall, it was already bustling with activity, many disciples partaking in their meals as they welcomed the new day. After collecting their breakfasts, they settled at a few empty seats. "Senior brother, what exactly is the task I received regarding regulating the spiritual energy in the medicinal fields?" Li Tianyu asked, his mouth full. I'm not entirely certain myself, but going by the wording, it likely involves adjusting areas where spiritual energy is either excessive or lacking. They should provide instructions on how to proceed," Lin Bai responded, uncertain about Li Tianyu's query, as the original owner of his body had mostly engaged in menial tasks, lacking opportunities to delve into such matters. Some spiritual herbs have stringent growth conditions. For instance, certain herbs require a dense concentration of spiritual energy to thrive. In the sect medicinal fields, the concentration of spiritual energy is often artificially regulated, since herbs absorb the surrounding spiritual energy during their growth. And given that the various sections of the medicinal fields are isolated from the outside, the spiritual energy can easily be depleted by numerous herbs without external replenishment. Thus, the task of supplementing spiritual energy is typically carried out manually. Han Bing expectioned to Li Tianyu. "Oh, I see now," Li Tianyu exclaimed in realization. "What about your task of assisting in the taming of young demon beasts, senior brother?" Li Tianyu, now referring to Han Bing as senior brother, inquired. Han Bing then elaborated. In comparison to demon beasts, humans are inherently disadvantaged. For instance, some demon beasts can breathe underwater and soar through the skies, and their strength far surpasses that of humans. As a result, the idea of taming demon beasts for human use emerged, allowing them to swim through the sea and soar through the air. However, rather than taming, it is more accurate to say controlling. Most demon beasts possess low intelligence, often requiring only a simple imprint to exert control over them. Yet, it is not that simple. During the imprinting process, demon beasts tend to resist violently, resulting in injuries to disciples. Furthermore, the imprint must be applied when the young demon beasts reach a certain age, at which point they already possess some strength, necessitating the assistance of multiple individuals to successfully apply the imprint. My current task is to restrain the struggling demonic beast cubs to prevent them from causing harm. As Han Bing finished explaining, Li Tianyu eagerly inquired, "What exactly is senior brother Lin Bai's task?" Han Bing took a deep breath, seemingly unaccustomed to speaking so much at once. Yet he elucidated, Lin Bai's responsibility is to refine the spiritual herbs into a potion devoid of impurities. However, achieving a completely impurity-free potion is impossible. Thus, the task stipulation of no impurities need not be overly concerning. An alchemist capable of refining the potion to a purity exceeding 50% is already considered proficient, and naturally, the expectations for us disciples are considerably lower, allowing for a purity of merely 10 to 20%. Li Tianyu nodded, half comprehending. Lin Bai stifled a yawn and rose, declaring, "All right, breakfast is finished. We should proceed with our tasks." Upon exiting the dining hall, the trio dispersed, each heading towards their designated task locations. In the alchemy hall, Lin Bai glanced at the sign above before entering, noting the considerable number of individuals within. "Excuse me, senior brother, where is the task of refining spiritual herbs conducted?" Lin Bai halted a hurried young man. "Over there, don't block my way," the youth replied while gesturing in a direction before hastily departing. Following the youth's indication, Lin Bai soon spotted a window labeled for the spiritual herb refining task, where numerous individuals were queuing. He promptly joined the line. While waiting, Lin Bai observed his surroundings. The wooden walls adorned with luminous lamps emitted a brightness akin to fluorescent tubes from his previous life, though he could not discern the source of illumination. Besides the window where Lin Bai stood, there were several other windows labeled for various purposes, such as alchemy, potion exchange, and spiritual herb sales. Lin Bai had initially assumed that only the exchange hall facilitated potion transactions, but it seemed that such exchanges could also occur here. Disciple token. The attendant at the window stated expressionlessly as Lin Bai reached the front of the queue. He promptly handed over the token hanging from his waist. Room 75. Inside, you will find the spiritual herbs and task instructions you require. The attendant then returned Lin Bai's token along with a small plaque inscribed with the number 75. Following the attendant's directions, Lin Bai quickly located a stone chamber marked with the number 75. After using the small plaque to unlock the door, he stepped inside. The stone chamber was similarly illuminated by the same kind of lamps as outside, casting a bright light within. On the table lay a basket of spiritual herbs and a small alchemy furnace, beside which was a sign. Lin Bai picked up the sign, which detailed the precautions he needed to take and the procedure for refining the spiritual herbs. Place one spiritual herb into the alchemy furnace at a time, and then follow the subsequent instructions for refining. Upon completion, pour the potion into a transparent vial beside it. Task requirements: 10 vials of potion with a purity of no less than 30%. If the herbs are exhausted and the required quantity is not met, contributions will be deducted accordingly. Note: 100 contributions per vial. Lin Bai rummaged through the nearby basket, discovering a total of 15 spiritual herbs. Given that the herbs required for refinement were of a low grade and the difficulty of refining was minimal, achieving a 30% purity was sufficient to fulfill the task. Chapter 36. Task completion. He placed a spiritual herb into the alchemy furnace, infused it with true energy, and directed the true energy through the furnace's channels. After noting the information on the sign, Lin Bai began to follow the outlined procedure. The furnace was compact, approximately 5 inches in size, perfectly accommodating a single spiritual herb. After placing the herb inside, he began to inject true energy. The furnace's inner walls revealed numerous channels, which he needed to fill with his true energy. Gradually, as he infused true energy, the channels within the furnace began to glow, and the temperature inside gradually rose, accompanied by twinkling lights dancing within. After a brief interval, the furnace's temperature seemed to reach a certain level, and the spiritual herb began to exude droplets of potion. Is that the essence of the spiritual herb? Lin Bai pondered, observing the herb's gradual release of potion. He understood that he merely needed to maintain the infusion of true energy and await the complete transformation of the herb into liquid. After a short while, a significant portion of the spiritual herb had transformed into potion, which slowly pooled at the bottom of the furnace. Meanwhile, as Lin Bai continued to circulate his true energy through the channels, the temperature within the furnace rose further, and the shimmering lights increased in number, accelerating the herb's dissolution. Suddenly, a burnt odor wafted from the furnace. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Bai hastily ceased his true energy infusion and opened the furnace to inspect the situation, only to find the spiritual herb reduced to ashes, with the extracted potion rendered entirely useless. Lin Bai frowned slightly. What happened? How could a well-preserved spiritual herb turn to ashes so suddenly? Was the temperature too high? After some manipulation, he grasped the fundamental workings of the furnace. It appeared to employ a primitive method of fire refining. He had encountered this technique in the unworded alchemy book, which primarily relied on high temperatures and the support of true energy to extract potions from herbs. However, the book also noted that fire refining was a rudimentary method, difficult to control in terms of true energy infusion, and the purity of the extracted potion was generally low. A spiritual herb could easily be incinerated due to excessive heat, and any potion already extracted would be lost. It seemed this furnace utilized its internal channels to heat the spiritual herbs. Realizing that the furnace employed an exceedingly primitive fire refining method, Lin Bai decided to abandon its use for refining herbs. After all, his initial purpose for undertaking this task was to experiment with the knowledge he had gained from the unworded alchemy book. The next moment, he grasped another spiritual herb and began to employ the alchemical techniques he had learned. Though he possessed only the most basic refining technique, the effects of the potion extraction technique, as documented in the unworded alchemy book, were vastly superior to the fire refining method, and notably, it did not require the assistance of an alchemy furnace. Lin Bai held the spiritual herb, began to circulate his true energy, and executed a series of intricate hand seals. Upon completing the final hand seal, an equally intricate rune entered the spiritual herb. Subsequently, the herb began to transform into a translucent green liquid. Success! Lin Bai carefully enveloped the green liquid with his true energy, cautiously pouring it into a vial, sealing it with a cork to mark the completion of his task. He exhaled, wiping the fine sheen of sweat from his brow. Although the entire process appeared deceptively simple, it demanded considerable concentration. Lin Bai needed not only to execute the hand seals but also to infuse true energy into each gesture, ultimately forming the rune that would be embedded within the spiritual herb. Furthermore, the true energy expended during the alchemical technique was substantial. Despite his possession of the true energy fire dragon, he could only perform the technique consecutively 20 times at most. It is worth noting that he was a peak realm martial artist, with both the quality and quantity of true energy surpassing that of ordinary warriors. Conservatively estimating, a martial artist of similar rank would exhaust their true energy after merely 5 executions of the potion extraction technique, accounting for the previously destroyed herb. He now had 13 spiritual herbs remaining, while still needing to refine 9 vials of potion. Lin Bai picked up the vial of elixir he had just distilled, giving it a gentle shake, and discovered that the impurities within were remarkably few. He placed it into a recess in the stone chamber, beside which a flat stone platform revealed the words, 70%. To his astonishment, the purity had indeed reached 70%, Lin Bai murmured to himself. Simultaneously, he could not help but marvel at the potency of the extraction technique. As Han Bing mentioned, achieving a purity of 50% was already a mark of a distinguished alchemist. In one corner of the stone chamber, there were 10 recesses, and upon placing the refined elixirs into them, the corresponding platforms would display the purity of each vial. Completing the task required filling all 10 recesses with elixirs that met the specified purity threshold. Failure to do so would result in a deduction of contributions. Continuing to employ the extraction technique on the remaining spiritual herbs, Lin Bai found his proficiency increasing alongside the quantity he refined. "I did it!" he exclaimed, stretching his back as he gazed at the 10 filled recesses. To his surprise, among the 9 vials he had distilled, one boasted a purity of 90%, while the others predominantly ranged between 70 and 80%. After the refining process, for spiritual herbs remained, and after taking a brief rest, Lin Bai distilled them into elixirs. With only 10 vials required for the task, he naturally accepted the 4 additional ones with pleasure. After swiping the token used to unlock the stone chamber across the platform, the word completed appeared. Lin Bai took the token and exited the chamber, making his way towards the nearby window. "Hello, I would like to submit my task," he stated. At that moment, the window was unoccupied, allowing Lin Bai to approach and present his token alongside his contribution token to the attendant. Observing Lin Bai's swift return to submit his task, the attendant pondered, has he really completed the destruction of 15 spiritual herbs so quickly? Completing the task requires 10 refined elixirs, which means this disciple owes 1,000 contributions. What a wasteful expenditure! With a sigh of regret, the attendant mused. It's reckless to take on tasks without proper inquiry. The records indicate this individual is merely a newly admitted disciple. Although refining spiritual herbs does not necessitate high cultivation levels, it demands considerable skill. Otherwise, one risks ruining the herbs. Such tasks are typically undertaken by disciples of the alchemy hall for practice. Could this new disciple truly possess an abundance of contributions? Soon, the attendant's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he questioned his own vision. Did the token truly read completed? Rubbing his eyes to confirm, he realized he had not misread, but curiosity lingered in his mind. How had Lin Bai accomplished this task? Could it be that he had prepared 10 vials of elixirs in advance and simply placed them into the recesses of the stone chamber? Before the attendant could ponder further, Lin Bai, noticing the attendant's prolonged silence, inquired, "Is there a problem?" "Oh, no, nothing of the sort. Here is your token, and the 500 contributions for completing the task have been transferred to your token," the attendant replied, regaining his composure as he recorded the information and returned the token to Lin Bai. With his token in hand, Lin Bai turned to leave. "What does it matter? I am but a humble attendant," the attendant muttered to himself after Lin Bai departed. Chapter 37. A trip with me. The elder clad in alchemy hall attire grumbled. "I wonder if the council is deliberately targeting me, forcing me to handle such trivial matters. Is it necessary for me, having just emerged from months of seclusion refining pills, to be penalized with this duty at the alchemy hall?" At that moment, another disciple, dressed in a less prestigious version of the alchemy hall uniform, bowed and said, "Elder Chun, here are the elixirs distilled by the alchemy hall this month. Please review them." Elder Chun waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. I shall inspect them now. You may withdraw." "Yes, Elder Chun," the disciple replied, bowing before turning to leave. Once the disciple departed, Elder Chun resumed his grumbling. "What is there to see? It's all just the same few purity levels." A thought seemed to trigger an unpleasant memory, causing him to snort disdainfully. "Humph, had the elixirs distilled by that old hag been of suitable purity, the batch I refined during my seclusion wouldn't have exploded." With that, Elder Chun began to open the lids of the various boxes before him, inspecting their contents. 30%. 30%. 40%. Not bad. Still 30%. With each box he opened, he evaluated the elixirs, eventually shaking his head and concluding, "These are merely the inferior condensed essence grass. The highest purity among them is only 40%. I suspect they were refined by a favored disciple of some elder, with the rest averaging around 30%. Then, with a hint of pride, Elder Chun boasted, I could easily achieve a purity of 65% with such low-grade materials. Humph. In the entire sect, if I claimed to be second in refining spiritual herbs, no one would dare claim the first." As he continued to examine the elixirs in the boxes, he had just decided to brew a pot of tea for a well-deserved break when he suddenly noticed a box in the corner that had yet to be inspected. This must have been delivered by that disciple earlier. Elder Chun approached the box, opened the lid, and gasped, 90% purity. Wait, did I see that correctly? Picking up a vial from the box, he scrutinized it closely. Could it really be true? A vial with 90% purity? Initially intending to finish checking the elixirs and take a break, Elder Chun was now captivated by the sight of this crystal-clear liquid, immediately recognizing its high purity from years of experience. At first, he thought he might be imagining things, but after a thorough inspection, he was convinced this was indeed a vial of 90% pure elixir. With a pop, Elder Chun uncorked the vial and poured the elixir into his mouth. The next moment, he closed his eyes, feeling a slight solidification of his true energy within. After a long moment of contemplation, he sighed in amazement. Incredible! Just a single vial already provides 50% of the effects needed to refine a pill. Condensed essence grass is a primary material for crafting the non-tiered condensed essence pill, which aids martial artists in solidifying their true energy during the chi refinement stage. Due to its simplicity in preparation and low cost, it is favored by practitioners in this realm. However, for martial masters, the efficacy of the condensed essence pill diminishes significantly. Elder Chun had merely experienced a slight solidification of his true energy from consuming that vial. Wait a moment. 70%, 70%, 80%, 70%. After consuming the vial with 90% purity, Elder Chun finally had time to examine the other elixirs in the box. To his astonishment, every remaining vial had a purity of no less than 70%, with one or two even reaching 80%. Could it be that a master alchemist has infiltrated the sword sect? A question flickered through Elder Chun's mind, but the information recorded on the box shattered his speculation. Outer sect disciple. Lin Bai cultivation level. Chi refinement 9th layer. Author's note. The token cannot display Lin Bai's peak cultivation level. Task completion. 100%, he's merely an outer sect disciple? Elder Chen exclaimed incredulously. No, this individual may be an outer sect disciple, but with only the Qi refinement ninth layer. He must be a recent addition to the sect. Could he be from a lineage of alchemists? Even if he hails from an alchemical family, the purity of these elixirs is astonishing. Suddenly, Elder Chen had a thought. If I could learn his method of refining elixirs, wouldn't he that give my own batch of pills a chance at success? Elder Chen seemed to have reached a decision, and he called out to the person outside. You there, come in for a moment. As soon as Elder Chen finished speaking, the disciple who had just left entered respectfully and inquired, Elder Chen, is there something you need? Elder Chen stroked his beard and gestured towards the box of medicinal liquid on the floor, saying, summon the outer sect disciple who refined that box of medicinal liquid. I have matters to discuss with him. Elder Chen, is there a problem with this box of medicinal liquid? The disciple felt a twinge of anxiety at this unexpected summons. Could it be that there was an issue with the medicinal liquid? He cursed himself for not having checked it beforehand. What if he were implicated in an oversight? Initially, he had thought to take advantage of the detection process in the stone chamber, allowing him to be lazy by simply presenting the medicinal liquid to Elder Chen. But now it seemed there was indeed a problem. Do I need to report to you? Elder Chen snorted coldly. The disciple was instantly drenched in cold sweat, forcing himself to appear calm as he replied, I wouldn't dare, Elder. I'll go fetch him right away. Knock, knock. Who is it? Lin Bai asked as he opened the door upon hearing the knocking. After completing his tasks, Lin Bai returned to his residence to continue contemplating the contents of the wordless Dan book while also mending his meridians. Han Bing and Li Tianyu had not yet returned. They were likely still occupied with their missions. Lin Bai? The one knocking was indeed that disciple. Yes, what is it? Lin Bai responded. He was puzzled by the identity of the visitor, who seemed to have come specifically to seek him out, and whose expression did not bode well, as if he were here to cause trouble. Come with me. Elder Chen from the Alchemy Hall is looking for you. The disciple continued. Which Elder Chen? I am not acquainted with any Elder Chen, Lin Bai replied, bemused. Why would an elder be seeking him out for no apparent reason? The Alchemy Hall? Could it be that there was an issue with the medicinal liquid he had refined? But that couldn't be right. He had thoroughly checked it, and each vial had a purity of at least 70%, with one vial reaching 90% purity. Furthermore, the detection process in the stone chamber had passed as well. Suddenly, Lin Bai considered a possibility. Perhaps Elder Chen was not looking for him because there was a problem with the medicinal liquid, but rather because its purity was too high. This was dire. If he went, it could very well expose the existence of the wordless Dan book. Lin Bai's heart raced with anxiety. What should he do? Why are you dawdling? Hurry up and come with me. This is such bad luck, the disciple said impatiently. He merely hoped for a lighter punishment, blaming Lin Bai for the troublesome situation. Lin Bai furrowed his brow, eventually letting out a sigh. No matter how he tried to evade it for a moment, he could not escape forever. As long as he was within the sword sect, escape would be impossible. Reluctantly, he followed the disciple, deciding to take each step as it came. Chapter 38. Goddess of Fortune? Elder Chen, I have brought him. The earlier disciple said respectfully to Elder Chen, while Lin Bai stood behind him. Is this the Elder Chen? Lin Bai thought as he observed the disciple's respectful demeanor towards the elder. All right, you may leave. Elder Chen waved his hand dismissively to the disciple, who then took his leave. With the departure of the disciple, only Lin Bai and Elder Chen remained in the room. Elder Chen scrutinized Lin Bai for a few moments, noting that he appeared utterly ordinary, lacking any distinguishing features. Prior to the disciple bringing Lin Bai over, he had already inquired about Lin Bai's background and discovered that he was merely an unremarkable outer sect disciple, having only recently been promoted from the logistics division. As Elder Chen assessed Lin Bai, he found it perplexing how this seemingly ordinary outer sect disciple could have refined medicinal liquid with a purity as high as 90%. Did you refine these medicinal liquids? Elder Chen pointed to the box on the table. Lin Bai stepped forward to examine the contents, confirming that these were indeed the medicinal liquids he had refined. But wait, where was the vial with 90% purity? It appeared he had been summoned due to the issue with the medicinal liquid. Lin Bai mused to himself, reporting to the elder. These medicinal liquids were indeed refined by me. Lin Bai bowed to Elder Chen. After Lin Bai spoke, Elder Chen produced a furnace resembling the one from the stone chamber and handed Lin Bai a Ning Yuan herb, instructing, refine it again in my presence. Elder Chen grew increasingly intrigued by Lin Bai's words, eager to discover the means by which this disciple had achieved a purity of 90% with the Ning Yuan herb. If he could master this technique, Lin Bai realized that Elder Chen was indeed after his method of refining medicinal liquids. However, being under the elder's roof, he felt compelled to comply. He reluctantly accepted the furnace and the spiritual herb from Elder Chen. Finding a clear space, Lin Bai sat cross-legged on the ground, placing the furnace before him and inserting the Ningyuan herb within. He then began to circulate his true qi, gradually channeling it into the furnace's pathways. The scene within the furnace mirrored his previous experience, as the pathways slowly filled with true qi. A fragrant incense stick later, the temperature in the furnace rose steadily, and the Ningyuan herb began to exude droplets of medicinal liquid. Everything progressed as before, with the temperature in the furnace continuing to rise and the extraction rate of the medicinal liquid increasing significantly. Having learned from his previous failure and understanding that this furnace employed the method of fire refinement, Lin Bai had accumulated some experience. This time, he meticulously controlled the amount of true qi he infused, ensuring that the temperature in the furnace remained within a specific range without escalating further. Finally, the last remnants of the Ningyuan herb transformed into medicinal liquid, flowing to the bottom of the furnace. After collecting the refined liquid into a vial, Lin Bai discovered that its purity had only reached 30%. Upon seeing the 30% purity of the medicinal liquid Lin Bai had produced, Elder Chen frowned and glanced at the box containing the other vials, as if coming to a realization. Everything appears normal, and indeed, the purity of the medicinal liquid has reached an average level of 30%. However, therein lies the most abnormal aspect. The so-called average level of 30% was merely the standard for disciples of the alchemy hall. Refining medicinal liquids was a routine task for them. Thus, their average purity would naturally be at least 30%. Moreover, what disciple in the alchemy hall did not possess martial apprentice cultivation? Yet Lin Bai? His identity was already clear to Elder Chen. He was merely a newly entered disciple at the 9th level of qi refining, without any backing. What right did he have to achieve 30% purity? A genius in alchemy? Elder Chen scoffed at the thought. If Lin Bai were truly an alchemy genius, he would have been recognized during the outer sect trials and selected as an inner disciple. It seemed this young man had indeed mastered some method of refining medicinal liquids. He was now merely feigning ignorance, attempting to conceal his refining techniques. With a cold snort, Elder Chen remarked, "Boy, are you toying with me? Did you truly refine those medicinal liquids?" Lin Bai considered denying his involvement with the liquids, which would spare him from Elder Chen's covetous gaze upon his refining methods. Yet he knew the elder would not let the matter rest easily, so he feigned trepidation and stammered, "Elder, I assure you the medicinal liquids were indeed refined by me. As for the lack of quality this time, it is because I did not employ my unique secret technique." "Oh, unique secret technique?" Elder Chen's heart leaped with excitement. It seemed this young man was finally prepared to reveal his method of refining medicinal liquids. "Yes, Elder. My unique secret technique involves bathing and changing clothes before I refine any medicinal liquids. After each bath and change, the purity of the medicinal liquids increases significantly. Perhaps it is the favor of the goddess of fortune," Lin Bai concluded. Just as Elder Chen was about to erupt in anger, he questioned the validity of such a so-called unique secret technique. Was this young man mocking him? However, Elder Chen forcibly suppressed his urge to erupt, as he was curious to see what tricks Lin Bai had up his sleeve. There is a bathroom next door. Go and take a shower and change your clothes now. If the purity of the medicinal liquid you refine later is not up to par with what you previously produced, do not blame me for being impolite." Elder Chen pointed towards a door, and at the end of his statement, he tossed Lin Bai a set of robes worn by the alchemy hall disciples. Upon entering that door, Lin Bai found himself in a lavishly decorated bathroom, complete with a large wooden bathtub filled with steaming hot water, indicating that this facility was likely reserved for the elder's use. After closing the door, Lin Bai undressed and entered the bathtub as he would during any ordinary bath. As for what to do next, he already had a plan in mind. This was merely a pretense to save face after his earlier remarks, while also providing himself with an excuse. Outside the door, Elder Chen was currently channeling his true energy, seemingly practicing some form of technique. Has that brat actually gone in to bathe? What exactly is he trying to pull? It turned out that Elder Chen was secretly peeping at Lin Bai as he bathed. After a cup of tea time, Lin Bai, reclining in the bathtub, opened his eyes. Now was the moment. He donned the robes of the alchemy hall disciple and stepped out of the bathroom. "Elder Chen, I am ready." Elder Chen nodded slightly and tossed a piece of condensed yuan grass to Lin Bai. After receiving the condensed yuan grass, Lin Bai sat cross-legged and placed it into the alchemical furnace, beginning to refine the medicinal liquid. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Lin Bai infused true energy into the passageways of the furnace, just as he had done on the previous two occasions. After a stick of incense, the condensed yuan grass within the furnace began to exude medicinal liquid. After half a stick of incense, the grass had completely transformed into liquid, which Lin Bai then bottled and handed to Elder Chun. The purity of this medicinal liquid astonishingly reached 70%. What is happening? Countless question marks flashed through Elder Chen's mind. He had been keeping a close watch on Lin Bai as he refined the liquid, and yet the method he employed was identical to that of earlier attempts. How could he achieve such results? Could it truly be the favor of the goddess of fortune? No, he refused to believe it. Refine this spirit herb as well. Elder Chen tossed another spirit herb to Lin Bai. Chapter 39. Bitching flower. Upon receiving the condensed yuan grass handed over by Elder Chen, Lin Bai once again placed it into the alchemical furnace just as he had done in the previous two instances. After a cup of tea's time, Lin Bai bottled the refined medicinal liquid. Perhaps due to the adage that practice makes perfect, this time the purity reached 80%. How on earth is he accomplishing this? Elder Chen was filled with doubts. He would never believe that the goddess of fortune was smiling upon Lin Bai. Yet he could not fathom how Lin Bai was managing to manipulate the process. He had been monitoring him closely, and Lin Bai's method of refining the herbs was no different from others. Simply infusing true energy into the furnace to extract the spirit herbs. Refine the spirit herb as well. Elder Chen again handed Lin Bai a piece of condensed yuan grass. After receiving the herb, Lin Bai continued his methodical approach to refining. As Lin Bai began the process, Elder Chen secretly activated a technique to observe the fluctuations of true energy within the furnace. Another cup of tea passed, and Lin Bai once more bottled the refined medicinal liquid. What is going on? Elder Chen was increasingly perplexed. He could not discern how Lin Bai was achieving such results. The method Lin Bai employed was evidently the same as any other disciple, infusing true energy into the furnace, but the purity of the resulting medicinal liquid was alarmingly high. Try to refine this spirit herb if you can. Elder Chen handed Lin Bai a vibrant green herb, no longer the condensed yuan grass. Lin Bai immediately recognized this herb. It was recorded in the No-Word Alchemy book as a first-grade healing herb, the bitching flower. The reason Lin Bai was able to refine such high-purity medicinal liquids without Elder Chen discovering his methods was that during the second refinement, he had conceived an idea to integrate the alchemy formula into the true energy pathways within the furnace. After all, the alchemy formula is fundamentally just a method of manipulating true energy, and the hand seals are merely expressions of that method. So, what if he applied this method to the pathways within the furnace? Those pathways were essentially just manifestations of the fire refining technique, which meant he could also utilize them to execute the alchemy formula. Lin Bai acted upon this thought, and since the pathways within the furnace were interconnected, he began to channel true energy through them in the same manner he would when operating the alchemy formula. The results were gratifying. His idea proved correct, and he successfully refined a medicinal liquid with 70% purity. And in the previous attempt, he had even achieved 80%. Lin Bai was confident that Elder Chen could not possibly discern his methods, as he had merely altered the flow of true energy. Those pathways still needed to be filled and bore no difference from the fire refining technique. Refine? After Elder Chen handed over the bitching flower, Lin Bai felt a moment of hesitation. Although he was a peak-stage martial artist, he was merely at the 10th level of qi refinement. The refinement of spirit herbs also required a certain level of cultivation. First-grade spirit herbs typically necessitated at least martial disciple cultivation, as the quality and quantity of true energy in qi refinement martial artists are significantly inferior to that of martial disciples. However, after some consideration, Lin Bai resolved to proceed, eager to see what Elder Chen was plotting. After several refinements, Lin Bai adeptly placed the spirit herb into the furnace, integrating the alchemy formula into the pathways of the furnace. After a cup of tea, the crystalline bitching flower in the furnace did not exude any medicinal liquid. Unlike the previous condensed yuan grass, which left Lin Bai feeling somewhat obstructed, Lin Bai furrowed his brow. Indeed, attempting to refine a first-grade spirit herb at the qi refinement stage is still too ambitious. Yet he did not wish to give up. He wanted to test the limits of his abilities. After all, his quality and quantity of true energy were significantly higher than those of ordinary qi refinement martial artists. And with the alchemy formula, he believed he had a chance of success. Lin Bai silently chided himself and increased the input of true energy while integrating the alchemy formula. As Lin Bai infused true energy, the temperature within the furnace steadily rose, and the bitching flower became increasingly translucent. Slowly, the herb finally exuded a drop of medicinal liquid. At this moment, Elder Chen was utterly astounded, his mouth agape. He had been closely observing the state of the furnace, and initially, he had merely tasked Lin Bai with refining this spirit herb as a test. He never truly believed Lin Bai would succeed in producing a medicinal liquid. Yet, to his astonishment, the reality had left him speechless. Lin Bai not only produced a drop of medicinal liquid, but appeared likely to succeed further. What method has Lin Bai employed? Moreover, how could his true energy be so robust? This was beyond his comprehension. He could not discern any manipulation on Lin Bai's part. Everything seemed identical to the ordinary refining process of the Alchemy Hall disciples. Elder Chen's gaze flickered, seemingly altering his intentions, as he continued to observe the situation inside the furnace. After the first drop of medicinal liquid was refined, Lin Bai's heart leaped with joy, and he pushed himself further. Everything was progressing favorably. The medicinal liquid exuded from the bitching flower increased in volume, and Lin Bai's forehead began to glisten with perspiration. Refining a first-grade spirit herb was not as simple as he had imagined. The difficulty was several times greater than that of the non-grade condensed yuan grass, and it required significantly more mental focus. Drip! Finally, the last drop of medicinal liquid fell to the bottom of the furnace. Lin Bai wiped the sweat from his brow and bottled the liquid. The purity of this medicinal liquid was only 10%, yet Lin Bai felt immense satisfaction. After all, he was merely a qi refinement stage martial artist, and the bitching flower was a first-grade spirit herb. Lin Bai handed the medicinal liquid to Elder Chen and said, "Elder, my cultivation is lacking, and I can only refine it to this extent." Upon receiving the medicinal liquid from Lin Bai, Elder Chen was left speechless in astonishment. He had never imagined Lin Bai would actually manage to refine it, even if the purity was only 10%. But one must remember, he was only at the 9th level of qi refinement. Moreover, this verdant flower is indeed a rare spiritual herb. After a long pause, Elder Chen finally spoke. "What level of cultivation do you need to refine a second-tier spiritual herb?" Upon hearing Elder Chen's words, Lin Bai felt somewhat perplexed and was not entirely clear about the implication of his question. However, after estimating his own capabilities, he mustered the courage to reply, "Approximately at the 6th level of a martial apprentice." The 6th level of a martial apprentice? Elder Chen seemed taken aback by Lin Bai's response, his mind exclaiming in astonishment. At that moment, he wondered if Lin Bai was deceiving him. Yet upon observing the potion in his hand, he felt that Lin Bai might indeed be capable of such a feat. Elder Chen then inquired, "What purity can you achieve?" After a moment's hesitation, Lin Bai answered, "Roughly 50%. 50% was merely a conservative estimate. He had only grasped the most fundamental alchemical technique from the unworded alchemical book, and yet the purity of the refined spiritual herb had already reached such a high level. It is worth noting that the unworded alchemical book contains over a dozen more advanced refining techniques than the one he had mastered. Once Lin Bai finished speaking, Elder Chen produced a bag from his sleeve and tossed it to Lin Bai, saying, "Once you reach the 6th level of martial apprenticeship, come and assist me with a task. You may leave now." Lin Bai received the bag, which felt quite substantial. "Then I shall take my leave." Chapter 40. The foundation. After Lin Bai departed, Elder Chen stood in place for a considerable time. He did not wish to coerce Lin Bai into providing him with a refined potion, as that would contravene his principles. Moreover, he felt a twinge of regret at the prospect of losing such talent and was curious to see what further surprises Lin Bai might offer. How intriguing! Elder Chen smiled faintly. By the time Lin Bai exited the alchemy hall, the sky had already darkened. It was only then that he found the opportunity to open the bag. However, in the next moment, he was so astonished that his hands trembled slightly. The bag was filled to the brim with spirit crystals. He estimated that there were at least 100 spirit crystals inside. Why did Elder Chen give me so many spirit crystals? Lin Bai pondered, feeling perplexed. 100 spirit crystals represented a considerable fortune. And given that he had no familial ties to Elder Chen, why would the elder bestow such wealth upon him? Suddenly, Lin Bai recalled that Elder Chen had mentioned he would need to assist him with a task once he reached the 6th level of martial apprenticeship. Could it be related to that task? Furthermore, Elder Chen had also inquired about the level of cultivation required to refine a second-tier spiritual herb. Thus, it seemed that Elder Chen had provided him with these spirit crystals to expedite his progress to the 6th level of martial apprenticeship, so that he could assist with that task. Lin Bai's mind began to formulate some conjectures. To accept or not to accept, Lin Bai hesitated over whether to return the spirit crystals. Ultimately, he decided to keep them, for these spirit crystals were not given without expectation. They were a form of compensation for assisting Elder Chen. According to Elder Chen's words, he likely wanted him to refine a second-tier spiritual herb. But as long as his cultivation was sufficient, it would not pose a significant challenge for Lin Bai. Upon returning to his residence, the night had fully enveloped the sky. The lights in Han Bing's and Li Tianyu's rooms were still aglow, indicating they had likely completed their tasks. Hearing some movement in the courtyard, Li Tianyu stepped out of his room and, upon spotting Lin Bai, exclaimed with delight, "Senior brother, you're back." Lin Bai rubbed his nose and replied, "Yes, I was delayed by some matters." Senior brother, how did your task go?" Li Tianyu asked eagerly. "It was manageable. I barely completed it," Lin Bai responded, though the purity of the potion exceeded the task's requirements by several percent. Li Tianyu lamented, "I spent the entire day on my task and nearly exhausted myself. You have no idea how tedious it is to regulate the spiritual energy in those medicinal fields." Intrigued by Li Tianyu's words, Lin Bai inquired, "Oh, what exactly does that entail?" Li Tianyu explained, "In simple terms, it involves using formations within the medicinal fields to channel external spiritual energy into them, replenishing the energy within the fields." "What kind of formation?" Lin Bai's interest peaked further at the mention of formations, as it seemed different from the formations he had heard of in his past life, such as the Bagua formation. "It's a basic gathering formation. Although it is simple, it is quite cumbersome to operate, requiring 3 disciples to continuously infuse true energy at the 3 focal points to maintain the gathering formation. Then, the gathering formation will continuously draw in external spiritual energy, ultimately channeling it into the medicinal fields," Li Tianyu elaborated. "I see." Lin Bai nodded. Infusing true energy, indeed, seemed distinct from the formations he had previously known, prompting him to consider researching this further when the opportunity arose. Following that, Li Tianyu complained again. "Standing as a focal point for a whole day nearly wore me out." Just as Li Tianyu finished his lament, Lin Bai noticed Han Bing approaching, and he asked, "Han Bing, how did your task go today?" Han Bing, walking towards Lin Bai and Li Tianyu, replied succinctly, "Quite well. I merely assisted in preventing any sudden attacks from beasts." "And you?" Han Bing's manner remained as concise as ever. "It went well, though it took a bit longer than expected," Lin Bai said as he rubbed his nose. Han Bing's face seemed to flush slightly. "I forgot to mention that task is generally only assigned to disciples of the Alchemy Hall. Others usually fail and must compensate with contributions. I should have reminded you. I'll cover half of the contributions you owe." Upon hearing Han Bing's words, Li Tianyu looked puzzled. Why is it that only disciples of the Alchemy Hall can take on that task? Because refining potions is not as simple as it seems. A moment's inattention can lead to the destruction of the spiritual herbs. Additionally, refining spiritual herbs often requires specific knowledge about the herbs, such as how to refine each type and what precautions to take. Generally, only disciples of the Alchemy Hall study such knowledge. Lin Bai rubbed his nose. "Oh, is that so? I completed that task, and not only did I not incur any penalties, but I earned 500 contributions." Lin Bai felt no surprise. Instead, he seemed to have come to a realization, understanding why the steward of the Alchemy Hall had regarded him oddly. "Completed it?" Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Han Bing appeared somewhat astonished. "Yes," Lin Bai affirmed once more. "Let us not dwell on that. I have something to present to you both." Saying this, Lin Bai gestured towards his room. After lighting a lamp and securing the door, Lin Bai, under the curious gazes of the two, mysteriously produced a bag. "Han Bing, this is for you." "Li Tianyu, this is for you." Lin Bai placed 20 spirit crystals before each of them. At first, Han Bing and Li Tianyu were baffled by Lin Bai's mysterious demeanor, but upon seeing the spirit crystals before them, they were rendered momentarily speechless. Senior brother, where did you acquire so many spirit crystals?" Li Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. Lin Bai smiled. "Rest assured, I neither stole nor robbed. These were rightfully earned. An elder from the Alchemy Hall asked for my assistance with a task, and this is my reward. I returned late today because of this." Han Bing was somewhat astonished. What task could warrant such a generous payment? Han Bing pushed the spirit crystals towards Lin Bai. "I cannot accept these." Observing Han Bing's gesture, Li Tianyu hesitated briefly before also pushing the spirit crystals back to Lin Bai. "Senior brother, these are your spirit crystals. How could I possibly accept them?" Witnessing their actions, Lin Bai smiled. If you regard me as a friend, then accept them. I have plenty of spirit crystals, but friends are priceless. I'm being pulsed momentarily. Accepting the spirit crystals before him, he seemed to have made a decision, stating, I recognize you, Lin Bai, as a friend. Li Tianyu quickly added, Thank you, senior brother. Very well, let us all return to our cultivation for now, Lin Bai declared, ushering them away. Subsequently, Li Tianyu and Han Bing stored their spirit crystals and returned to their respective rooms. Was it worth it? After they left, Lin Bai silently questioned himself. Absolutely worth it. After all, it was merely 40 spirit crystals traded for 2 friends. Definitely worth it. Lin Bai understood that he could not navigate the sect alone. Han Bing and Li Tianyu would undoubtedly become his future allies, as their aspirations aligned with his own. It was time for him to continue his cultivation. With renewed vigor, Lin Bai seated himself cross-legged upon his bed and commenced his practice. His damaged meridians had gradually healed to about 50%, and with an ample supply of spirit crystals, he aimed to restore them completely that very night. He retrieved 20 spirit crystals from his pouch and placed them beside him for easy access. In the next moment, he grasped 2 spirit crystals in his hands and initiated the 9 Dragons' decision to absorb the spiritual energy contained within. For reasons unknown to him, Lin Bai discovered that his absorption rate was remarkably swift. A small vortex of spiritual energy began to form in his hands, voraciously drawing in the essence from the spirit crystals. Simultaneously, the true energy fire dragon within his meridians became increasingly animated as his mental focus intensified. Before Lin Bai could convert the absorbed spiritual energy into true energy, the energy in his meridians was entirely consumed by the true energy fire dragon. After absorbing a substantial amount of spiritual energy, the true energy fire dragon expanded in size, its body becoming more translucent and radiating a beautiful red glow. In the next moment, the true energy fire dragon glided toward a damaged meridian, commencing the restoration process. Chapter 41. Liquid condensation technique. Could the true energy fire dragon actually convert spiritual energy directly into true energy? Lin Bai gasped in astonishment. The true energy fire dragon was akin to Lin Bai's second Dantian. He had initially believed it solely served the purpose of storing true energy. However, he soon realized that the true energy fire dragon could also assist in repairing damaged meridians and muscles, refining them to become more resilient post-restoration. It appeared that the true energy fire dragon possessed the ability to directly transform spiritual energy into true energy. After the fire dragon had consumed all the spiritual energy from his meridians, Lin Bai could distinctly feel the spiritual energy morphing into true energy within the fire dragon itself. Aware of this, Lin Bai hastened his absorption of the spiritual energy from the spirit crystals, but as soon as the energy entered his meridians, it was swiftly devoured by the true energy fire dragon. Consequently, the fire dragon's size increased yet again. Afterward, no matter how much spiritual energy Lin Bai absorbed, the true energy fire dragon ceased to draw in any further energy. It seemed that there was indeed a limit to the amount of spiritual energy the true energy fire dragon could absorb. After 2 rounds of absorption, the fire dragon appeared to have reached its capacity, as Lin Bai sensed waves of satiety emanating from it. Realizing this, Lin Bai slowed his energy absorption and redirected his focus toward assisting the true energy fire dragon in repairing his meridians. 50%, 60%, 100%. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Bai's damaged meridians were finally fully restored. Meanwhile, nearly half of the 20 spirit crystals beside him had been consumed. Boom! At the precise moment his meridians were completely healed, Lin Bai felt as though he had broken through some constraints. He had ascended to the 11th layer of Qi refinement. Upon checking his realm, Lin Bai was elated. He had unexpectedly advanced to the 11th layer of Qi refinement. Exhaling deeply, he felt a wave of refreshing ease wash over him, and the circulation of true energy within his body became significantly smoother. It seemed that prioritizing the restoration of his damaged meridians had indeed been a wise decision. He had not anticipated that he would achieve a breakthrough to the 11th layer of Qi refinement as a result. By now, the sun had risen to its zenith, illuminating Lin Bai's room with brilliance. Cultivation truly had a way of making one lose track of time. He was astonished to discover that it was already noon on the second day. Rubbing his stomach, he decided to head to the dining hall for a meal. Indeed, as a Qi refinement martial artist, he faced numerous deficiencies. The necessity of daily sustenance was a considerable issue. However, once he reached the martial disciple realm, things would become far more convenient. Though martial disciples had higher dietary requirements and consumed larger quantities, the advantage was that they could go several days without eating after a single meal. At this moment, the doors to Han Bing and Li Tianyu's rooms were firmly shut. They were likely diligently cultivating after receiving the 20 spirit crystals. Thus, Lin Bai set off to the dining hall alone, planning to bring back some food for them once their training concluded. Upon returning from the dining hall, he found both of them still engrossed in their cultivation. So he placed the food container at their door. Lin Bai then returned to his own room to continue his training, intending to further contemplate the contents of the wordless Dan book. Although Lin Bai remained unaware of the origins of the wordless Dan book, he surmised it to be of significant value, as even the most basic liquid extraction technique had greatly benefited him. Moreover, without the wordless Dan book, he would never have acquired those 100 spirit crystals. Having recognized the formidable efficacy of the Dan techniques, Lin Bai elevated the wordless Dan book status in his mind. The liquid extraction technique, combined with the 15 he had already mastered, made him reluctant to invest time in learning more advanced techniques for the moment. The foundational liquid extraction techniques he had acquired were sufficient for his current needs. Furthermore, the complexity of the higher-level liquid extraction techniques was significantly increased, with corresponding hand seals and true energy pathways multiplying in number. The process of refining a single pill comprises 3 steps: liquid extraction, liquid condensation, and pill formation. Liquid extraction, of course, involves refining spiritual herbs into medicinal liquids. Typically, the creation of a single pill requires more than one type of spiritual herb, as various herbs complement each other's deficiencies, ultimately yielding the most effective pill. To concoct a pill from multiple medicinal liquids, the step of liquid condensation is indispensable. Liquid condensation is not merely about combining the medicinal liquids. There are often conflicts between the effects of different spiritual herbs. If mixed carelessly, the result could be a toxic pill. This necessitates the skill of an alchemist to harmonize the mixtures and prevent adverse interactions. The final step, pill formation, simply entails concentrating the prepared medicinal liquid into a single pill. Lin Bai had already mastered the first step, liquid extraction, and now it was time to learn how to perform liquid condensation. There were also 15 techniques associated with liquid condensation, but he could currently only learn the simplest one, as the higher-level techniques posed too great a challenge for him. The most basic technique for liquid condensation, like the liquid extraction technique, bore a straightforward name: liquid condensation technique. Lin Bai concentrated as he recalled the liquid condensation technique, noting that the number of hand seals and true energy pathways was comparable to that of the liquid extraction technique. However, thoroughly mastering it would still require considerable mental effort from Lin Bai. He then began to focus intently on learning the hand seals and true energy pathways, occasionally executing various hand seals as he practiced. Time slipped by unnoticed, and after a while, Lin Bai, seated on his bed, opened his eyes, circulating his true energy while performing intricate hand seals. "Ha!" he shouted, projecting a rune with precision. Was it a success on the first attempt? Indeed, it was quite impressive. After his training, Lin Bai glanced out the window and realized it was now shrouded in darkness. He estimated it to be around 3 in the morning. Exiting his room, he noticed that the food container in front of Han Bing and Li Tianyu's door was gone, implying they had already consumed the meal within. Just as Lin Bai intended to fetch a bucket of water for a shower, he inadvertently kicked something at his feet. The light outside was dim, but upon closer inspection, he discovered it was another food container. To his surprise, they had prepared a meal for him as well. Feeling a surge of warmth in his heart, Lin Bai was touched by their thoughtfulness. However, as he reached to open the container, he found it empty, save for a few clean bowls. They had merely washed the bowls and returned them along with the container. Realizing he had misunderstood the situation, Lin Bai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and silently tucked the container away, feigning forgetfulness. Just as he was about to place the container in his room, he caught sight of another food container nearby. I had forgotten that I had brought them 2 containers. As Lin Bai reached for the second container, he suddenly glimpsed through the gap in the lid and saw it brimming with food. Initially, he thought he was imagining things, but upon opening the container, he confirmed it was indeed filled to the brim with delicious meals. With his memory restored, Lin Bai felt a renewed sense of gratitude. Indeed, those 2 fellows truly cared for him after all. The food in the lunchbox had grown cold from sitting too long, yet Lin Bai savored it with great delight, marking it as the first heartwarming meal he had experienced in this foreign realm. Chapter 42 Long Qian. Subsequently, Lin Bai dedicated an entire day to solidifying his cultivation and familiarizing himself with the alchemical techniques. During this time, Li Tianyu and Han Bing visited him once. With the assistance of spirit crystals, both of their cultivation levels had significantly increased. Han Bing had already achieved 2/10 of her true energy in liquid form, while Li Tianyu had accomplished 1/10. Before long, it was the morning of the second day, signaling yet another day of attending classes at the martial arts hall. After having breakfast together, Lin Bai, Li Tianyu, and Han Bing set off for the hall. "Brothers, who do you think will be the elder giving us the lecture this time?" Li Tianyu inquired as they walked. Han Bing, seemingly in the know, replied originally, "It was supposed to be Elder Lu from last time, but I heard he is still in seclusion for cultivation. This time, it will be another outer sect elder with credentials equal to Elder Lu, apparently an elder named Chun from the Alchemy Hall." Upon hearing Han Bing's words, Lin Bai was taken aback. Elder Chun from the Alchemy Hall? Could it be mere coincidence? Li Tianyu suddenly understood. "Oh, is that so? Let us hurry over. We're already late, and the good seats are likely taken." When the trio arrived at the martial arts hall, it was already packed to the brim. Lin Bai cast a glance and spotted several individuals from his courtyard sitting with Yang Kaitai, who was evidently at the center of their gathering. Not far away, Yang Kaitai noticed Lin Bai and his companions, offering them a brief smile before turning his gaze away. Over the past few days, he had managed to rally several individuals from their courtyard, and now those few were gathered around him. "Hey, brothers, look. There are some empty seats over there in the front row." Li Tianyu pointed toward a few vacant spots. Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback. How had those prime seats become available? Logically, such desirable positions should have been occupied long ago, but he didn't dwell on it further. "Then let us sit over there." The trio promptly made their way to the empty seats. Yang Kaitai, observing Lin Bai's group, inwardly smirked. This fellow is about to stir up some trouble. The elder who was to give the lecture would take some time to arrive, so Lin Bai and his companions settled into their seats to wait. However, no sooner had they sat down than a newcomer approached, shouting, "Hey, you bunch of bastards don't know this is our dragon brother spot?" With that, he attempted to shove Lin Bai aside to claim his seat. "Dragon brother? What dragon brother?" Lin Bai brushed aside the intruder's hand. The newcomer, feeling the sting of rejection. "Cursed bastard, you don't even know my dragon brother? His uncle is an outer sect elder. If you offend my dragon brother, you may not want to be seen around here." Just as he finished, the disciple tried to pull Lin Bai from his seat again. Amused, Lin Bai countered, "What dragon brother? So you're just some privileged second generation." Such privileged individuals were ubiquitous. Lin Bai had not anticipated encountering one in this world. Naturally, he would not yield to such bullying. If he wanted a seat, he should have arrived earlier. It was unreasonable for him to claim a spot now that Lin Bai had already occupied it. Upon hearing Lin Bai's retort, the assailant seemed enraged, abandoning all pretense of dialogue and throwing a punch at Lin Bai. Lin Bai scoffed, thinking it absurd that the other would resort to violence. The opponent's punch moved at a snail's pace compared to Lin Bai's prowess as a peak martial artist. He easily seized the intruder's arm and delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling several meters away. Lin Bai felt a surge of anger. How dare this individual bully others simply because of his so-called dragon brother? With a single kick, the adversary was sent flying, and although Lin Bai's kick was merely a casual one, the power behind it was formidable. The disciple, struck in the abdomen, writhed on the ground in pain, glaring at his companions. "What are you all staring at? Get over here." Those nearby hesitated for a moment, but knowing they had benefited from Dragon Brother, they reluctantly rose to encircle Lin Bai. Li Tianyu and Han Bing, seeing the situation unfold, were about to spring to Lin Bai's aid when he gestured for them to stay put, signaling that he could handle it. Lin Bai stood, stretching his muscles. He had just broken through to the 11th level of Qi refinement, and this would be an excellent opportunity to practice. As the group surrounded Lin Bai, they simultaneously launched their attacks. However, their movements were still too slow for Lin Bai. With incredible speed, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each landing squarely on their faces. Before they could even touch Lin Bai, they were struck, blood streaming from their noses as they reeled in pain. Lin Bai had expected that after delivering a single punch, they would retreat, but they stubbornly pressed on, enduring the pain to continue their assault. Seeing this, Lin Bai decided to be less forgiving and retaliated with a kick for each of them. Suddenly, an alarm bell rang in Lin Bai's mind. "Brother, watch out behind you." Li Tianyu shouted. Just as Li Tianyu's warning echoed, Lin Bai felt a gust of wind rushing toward the back of his head. He swiftly turned discovering a muscular youth launching a sneak attack, his face brimming with defiance. So this is the infamous dragon brother? Lin Bai thought as he dodged the assault. The youth, realizing Lin Bai had evaded his strike, taunted, "Not bad, not bad. You managed to dodge my punch. I want to hold it against you for taking my spot. Consider yourself my subordinate." Before Dragon Aotion could finish, Lin Bai burst into laughter. Dragon. Dragon. Enraged by Lin Bai's derision, Dragon Aotion retorted, "Oh, you think you're clever? You're asking for trouble." With that, he launched a punch at Lin Bai. "Zontak. Zofast." Lin Bai exclaimed inwardly. Although Dragon Aotion was merely a 9th-level Chi refinement martial artist, his punch was astonishingly swift. Sensing carefully, Lin Bai discerned that Dragon Aotion had already achieved 4/10 of his true energy in liquid form. Furthermore, a fire dragon, seemingly forged from energy, coiled around his fist, exuding an aura that suggested it could incinerate everything. "Umph. I didn't expect my newly mastered martial extreme fire dragon fist to be used against you." Upon hearing Dragon Aotion's words, Lin Bai thought, "Martial technique? So that's what it is?" Before he could ponder further, Dragon Aotion's fist was already barreling toward him. In a moment of desperation, Lin Bai summoned all his strength and retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom! The collision of their fists produced a deafening sound. Lin Bai staggered back a few steps, barely managing to defuse the force of the attack. Meanwhile, Dragon Aotion was sent reeling backward, ultimately losing his footing and crashing to the ground. How? Is this possible? How could he withstand my martial technique? It was just a punch, yet its power surpassed that of my technique. Dragon Aotion, nursing his painful hand, was filled with disbelief. Who exactly was this person? With the support of the spirit crystals provided by my uncle, I should have achieved 4/10 of my energy in liquid form. The opponent's cultivation level is merely... Why can't I sense his level? After probing Lin Bai's cultivation, Dragon Aotion was astonished. Could it be? Could he be a martial apprentice? No, that can't be. Although I cannot perceive his level, I can tell he is definitely not a martial apprentice. Then why is his strength so formidable? At the same time, Lin Bai was equally astonished. After all, he was a peak martial artist. Although Dragon Aotion had achieved 4/10 of his true energy in liquid form, he never expected that a single punch could rival his own. Was it due to the martial technique he employed? Lin Bai mused silently. It's just a few seats. I'll gladly give them up." Long Aotion rose to his feet, delivering his harsh words before departing the Jiangwu Hall with his companions in a dejected manner. Chapter 43. Elder Chen's lecture. After Long Aotion's exit, the Jiangwu Hall was abuzz with chatter. Goodness, that punch was incredibly powerful. Is that martial skill? What skill? He was merely knocked down by a single blow. Hey, what do you think his realm is? The other person is already at 40% liquidization of true energy and possesses a martial technique. Can't tell, but he's definitely stronger than me. So handsome. I want to bear his child. Hey, you're a guy. Same-sex love is true love. Not far away, Yang Kaidai watched in astonishment as Lin Bai repelled Long Aotion. In just a few days, this guy has grown stronger again. As Long Aotion left, Lin Bai sat down, rubbing his numbed fist. Just as he settled, Li Tianyu eagerly inquired, while Han Bing cast a questioning glance at Lin Bai. "Senior brother, what realm are you at now? That guy with 40% true energy liquidization was defeated by you." Lin Bai smiled and replied, "I am at the 11th level of Qi refinement." Li Tianyu suddenly looked disheartened. "What the heck? If you won't say it, just forget it." However, a flicker of shock crossed Han Bing's eyes upon hearing Lin Bai's words, only to vanish almost instantly. Shortly thereafter, an elder clad in the robes of the Alchemy Hall entered the Jiangwu Hall, grumbling along the way, first guarding the Alchemy Hall, then teaching the new disciples. Those fellows in the Elder Council must be trying to work this old man to death. Don't even think about asking me to concoct pills for you in the future. Upon seeing the elder, Lin Bai couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. I can't believe it's really him. When he heard Han Bing mention that the lecturer was an elder from the Alchemy Hall, he had his suspicions, yet he never expected it to be Elder Chun from that day. After ascending the podium, Elder Chun scanned the audience, and his gaze landed on Lin Bai, revealing a glimmer of interest in this lecture. He then began, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Elder Chun from the Alchemy Hall and your lecturer for today. If any of you are interested in alchemy, you may have an opportunity to enter my Alchemy Hall in the future." As he spoke, Elder Chun glanced at Lin Bai, the implications clear. "Since I am an elder of the Alchemy Hall, Today's discussion will focus solely on elixirs, not cultivation. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur. Not discussing cultivation? We came to the Jingwu Hall precisely to address cultivation issues. What's going on? Exactly, what else with this elixir talk? We don't have that many resources to waste. To be honest, my dad is Li Gang. To be honest, my dad is Guidi Gang. I can't keep this hidden anymore. My dad is Wu Gang, you know? The one who chops trees. There's a mole. Terminate the transaction. Aside from some meaningless banter, it was evident that most attendees were disinterested in hearing about elixirs. As a martial artist, Elder Chen naturally absorbed every word spoken by the audience. Once he unleashed his martial aura, the crowd felt an overwhelming pressure, and the Jingwu Hall fell silent in an instant. Elder Chen chuckled inwardly. Cultivation? What of it? I'll talk about elixirs. If you don't like it, go complain to those old geezers in the Elder Council. After clearing his throat, Elder Chen continued. Elixirs, undoubtedly familiar to all of you, are intrinsically linked to your lives, aiding in everything from healing injuries to enhancing beauty. Thus, the variety of elixirs is extensive, much like the ranks of martial artists. Elixirs are categorized into 9 grades, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Of course, there are also some elixirs that do not fit into these grades, such as the commonly seen gathering chi pill in sections. Elixirs are graded, and the spiritual herbs used to concoct them are similarly ranked from 1 to 9, with the 9th being the highest and the 1st the lowest. Just as there are elixirs that do not fit into grades, there are also spiritual herbs that fall into the same category, like the primary herb for concocting the gathering chi pill, the 5 chi herb. Elder Chen seemed to harbor a grudge against the gathering chi pill, mentioning it repeatedly. Both elixirs and spiritual herbs are graded, and alchemists themselves also have a hierarchy, akin to martial artists. The ranks are Alchemist, Master Alchemist, Grandmaster Alchemist, Alchemy Lord, Alchemy King, Alchemy Sage, Great Alchemy Sage, and Alchemy Emperor, spanning 8 levels. Each level corresponds to the ability to concoct respective elixirs. For instance, a first-grade alchemist can produce first-grade elixirs, while concocting a non-grade elixir like the Gathering Chi Pill is the work of a non-grade alchemist. Before Elder Chen could finish, someone in the audience interjected. There are only 8 ranks for alchemists, so why are there 9 grades of elixirs? Upon hearing this, Elder Chen chuckled. There are indeed 9th-grade alchemists, but they are not human. They are the very heavens and earth. 9th-grade elixirs, such supreme treasures, can only be birthed by the world itself, not by any alchemist. Just after Elder Chen finished speaking, another individual asked, "Then, Elder, what rank of alchemist are you?" Hearing this, Elder Chen replied with a hint of pride, "I am merely a Grandmaster Alchemist. In our sect, there are only 3 Grandmaster Alchemists, including myself." Instantly, the crowd gazed at Elder Chen with admiration. After enjoying a moment of envy, Elder Chen stroked his beard and continued, "I'm not bragging. The path of alchemy is infinitely more challenging than that of martial arts. If I had solely pursued martial arts and neglected alchemy, I might have already reached the divine refinement realm. Now, enough of that. Let us discuss some fundamental knowledge about spiritual herbs." Elder Chen explained that spiritual herbs are, by nature, herbs imbued with spirit, birthed by the heavens and earth, possessing boundless uses. As Elder Chen concluded his overview, it was nearly evening when he finally announced, "Class dismissed." The crowd erupted in a rush, dispersing hastily. Although Elder Chen had shared much regarding alchemy, few seemed interested. The difficulty of mastering alchemy was one matter. The resources required another. Most attendees were keen to focus on martial arts, showing little interest in alchemy. However, Lin Bai listened intently. Even though he possessed the wordless alchemy tome, learning from others was distinctly different. The knowledge imparted by Elder Chen greatly enriched Lin Bai's understanding of alchemy. Noticing Lin Bai's rapt attention, Elder Chen cast him a meaningful glance before departing. "Let us go," Lin Bai said to the 2 who had dozed off beside him. "Huh? What is going on?" Li Tianyu, just waking up, rubbed his eyes and asked. "I'm appearing similarly groggy, glanced around and remarked, 'Has everyone left? All right, stop sleeping. We should grab a bite. After a day of lectures, I'm starving," Lin Bai said, rubbing his belly. Chapter 44, The Challenge. "Hey kid, stop right there." As Lin Bai and his companions stepped out of the Jingwu Hall, a voice called out. Turning around, Lin Bai saw none other than Long Ao Tian, flanked by his subordinates. Seeing Lin Bai and his friends halt, Long Ao Tian continued, "Do you dare to duel with me on the arena 1 week from now?" Having been at a disadvantage after that punch, Long Ao Tian now sought to reclaim his honor. He secretly chuckled, unconcerned about Lin Bai's potential refusal. From Lin Bai's demeanor, it was clear he was not one to back down. As expected, Lin Bai responded, "Sure, but since it's an arena duel, there should be some stakes involved." Although Lin Bai had sensed long AOT on strength during their earlier encounter, he felt no fear. As an ultimate realm martial artist, he had already been able to shatter the true energy shields of martial apprentices when he was at the 10th level of Qi refinement. According to the description of the Nine Dragons' secret regarding the extreme realm, even a practitioner in the Qi refinement stage can challenge a martial disciple. Upon hearing that Lin Bai desired a wager, Long Outyin chuckled and produced a yellowed book, stating, "Very well. If you win, this yellow rank. First grade Burning Dragon Fist shall be yours." Burning Dragon Fist? Lin Bai mused, recalling that it was the very technique his opponent had employed that morning. Intrigued by the wager, he replied, "What about your stake?" Long Outyin posed, "How about 100 spirit crystals?" Lin Bai responded, "Haha, splendid. It's settled." Long Outyin felt a surge of excitement. The Burning Dragon Fist he possessed was worth no more than 50 spirit crystals. Yet Lin Bai had boldly staked 100 against him. Long Outyin, confident in his victory, had no qualms about this challenge. Although the punch he had witnessed that morning had revealed Lin Bai's formidable nature, he believed that, with ample spirit crystals, he could achieve a 60% mastery of true Qi transformation within a week. He was well aware of Lin Bai's background, a mere servant who had risen from a logistical disciple, and felt assured that he surpassed Lin Bai, especially given his own connections with an outer sect elder. However, one aspect left him puzzled: the source of Lin Bai's strength, which he could not gauge. Was it possible that Lin Bai practiced an unusual cultivation method that prioritized physical power? Long Outyin could only speculate, as the scriptures within the scripture pavilion were myriad and eccentric. Who could say if such a method truly existed? "Let us go." Long Outyin gestured to his companions. Just as he departed, Li Tianyu inquired, "Senior brother, why did you agree to that? What if you actually lose?" "Ha! It is precisely because I am at the 11th layer of Qi refinement," Long Outyin boasted. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu fell silent, turning away in disdain. "Enough of this. It's late. Let us grab a meal and return to rest. Who knows what tricks Jiang Batian will pull in tomorrow's class upon returning to his room." Lin Bai stretched, contemplating the evening's training. His meridians were fully restored, and he had already mastered 2 alchemical techniques. Should he attempt to master a third tonight? The 3 steps of alchemy, extracting liquid, condensing liquid, and forming pills, had seen him grasp 2 of the techniques, leaving just 1 step before he could attempt alchemy. However, after some consideration, he decided against learning the 3rd technique tonight, having only recently mastered the 1st. Moreover, he had yet to practice the condensing liquid technique. While he felt quite familiar with the extracting liquid technique after several practical applications, concerned about overindulging, he resolved to give himself some time to digest his learnings instead. What then should he do? Suddenly, Lin Bai recalled that he was now a small fortune holder with dozens of spirit crystals. How could he not make proper use of these to enhance his cultivation? After all, Elder Chun had entrusted him with the spirit crystals to expedite his advancement to the 6th layer of martial disciple to assist him. Last night, the true Qi Fire Dragon had absorbed a substantial amount of spiritual energy from the spirit crystals, consuming 5 in total. This revelation astonished him. Ordinarily, absorbing energy from 3 spirit crystals would nearly fill his dantian, although this did not account for the energy expended in cultivation. Including the spirit crystals used for repairing his meridians and those consumed during training, he had utilized a total of 8. Lin Bai now had 52 spirit crystals remaining. But given his heightened consumption of spiritual energy upon entering the extreme realm, he wondered how far the remaining 56 would take him in his cultivation. Without further ado, Lin Bai arranged the spirit crystals beside him, settled into a meditative position, and began his practice by holding a few of the crystals. Though only a few days had passed, he was already intimately familiar with the operation of the Nine Dragons' secret. Soon, a small vortex of spiritual energy manifested in his hand. His task was to continuously inject this energy into his dantian and subsequently convert it into usable true Qi. As Lin Bai absorbed the energy from the spirit crystals, his dantian quickly filled, and then he focused on circulating his technique to transform the spiritual energy into true Qi. The efficacy of the Nine Dragons' secret was remarkable. It wasn't long before the spiritual energy in his dantian was converted into true Qi. Yet, Lin Bai did not cease his efforts. Instead, he accelerated the absorption of energy from the spirit crystals, converting it into true qi at a faster pace. Gradually, he began to feel a sense of pressure in his dantian, but he recognized this as a normal phenomenon. With a sudden tearing sound, Lin Bai halted his intake of spiritual energy. Had he reached the mid-stage of the 11th layer of qi refinement? After the sound, he circulated his true qi and found that his dantian had indeed expanded somewhat. Cultivation, in essence, was about strengthening one's body and enlarging the dantian. The most straightforward method to expand the dantian was to directly use true qi to stretch it. Lin Bai employed this very method, benefiting from his unusually rapid absorption of spiritual energy, enabling him to expand his dantian in a short span of time. By now, it was late at night, and Lin Bai was quite pleased with his breakthrough to the mid-stage of the 11th layer. He would now focus on consolidating his cultivation the following morning. "Senior brother, it's time to wake up," Li Tianyu called as dawn broke. "Why so early?" Lin Bai remarked as he stepped outside to find many others already awake and freshening up. "Isn't it because we're afraid Jiang Batian will accuse us of being late and make us run laps again?" Li Tianyu replied with a grimace, clearly not wishing to rise so early. Hearing this, Lin Bai couldn't help but smile wryly. To avoid being wronged by Jiang Batian, he hastily proceeded to wash up Chapter 45. Basic fist techniques. Clearly, no one wished to endure the torment of running laps again. So they gathered early on the training grounds, forming a line. However, despite their prompt arrival, Jiang Batian was nowhere to be seen. Fearing he might be lurking and playing tricks, the group stood at attention, waiting expectantly. An hour passed, marking the usual assembly time, yet still no sign of Jiang Batian. They continued to wait. After another half hour, standing for so long left many feeling sore and fatigued, silently cursing Jiang Batian for his tardiness. Another half hour later, a figure finally appeared, arriving 2 hours late. "Haha, splendid, splendid. It seems everyone has learned their lesson." The group, now seething with frustration, could only silently curse him further, knowing full well that Jiang Batian had kept them waiting for an inordinate amount of time. Noticing everyone was present, Jiang Batian clapped his hands and announced, "Today marks the second session of your martial arts class. Since the previous session was wasted due to your tardiness, we shall make the most of our time today." Upon hearing this, the crowd internally grumbled. "What do you mean we wasted a session due to lateness? We all arrived on time. If anyone was late, it was you, Jiang Batian, by a full 2 hours." Jiang Batian continued, "Since this is a martial arts class, I will first demonstrate what martial skills truly entail." Turning to face a patch of sandy ground, he shouted "Ha!" and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the air, causing the crowd to hastily cover their ears. In the next moment, sand and dust erupted into the atmosphere. Coughing filled the air as many struggled against the choking clouds. After a brief interval, the dust began to settle, allowing the onlookers to inspect the sandy ground. To their astonishment, a deep pit had formed where Jiang Batian struck, measuring nearly a yard in depth. "Incredible!" someone gasped. "If that punch had landed on me, I would have been reduced to rubble." That individual regarded Jiang Batian with newfound awe. Thus, after mastering martial arts, can we also achieve this? Some individuals are already eager to try. Lin Bai, standing nearby, contemplated. Just from the momentum alone, Jiang Batian's punch is exponentially stronger than Long Outyan's burning dragon fist. After all, Jiang Batian is a martial artist of master level. Moreover, Jiang Batian's punch is far more restrained. As he struck, Lin Bai felt a faint ripple of true qi, in stark contrast to Long Outyan's flamboyant display, where a dark red fire dragon clung directly to his fist. Truly formidable, Lin Bai felt a surge of yearning within him. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Jiang Batian proclaimed with pride, "What is martial arts? In essence, martial arts is merely an application of true qi, attaching it to a specific part of the body and employing techniques to unleash immense power." Upon hearing Jiang Batian's words, Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback. Attaching true qi to a specific part of the body? Is it akin to the way I attached true qi to my fist during my duel with Wang Zhuang? No, it cannot be that simple. While directly attaching true qi to the fist does indeed enhance its power, judging by Long Outyan's punch, it is certainly not a mere act of direct attachment. Otherwise, such power would be unattainable. Technique? Could the crux lie in the application of techniques? Lin Bai mused internally, seeing the crowd still engrossed in discussion around the large pit. Jiang Batian barked, "Gather around." Startled by his commanding voice, the The crowd hurriedly stepped away from the pit and formed a line. Though some couldn't resist stealing glances at the source of the pit, Jiang Batian, regarding him with an expression akin to that of observing a monster. Jiang Batian, regaining his composure, clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Where was I? Immense power." Li Tianyu straightened his posture. Jiang Batian cleared his throat and continued, "Yes, immense power. Since this is a martial arts class, today's lesson will focus on learning a particular martial art. Lin Bai, go fetch that stack of books over there." Jiang Batian gestured toward a nearby pile of objects. Upon hearing his instruction, Lin Bai promptly stepped forward and dashed toward the pile. The objects were covered by a dark, tattered cloth, and upon lifting it, he discovered 20 worn-out booklets inside. "Distribute these." After Lin Bai brought the books back, Jiang Batian pointed at the crowd. Once everyone received their tattered booklet, Jiang Batian continued, "What you now hold in your hands is a detailed explanation of the martial art corresponding to my earlier punch. You have the rest of the time to ponder it, and if you have any questions, come and ask me." With that, Jiang Batian moved to the shade of a tree to rest. After the crowd dispersed, they each found a spot to read their worn-out booklets. Upon opening his booklet, Lin Bai learned the name of the martial technique, Basic Fist Technique, Human Rank Level 5. Oh, so it is merely a Human Rank Level 5 technique? It seems Jiang Batian's punch was not restrained, but rather lacked the flashy effect of Long Outyan's Yellow Rank Level 1 Burning Dragon Fist. The first page of the booklet primarily introduced the name and rank of the technique, along with a general table of contents. The Basic Fist Technique consists of 5 distinct punches: straight punch, hook punch, thrust punch, block punch, and cannon punch, with 4 designed for offense and the block punch for defense. As Lin Bai flipped through the pages, he deduced that Jiang Batian's punch must have been the final cannon punch. The cannon punch is the most powerful of the 5, fierce and commanding, with tremendous explosive force. Lin Bai continued to peruse the pages, finding detailed explanations for each punch, including the techniques and the flow of true qi during execution. Indeed, it is not as simple as merely attaching true qi to the fist, Lin Bai murmured. It appears the essence of martial arts lies in the flow of true qi and the techniques outlined above. Flipping through the booklet, Lin Bai discovered a complete diagram of human meridians, with the true qi flow for each punch meticulously marked. This was quite similar to the alchemical techniques he employed, which also involved the flow of true qi, albeit the routes and alchemical techniques were exponentially more complex. No wonder it is called Basic Fist Technique. It is rather straightforward. Lin Bai chuckled to himself. He then began to practice according to the true qi flow outlined in the booklet. With his experience in cultivating alchemical techniques, he swiftly grasped the flow for the straight punch. Next, he was ready to attempt the technique for executing the straight punch. Suddenly, Lin Bai noticed that a crowd had gathered around Jiang Batian, evidently asking questions, including Li Tianyu, who was struggling to squeeze into the throng. Lin Bai felt puzzled. Is this Basic Fist Technique not simple? What questions could there possibly be? Han Bing was not far from Lin Bai, already throwing punch after punch, clearly having memorized the true qi flow and starting to practice the techniques. Lin Bai then began to follow the instructions in the booklet for executing his punches. First punch. Failure. The true qi flow and punch timing were out of sync. Second punch. Failure. The technique was not executed correctly. Finally, on the third punch, boom! Lin Bai's punch produced a resonating explosion in the air. Lin Bai exhaled. "I did it." Chapter 46. Punch boom. Upon successfully executing the straight punch, the air reverberated with a loud crack. The sound instantly drew the attention of everyone present, who instinctively turned to Lin Bai, their expressions turning to astonishment. Someone gasped in disbelief. He has already mastered it. How is that possible? The true qi flow chart is densely packed. I haven't even begun to memorize it. Good heavens, is this person a monster? It has barely been a quarter of an hour. Mom, I want to go home. That explosive sound naturally caught Jiang Batian's attention as well, his eyes now filled with astonishment. I knew this kid was extraordinary, but I never anticipated he would be this monstrous, mastering the first punch of the Basic Fist Technique in less than 15 minutes. Lin Bai, oblivious to the astonished gazes from the crowd, continued to unleash several more punches. Boom, 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 boom. The air was filled with a series of explosive sounds. Lin Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling somewhat fatigued after the barrage of punches. The crowd, witnessing Lin Bai's feats, gasped in awe. This guy must be a monster. Meanwhile, Yang Kaidai also observed Lin Bai's actions. His heart equally astonished. It seems this fellow is indeed someone of genuine prowess. Zhang Batian smirked slightly. Interesting. At that moment, Lin Bai noticed the crowd's exclamations and turned to meet their gazes, perplexed. What is going on? Nothing, nothing. The crowd, as if awakening from a dream, quickly assured him that all was well and turned back to their own activities. Lin Bai, somewhat bewildered by their reactions, chose to disregard it and continued to peruse his booklet, preparing to practice the next punch. Brother, just as Lin Bai was about to flip through his booklet, Li Tianyu approached him excitedly. What is it? Lin Bai inquired curiously. Li Tianyu, catching his breath, exclaimed, Brother, have you already mastered the first punch, the straight punch? Yes. Yes, why? Lin Bai replied. Brother, teach me, teach me. The true chi flow chart is so densely packed. I haven't memorized a thing. Lin Bai pondered for a moment before responding. Is it necessary to memorize the true chi flow chart? Can't we just follow the chart and practice without memorization? Li Tianyu's predicament merely stemmed from his inability to recall the intricate pathways of true chi circulation outlined above. Ultimately, under Lin Bai's patient guidance, Li Tianyu managed to grasp the essence of the technique and found a secluded spot to practice on his own. Once Li Tianyu departed, Lin Bai resumed his cultivation of the second boxing technique, the hanging fist. The true chi circulation route for the hanging fist was somewhat more complex than that of the straight fist, yet it was not overwhelmingly difficult. In a short while, Lin Bai had fully mastered it, and the next step was to refine the technique itself. The straight fist emphasized one key principle, directness. It aimed to consolidate all of one's strength into a single punch, catching the opponent off guard in the briefest possible moment. In contrast, the hanging fist placed greater emphasis on agility, primarily serving as a counterattack during an opponent's strike, embodying a philosophy of offense as defense. After committing the techniques from the manual to memory, Lin Bai began to practice them in earnest, ultimately combining them with his true chi to execute the punch. Within the span of half a tea time, he had proficiently mastered the moves of the hanging fist. He then endeavored to perform the complete technique. "Huh!" Lin Bai shouted, swiftly executing the hanging fist. Bang! A series of explosive sounds reverberated through the air. Although the noise was considerably diminished compared to before, it echoed continuously. For the hanging fist, after all, differed fundamentally from the straight fist. It was characterized by its finesse. The onlookers, still entrenched in their practice of the straight fist, once again directed their gazes toward Lin Bai, marveling, is he not simply extraordinary? In such a short span, he has mastered yet another technique. Goodness, I have yet to fully comprehend the true chi circulation of the first punch. Another lamented. Indeed, it was evident that in comparison to Lin Bai, the others felt an acute sense of inadequacy. Boom! Another resounding explosion erupted, but this time it was not Lin Bai. Rather, it was Han Bing, who had finally grasped the straight fist. Alas, yet another prodigy. Is my own aptitude truly so lacking? One person sighed. Lin Bai, however, paid no mind to the reactions of those around him. He did notice Han Bing's explosive success and exchanged a brief smile with him, before returning to his study of the third technique. Initially, Lin Bai had thought his pace sufficiently swift, yet he was surprised to find that he had already commenced his exploration of the third punch. Han Bing murmured to himself. The third technique, the piercing fist, bore some resemblance to the straight fist, also emphasizing directness. However, it seemed to possess an additional layer of agility, effectively merging the attributes of both the straight and hanging fists. The piercing fist was primarily designed to breach an opponent's defenses, striking at the vital points amidst layers of protection. It combined the ferocity of the straight fist with the finesse of the hanging fist, the former delivering a decisive blow, while the latter facilitated the breakthrough of the opponent's defenses. It appeared that each of the 5 foundational boxing techniques became progressively more challenging, particularly reflected in the increased complexity of the true chi circulation routes and the techniques themselves. Lin Bai invested significantly more time in mastering the piercing fist than he had for the previous 2, primarily due to the sudden turns in the true chi pathways that proved difficult to navigate. Although he spent a considerable amount of time, he ultimately familiarized himself with the true chi circulation and the corresponding techniques of the piercing fist. In a heartbeat, Lin Bai unleashed a series of punches, showcasing a fierce intent to seize the enemy's head amidst chaos. Bang! 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 With each punch, explosive sounds filled the air. The spectators, having grown somewhat numb to the cacophony, now chose to focus on their own training, dismissing Lin Bai's prowess as that of a master. After diligently practicing 3 techniques, Lin Bai felt a sense of fatigue wash over him. He sought out a clean, quiet space and settled into a meditative posture to rest. Half an hour later, Lin Bai felt rejuvenated and brimming with energy. The fourth technique, the defensive fist, stood as the only defensive technique within the foundational boxing arts. Upon a cursory glance, Lin Bai couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It turned out that defense was merely a form of offense, albeit one entirely aimed at protecting oneself. The defensive fist emphasized repelling an opponent's assault with one's own punches. Although it was defensive in nature, the techniques and true chi pathways were considerably more challenging than those of the first three techniques. Lin Bai devoted an entire hour to memorizing it thoroughly, followed by an additional half hour to perfect his execution. Chapter 47. Master bang, bang, bang. Lin Bai rapidly unleashed several punches, producing yet another series of explosive sounds. The surrounding spectators had become completely desensitized. They no longer turned their heads, engrossed in their own endeavors. After half a day, some had managed to master the straight fist, yet none could rival Lin Bai's devilish speed. Next came the final technique, the cannon fist. Lin Bai rubbed his slightly sore arms and resumed his perusal of the manual, flipping to the section detailing the true chi circulation and techniques of the cannon fist. Compared to the previous four techniques, the cannon fist presented a significantly higher level of difficulty, with its true chi pathway being nearly half as complex as that of the Danju. While the complexity of the true chi pathways was only half that of the Danju, the challenge was no less daunting, as it contained numerous sudden turns that complicated his control over the true chi. After an hour, he barely managed to memorize the true chi pathways presented in the manual, yet he still felt clumsy when attempting to execute them, often faltering at the abrupt turns. Another hour passed, and Lin Bai finally achieved a level of proficiency in channeling true chi according to the cannon fist pathways. The subsequent techniques were markedly simpler. After all, the essence of the cannon fist could be distilled into one word: ferocity. Consequently, the movements bore little embellishment, even proving simpler than the straight fist. He did not spend much time mastering the techniques, and within half a tea time, he was prepared to execute a full cannon fist. "Ha!" Lin Bai shouted, delivering a powerful punch into the air. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated through the atmosphere. Was this a success? Lin Bai withdrew his fist, reflecting on the potency of his earlier strike. No, it was not yet a triumph. Despite successfully performing the cannon fist, he sensed a degree of awkwardness during the execution, even experiencing some obstruction in the flow of his true chi. Furrowing his brow, Lin Bai pondered, how peculiar. What could possibly be amiss? The true chi pathways and techniques seemed flawless. Boom! Lin Bai attempted another punch. This time, the sense of awkwardness intensified, and the flow of true chi became even more obstructed, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Boom! 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 Lin Bai unleashed a succession of 3 punches. Hiss! He inhaled sharply. The cumulative effort had nearly strained the muscles in his arm. What was going on? Lin Bai was utterly baffled. He had followed the steps meticulously, yet he could not execute the cannon fist. Just as he was grappling with his confusion, he spotted Jiang Batian, who was resting under the shade of a tree. A spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Bai's eyes. I should ask Jiang Batian. After all, he performed the cannon fist just this morning. Thus, Lin Bai approached him and gently roused the meditative Jiang Batian. With cupped fists, he respectfully inquired, Jiang Ji, sure, I find myself struggling with the final technique, the cannon fist. Might you enlighten me as to what the issue could be? Oh, Jiang Batian's face lit up with interest, thinking to himself, so you have not yet reached the level of mastery where one can grasp the foundational techniques in a single day. Jiang Batian spoke, show me your technique. As Jiang Batian finished speaking, Lin Bai turned, adjusted his breath, and with a commanding shout, executed the cannon fist. Boom! An explosive sound filled the air, yet something about it felt amiss. Observing Lin Bai's attempt, Jiang Batian chuckled, it's not your fault. The manual failed to clarify certain aspects. Rising from his seated position, Jiang Batian declared, watch closely. In the next moment, Jiang Batian fluidly executed the cannon fist, every movement seamless and devoid of any obstruction. After Jiang Batian withdrew his fists, he continued, cannon fist, fierce and intense, is the most powerful among the 5 foundational boxing techniques. To execute this punch in its entirety, one cannot solely rely on the prescribed movements and the flow of true energy. An indispensable element is the momentum. After a brief pause, Jiang Batian added, The fierce momentum of breaking the cauldrons and sinking the boats, of fighting with abandon. Upon hearing his words, Lin Bai lowered his head in contemplation, murmuring, momentum, momentum. Breaking the cauldrons and sinking the boats? It seemed that Lin Bai had gained some insight, and he clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Elder Jiang." Boom! Lin Bai unleashed the cannon fist once more, but this time it flowed effortlessly, devoid of any hindrance, exuding a formidable presence. Witnessing Lin Bai successfully execute the cannon fist, Jiang Batian was even more astonished. This young man possesses remarkable understanding. He grasped it with such ease. Half an hour later, Jiang Batian called out to the crowd, "Gather." Almost instantly, at his command, everyone set aside their tasks and rushed to form ranks. Once assembled, Jiang Batian stated, "Today's lesson concludes here. In the next session, I will assess your mastery of the foundational boxing techniques. Each of you must at least master the first 3 punches." As soon as Jiang Batian finished speaking, a chorus of lamentations erupted. 3 punches. After a whole day, I haven't even mastered the first punch. 3 punches? What should I do if I've mastered all 5? This was Lin Bai. Upon hearing his words, the crowd's gaze immediately fixated on him. "Freak, step aside. My mother won't let me play with the neighbor's child." After the dismissal, dusk approached. "Litienyo, dejecta, lamanta." "Ah, what should I do, brother? After an entire day, I've only mastered the first punch, and the subsequent punches seem increasingly difficult. Am I to spend the next few days learning the remaining 2 punches? Jiang Batian intends to wear me out." Lin Bai smiled and replied, "Don't be disheartened. We can teach you anything you find difficult." He then turned to Han Bing and asked, "Han Bing, which punch have you mastered?" Han Bing replied nonchalantly, "The 3rd punch." Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu sank further into despair. "What? I'm the only one who has only mastered the first punch." After dining in the cafeteria, the 3 returned to their rooms to rest, feeling a bit fatigued after the day's events. Lying on his bed, Lin Bai began to replay the happenings of the day in his mind, realizing that the most significant takeaway was the mastery of the 5 punches in the foundational boxing techniques. These punches were immensely beneficial to him. For instance, during his earlier battle with Wang Zhuang, he had only employed the most basic punches, relying on his superior realm to defeat him. In the marshlands, he had relied solely on ambushes and explosive true energy. Even against the 2 first-layer martial artists, his success had hinged on surprise and stealth. The foundational boxing techniques had significantly filled the gaps in his skills, providing him with a viable means of combat, rather than relying solely on ambushes and basic punches. The Scripture Pavilion must house a wealth of martial arts techniques. Now that I have acquired the boxing techniques, should I not also seek to learn a form of body technique? Having secured the boxing techniques, he would not forget the agile movements of legendary heroes from his past life, such as the wind step and the spiral ascension. Lin Bai had already quietly determined his plans for the following day. The Scripture Pavilion. Chapter 48. The Masked Little Spider. A night passed without incident, and before long, the second day arrived. Today, Li Tianyu did not come to wake Lin Bai, as there were no classes scheduled. He rose early, tidied himself up, and after having breakfast in the cafeteria, he made his way to the Scripture Pavilion alone. He had decided last night to explore the pavilion for a suitable body technique. After a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the Scripture Pavilion. Perhaps due to the early hour, the entrance appeared particularly desolate, with only a dozing steward standing guard. The steward did not hinder Lin Bai's entry. After exchanging greetings, Lin Bai stepped into the pavilion. The first floor of the Scripture Pavilion contained only mental cultivation methods, while the second floor was dedicated to martial arts techniques. The door to the second floor was tightly shut, but Lin Bai used his token to gain access. The layout of the second floor resembled that of the first, with shelves filled with books, though the shelves here were uniform in a sandalwood hue, lacking the vibrant colors of the first floor. Each shelf bore labels such as sword technique, fist technique, blade technique, gun technique. When he spotted the shelf labeled body techniques, Lin Bai's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward to peruse the various body techniques available. An hour later, Lin Bai had skimmed through all the body techniques on the shelf. After his review, he was particularly drawn to 3 techniques: wind walk, ghost step, and cloud piercing step. Among them, the wind walk, once mastered, could achieve the speed of a gentle breeze, and at full mastery, the speed of a raging wind. The primary advantage of wind walk is its capacity to enhance a martial artist's mobility, allowing for unexpected maneuvers in combat, as well as facilitating escape and evasion from enemy attacks. Wind Walk is the highest ranked of the three techniques, classified as a yellow tier first grade, and would require a staggering 60,000 contribution points for exchange, which made Lin Bai inwardly gasp in astonishment. The second technique, Ghost Step, was somewhat inferior, classified as a human tier 7th grade, requiring only 30,000 contribution points, half that of Wind Walk. Ghost Step is characterized by its elusive nature, allowing the user to evade attacks without a trace, though it ultimately falls short compared to Wind Walk. The third technique, Cloud Piercing Step, was on par with Ghost Step, also classified as a human tier 7th grade technique, and likewise required 30,000 contribution points. In contrast to the first two techniques, Cloud Piercing Step focuses on short bursts of speed, suitable for initiating attacks and quick evasions, resembling a reduced version of Wind Walk. Initially, Lin Bai had intended to choose Cloud Piercing Step, but upon encountering Ghost Step, he reflected on his earlier battles and realized he might be more suited to stealthy tactics. Yet, what truly captivated him was the Wind Walk. It appeared to encompass the strengths of both previous techniques, excelling beyond either of them. However, his hesitation stemmed from the exorbitant cost of Wind Walk, requiring a full 60,000 contribution points, equivalent to 60 spirit crystals. Currently, he possessed only 47 spirit crystals, a sum woefully insufficient to exchange for Wind Walk. Moreover, he could not afford to expend all his spirit crystals on body techniques, as he still needed to cultivate. Nevertheless, he was undeniably enamored with Wind Walk, convinced that it was the technique most suited to him. It seemed he would need to find a way to gather more contribution points. Down you go, kid. A burly man hurled another individual from the arena. The throne man screamed, evidently caught off guard by such a humiliating defeat. 10 consecutive victories. Black Panther, a disciple clad in outer sect robes, raised the burly man's hand in triumph. Ha ha ha. Who else dares to challenge me? The burly man laughed heartily. Clearly an outer sect disciple himself. Another outer sect disciple chimed in. The total prize pool has now accumulated to 10,000 contribution points. Whoever defeats the champion will receive 20,000 contribution points. Now, let us welcome the next challenger, the masked little spider. A young man clad in a black hood slowly ascended the arena. As the youth known as the masked little spider stepped onto the stage, the onlookers erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, what is this ridiculous outfit? Are you trying to kill us with laughter? In that name, what on earth is that? Ninth layer of chi refinement? What is that nonsense? Upon sensing the prowess of the masked little spider, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Since when does a practitioner of the 9th level of chi dare to challenge a mere martial apprentice of the 1st level? Is this a death wish? What kind of nonsense is the organizer pulling? This could result in a tragedy. One exclaimed. Those fellows don't care about your cultivation level. As long as you are not stronger than the champion, it's fair game. Just look, even the betting hasn't started over there. I suspect the organizer is worried about the Black Panther stamina being drained too much from the wheel battle and deliberately sent in a 9th level chi practitioner to buy him some time to rest. Replied another. This is outrageous. I just placed my bets on someone who could last at most a cup of tea. I was counting on the Black Panther getting tired, so I could bet against him in the next round. As the masked little spider ascended the stage, the disciple announced the start before gracefully vacating the arena. On the opposite side, the Black Panther smirked, secretly admiring the organizer's arrangement. After 10 rounds of wheel battle, his stamina had indeed taken a toll. And this was the perfect opportunity for a breather. Let us have some fun with this masked little spider. Time rewound to a quarter hour earlier. Struggling with a lack of contributions to exchange for movement techniques, Lin Bai conceived a plan to participate in the arena battles. He had previously noticed that the arena hosted competitions where victories could yield contributions. Consequently, Lin Bai made his way from the scripture pavilion to the arena district. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a bustling scene, with many spectators gathered around a ring and several betting booths operating nearby. Lin Bai then approached the registration desk, where a substantial line awaited him. After a considerable wait, it was finally his turn. Token, a disciple at the registration desk addressed Lin Bai. Lin Bai handed over his token, but the disciple responded, What? 9th level of chi? Go away, new disciple. Don't meddle here. Focus on your cultivation. The disciple waved his hand dismissively, signaling Lin Bai to leave. Stunned, Lin Bai wondered, is there really a cultivation requirement for the arena? Is the path to earning contributions through arena battles blocked? Disappointed, Lin Bai had hoped to leverage his formidable strength as an extreme realm warrior to earn a substantial contribution in the arena. Just as he contemplated turning to leave, Another disciple approached the registration desk and whispered a few words, subsequently looking towards Lin Bai. The disciple from the registration desk then pulled Lin Bai aside to a corner, saying, "If you wish to enter the arena, it is not impossible, provided you wear this." He handed Lin Bai a black hood and continued, "Since you're entering the arena, you must adopt a moniker, something like Black Panther or Fierce Tiger." Surprised by the disciple's gestures, Lin Bai thought, "What on earth is going on? Why the sudden change of heart? Then I shall be known as the masked little spider, as long as you like it." Thus unfolded as depicted at the beginning. The Black Panther effortlessly secured 10 consecutive victories, and now it was the turn of the masked little spider, Lin Bai. Gazing at the imposing figure of the Black Panther across the arena, Lin Bai felt a twinge of trepidation. He could sense that this opponent was no pushover. Initially, he had intended to showcase his prowess against others of the same realm, but he had forgotten that, apart from newcomers like himself, most outer disciples were martial apprentices. Although he had previously repelled those 2 martial apprentices, it had only been through surprise attacks. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bai resolved to embrace the situation. What was done. He slightly bent his body, preparing for action while remaining vigilant of his opponent. Observing Lin Bai's posture, the Black Panther scoffed. "Just a 9th level chi practitioner. I won't even need to deploy my true chi shield. But I suppose I can indulge you for a bit." Ignoring the Black Panther's taunts, Lin Bai slowly approached, akin to a hunting tiger, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. As the distance between them diminished, the Black Panther reluctantly heightened his focus. The crowd below buzzed with speculation. What is he doing? Does he really think a 9th level chi practitioner can stand toe-to-toe with a martial apprentice? The organizer's malicious intent seems a bit extreme, even if they are pulling strings. It appears he truly intends to fight. I reckon this is merely for show. I doubt anything will come of it. Suddenly, as the distance between them closed, Lin Bai lunged forward with a punch aimed at the Black Panther. However, his strike failed to inflict any tangible damage, merely causing ripples in the Black Panther's true chi shield. Following the punch, Lin Bai swiftly retreated, widening the gap between them. "Didn't you say you wouldn't need to use your true chi shield against me, a 9th level chi practitioner?" The Black Panther was taken aback. He expected Lin Bai to actually make a move, and in a moment of surprise, he was struck, though fortunately, Lin Bai had not shattered his shield. Hearing Lin Bai's words, the Black Panther retorted, "That was just talk. Did you actually believe it?" The audience erupted in boos at the Black Panther's remark. What kind of hero bullies a 9th level chi practitioner? Exactly, he is all bark and no bite. Lin Bai's previous punch had merely been a probing attack. Based on that feedback, he discerned that the Black Panther was significantly stronger than those 2 martial apprentices he had faced earlier. A direct assault was ill-advised. It seemed he would have to rely on cunning instead. Lin Bai continued to circle the Black Panther, searching for another opportunity to strike. Seeing Lin Bai dance around without making a move, the Black Panther grew impatient. With a bellow, he charged at Lin Bai like a raging bull. Alarmed, Lin Bai thought, "If I get hit, I'll be crushed to bits." As a martial apprentice, the Black Panther was no slouch. His speed was impressive, and a typical 9th level chi practitioner would likely be sent flying. Yet Lin Bai was no ordinary 9th level chi practitioner. Having transcended that realm to reach the extreme, his strength had multiplied several times over, including his sensory perception. Though the Black Panther was fast, he hadn't quite reached the point where Lin Bai couldn't evade. As the Black Panther barreled towards him, Lin Bai reacted. He sidestepped and rolled away with ease, dodging the bull-like charge. The Black Panther flushed with embarrassment upon realizing that this 9th level chi practitioner had effortlessly evaded his assault. He now took the bout even more seriously. "Humph, kid. You want to be so lucky next time?" After dodging the Black Panther's charge, Lin Bai's mind raced as he strategized on how to secure victory. However, before he could ponder further, the Black Panther charged once more, evidently frustrated by his previous failure and determined to send Lin Bai flying. Anticipating the attack, Lin Bai was ready. Once again, he sidestepped and rolled away effortlessly. The crowd erupted in cheers at Lin Bai's agility. "Good. Keep it up. Make the Black Panther miss." "No, my friend, it looks like the Black Panther is deliberately holding back." After all, that 9th level chi practitioner was specifically arranged by the organizers. Who cares? As long as it's entertaining. Hearing the audience's chatter, the Black Panther's face flushed even deeper, though fortunately, his dark complexion concealed it well. He had indeed been holding back. He had no intention of ending the match so quickly. He wanted to rest a bit longer, but he hadn't anticipated that Lin Bai would so easily evade his attacks, thwarting his desire to create a spectacle. After Lin Bai had dodged twice, the Black Panther became serious, preparing to unleash his full strength. Yet, in the ensuing moments, Lin Bai did not engage directly. He focused on evasion, avoiding confrontation and waiting for the right moment to strike. Faced with the slippery and elusive Lin Bai, the Black Panther felt a mounting frustration, akin to the sensation of striking a fist against a cloud of cotton. He roared internally. Where did you find such a repugnant opponent? The Black Panther's vexation grew with each passing moment, his ire intensifying with every failed attempt. Meanwhile, the audience below began to grow weary of the spectacle. The masked little spider above seemed only to evade, lacking any semblance of engagement. How long is this going to drag on? Surely, they need not take such an extended break. As time continued to slip away, spectators began to leave in droves. In a small booth below, a man sat on a stool, exclaiming in frustration, "Where did you find this individual? At this rate, how can we conduct our business?" Directly before him sat a disciple from the registration desk, who, in a state of panic, stammered, This was supposed to be a weaker opponent to give the Black Panther some respite, and I even specifically instructed someone to pause the betting." Before the disciple could finish, the man on the stool kicked him away. "Are you a fool? You were told to find someone weaker, and you bring in a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner? You even paused the betting. Are you afraid people won't realize we're up to no good?" The disciple, rubbing his sore rear, wore an expression of utter grievance. With a sigh, the man lamented, "How could I have such a dim-witted cousin? Could you not have sent one of our own to take the stage?" The disciple at the registration desk replied, "Feeling wronged. I was merely concerned that our own would be recognized." The man on the stool found this amusing in his anger. "So why did you have that 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner wear a mask?" The disciple paused, then suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, "I just remembered. My original intention was to have one of our own go up there, wearing a mask, so no one would recognize him. But then, fearing it would be a waste, I let that 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner wear it instead." The man on the stool was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words regarding his foolish cousin. They say to employ the talented without avoiding relatives. But what kind of nonsense have I ended up with? Chapter 50. Victory. The Black Panther's fury swelled as he bellowed at Lin Bai. "You brat. If you have the guts, don't hide." At that moment, Lin Bai had just evaded one of the Black Panther's attacks. Upon hearing the Black Panther's words, he imitated his earlier demeanor, sneering, "Just dodging. And you're already furious?" With those words, the Black Panther's anger surged even higher, and he launched a series of attacks at Lin Bai, who slipped away like a slippery eel, completely evading capture. Whenever the Black Panther struck, Lin Bai seized the opportunity to roll aside, quickly creating distance. Gradually, the Black Panther began to lose his composure, consumed by the singular desire to land a punch on Lin Bai's face to vent his pent-up frustration. Yet, unbeknownst to the Black Panther, each of Lin Bai's evasions was guiding him toward the edge of the arena. The Black Panther roared, "Take this, you rascal!" With that, he lunged at Lin Bai with astonishing speed, raising his fists above his head to strike downwards, exuding an aura of devastation. It was evident that he had unleashed a martial technique. Lin Bai hadn't anticipated that the Black Panther could muster such swiftness, and alarm bells rang in his mind. But in the next moment, Lin Bai thought to himself, "The moment has come." The Black Panther leaped into the air, delivering a rapid blow aimed at Lin Bai. Of course, Lin Bai did not sit idly by. He circulated his true energy, enhancing his speed in an instant. The next second, he appeared behind the Black Panther like a shadow. The Black Panther, momentarily bewildered, was still pondering where Lin Bai had gone when he suddenly heard a fierce shout from behind. Cannon fist. Bang! The Black Panther felt an immense force strike against his back, shattering his true energy barrier. With a spurt of blood, he was sent flying through the air, landing with a thud on the grass outside the arena. Lin Bai, wiping the fine sweat from his forehead beneath the mask, stood firm in the arena. Though many spectators had departed, a considerable number remained. The previously raucous audience fell silent the moment the Black Panther was sent flying. The atmosphere, so thick one could hear a pin drop. The scene was undeniably astonishing, and after a prolonged silence, someone finally spoke. Am I dreaming? Quickly, pinch me." A nearby person pinched him, prompting a yelp of pain. "So, does this mean that the 9th-level Qi refinement masked little spider actually made the 1st-level martial disciple Black Panther spit blood and knocked him away?" Another voice chimed in. "What kind of world is this? Can a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner truly defeat a first-level martial disciple? Incredible! Someone exclaimed. Remarkable! I'm so glad I stayed. Those who left early must be regretting missing such a spectacular moment. The audience erupted into cheers once more. Little Spider! Little Spider! Little Spider! The spectators began chanting the name of the masked Little Spider. The outer sect disciple serving as the referee stood in a daze for a long while. And only upon hearing the crowd's cheers did he awaken from his stupor, ascending the stage to raise Lin Bai's hand, declaring, Masked Little Spider wins. Little Spider! Little Spider! The audience's cheers grew even louder. Meanwhile, in a small booth, crack, Li Fuqiang crushed the armrest of the stool in frustration. He was the one who had brought forth this inexplicable opponent. He belonged to Lu Xiaoming's faction, serving as a minor leader under Lu Xiaoming, managing the gambling business in this arena. Li Fuqiang, get in here, he shouted. Entering was the disciple from the registration desk, Li Fugui. What's wrong, cousin? You said this kid was a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner, right? And he just made the first-level martial disciple Black Panther spit blood with a single punch. Upon hearing his cousin's words, Li Fugui was momentarily taken aback. He had witnessed Lin Bai's performance and was the loudest in his cheers. Indeed, he is a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner. That's what it says on the token, and the fluctuations of true energy emanating from him are indistinguishable from that of a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Li Fuqiang, growing more infuriated, retorted, a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Where did you find one who can actually defeat a first-level martial disciple? Did you perhaps recruit the sect leader's illegitimate child? At his cousin's words, Li Fugui was left speechless, standing there in shock. Others may have been a burden, but his cousin had managed to drag him down. However, considering that the prize pool had accumulated to 20,000 contributions and the masked Little Spider had triumphed over the Black Panther, did that not mean that those 20,000 contributions now belonged to the masked Little Spider? The thought made Li Fuqiang's heart tighten. If Lu Laoda discovered he had lost 20,000 contributions, he would surely flay him alive. Li Fuqiang raised his foot, intending to kick Li Fugui, but then reconsidered. Despite his cousin's foolishness, blood ties remained. 20,000 contributions. Are you trying to get me killed? Seeing his cousin about to kick him, Li Fugui hastily dodged and, sensing the tension, suggested, how about we just default on the debt? Upon hearing Li Fugui's suggestion, Li Fuqiang grew angrier, standing up to kick Li Fugui. As if to assuage his frustration, he kicked him several more times. Default. Default. I'll default on your big-headed ghost. Our business is sanctioned by the sect. If we default and someone reports it, how will we survive? On the ground, Li Fugui, bruised and battered, protested. Then what do you suggest we do, cousin? Go. Tell him that the prize pool has increased by 10,000 contributions, and if he wins again, he can receive another 30,000 contributions. Li Fugui questioned. But what if he wins again? Li Fuqiang seemed to have anticipated this moment, whispering, soon, you will let someone. The referee in the arena had already received the news and quietly addressed Lin Bai. Do you wish to continue? If you win another match, you could earn 30,000 contribution points. 30,000 contribution points? Lin Bai questioned, puzzled. Indeed, that is correct. Win one more match, and you shall receive a full 30,000 contribution points. The referee replied. Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback. He sensed an undercurrent of conspiracy. Winning another match for 30,000 contribution points? He was not so naive. His previous victory had been achieved through clever tactics. By provoking the Black Panther, he had incited irrationality, leading his opponent to the edge of the arena before delivering the final blow. However, the last punch had indeed exceeded his expectations, as he had merely intended to exploit a moment of weakness to push his adversary off the platform. He had not anticipated that his full-force strike would result in the Black Panther spitting blood. The individual before him claimed that winning another match would yield 30,000 contribution points. Lin Bai was not inclined to believe that they had benevolent intentions. It felt more like a scheme concocted by unseen hands to lure him into continued combat, only to pit him against a formidable adversary who would ultimately defeat him. No, I shall not fight any longer. Please expedite the transfer of the 20,000 contribution points to my account. Chapter 51. The first step. Li Fugui had just relayed the message to the referee on the platform when a troubling thought crossed his mind. What if the opponent chose not to fight? Before long, his fears materialized. The referee returned with word that Lin Bai refused to continue and demanded the transfer of the 2,000 contribution points. Upon receiving the news, Li Fugui hurried to find his cousin. Li Fuqiang, surprised by his cousin's frantic entrance, inquired, what is wrong? Li Fugue, catching his breath, replied, "He, that masked little spider, says he won't fight anymore and wants us to transfer the contribution points to him." Li Fuqiang was momentarily stunned. He had miscalculated. He had not expected Lin Bai to outright refuse to fight, seemingly indifferent to the additional 10,000 contribution points. Or perhaps his scheme had been seen through? A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Li Fuqiang's eyes as he declared, "First, grant him those 20,000 contribution points." He paused before adding, "I will ensure that you repay every single one of those contribution points in due time." Meanwhile, Lin Bai was taken aback by the unexpected promptness with which the 20,000 contribution points were transferred to his token. With the contribution points secured, he wasted no time departing. As he exited, the spectators below erupted in confusion. What is going on? Is he not going to fight anymore? Hey, don't leave yet. I haven't had my fill of watching. Indeed, witnessing a 9th-tier Qi refinement defeat a martial apprentice is a rare spectacle in a lifetime. I initially thought the 9th-tier Qi refinement challenging a 1st-tier martial apprentice was a shady setup by the organizers, but the outcome proved to be unexpectedly thrilling. After leaving the arena, Lin Bai hurried to the scripture pavilion. Adding the 47 spirit crystals he possessed to the newly acquired 20,000 contribution points, he realized he had sufficient resources to exchange for the wind walk technique. As he approached the exchange, he hesitated momentarily. Should he really proceed? If he did, he would be left with only 7 spirit crystals, a situation detrimental to his cultivation. However, he soon made up his mind. He would exchange. After all, cultivation was solely for the enhancement of one's strength, and acquiring the wind walk technique was indeed a means to bolster that strength. With that in mind, there was little reason for further hesitation. The exchange process went smoothly, and once he obtained the wind walk technique, Lin Bai swiftly returned to his room, eager to delve into the intricacies of this newfound skill. Wind walk. Mastering the initial stage allows one to reach the speed of a gentle breeze, while full mastery grants the speed of a raging gale. This phrase encapsulated the essence of the wind walk technique. Much like the foundational fist techniques, it contained numerous diagrams illustrating the flow of true energy through various footwork techniques, as well as the key points of each step. While the foundational fist techniques were merely of the human tier, the wind walk had reached the yellow tier, inherently presenting a greater challenge. However, having studied the elixir techniques and foundational fist techniques, Lin Bai found the difficulty considerably mitigated. Next, Lin Bai immersed himself in the study of the wind walk within the confines of his room, diligently memorizing and practicing the circulation of true energy outlined within. The wind walk comprises 5 steps. Mastering the first 3 grants one the speed of a gentle breeze, achieving the initial stage, while complete mastery of all 5 steps allows for the speed of a raging gale, reaching the advanced stage. The first 3 steps are known as gentle breeze, while the final 2 are termed raging gale. The true energy circulation for the first step, gentle breeze, was significantly more intricate than that of the foundational fist techniques, though not as complex as the elixir techniques. Nevertheless, the control required for true energy was notably demanding, with many areas necessitating swift transitions between different meridians, often covering considerable distances. Moreover, the relevant meridians were predominantly located in the legs, which are inherently finer than those elsewhere. Mastering the true energy circulation of the first step, gentle breeze, consumed a considerable amount of Lin Bai's time. He had begun around noon, and now evening had fallen. To prevent disturbances, he had hung a Do Not Disturb sign on his door. Finally, as darkness enveloped the sky, Lin Bai successfully grasped the true energy circulation of the first step, gentle breeze. Next, he turned to practice the footwork associated with gentle breeze, marking several landing points on the ground as guides for his training. After committing the first step's footwork to memory, he began to traverse between these points. Initially awkward, he gradually became more fluid and coordinated in his movements. Lin Bai exhaled deeply, wiping the fine sweat from his brow. He had finally mastered the first step of the gentle breeze. It was likely already past midnight. After a brief rest, he resumed his attempts to integrate the footwork with the true energy circulation. Taking a few deep breaths, Lin Bai asked himself, "Are you ready?" In the next moment, he activated his true energy while simultaneously combining it with the footwork. Bang! The instant Lin Bai fused the two together, he shot forward uncontrollably, colliding forcefully with the wall of his modest room. Ouch! Lin Bai winced, rubbing his head. It appeared he would need to find a more spacious location to continue his practice. Stepping outside his room, he found it was still the middle of the night, with only a solitary moon hanging high in the sky. Upon exiting the courtyard, he sought an open area to continue his training, still reeling from the recent events. The moment he combined the two, his body had surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, resulting in his crash against the wall. Once more, after preparing himself, he attempted again. The same scenario unfolded, and he once again lost control, hurtling forward. The wind whistled past his ears, prompting Lin Bai to cry out in surprise. Fortunately, the area he had chosen was sufficiently spacious, preventing him from crashing into any obstacles this time. After a while, he gradually calmed down and began to focus on controlling his movements. Yet, at that moment, his body felt akin to a charging rhinoceros, burdened with great inertia, while his true energy operated like a wound-up machine, autonomously propelling itself. Thankfully, he retained some degree of directional control, resulting in a spectacle of him spinning in circles, thus minimizing the risk of collision. After a brief moment, Lin Bai's speed began to wane as his true energy reserves dwindled. Coming to a halt, he sat on the ground, gasping for breath, reminiscent of someone who had just completed a marathon. With his true energy nearly expended, Lin Bai resorted to drawing upon the energy reserves stored within his true dragon, replenishing his dantian. Rubbing his fatigued legs, Lin Bai began to reflect on the recent experiences. Strange, why does combining true energy with footwork render me uncontrollable? Is there an issue somewhere? Where could it possibly be? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him as he recalled the challenges he faced while practicing the cannon fist. Could it be the momentum? Chapter 52 Dream. The notion of momentum resurfaced, echoing the words of Jiang Batian he once heard. Was the crux of his problem indeed rooted in momentum? No, that couldn't be it. Lin Bai was suddenly reminded of a phrase from the wind walking technique. Like the wind. Indeed, it was like the wind. The issue lay not merely in momentum, but rather in the state of mind. What he lacked was the ethereal essence akin to the wind. Overwhelmed with excitement at having identified his dilemma, Lin Bai gestured with his hand and closed his eyes, feeling the breeze flowing through his fingers. At that moment, he seemed to uncover something intriguing, a smile curling upon his lips. He began to run, closing his eyes to savor the wind brushing against his skin. Then he spread his arms wide, allowing the breeze to flow through his fingers and across his shoulders, whispering in his ears. In that instant, Lin Bai felt a profound understanding dawning upon him, and he continued to run. Gradually, he summoned his true energy, executing the first step of the wind-walking technique. The gentle night breeze brought him refreshing coolness, soothing his restless heart. At that moment, Lin Bai felt as though he had become one with the gentle wind. When the wind moved, he moved. When the wind ceased, he too came to a halt. Having mastered the first step of the wind-walking technique, he now found himself in his room. He sat cross-legged upon his bed, remaining ensnared in that state of mind for a prolonged period. Through the first step of the wind-walking technique, his understanding of martial arts seemed to deepen significantly. Once he emerged from that state of mind, Lin Bai found himself contemplating a pressing issue. He was running low on spiritual crystals. The acquisition of the wind-walking technique had cost him 40 spiritual crystals and 20,000 contribution points, leaving him with a mere 7 crystals. These 7 crystals would scarcely sustain him for 2 days, compelling him to deliberate on how to procure further training resources. His demand for both the quality and quantity of spiritual energy far exceeded that of an ordinary martial artist. The natural spiritual energy diffusing through the world was insufficient to fulfill his needs, and he wished to avoid creating a commotion akin to the last time. Within the sect, the means to acquire spiritual crystals were limited to monthly distributions and completing tasks to earn contributions, which could then be exchanged for crystals. Relying solely on the former was impractical, as outer disciples were only allotted 3 spiritual crystals per month, barely enough for a single night's consumption. The latter option involved completing sect tasks, but as a new disciple, Lin Bai was ineligible for many high-contribution tasks, as they often entailed significant risks. Despite appearing to be at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he could not undertake such assignments. Perhaps there was another avenue. Lin Bai recalled the trading street where he had obtained the wordless alchemy book. Perhaps he could acquire spiritual crystals by selling items? Naturally, he had little of value to sell. Yet he must not forget that he possessed the wordless alchemy book, enabling him to refine pills. He had already mastered the first 2 steps required to concoct a pill, the essence extraction and liquid condensation techniques. He merely needed to grasp the final step. In other words, once he mastered the final pill formation technique, he could attempt to refine pills, thereby earning spiritual crystals. As dawn broke, after a night of restless contemplation, Lin Bai felt fatigue wash over him. He decided to rest before tackling the final step of the pill formation technique. Lying on his bed, Lin Bai gradually drifted into slumber. He woke slowly around noon. After rising, he rubbed his throbbing head, realizing he had slept quite soundly and dreamt extensively. He dreamt of his life on Earth, returning once more to high school. In the dream, he was still that ordinary high school student, occasionally playing pranks in class, teasing female classmates, and stealing glances at beautiful girls. At that time, he felt indifferent to everything, brushing off life's challenges with a smile, eschewing excessive calculations, and indulging in playful banter. Many regarded him as careless, yet that was merely his approach to life, a perspective others could not comprehend, just as he struggled to understand them. He preferred solitude, content to dwell in his own little world, silently observing the myriad emotions of humanity, occasionally stepping into the roles of others. Many would ask him, "Why do you always walk alone?" To which he would nonchalantly reply, "Solitude is the norm of life." He had loved foolishly in his youth, only to emerge battered and bruised. Unsure if it could even be called love, perhaps it was merely a naive form of possession, a mutual infliction of pain. He also dreamt of running through dark streets, for in the dream, he believed that if he ran just a bit faster, he might encounter her around the next corner. As he reached a fork in the road, he had to choose a path. Once he committed to one, he realized he was moving further away from her. Yet he continued to run in the dream, convinced he could choose the right path at the next intersection. However, along the way, he pondered deeply, perhaps inspired by the scenery surrounding him. The dreamer within him began to question why he was running. He was weary and came to a halt. He began to appreciate the sights along the way, discovering a flower he had never seen before, blooming more vibrantly and beautifully than any he had ever encountered. He noticed a weathered billboard, its advertisement faded with time. In the next scene, he found himself in a CF, the image hazy, and upon waking, he had forgotten the specifics. Rubbing his face, Lin Bai gathered his thoughts. He had not anticipated sleeping until midday, filled with a series of dreams. After a light meal to quell his hunger, he set about executing his plan. First, he would master the pill formation technique from the Wordless Alchemy book, then select an appropriate pill formula, procure the necessary spiritual herbs, and finally, sell the product. The first step of the wind walking technique had provided him with profound insights, since the wind walking technique embodied the essence of wind, and the cannon fist exuded a sharp momentum. One might wonder if the pill formation technique also possessed its unique alchemical essence. Reflecting on the concept of alchemical essence, Lin Bai recalled the character for pill on the cover of the Wordless Alchemy book. Perhaps that was the essence unique to the pill formation technique. The significance of that character remained vividly etched in his memory. He closed his eyes, recalling the essence captured within that character, striving to articulate it. It was a force that treated the cosmos as a singular pill to be refined. A pill? Could this be the enigmatic reason behind the destruction of the Wordless Alchemy book? To refine the myriad elements of the world as if they were pills. Lin Bai felt a flicker of understanding, and in the next moment, he deftly formed hand seals. With a shout, he manifested a rune. Observing his hands, Lin Bai broke into a joyful smile. Indeed, the pill formation technique possesses its own essence. With a newfound comprehension of the significance of the character for pill, Lin Bai began to weave this understanding into his pill formation technique. To his astonishment, it yielded results. The technique he executed flowed far more smoothly and carried an indescribable nuance. Chapter 53, Refining the Xian Yuan Pill. The pill formation technique bore significant similarities to the essence extraction and liquid condensation techniques in terms of hand seals and the flow of true energy, emerging as a synthesis of the latter two. Consequently, Lin Bai found the practice of the pill formation technique to be exceptionally fluid, significantly reducing the time required for mastery. Within a span of 1 or 2 hours, he had comprehended and practiced the pill formation technique proficiently. He had mastered all 3 steps necessary for pill refining, yet what remained was practical application. However, before proceeding, he needed to select a specific spiritual pill to refine. The knowledge of alchemy within the Wordless Alchemy book was vast and comprehensive, encompassing numerous formulas. He certainly could not refine high-tier spiritual pills, as they required not only high-grade spiritual herbs, but also the exceptional skills of an alchemist, along with a corresponding level of mastery. Thus, Lin Bai chose to refine the low-tier spiritual pill, the Xian Yuan pill, a first-grade spiritual pill that could assist martial apprentices and warriors in solidifying their true energy, representing a higher tier than the congealing Yuan pill. The spiritual herb required for refining the Xian Yuan Dan is the first-grade spiritual herb, Xian Yuan grass. After memorizing the formula, Lin Bai set off to the grand hall of the sect to exchange for the Xian Yuan grass. Since alchemy also necessitates a Dan furnace, he needed to acquire a suitable one as well. However, upon glancing at the price of the Xian Yuan grass, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A single stalk required 1,000 contributions, equivalent to 1 spiritual crystal. Currently, the total value of the spiritual crystals and contributions in his possession amounted to only 8,500 contributions, meaning he could at most exchange for 8 stalks of Xian Yuan grass, not to mention that he still needed a Dan furnace. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and exchanged for 3 stalks of Xian Yuan grass. Fortunately, a single stalk of Xian Yuan grass was not limited to producing just 1 Xian Yuan Dan. The quantity of Dan produced entirely depended on the alchemist's skill. Subsequently, he spent 2,000 contributions to exchange for a substandard Dan furnace, and the purchase of additional auxiliary spiritual herbs and other items drained him of quite a bit of his contributions. In the end, he was left with less than 2,000 contributions. After his shopping spree, he returned to his chamber, preparing to commence the alchemical process. For the first step of extracting the liquid, he did not require the Dan furnace. Using the Dan technique alone sufficed to refine the spiritual herbs. Due to the first-grade nature of the Xian Yuan grass, the purity of the extracted medicinal liquid was only 40%. This was not as terrifyingly pure as when he extracted the Ning Yuan grass. But achieving a purity of 40% was a result of his breakthrough to the 11th level of qi refining, along with his recent understanding of the essence of alchemy. Once the extraction was complete, he proceeded to the second step, condensing the liquid, which required the use of the Dan furnace and needed firestones for heating. Since Lin Bai's contributions were dwindling, he only exchanged for the cheapest blue flame stones. As he entered the second step of condensing the liquid, the temperature generated solely from the martial artist's true qi was insufficient. After adding the blue flame stones, the temperature inside the Dan furnace rapidly increased. The medicinal liquid within the furnace began to boil, and as Lin Bai infused his Dan technique, the liquid gradually shrank, with different components merging together seamlessly. Lin Bai, outside the furnace, began to sweat profusely, clearly finding the process quite challenging. Finally, the medicinal liquid within the furnace had merged sufficiently, with the moisture slowly evaporating. Half an hour later, the volume of the medicinal liquid inside the furnace had decreased considerably compared to its initial state. Lin Bai gestured with his hands, directing his techniques into the boiling liquid. Under his control, the liquid gradually separated into several portions, approximately 5 or 6, each of uniform size. At this point, the second step of condensing the liquid was complete, leading to the final stage of forming the Dan. This time, Lin Bai's movements became even swifter, and the last intricate rune was infused into the gathering medicinal liquid within the Dan furnace. Under the influence of that mysterious rune, the clusters of Dan within the furnace underwent a significant transformation, gradually becoming denser until they turned into several scorching Dan pills. Lin Bai exhaled in relief. His first attempt at alchemy had succeeded. A total of 6 Dan pills were produced, which filled Lin Bai with joy, as he had not anticipated achieving a 60% success rate. The high temperature emanating from the Dan furnace had soaked his back in sweat. After wiping the perspiration from his brow, he extracted the 6 Dan pills from the furnace and placed them into a jade bottle. This alchemical endeavor consumed 1 stalk of Xian Yuan grass, along with several auxiliary spiritual herbs and a few blue flame stones, resulting in 6 Xian Yuan Dan. Naturally, Xian Yuan Dan could also be exchanged within the sect, but each one required 1,500 contributions. Although the price was steep, many disciples would still opt for the exchange, as 1,500 contributions equated to merely 1.5 spiritual crystals. Yet the efficacy of the Xian Yuan Dan surpassed that of 1.5 spiritual crystals. Lin Bai's goal in refining the Xian Yuan Dan was solely to acquire spiritual crystals for cultivation. The Xian Yuan Dan was a spiritual pill meant for martial apprentices, and since he was still in the qi refining stage, he needed spiritual crystals far more than pills. Additionally, excessive consumption of pills could lead to Dan poison accumulating within the body, posing certain hindrances to a martial artist's path. All of this understanding stemmed from the Wordless Dan book, which made him more inclined to utilize spiritual crystals for cultivation rather than relying on pills. He contemplated selling the refined spiritual pills at the trading street. Although he could sell them to the sect, each Xian Yuan Dan would only yield 1,000 contributions. While that was already a considerable amount, given that his cost for this batch was merely around 1,500 contributions for 6 pills, selling to the sect would net him 6,000 contributions, resulting in a staggering profit margin of 400%. However, no one would complain about having fewer contributions. Rather than selling to the sect for 1,000 contributions each, he preferred to set a higher price at the trading street. Lin Bai prepared to sell each Xian Yuan Dan for 1,200 contributions, which was 200 more than the sect's exchange rate and 300 less than the price he would have to pay to obtain them from the sect. He was confident that his Xian Yuan Dan would not be difficult to sell. After a brief rest, Lin Bai eagerly began refining his next batch of Dan pills. With 2 stalks of Xian Yuan grass remaining, meaning he could still produce 2 more batches of Xian Yuan Dan, the subsequent processes went smoothly, with each batch achieving a 60% success rate. By the end of the night, Lin Bai had produced a total of 18 Xian Yuan Dan. After completing the 3 batches, he was drenched in sweat, feeling sticky and uncomfortable, prompting him to take a shower before returning to his room. With still a couple of hours until dawn, Lin Bai decided against further cultivation for the time being. Instead, he intended to have a good night's sleep before heading to the trading street the next day to sell the Xian Yuan Dan he had on hand. Simultaneously, he mentally mapped out his itinerary for the following day. Chapter 54. The Great Alchemy. Early the next morning, Lin Bai rose, ready to head to the trading street to sell the Dan pills he had refined the previous day. He carefully placed each of the 18 pills in jade bottles for sale. Although he arrived early, the trading street was already bustling with activity. He later learned that the trading market opened only twice a week, and today was the second day, which explained the crowd. This made him secretly grateful, as he had unwittingly timed his visits perfectly on both occasions. The last time he had obtained the wordless Dan book. What would he gain this time? Setting up a stall in the trading street required an application for a spot, the condition being contributions. Lin Bai reluctantly spent all his contributions to secure a corner position. The benefit of setting up a stall was that it provided protection from the sect, allowing him to seek assistance if faced with coercive buyers. As soon as Lin Bai arranged his items at the stall, customers began to arrive. A senior sister clad in green approached his stall and inquired, "Little junior brother, what are you selling here?" Seeing a potential customer, Lin Bai promptly replied, "Xian Yuan Dan." The senior sister frowned slightly. "Xian Yuan Dan? Isn't it available for exchange within the sect?" 1,200 contributions each, Lin Bai responded. 1,200? Why is it so much cheaper than in the sect? Is it some sort of defective product? The senior sister's confusion deepened, as if she had encountered something peculiar. She was well aware of the Xian Yuan Dan's significance, especially for martial apprentices like herself, and frequently exchanged for them for her cultivation. However, she had only known of the Xian Yuan Dan being available at the sect's exchange hall or alchemy hall, and had never heard of a disciple selling them independently for just 1,200 contributions. Considering the price in both the exchange hall and alchemy hall was fixed at 1,500 contributions, Lin Bai noticed the senior sister's hesitation and offered her a jade bottle from his stall, saying, "You can determine if it is a defective product for yourself, senior sister." Although this was his first attempt at refining the Xian Yuan Dan, he was confident in the quality of his product. The senior sister skeptically accepted the jade bottle from Lin Bai's hands, uncorked it, and brought it to her nose for a whiff. As her nose drew near to the mouth of the vial, a rich fragrance of medicine surged into her nostrils. Having consumed her fair share of Xian Yuan pills, she was naturally adept at recognizing their scent. However, this particular aroma seemed to differ from the Xian Yuan pills she typically ingested. The pill within the jade bottle appeared to be markedly pure. "Junior brother, I shall purchase this Xian Yuan pill from you." After the senior sister transferred 1,200 contribution points to Lin Bai, she eagerly consumed the pill. Lin Bai, delighted by his auspicious beginnings, felt a surge of anticipation as he observed the senior sister ingesting the concoction he had meticulously crafted. Upon swallowing the Xian Yuan pill, she closed her eyes, her hands moving as if executing a particular technique. Moments later, the senior sister opened her eyes, exhaling deeply, her gaze alight with brilliance. This Xian Yuan pill was indeed unlike the one she usually took. Its efficacy exceeded that of her prior pills by at least 30%. This revelation caused her 6th-tier martial apprentice realm to shift slightly, and in her heart, a singular thought emerged. "I must acquire more. I want them all. Junior brother, how many Xian Yuan pills do you have in total? I shall take them all." Upon hearing her words, Lin Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that his initial venture would lead to such a swift closure of business. "Senior sister, I have 17 Xian Yuan pills remaining, each priced at 1,200 contributions, totaling 24,000 contributions. I shall only charge you 20,000 contributions. Very well, junior brother. I, Qin Su Nan, shall recognize you as a friend. Senior sister, might we exchange contact information? I possess several other spiritual pills. Should you require any, you can reach out to me. Lin Bai suggested. Although he currently had no other pills, he could certainly concoct them. Oh. Qin Su Nan's eyes brightened as she responded. All right, junior brother. Here is my contact information. If I need anything, I shall certainly reach out. After transferring the 20,000 contributions to Lin Bai and leaving her contact details, Qin Su Nan departed with the 17 Xian Yuan pills in hand. Lin Bai, astonished by the smoothness of his transactions, realized he had earned over 20,000 contributions in such a short span, and a grand plan began to take shape in his mind. He aspired to become a purveyor of pills. Having tasted success, Lin Bai eagerly commenced his scheme, starting with the exchange for Xian Yuan grass, acquiring a total of 15 stalks. This transaction depleted the temple's stock, costing him 15,000 contributions. Additionally, he spent 2,000 contributions on supplementary spiritual herbs and another 2,000 on a superior alchemical furnace. He intended to first concoct a batch of Xian Yuan pills. After this extensive procurement, he found himself back in a state of utter poverty. Yet he was confident that it would not be long before he would no longer be troubled by the lack of cultivation resources. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Lin Bai fortuitously encountered Han Bing and Li Tianyu. His eyes lit up, and he beckoned to them. Come here, I wish to discuss something with you. In the days that followed, Lin Bai immersed himself in the art of alchemy, successfully producing over 270 Xian Yuan pills. His overall success rate reached 6 tiers, and if he were to sell all these pills, he could amass nearly 330,000 contributions. This grand alchemical endeavor took him 3 days, yielding extraordinary results. Everything was in place, with only the reopening of the trading street 2 days hence remaining. The following day marked another lecture at the martial arts hall. After Lin Bai had organized all his belongings, it was already around 7 or 8 in the evening. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he commenced his cultivation. Having devoted the previous few days to alchemy, he had not practiced for 3 days. Nevertheless, those days yielded not only 270 pills, but also invaluable insights into the alchemical process, allowing him to take his first steps into the realm of alchemy. Despite the 3-day hiatus from cultivation, his mastery of the 9-dragon technique remained unimpeded. It seemed to have been inscribed within his very being, with the true Qi fire dragon becoming an integral part of him. The consumption of true Qi during alchemical processes was substantial, and these past few days had significantly increased his familiarity with the manipulation of the true Qi fire dragon. He could now summon the true Qi from the fire dragon directly, rendering it a true second Dantian. Chapter 55. Elder Lu's lecture the following morning, as usual. Li Tianyu knocked on Lin Bai's door, exclaiming, "Senior brother, it is time to rise." Outside the door, Li Tianyu could hardly forget Lin Bai's astonishing words from a few days prior, which had left him eagerly anticipating the upcoming trading street. Once Lin Bai had tidied himself, he stepped outside and joined Li Tianyu in calling for Han Bing. Han Bing was already prepared, and upon their arrival, she opened the door. At this hour, most individuals in the courtyard had risen, preparing to attend the day's lessons at the martial arts hall. Senior brother, will the lecture be the same Elder Chun from last time? I would rather not endure another lecture on alchemical knowledge. I nearly dozed off last time. Li Tianyu inquired of Han Bing. Hearing Li Tianyu's remark, Han Bing replied, I heard that this time, our lecturer will be Elder Lu from last time. Elder Lu? Did he not enter seclusion? Li Tianyu asked, puzzled. Elder Lu Qingfeng had abruptly left their last lecture, claiming he was entering seclusion. Had he emerged already? Yes. I heard that Elder Lu has indeed exited seclusion and even advanced to the divine forging realm. Upon hearing Han Bing's words, Li Tianyu exclaimed, the divine forging realm? So today, we will be taught by a master of the divine forging realm. Lin Bai, having overheard their conversation, was momentarily taken aback. The Elder Lu had advanced to the divine forging realm. However, thinking of the opportunity to learn from a master of such caliber filled him with excitement. Noticing Li Tianyu's enthusiasm, Han Bing cautioned, do not rejoice too soon. After Elder Lu's ascension to the divine forging realm, he will likely move up to the inner sect and become an elder there. We may not have many more classes with him. Hearing Han Bing's words, Li Tianyu felt a bit disheartened, but quickly regained his spirits, saying, Even if it's just one class with a divine forging realm elder, I will be content. As Lin Bai and his companions arrived at the martial arts hall earlier than usual, many seats remained vacant, and they chose a spot in the second row. Time passed gradually, and more people entered the hall. Once most attendees had gathered, an elder with an ethereal presence ascended the podium. It was none other than Elder Lu. Many in the crowd were evidently aware of Elder Lu's recent advancement to the divine forging realm, their eyes brimming with anticipation for the lecture. Noticing the eager gazes of the audience, Elder Lu smiled warmly and said, "Greetings, fellow Taoists. It has been a while since we last met. I apologize for my absence during this time of seclusion." "Not at all," the crowd responded, filled with reverence for Elder Lu. Someone whispered, "I heard Elder Lu has reached the divine forging realm. Is that true?" Although the voice was soft, many heard it, including Elder Lu himself. The crowd turned their curious eyes to him. Elder Lu stroked his beard and replied, "I have recently made some progress and fortuitously advanced to the divine forging realm." After a brief pause, he continued, "My breakthrough to the divine forging realm owes much to the assistance of one of the Taoists present." Upon hearing this, the audience was filled with curiosity. Elder Lu was a formidable figure in the divine forging realm, and among the attendees were only disciples in the Qi refinement stage. Who could possibly have aided him? Sensing the crowd's intrigue, Elder Lu seemed prepared to reveal more, descending from the podium to approach an individual. The audience below held their breath, eagerly gazing at Elder Lu. Could it be me? Elder Lu approached an individual, grasped their hand, and said, "Were it not for the words spoken by this young friend that day, I would still be uncertain of when I might break through to the divine forging realm. I owe this young friend a debt of gratitude. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback. He had initially been curious about who had aided Elder Lu in achieving this breakthrough, only to be surprised when Elder Lu walked directly towards him and expressed those words. At that moment, Lin Bai's eyes gleamed with astonishment. "I dare not claim such an honor. My cultivation is but trifling. How could I possibly be the cause of Elder Lu's fortunes?" The onlookers within the martial arts hall were equally astonished. Who would have thought it was him? But it makes sense. After all, he did defeat Long Outyin with a single punch last time, revealing his exceptional prowess. In the corner, Long Outyin's face flushed with embarrassment as he feigned ignorance. "Lin Bai, just wait until class is over." Everyone present, all at the Qi refinement stage, wondered why Elder Lu would attribute his success to Lin Bai. It was well known that Elder Lu was a formidable figure at the divine forging realm. Meanwhile, the students sharing Lin Bai's courtyard seemed to have grown accustomed to such occurrences. "You get used to it." After hearing Lin Bai's words, Elder Lu smiled and remarked, "There is a sequence to enlightenment and specialization in skills. Regardless, I must express my heartfelt gratitude." Subsequently, Elder Lu returned to the podium. Lin Bai stood there, seemingly pondering. Could it be that the words I spoke that day inspired some insight in Elder Lu? After Elder Lu's breakthrough to the divine forging realm, he exuded an even more profound aura of ethereal wisdom. The audience was utterly captivated by his lecture, occasionally bursting into applause at particularly striking points, while scratching their heads in confusion at others. Elder Lu frequently astonished with his insights, broadening the understanding of the disciples present and addressing numerous queries regarding their cultivation. Time flew during the lecture, and as dusk approached, Elder Lu sensed the end of his time. He clapped his hands and announced, "This shall be the final lesson I impart to you all. Shortly, I will be entering the inner sect for my duties, and I ask for your understanding regarding any inconvenience." Upon hearing Elder Lu's words, the audience displayed expressions of regret, clearly wishing for him to continue teaching. Observing their reactions, Elder Lu spoke, "There is no need for sorrow, for although I shall depart, I am confident that there will be even better elders to guide you in your studies. Until we meet again, class dismissed." With that, Elder Lu exited the martial arts hall. Despite his words, the crowd felt a profound sense of loss. Yet there was no choice but to accept this reality, and they gradually dispersed from the hall. Lin Bai, too, felt a twinge of regret at the thought of not receiving further instruction from Elder Lu, sensing that he was indeed a remarkable teacher. After Elder Lu announced the end of class, Lin Bai and his companions began to rise to leave, but just as they were about to depart, a voice called out, "Lin Bai, have you forgotten our duel? In 15 minutes, at the number 15 stage." The speaker was none other than Long Outyin. Upon hearing his words, Lin Bai momentarily froze. He had indeed forgotten about it. However, Long Outyan's challenge piqued Lin Bai's interest. Having recently broken through to the 11th layer of Qi refinement and mastering the first step of the wind-walking technique, using Long Outyan as a sharpening stone seemed quite fitting. The other disciples in the martial arts hall also overheard Long Outyan's announcement and were intrigued, preparing to head to the number 15 stage to witness the spectacle. Chapter 56. I hope I haven't wounded the boy's pride. At the number 15 stage, two disciples clad in outer sect attire stood facing each other. Below the stage, a crowd had gathered, eager to witness the duel unfolding above. Lin Bai, I acknowledge your talent, but today, you are destined to fall at my hands. Long Outyan proclaimed from the stage. Long Outyan, even if you are not as impressive as you claim and rely on your uncle's influence, today, I assure you, I will not be defeated by you. Lin Bai retorted defiantly. The audience erupted in laughter at Lin Bai's declaration, for it was common knowledge that Long Outyan had an uncle among the outer sect elders, and they were amused to hear Lin Bai call it out directly. Enraged by the audience's laughter, Long Outyan shouted, "You! What skill is there in mere words? Let us see your true abilities." With that, Long Outyan charged at Lin Bai, his fist surrounded by a fiery dragon formed from his true energy, revealing that he had unleashed his burning dragon fist. Impressive, he's significantly stronger than last time, but this suits me perfectly, Lin Bai mused, sensing from the energy fluctuations that Long Outyan had indeed achieved 6/10 of true energy liquefaction, and the momentum of his burning dragon fist was considerably enhanced. As Long Outyan launched his attack, the crowd gasped in unison, realizing that Long Outyan was not merely a product of his uncle's influence. He possessed genuine skill. Long Outyan's speed was undeniably swift, yet in Lin Bai's eyes, it still fell short. Wind-walking technique, first step. Just as Long Outyan's fist was about to connect with Lin Bai executed the first step of the wind-walking technique, vanishing like a gentle breeze before Long Outyan's eyes. Long Outyan was startled, thinking, where did he go? But in the next instant, he felt an intense sense of danger from his back. Lin Bai had circled behind him and seized the opportunity to unleash a punch. Cannon fist. Bang! Long Outyan felt a tremendous force strike him, causing him to taste blood, and simultaneously, his body was sent soaring into the air, rolling several times on the stage before coming to a halt. From the moment Long Outyan threw his punch to his fall, only a few breaths had passed, and the spectators were still processing what had just transpired. Is this really over? After witnessing Long Outyan's formidable punch, they had anticipated a fierce battle for Lin Bai. Although Lin Bai had previously defeated Long Outyan with ease in the martial arts hall, they could distinctly sense that Long Outyan was significantly stronger this time, capable of overwhelming most of them. Yet, it now appeared that Lin Bai was even more powerful, and when he struck, they could not discern his cultivation level, only vaguely sensing that he remained at the Qi refinement stage. The crowd was even more astounded by Lin Bai's punch, which was undeniably the cannon fist, the final strike of the foundational boxing techniques. They were all familiar with the basic boxing techniques, yet most had only mastered up to the third punch, with few reaching the fourth, and the fifth, the cannon fist, was notoriously challenging. Who would have thought that Lin Bai could already execute it? It seemed Long Outyan's defeat was well-deserved. He had lost to a martial arts genius. At this moment, Long Outyan, lying on the stage, finally regained his senses, equally shocked. How is he this strong? Compared to a week ago, he had significantly improved. Not only had he reached 6/10 of true energy liquefaction, but the power of his burning dragon fist had also increased considerably. He had trained tirelessly to ensure he could defeat Lin Bai. Yet unexpectedly, he had been vanquished with a single punch. Seeing that Long Outyan had merely spat out some blood, Lin Bai sighed with relief, grateful that he had only used 30% of his strength. Otherwise, it could have been fatal. Lin Bai approached, extending his hand to help Long Outyan up, but Long Outyan swatted his hand away angrily, exclaiming, "I do not require your pity." He then tossed a book at Lin Bai before getting up and leaving. The book Long Outyan threw was a yellow rank. First grade martial technique, burning dragon fist. Lin Bai stood there, momentarily stunned. I hope I haven't wounded that child's pride. Just then, Li Tianyu rushed onto the stage, cheering, "Senior brother, well done. I knew you would win." However, at this moment, Lin Bai found it difficult to muster any joy. He smiled faintly at Li Tianyu and remarked, "All right, enough with the merriment. It's getting late. We should head back." At that juncture, Han Bing also stepped onto the stage, astonished to discover Lin Bai's remarkable strength. Had it been him facing the dragon Aotion on stage, he surmised he would not have lasted long either, which added a touch of melancholy to Han Bing's gaze. Yet, considering Lin Bai was his friend, the fleeting sadness swiftly dissipated. By the time class ended, dusk was approaching, and the sky had gradually darkened. The three of them made their way to the cafeteria for a meal before returning to their respective rooms. After a brief wash, Lin Bai settled cross-legged on his bed, poring over the burning dragon fist he had acquired from Long Ao Tian. Truly, it was a martial technique on par with the wind-walking step. Just from the descriptions alone, its might was several times greater than his current cannon fist. This prospect filled Lin Bai with anticipation, eager to see how much his combat power would increase upon mastering the burning dragon fist. Though the burning dragon fist consisted of only a single strike, this solitary blow was infinitely more intricate than the fundamental fist techniques, its power naturally surpassing them by several folds. Reflecting on this, Lin Bai speculated that Long Ao Tian's innate talent must be commendable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to comprehend such a technique. Since the burning dragon fist comprised only one punch, its moves were relatively straightforward, with the true complexity lying in the circulation of vital energy, which was densely packed and rivaled the three energy techniques he had learned. However, after experiencing the energy techniques, basic fist techniques, and the wind-walking step, he had become quite adept at learning the pathways of vital energy. The circulation of vital energy in the burning dragon fist was primarily concentrated in the arms and fists, with a portion also focused around the waist and abdomen. The challenge lay in coordinating the movements of these areas, effectively using the waist and abdomen to drive the arms, thereby channeling power into the fist. Having grasped the essence of the burning dragon fist, Lin Bai began to practice the vital energy pathways described. First, he focused on the meridians around the waist and abdomen. The required pathways were few and uncomplicated, and before long, he had mastered them. Next, he turned his attention to the vital energy circulation in the arms. To facilitate his understanding, Lin Bai divided the circulation of the burning dragon fist into three segments for practice: the waist and abdomen, the arms, and the fists. The pathways in the arms were the most numerous, with hundreds densely packed, many sections requiring multiple passages through the same meridian for the purpose of accumulating power. Lin Bai devoted the most time to mastering the arm pathways, finally achieving full comprehension just as dawn was approaching. Noticing the impending brightness, he ceased his practice of the burning dragon fist, intending to rest for a while before the next session. This time, Lin Bai managed to rise before Li Tianyu came knocking at his door. As he stepped outside, he found Li Tianyu and Han Bing had just emerged as well. The three of them then proceeded together to the venue for their martial arts class. They made no effort to rise early this time. Following the previous incident with Jiang Baishan's tardiness, they simply adhered to their usual gathering time. On this occasion, Batian did not engage in any antics. Shortly after everyone assembled, he appeared before them. Last class, he had mentioned this session would involve checking the basic fist techniques, and now each student was to take turns demonstrating at least 3 punches. Those who did not meet the standard would have to don stone armor and run 100 laps on the training ground, Batian declared. Upon hearing his words, those who were less proficient immediately felt a wave of anxiety. Batian then instructed the students to begin from the front row. The first disciple appeared visibly nervous, and his movements were somewhat disjointed, yet he ultimately completed his first 3 punches, meeting the required standard. Following this, everything proceeded smoothly, with each individual showcasing at least 3 punches. Soon, it was Lin Bai's turn. He stepped forward to demonstrate the basic fist techniques. Having mastered all 5 punches of the basic technique and grasped the essence of martial arts, he infused each punch with that very essence. The straight punch exhibited swiftness, the hook punch displayed agility, and the thrust punch, with the essence accompanying each strike, Lin Bai's movements flowed seamlessly, captivating the audience's attention. With a resounding ha, he unleashed the final cannon fist, producing a thunderous crack in the air. The onlookers could only marvel, realizing how remarkable his prowess was. Jiang Baishan's eyes sparkled with admiration. It had been a long time since he had encountered a disciple with such innate talent. After completing his 5 punches, Lin Bai offered a slight nod to Batian before returning to his place in line. Before long, everyone had completed their demonstrations, each student having executed at least 3 punches, thus meeting the requirements. Not long ago, Li Tianyu, who had been lamenting, had successfully delivered 3 punches after days of diligent practice. Most students had only performed the first 3 punches, with only Han Bing and Yang Kaitai managing 4, while Lin Bai had executed 5. Observing that everyone had fulfilled their obligations, Jiang Batian nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Not bad, quite commendable. Although most of you hit like a child, a few have shown potential. For this class, we shall change the venue to cover new material." Upon hearing that they had all passed, the students were evidently elated, while Jiang Baishan's remark about their punches being akin to dung was promptly disregarded. After half an hour, along with Jiang Batian, 21 individuals found themselves beneath a grand waterfall. Gazing at the cascading water, Lin Bai was filled with awe. This spectacle far surpassed that of the Huangguoshu waterfall from his past life. He had not anticipated such a magnificent sight within the sect. They now stood at the base of a colossal waterfall with a drop of at least 100 zhang. This reminded him of a line of poetry. The waterfall cascades straight down 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way has descended from the heavens. The thunderous roar of the waterfall filled everyone's ears, and each individual silently marveled at the natural grandeur before them. Due to the overwhelming noise, Jiang Batian had to raise his voice significantly, almost shouting, "Today, I will have you experience the essence contained in this waterfall. From this day forth, if your basic fist techniques remain as abysmal as ever, do not blame me for being merciless. Now everyone, head to the base of the waterfall." Essence? Lin Bai was taken aback. It seemed Jiang Batian had discerned that what the students lacked in their basic techniques was indeed essence. The roar of the waterfall, however, could not drown out Baishan's thunderous voice. "Go to the base of the waterfall? Are you insane, Jiang Batian? That water falling from over 100 zhang could kill." Lin Bai thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. If looks could kill, Jiang Batian would have been sliced to pieces by the glares of the students. Staring at the thunderous waterfall, Lin Bai couldn't help but swallow hard, realizing that standing beneath, it could indeed be fatal. Jiang Batian, noticing the students' reluctance, wore a pained expression, as if he had anticipated their hesitation. "Of course, I am not sending you to your doom. This is the water stabilization talisman. It will ensure you are not swept away or harmed by the waterfall. Those who receive the talisman, hurry to the base of the waterfall." With that, Jiang Batian produced wooden plaques inscribed with enigmatic runes and distributed them among the students. Those who received the plaques wore expressions of doubt. After all, the thunderous roar beside them was no illusion. Would such a small wooden plaque truly be effective? Seeing their continued hesitation, Jiang Baishan's anger flared. "Lin Bai, show them how it's done." Lin Bai was taken aback. "Me? Exactly. It's you. Hurry." Faced with Jiang Baishan's commanding tone, Lin Bai felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He had no choice but to stride toward the magnificent waterfall. This talisman should work, right? He secured the small plaque around his waist and stepped into the torrent. Boom! As Lin Bai entered the waterfall's embrace, he was instantly struck by a torrent of water as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Instinctively, he activated the 9-Dragon technique to counter this overwhelming force. "Damn it, Jiang Batian, you set me up!" Lin Bai cursed him internally 1,000 times, realizing that the so-called water stabilization talisman was utterly useless. The cascading waterfall never ceased its relentless descent, the weighty torrents crashing violently upon him, compelling him to hasten the operation of the 9 Dragons technique, struggling to endure. It seemed that due to this overwhelming force, Lin Bai's 9 Dragons technique was operating at an unprecedented velocity. He could distinctly feel his realm gradually ascending, as his body slowly absorbed the spiritual energy within the water flow. Meanwhile, those outside the waterfall secretly rejoiced, relieved that it was not themselves who had ascended. Observing Lin Bai's demeanor made it evident that he was suffering greatly. However, Li Tianyu and Han Bing were filled with concern, wondering if Lin Bai was all right. Jiang Batian, too, wore a puzzled expression. It made no sense. Had he not given him the water stabilization talisman? Although the talisman would still subject him to some impact from the waterfall, it should not be this exaggerated. But the moment Jiang Batian caught sight of the dim talisman at Lin Bai's waist, everything became clear. "I forgot to remind this lad to infuse his true energy into the talisman. So, does this mean he is entirely relying on himself to withstand the waterfall?" Jiang Batian was astounded. What sort of monster was this? After all, he was merely at the qi refining stage. To withstand a waterfall with a drop of over 100 zhang at such a level was no small feat. This was something that would typically require at least a martial disciple of the 4th level. Realizing that he had neglected to instruct Lin Bai on how to use the talisman, Jiang Batian hastily shouted, "Lin Bai, Infuse your true energy into the water stabilization talisman. Upon hearing Jiang Baishan's words, Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback. Does the water stabilization talisman require true energy to function? He realized that he might have misunderstood Jiang Batian earlier. Chapter 58. The Essence of the Waterfall after Jiang Baishan's reminder. Lin Bai promptly infused his true energy into the talisman. At the moment he did so, an invisible light emanated from the talisman. In the next instant, he felt the pressure on his body diminish drastically. Although the impact of the waterfall remained, it was now reduced to merely 1/10 of its original force. Seeing that Lin Bai was unharmed, Li Tianyu and Han Bing breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, the disciples outside the waterfall activated their water stabilization talismans one by one as they entered the waterfall. Even with the protection of the talisman, they still felt the forceful impact of the cascading water, causing their footing to feel somewhat unstable. This further deepened their admiration for Lin Bai. After all, just moments ago, he had been enduring the onslaught without activating his talisman. What level of mastery must he have achieved? Once everyone had nearly entered the waterfall, Jiang Batian shouted, "Calm your minds. Carefully perceive the impact that the waterfall brings you. Then integrate this understanding into your fist techniques. If any of you produce such poor punches again next time, don't blame me for being unkind." Upon hearing Jiang Baishan's words, most of those within the waterfall were left bewildered. Perceive the essence? What essence? Calm down? With the waterfall thundering above and the sound of rushing water in their ears. How could one find stillness? Yet Lin Bai, amidst the waterfall, felt a flicker of understanding. He recognized Jiang Baishan's good intentions. He then closed his eyes, as if meditating on the water striking his body. On the other side, Han Bing and Yang Kaidi also seemed to grasp something, similarly shutting their eyes to feel the essence. Noticing that Lin Bai and Han Bing had closed their eyes, seemingly in contemplation, Li Tianyu pretended to do the same. Attempting to follow their example, the water of the waterfall splashed loudly against Lin Bai, and all he could hear was the sound of the flowing water. Water? What is the essence of water? No, rather, what is the essence of the waterfall, constructed of water? Lin Bai recalled Jiang Baishan's purpose for bringing them to the base of the waterfall, to perceive the essence of the waterfall and to integrate it into their foundational fist techniques. The essence of foundational fist techniques? The swift momentum of a straight punch, the agility of a hook punch. He had already mastered these concepts. But what commonality existed between the waterfall and the essence of foundational fist techniques? Lin Bai pondered incessantly, yet he found himself at a loss. He decided to clear his mind and simply enjoy the massage from the water flow. The splashes of water against his muscles created a tingling sensation, yet his spirit was enveloped in an indescribable tranquility. Yes, tranquility. Despite the cacophony of the waterfall crashing against the rocks, he surprisingly felt a profound sense of serenity. Suddenly, he recalled how, when he had been enduring the waterfall's impact without using the water stabilization talisman, the speed of his Nine Dragons technique had reached an unparalleled level, and his cultivation seemed to have advanced slightly as a result. In the next moment, Lin Bai ceased infusing true energy into the talisman. Boom! With the protection of the talisman gone, Lin Bai was once again subjected to the full force of the waterfall. He quickly resumed the operation of the Nine Dragons technique, for only in this way could he withstand the torrent and avoid being swept away. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, Lin Bai appeared to have an epiphany. He comprehended the essence of the waterfall. The essence of the waterfall was to accumulate power, then unleash it with tremendous force. Initially, the waterfall was merely an ordinary river. Yet after a drop of over 100 zhong, it possessed such immense power. The process of the water cascading down was, in fact, a process of accumulating strength. Bang! With newfound clarity, Lin Bai unleashed a powerful punch, and astonishingly, his strike created a brief void in the water before him. He sensed that the power of this punch was at least 30% greater than usual. However, this punch was also different from his typical strikes. This time, he not only infused it with the momentum of a cannon punch, but also integrated the essence he had gleaned from the waterfall. His previous punch was akin to the water flowing from a height of 100 zhong, starting with no force, gradually accumulating power, and finally releasing all that accumulated force into the punch. Having grasped the essence of the waterfall, Lin Bai was exhilarated, following up with a series of punches. Bang! 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 Once more, he created a brief void in the waterfall. Fortunately, the The thunderous sound of the water crashing against the rocks was so deafening that others failed to notice the commotion at Lin Bai's location. Furthermore, the obstruction of the water flow rendered them oblivious to the situation. Jiang Batian, at this moment, was unaware of Lin Bai's remarkable progress. He would likely be astounded once again if he were to witness Lin Bai comprehending the essence of the waterfall in such a short span of time. Although he had already mastered the essence of the waterfall, this location still held great significance for him, and he intended to cultivate here. Perhaps due to the external pressure, Lin Bai's operation of the Nine Dragons technique beneath the waterfall yielded effects at least 2 to 3 times greater than usual. Such an excellent opportunity for cultivation was not one he would squander. Bearing the pressure of the waterfall, Lin Bai gradually settled onto a rock at the base of the falls and focused intently on operating the Nine Dragons technique. Perhaps due to the pristine environment, with clear waters and lush greenery, the spiritual energy beneath this waterfall was considerably denser than elsewhere. This was likely one of the reasons Jiang Batian had chosen this location. Although the impact of the waterfall was significant, Lin Bai was slowly becoming accustomed to it, concentrating on the operation of the Nine Dragons technique, guiding the true energy through cycle after cycle. In the evening, Jiang Batian reappeared beside the waterfall. He wondered how well that group of youngsters had comprehended the essence. He estimated that if 3 or 4 of them managed to grasp it, that would be quite commendable. Lin Bai was certainly one, and Han Bing also showed promise. As for the rest, he was uncertain. Everyone inside, it's time to come out. Class is dismissed. Lin Bai, still immersed in his cultivation, was momentarily startled upon hearing Jiang Batian's voice. So soon? Had the time for class already concluded? Under the immense pressure of the waterfall, his cultivation speed had been nothing short of rapid. In just one day, he had progressed from the early stage to the mid-stage of qi refinement, all without the aid of spirit crystals. So absorbed had he been in his practice that he only came to his senses when he heard Jiang Batian's call. Subsequently, Lin Bai activated the water stabilization talisman and gradually stepped out of the waterfall. As the crowd heard Jiang Batian's command, figures began to emerge from the waterfall. And someone complained, "After a whole day of this, my skin is about to peel off." The bystander murmured. Although most people spent an entire day under the waterfall in contemplation, few gained any profound insights. All they perceived was the incessant sound of cascading water. Once everyone had exited the waterfall, the imposing figure of Jiang Batian finally spoke. "Today, you have spent a whole day under the waterfall in reflection. I do not care whether you have gleaned any understanding. However, in the next lesson, I must witness tangible results." Upon hearing Jiang Batian's words, a chorus of lamentations arose among the crowd. "Brother Jiang, Master Jiang, must I truly repent? I shall never again bathe beneath the waterfall." Chapter 59, The Overachiever. The following morning, Lin Bai opened his door to find Li Tianyu and Han Bing awaiting him. "Come in and help me with some items," Lin Bai instructed them. As soon as Han Bing and Li Tianyu entered Lin Bai's room, they were astonished to see nearly 300 small jade vials arranged on the floor. "Senior, brother, are these all Xian Yuan pills?" Li Tianyu exclaimed, utterly shuka. Just days prior, Lin Bai had approached him and Han Bing, asking for their assistance in selling the Xian Yuan pills. At that time, he was puzzled. Was it a sale or a purchase? After all, his senior brother and he were both new disciples. How could they possibly sell Xian Yuan pills? Lin Bai had mentioned possessing a substantial quantity of Xian Yuan pills and needed them to assist in selling them at the trading street. Hearing Lin Bai's words left Li Tianyu filled with confusion, yet he unconditionally trusted Lin Bai. Thus, he felt a heightened anticipation for the revelation that awaited them in a few days. However, upon seeing the hundreds of vials of Xian Yuan pills on the floor, he was taken aback. "Senior, did you rob the alchemy hall?" At that moment, Han Bing also struggled to conceal her astonishment. Where did Lin Bai acquire so many Xian Yuan pills? Their reactions did not escape Lin Bai's notice, who humbly smiled and said, "Let's keep a low profile. Do not worry, the origins of these pills are entirely legitimate. Quickly, let us pack everything up for the trading street." Lin Bai had already prepared sacks nearby. He merely needed to pack the pills. "Senior, brother, are we truly just putting them in sacks?" Li Tianyu's mind was racing. These were Xian Yuan pills, a first-grade spiritual pill. Wasn't it a bit extravagant to simply stash them away in sacks? Lin Bai paused for a moment before asking, "Is there a problem?" Seeing Lin Bai's nonchalant demeanor, Li Tianyu could only weakly reply, "No problem, no problem." He then joined Han Bing in packing the Xian Yuan pills into the sacks. ultimately filling 3 large sacks to the brim. Upon arriving at the trading street, Lin Bai, as before, spent contributions to rent a stall. Coincidentally, the last remaining stall was the very one he had rented previously. A banner hung before Lin Bai's stall, emblazoned with the words, Xian Yuan pills for sale at low prices. Only for today. He had prepared this banner 2 days prior, and it was fortuitously put to good use today. Among the many stalls, Lin Bai's banner stood out distinctly, instantly attracting numerous onlookers. Hey, look over there. Xian Yuan pills at low prices? Xian Yuan pills? I've only heard of them being exchanged within the sect and alchemy hall. I have never seen anyone selling them. Let us go see what's in this gourd. Soon, a crowd gathered around Lin Bai's stall, inquiring, how much for the Xian Yuan pills? Lin Bai had already informed Li Tianyu of the pricing, and Li Tianyu responded, 1,200 contributions for each Xian Yuan pill. The person inquiring gasped, what? 1,200 contributions? So cheap? Is there something wrong with your Xian Yuan pills? Upon hearing the insinuation that the Xian Yuan pills were defective, Li Tianyu immediately took offense. Guaranteed authentic. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. The inquirer took the vial of Xian Yuan pill that Li Tianyu offered and uncorked it. The moment the cork was removed, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted forth. The inquirer had previously consumed Xian Yuan pills, so he was well acquainted with their scent. Upon inhaling the fragrant aroma, he was astonished. What? An incredibly rich medicinal fragrance. Without hesitation, he declared, I'll buy it. I'll buy this Xian Yuan pill. Here, 1,200 contributions. I will transfer it to you right now. The man, having acquired the Xian Yuan pill, eagerly consumed it. After a moment, he opened his eyes, filled with brilliance. I don't have many contributions. Let me have 5. After stating this, he promptly transferred his contributions and hurriedly took 5 vials of Xian Yuan pills. The spectacle of this man did not go unnoticed by those around him. As they inhaled the potent fragrance, their interest was piqued. However, upon witnessing the man consuming the Xian Yuan pill, they decided to wait a moment longer. When they saw him immediately purchase another 5, they could no longer contain themselves and rushed forward. Though there appeared to be a substantial number of Xian Yuan pills at the stall, it was still not enough to satisfy the growing crowd. Me. 3 Xian Yuan pills. One individual hurriedly pushed forward, quickly transferring contributions for 3 vials. Seeing someone get ahead, others voiced their displeasure. Why are you pushing? Don't you know about the order of arrival? At that moment, another person squeezed through the crowd, equally indignant. Exactly. What else with the pushing? Don't you have any decency? Junior brother, give me 7 Xian Yuan pills. After completing his transaction, that person dashed away, leaving no opportunity for the others to respond. The surrounding crowd was momentarily stunned by his actions, muttering, shameless. Observing the fervent scene before him, Lin Bai let out a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had asked Li Tianyu and Han Bing to assist him. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed. However, he quickly regained his focus. Once this endeavor concluded, he would strike it rich. In a nearby corner, one individual inquired of another, have we investigated the origins of that kid? The other responded, the investigation is complete. He is merely a new disciple in the Qi refinement stage. But it is said that his aptitude is quite impressive. The first person continued, did we uncover where he procured such a large quantity of Xian Yuan pills? The second lowered his head and replied, unfortunately, we have not discovered that. It is as if those Xian Yuan pills appeared out of thin air, and our brothers received no prior notice. With a cold snort, the first person remarked, umph. This new disciple must have someone backing him. Otherwise, how could a mere Qi refinement stage disciple possess such an abundant supply of Xian Yuan pills? After a brief pause, he added, Lu Xiangming and Zhang Dedu are unlikely candidates. If they had the power to acquire such a vast quantity of Xian Yuan pills, there would be no need for us to involve ourselves. Before he could finish, another individual hurriedly approached, exclaiming, I bought it. Here are 3 Xian Yuan pills in total. The first person took the vial from the newcomer, uncorked it, and gasped. What a rich medicinal fragrance. He then consumed one of the Xian Yuan pills and began circulating his energy. Moments later, he opened his eyes, convinced that the new disciple could not possibly be associated with Lu Xiangming or Zhang Dedu. He could feel that the efficacy of the Xian Yuan pill he had just ingested was at least 30% more potent than any he had previously consumed. So, the other party dared to brazenly sell Xian Yuan pills in the trading street. They must possess considerable confidence. Who exactly could be backing him to provide such audacity to a Qi refinement stage disciple? Could it be a formidable figure? Unbeknownst to Lin Bai, who was still joyfully selling Xian Yuan pills, he had already caught the attention of the three major factions within the outer sect. Chapter 60. The shield to sale of Xian Yuan pills had become unprecedentedly fervent, far exceeding Lin Bai's expectations. It seemed that the spectacle of the crowd only drew in more onlookers. Ultimately, nearly half the street was captivated by the commotion. Upon observing the banner before Lin Bai's stall, numerous individuals began to inquire, and to their astonishment, they discovered that the price of the Xian Yuan Dan was not only 300 cheaper than the exchange rate within the sect, but its efficacy also surpassed that of the sect's offerings. In unison, they pressed forward, eager to procure a piece of the coveted Xian Yuan Dan. Although Lin Bai had concocted 270 Xian Yuan Dan, even that quantity could not withstand the fervor of the crowd, and within merely half an hour, all have been sold out. Everyone, please do not push. All Xian Yuan Dan have been sold, Lin Bai called out after the last one was purchased. The throng, still jostling forward, froze in disbelief. What? Sold out? I was just about to reach the front. Yet, the absence of Xian Yuan Dan was undeniable. Lin Bai could only clasp his fists and apologize. I am truly sorry, but all Xian Yuan Dan have been sold. Please disperse. A disciple inquired, Junior brother, will there be any available for sale tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Lin Bai pointed to the banner, saying, I regret to inform you, but this was a one-day event. There will be no further sales. The crowd, upon digesting Lin Bai's words, felt a wave of regret wash over them, lamenting that had they pressed forward just a bit more, they might have secured one. Realizing that the Xian Yuan Dan were indeed sold out, the eager crowd could only depart in disappointment. Once the throng had thinned, Lin Bai turned to Han Bing and Li Tianyu, instructing, let us gather our things and depart. As they walked, Lin Bai noticed he was being followed by a few distant figures. It seemed he had indeed attracted unwanted attention. Ordinarily, with sufficient materials, he could produce as many Xian Yuan Dan as he desired. However, prior to contemplating the sale of these elixirs, he had anticipated a potential issue. Such a conspicuous sale would undoubtedly draw the notice of the three major factions within the outer sect. Thus, he resolved to cease sales after this batch to avoid complications. Moreover, he had garnered over 300,000 contribution points from this endeavor, a sum ample enough to exchange for spirit crystals to further his cultivation. Though only a brief period had elapsed since the stall's opening, he was surprised to find himself already under scrutiny from one of those factions. Aware of the following figures, Lin Bai hastened his pace, realizing that, as a Qi refinement stage cultivator, he had limited means to confront them. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lin Bai allocated 10,000 contribution points each to Han Bing and Li Tianyu. Although they initially intended to refuse, Lin Bai waved them off, stating, this is rightfully yours. They reluctantly accepted, and the three then retreated to their respective rooms. In a secret chamber, the gray-clad elder relayed the events of the transaction street to Gu Shun. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Shun remarked, it appears he has deciphered the secrets of the wordless Dan book. To be able to refine a first-grade spirit pill at the Qi refinement stage is indeed a testament to his exceptional talent, a long-awaited gem for our sword sect. The gray-clad elder interjected, I have noticed that Lin Bai seems to have attracted attention. Gu Shun's eyes darkened momentarily. Is it Xiao Yinqing? No, merely the so-called three major factions within the outer sect, replied the elder. Do you require my assistance? Gu Shun's cold demeanor softened as he smiled. No need. Let that young fellow face them on his own. I am curious to see how he will handle this. The gray-clad elder bowed, understood. Once back in his chamber, Lin Bai pondered the repercussions of his actions and how the three major factions might respond. He was not particularly concerned about an immediate attack. After all, the sheer number of Xian Yuan Dan he had produced would surely lead them to speculate on their origins. As a mere Qi refinement stage newcomer, they would likely not suspect that he was the one who had refined them, leading them to assume he had someone backing him. They would first seek to verify the identity of his supposed patron before taking any action. With this thought, Lin Bai's eyes sparkled with a brilliant idea. He stepped out of the courtyard to commence his plan. Not far into his walk, he noticed he was still being trailed. Lin Bai chose not to alert them, continuing on his path to the pill refining hall. Upon arrival, he clasped his fists before a guarding disciple, stating, Greetings, brother. I am Lin Bai, and I seek an audience with Elder Chun. Please convey my request. The guarding disciple, puzzled, sensed that Lin Bai was merely a Qi refinement stage newcomer and questioned why he would wish to see Elder Chun. Yet, seeing Lin Bai's demeanor did not suggest he was there to cause trouble, He hesitated before entering to relay the message. After a brief wait, the disciple returned, saying, "You may enter. Elder Chun is waiting for you inside." Elder Chun, seated in an official chair, smiled upon Lin Bai's entrance. "What brings you here, young man? Have you perhaps advanced to the 6th layer of martial disciple?" Elder Chun was well aware that such a rapid advancement was improbable. His words were merely jesting. Lin Bai clasped his fists, replying, "I am ashamed, Elder. Though I have received many spirit crystals from you, my progress has been slow due to my shortcomings, and I am still at the Qi refinement stage." After a brief pause, he continued, "I have come today because I was inspired by your last lecture and am eager to delve deeper into the art of alchemy." Elder Chen's expression softened with appreciation. It seemed Lin Bai was indeed a promising talent. The ability to refine a potion with such purity was commendable, and he contemplated taking Lin Bai on as a disciple. However, a fleeting memory seemed to dissuade him from that idea. Elder Chen retrieved a book from his cabinet and said, "I see potential in you. This book contains introductory knowledge of alchemy. Take it and study it. If you have any questions, feel free to return." Lin Bai hurriedly accepted the book, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Elder." Seeing Lin Bai's enthusiasm only deepened Elder Chen's admiration, and he added, "Very well, you may return to your studies. I have duties to attend to at the pill refining hall." Lin Bai clasped his fists. "Yes, I take my leave." Exiting the hall, Lin Bai felt a surge of gratitude towards Elder Chen. Initially, he had only intended to use him as a shield, yet the Elder had generously bestowed upon him a book on the knowledge of alchemy. Had Lin Bai known of Elder Chen's fleeting thoughts of accepting him as a disciple, he would have been even more astonished. Indeed, that was precisely his intention, to use Elder Chen as a decoy, leading those following him to mistakenly believe that his ally was the Elder of the Pill Refining Hall. Chapter 61. Qi Refinement Stage 12. Shortly after Lin Bai entered the Pill Refining Hall, the leaders of the 3 major factions, Lu Xiangming, Jiao Xingyu, and Zhang Dedu, each received word of the events that transpired in the transaction street. Lu Xiangming's subordinates had informed him of the happenings, and during the investigation, he discovered that Lin Bai had remarkably earned 2,000 contribution points on his arena. Although Lin Bai's victory was largely due to cunning tactics, the fact that a Qi Refinement Stage disciple could defeat a Martial Disciple Stage 1 indicated his exceptional talent. However, it was infuriating that his subordinates had failed to report this to him. Had he not dispatched someone to investigate Lin Bai, he might never have learned of it. Upon hearing that Lu Xiangming wished to see him, Li Fuqiang felt a surge of anxiety. Could the matter have been exposed? Glaring at Li Fuqiang, Lu Xiangming tossed a small booklet at his face, stating sternly, "Look for yourself." Understanding that the situation had indeed been revealed, Li Fuqiang's anxiety heightened as he flipped through the booklet, which clearly documented his loss of 2,000 contribution points. That was merely an accident. I will find an opportunity to make that kid return the contribution points. Fool! Li Fuqiang had scarcely finished speaking when Lu Xiangming, rising to his feet, delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Lu Xiangming's prowess was that of a 9th-level martial apprentice, and his kick was not to be underestimated. Li Fuqiang immediately felt a sharp pain in his chest, nearly spitting out blood. Lu Xiangming cast a glance at the fallen Li Fuqiang, then resumed his seat, continuing, "Pay close attention to what is written above." Li Fuqiang had no choice but to rub his chest, catching his breath as he perused the pamphlet in his hand. Earlier today, an individual was seen selling the highly effective Xian Yuan pills at rock-bottom prices in the trading district. Upon investigation, it was found that he entered the alchemy hall, accompanied by an elder. The person behind him is suspected to be Elder Chun of the alchemy hall. Noticing Li Fuqiang engrossed in the pamphlet, Lu Xiaoming spoke up after a moment, saying, "The individual's benefactor is an elder of the alchemy hall, someone we cannot afford to provoke. Consider the 20,000 contributions as a lesson learned." After a brief pause, Lu Xiaoming continued, "However, should you ever conceal such matters from me again, despite the time we've spent together, do not expect my leniency." Hearing that he had narrowly escaped, Li Fuqiang hurriedly replied, "Yes, I shall never dare to do so again." Upon learning that Lin Bai had the support of an elder from the alchemy hall, the 3 major factions simultaneously recalled their spies. As for Lin Bai's brazen sale of Xian Yuan pills, it was chalked up to the elder simply wanting to exchange some contributions after refining too many pills. As Lin Bai exited the alchemy hall, he realized that the followers who had been trailing him had vanished without a trace. It seemed his ploy had indeed borne fruit. Contemplating further, He pondered whether he ought to refine more pills for sale now that his opponents were wary. Ultimately, however, he decided against this notion. The contributions he had acquired were sufficient for a time. Even if he were to refine more pills for sale, it would require a period of waiting. Moreover, he was uncertain how long the protection offered by Elder Chun would hold before being discovered. Should his adversaries unearth that his supposed benefactor was not Elder Chun, they would undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation into Lin Bai, striving to uncover the secrets that lay behind him. At present, the most pressing task was to advance his cultivation, striving to reach the martial apprentice level as soon as possible, thus establishing a foothold within the outer sect. With over 300,000 contributions to his name, Lin Bai's immediate priority was to exchange for spirit crystals. Each spirit crystal required 1,000 contributions, and this time, Lin Bai exchanged for 100 crystals, expending a total of 100,000 contributions. Reflecting on this, Lin Bai could not help but marvel at Elder Chen's generosity, having previously gifted him 100 spirit crystals, equivalent to 100,000 contributions, truly befitting of an alchemist. The book that Elder Chen had given him contained only the fundamentals of alchemy, knowledge that was already encompassed within the wordless alchemy manual he possessed, with explanations in some areas far surpassing those in Elder Chen's tome. Thus, Lin Bai paid it little heed. After exchanging for the spirit crystals, Lin Bai had found an extraordinary place to cultivate, the waterfall. Even without the use of spirit crystals, the waterfall had already proven immensely beneficial to his training. How much more so would it be with the rich spiritual energy contained within the crystals? The sword sect was situated in a picturesque locale, with various peaks visible from afar, and the waterfall cascaded down from one such mountain. Lin Bai took some time to walk to the waterfall, where he found it roaring incessantly, its tumultuous sound echoing. Activating the Nine Dragons technique, Lin Bai stepped into the waterfall, gradually acclimatizing himself to the force of the water flow, which he had learned to convert into a driving force for his training. He located the rock where he had trained the previous day, bracing himself against the water as he sat down slowly, taking several spirit crystals from his pocket. Grasping them tightly in one hand, as if dissatisfied with the quantity, he retrieved a few more with his other hand. Under the relentless pressure of the waterfall, Lin Bai's Nine Dragons technique surged to the same velocity as the day before, absorbing the spiritual energy from the crystals in his grasp. Due to the accelerated pace of the Nine Dragons technique, the vortex of spiritual energy he generated was larger than usual, drawing not only from the energy within the crystals, but also sweeping up the surrounding natural spiritual energy. The true Qi fire dragon within Lin Bai sensed the abundant spiritual energy and began to voraciously absorb it. Once the true Qi fire dragon had finished, he gradually directed the spiritual energy into his dantian, converting it into true Qi. In just a quarter of an hour, the spirit crystals he held had been entirely consumed, reduced to powder by the rushing water. Lin Bai drew forth more spirit crystals, continuing his absorption. With each crystal spent, his cultivation steadily ascended mid-stage of the 11th layer of Qi refinement, late stage of the 11th layer of Qi refinement. Just as he was on the brink of breaking through to the 12th layer of Qi refinement, he felt a momentary obstruction. He hastened his absorption of the spirit crystals, hoping to amass enough strength to break through to the 12th layer in one fell swoop. Gradually, the spiritual energy coursing through his meridians increased, while his dantian fervently transformed it into true Qi. Boom! At last, the barrier shattered, and he had broken through to the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Feeling the surge of power within him, Lin Bai surmised that his current strength was comparable to that of a second-level martial apprentice, especially since he had previously been able to easily defeat a first-level martial apprentice, the Black Panther. After advancing to the 12th layer of Qi refinement, he sensed that his strength had more than doubled. Though he had achieved this breakthrough, Lin Bai remained vigilant, pulling out several more spirit crystals to absorb, solidifying his newly gained power. Chapter 62. The grand competition in the following month, there were no significant events and time passed slowly. Notably, thanks to the contributions exceeding 300,000, coupled with his daily training beneath the waterfall, Lin Bai's cultivation had progressed to the late stage of the 12th layer of Qi refinement, with his true Qi having transformed it a liquid at 40%. However, this was hardly noteworthy among many newly admitted disciples, as numerous individuals had already advanced beyond the Qi refinement stage to become martial apprentices. Only a handful remained stuck at the stage of true Qi transformation, Lin Bai being one of them. Among those in Lin Bai's courtyard, over 10 individuals had already broken through to the martial apprentice stage, including Han Bing, Yang Kaida, and even Li Tianyu, who had made considerable progress and was now at 80% true Qi transformation, likely to break through to martial apprentice soon. In light of this, Lin Bai's 40% true Qi transformation seemed even less remarkable, but only he understood that he was a peak martial artist at the 4th level of true Qi transformation, capable of easily defeating a typical 2nd-level martial apprentice. As the sun rose in the east, awakening the slumbering earth, a young man emerged from the turbulent waters of the waterfall. This was Lin Bai, just concluding a night of training beneath the falls. Despite having earned over 300,000 contributions from his previous sale of pills and exchanging many spirit crystals, his consumption had been staggering, depleting 300 spirit crystals in just over a month. Today marked the day of the grand competition for newly admitted disciples, a significant event not only to assess their cultivation progress over the past 2 months, but also to determine their graduation. Following this competition, the new disciples would officially become true outer sect disciples, gaining greater freedom in their schedules and no longer needing to attend martial arts classes or lectures at the martial hall weekly. The competition format would be a series of arena battles, with opponents drawn by lot, and points awarded to determine individual and team rankings. Victorious combatants would earn points, while defeats would forfeit their opportunity to continue battling other disciples. Ultimately, the individuals and teams with the highest points would receive generous rewards from the sect. Each head deacon would lead a team of disciples, and the total points of individual disciples would contribute to their team's overall score. The competition venue was set at the sect's arena, where all the newly admitted disciples gathered early, each team typically consisting of 20 members, with a total of 10 teams participating. Though they had only spent a brief 2 months together, Jiang Batian had developed a certain fondness for his 20 disciples. Despite the rigorous training they endured, running laps at first followed by the waterfall drills, they too had grown attached to Jiang Batian. Addressing the crowd, Jiang Batian proclaimed, "Today marks the day of your great competition for new disciples. Following this contest, you shall officially graduate under my tutelage." After a pause, he continued, "Therefore, in this competition, I expect you to demonstrate your worth and provide an account for the past 2 months of your efforts." The disciples, feeling a tinge of reluctance, responded in unison, "Yes." Once all the new disciples had gathered, an elder stepped onto a platform to deliver a speech. "You are the new generation of disciples from our sword sect. After 2 months of rigorous training, I trust you have acclimatized to life within the sect. Each disciple is. Brother, do you think any formidable participants will emerge in this competition?" While the elder spoke, Li Tianyu leaned over to whisper to Lin Bai. With a smile, Lin Bai replied, "Do I count?" Faced with Lin Bai's playful banter, Li Tianyu was at a loss for words, but fortunately, Han Bing intervened. "There should be quite a few skilled individuals. I heard that in one team, every member has already reached the martial disciple realm, with some even attaining the mid-stage of the 1st level. Li Tianyu est une surprise. Everyone has reached the martial disciple realm. Then, doesn't that mean they are bound to secure the 1st place in this competition?" Han Bing responded, "Indeed. That is a fair assessment, considering that the proportion of martial disciples in each team generally ranges from 60 to 80%. We are already at a disadvantage." Hearing this, Li Tianyu felt a flush of embarrassment, as if he were holding them back. However, upon reflecting that Lin Bai also seemed to lag behind, his guilt diminished somewhat. Yet, recalling Lin Bai's victories over Long Outyin and the 2 disciples at the 1st level of martial disciple, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. "Brother, what if I lose in the 1st match?" The ever-playful Lin Bai chimed in again. "You could cheer us on," Li Tianyu replied. "I hope all of you can showcase your true abilities in this competition," marking a splendid conclusion to these 2 months. The elder's speech finally concluded, prompting thunderous applause from the audience, though it was unclear what they were applauding. Following this was the drawing of lots to determine the disciples' opponents. In a dim corner, Long Outyin could never forget the humiliation Lin Bai had inflicted upon him. Over the past month, he had trained diligently and had now reached the mid-stage of the 1st level of martial disciple, making him a standout among the new disciples. Furthermore, his second uncle had gifted him a 1st-tier yellow-grade magical artifact. This time, he was determined to defeat Lin Bai and avenge his past grievances. He had secretly bribed the official in charge of the drawing, ensuring that his 1st opponent would be Lin Bai. Meanwhile, Lin Bai and the others awaited the results of the drawing. The process was swift, and soon the results were posted on the bulletin board. The new disciples hurried to check their opponents, relieved that the board was positioned high enough for everyone to see. Soon, Lin Bai discovered his opponent, Long Outyan. Long Outyan? What an ironic twist of fate. I wonder how he will perform this time after suffering 2 consecutive defeats at my hands. Lin Bai was not particularly worried about this competition. As a peak-stage martial artist, he had confidence in his abilities. However, he did not anticipate facing Long Outyan in the drawing. At this point, Li Tianyu and Han Bing had also learned their respective opponents. After sharing the news with each other, they made their way to their respective arenas. Lin Bai was set to face Long Outyan at arena number 4. Given that there were only 50 arenas in the sect, there was still one match to be held before his duel with Long Outyan. Long Outyan had already arrived at the arena and cast a glance at Lin Bai upon his arrival, then returned his focus elsewhere. The upcoming match was between 2 disciples at the first level of martial disciple, both of whom appeared visibly anxious, taking deep breaths to steady themselves. Chapter 63. Lin Bai vs. Long Outyan Zhangsheng. Hodawu, are you 2 ready? The official at the arena addressed the 2 below. Hodawu appeared more robust than Zhangsheng, who looked somewhat frail. They exchanged glances and, with a shared determination, replied to the official, "We are ready." The 2 ascended the stage from opposite sides, and after the official announced the start of the match, he stepped down. The 2 combatants, still feeling tense, cautiously regarded each other. Eventually, they seemed to reach a mutual resolve, shouting in unison as they charged at one another. Immediately following that, the official covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Upon their charge, the 2 grappled and rolled on the ground, throwing wild punches at each other's faces, completely forgetting they were martial artists and resembling brawling children on the street. Lin Bai turned his head away, bemused. How could such a spirited battle cry devolve into this? The 2 on stage were evenly matched, neither yielding to the other, and soon both sported bruised faces. Although Hoda Wu was sturdier, Zhangsheng fought with fierce determination, causing Hoda Wu's injuries to appear more severe. Realizing he could not continue in this manner, Hoda Wu quickly separated himself from Zhangsheng. He finally remembered he was a martial artist and assumed a stance to employ his martial techniques. In response, Zhangsheng also readied himself, both utilizing basic fist techniques. Having been battered by each other's wild punches, both were now somewhat dazed, their faces aching. Ultimately, Hoda Wu struck first, launching a punch using a fundamental technique. Both demonstrated a commendable grasp of their basic skills, with Zhangsheng countering in kind. After the chaotic initial exchange, their duel finally took form, no longer a disgraceful display. They exchanged blows, occasionally teetering on the edge of defeat. Perhaps Zhangsheng narrowly blocked a decisive blow, or Hoda Wu almost succumbed to an unexpected assault. Both were in the initial stage of the first level of martial disciple, their skills relatively comparable. However, as time passed, it became evident that Zhangsheng's stamina was waning. Finally, caught off guard by Hoda Wu's sudden attack, Zhangsheng was knocked unconscious. Seeing Zhangsheng fall, the official ascended the stage to announce Hoda Wu as the victor. Panting heavily, Hoda Wu smiled upon hearing the news of his victory. As soon as the match between Zhangsheng and Hoda Wu concluded, it was time for Lin Bai and Long Outyan. Once the official announced the start, Long Outyan boldly declared, "Lin Bai, this time I shall reclaim my honor." Lin Bai responded with a smile, "Very well. I look forward to seeing if you have made any progress." Seeing Lin Bai's audacious confidence, Long Outyan seethed. You are still at the Qi refining stage. While I have reached the mid-stage of the first level of martial disciple, I will make you regret underestimating me." Mid-stage of the first level of martial disciple? Lin Bai did not dwell on assessing Long Outyan's realm, only aware that he had advanced to the martial disciple stage. He was surprised to learn that Long Outyan was among the few in this batch of new disciples to reach the mid-stage. Yet it suddenly made sense. After all, he had a second uncle who was an elder, likely providing him with ample resources for cultivation. As the saying goes, true skills are revealed in practice. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Outyan charged towards Lin Bai and unleashed the burning dragon fist. Excellent, Lin Bai thought to himself. His current strength was equivalent to that of a martial apprentice at the second level, and he boldly retaliated with his own burning dragon fist. Boom! The 2 fists collided, producing a deafening roar. Feeling the immense power behind Long Outyan's punch, Lin Bai found himself unable to withstand it and staggered back several steps. How could he be so strong? Lin Bai's heart was filled with shock. He sensed an extraordinary power in his opponent that one at this realm should not possess. Could it be the gloves? Long Outyan had been wearing a pair of brown gloves from the very beginning, and during their earlier clash, Lin Bai noticed a subtle glimmer emanating from them. Could those gloves be a magical artifact? Despite gaining the upper hand in that exchange, Long Outyin was equally astonished. After all, he was only a mid-level martial apprentice, while Lin Bai was still merely at the Qi refinement stage. With the enhancement from his yellow-grade artifact, he had expected to dominate, yet Lin Bai had only been pushed back a few steps. Had it not been for the amplification of the artifact, Long Outyin felt certain that his original self would have been knocked to the ground by that punch. This realization only deepened his astonishment. What kind of monster was Lin Bai? Wasn't there supposed to be an insurmountable chasm between the Qi refinement stage and martial apprentices? Why did this principle seem utterly irrelevant when it came to Lin Bai? After losing the advantage in that exchange, Lin Bai composed himself and began to take the duel seriously. Steadying his stance, he employed his wind-walking step, transforming into a gentle breeze as he approached Long Outyin. Just as he reached his opponent's back, Lin Bai launched another attack with the burning dragon fist. Seeing Lin Bai vanish before his eyes with such an uncanny movement, Long Outyin couldn't help but smirk. So, you have agility? I possess it too. Just as Lin Bai struck towards Long Outyin's back, the latter executed an unexpected turn, evading the attack. After the punch missed, Lin Bai quickly retreated, but it seemed Long Outyin had anticipated this move. At the very moment Lin Bai pulled back, Long Outyin launched another punch, no less powerful than the first. Alarm bells rang in Lin Bai's mind. If this punch landed, he would surely spit blood. Gale! Lin Bai swiftly utilized the gale from his wind-walking step to evade Long Outyin's strike. Witnessing Lin Bai dodge his punch, Long Outyin pressed on relentlessly with another blow. However, since Lin Bai had successfully evaded the first punch, it was only natural that he would avoid the second as well, resulting in yet another miss for Long Outyin. Frustrated by Lin Bai's evasive maneuvers, Long Outyin was compelled to hold back, bracing himself for a potential counterattack. As the battle wore on, Long Outyin became increasingly alarmed. Had he not devoted himself to rigorous training over the past month, mastering the burning dragon fist to perfection and acquiring an additional technique, he would surely have been unable to endure more than 3 exchanges. Even more startling was the fact that Lin Bai had also mastered the burning dragon fist and reached a similar level of proficiency, despite having only learned it just over a month ago. Not to mention, Lin Bai's equally bizarre agility. Chapter 64. Defeat. Long Outyin had initially believed that having advanced to the mid-level of the martial apprentice realm, along with mastering a technique and achieving great success with the burning dragon fist, he could easily triumph over Lin Bai. Moreover, he had specially borrowed a yellow-grade artifact from his second uncle, which he was thankful for. Had he not had the artifact's enhancement, he would have been the one pushed back by that first punch. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Long Outyin's forehead as his eyes remained fixed on Lin Bai, vigilantly observing his every move. Lin Bai, taken aback by Long Outyin's remarkable progress in just over a month, found himself on the defensive after failing to land a surprise attack. Had he not resorted to the Gale technique in that critical moment, the outcome of this confrontation would have remained uncertain. Although he had evaded Long Outyin's 2 punches, Lin Bai dared not let his guard down in the slightest. The two stood in opposition, neither willing to make the first move. Suddenly, Lin Bai feigned an attack, causing Long Outyin to believe he was about to strike. As anticipated, Long Outyin fell for the ruse and hastily prepared to defend, only to realize that Lin Bai remained stationary, showing no intention of attacking. In the next instant, Long Outyin understood he had been deceived. With this realization, he decided to act without hesitation, launching an assault on Lin Bai. Yet, Lin Bai had been waiting for this moment, fully prepared for Long Outyin's advance, who again employed the burning dragon fist. After falling behind in their exchange of blows, Lin Bai naturally had no intention of matching Long Outyin's strike head-on. Instead, he opted for a more strategic approach, evading the punch before countering. This led to a back-and-forth exchange, but after several rounds, Long Outyin began to feel increasingly impatient. The sensation of his punches landing empty was far from pleasant. It seemed a prolonged battle was inevitable. Long Outyin reduced the frequency of his strikes, for each use of the burning dragon fist consumed a significant amount of his true energy. Since he was now in for a prolonged contest, conserving his true energy was paramount. Lin Bai, being at the Qi refinement stage, could not possibly outlast him in a war of attrition. The true energy of a martial apprentice was more than sufficient to wear him down. Lin Bai recognized that Long Outyin had begun to alter his strategy. indicating that his opponent was aware of his intention to drag out the fight and deplete Long Outyan's energy. After losing the upper hand in that exchange, Lin Bai had already prepared for a prolonged battle, and it appeared that Long Outyan shared the same strategy, beginning to conserve his true energy. In a battle of endurance, Lin Bai felt no fear, especially with the existence of the second Dantian, the true Chi Fire Dragon. Half an hour later, Long Outyan was now panting heavily, his mind reeling in astonishment. How had Lin Bai's true energy not yet been exhausted? Although he had started conserving his true energy half an hour ago, it was now nearly depleted. Meanwhile, Lin Bai was not without his own struggles. Despite having a substantial reserve of true energy, he had expended a significant portion of his stamina over the past half hour. On the other side, Li Tianyu wore a forlorn expression, clearly having been defeated, and Han Bing beside him bore several minor injuries. After Han Bing's match concluded, Li Tianyu joined him to spectate Lin Bai's duel. Along the way, Li Tianyu lamented to Han Bing, "Senior brother, I'm so unlucky. I faced a martial apprentice in the first match, while I'm just at the Chi refinement stage. I was knocked down in just a few exchanges." Then, Li Tianyu inquired, "Senior brother, how did your match go?" Upon hearing this, Han Bing replied, "I encountered some difficulties, but I still managed to win." When the two arrived at Lin Bai's arena, they were surprised to find that his duel was still ongoing. Li Tianyu remarked to Han Bing, "Senior brother, why does it seem like Lin Bai is struggling against Long Outyan?" Han Bing replied, "It appears Long Outyan has also advanced to the martial apprentice realm, and he's at the mid-level." Han Bing seemed to have noticed something, saying, "Wait, it looks like Long Outyan is wearing a magical artifact, possibly of yellow-gray quality." Li Tianyu asked in confusion, "A magical artifact? What kind?" Han Bing responded, "It seems to be an enhancement-type artifact." "Then does that mean?" Li Tianyu continued. Han Bing kept his gaze fixed on the battle in the arena, responding, "Yes, it appears that not only does he possess a magical artifact, but he also has a technique of considerable caliber. And Long Outyan's Burning Dragon Fist seems to have improved significantly since their last encounter." This was indeed a fierce battle for Lin Bai, as the disparity in their cultivation levels was quite considerable. Given that Lin Bai had managed to hold on at the Chi refinement stage until now was already a remarkable feat, his true energy was nearly depleted, while his opponent still appeared to have some reserve. Long Outyan understood that he could not afford to prolong the fight any longer. Dragging it out would only put him at a significant disadvantage. He needed to conclude the battle swiftly. With a fierce shout, Long Outyan unleashed his full power, employing his agile form to charge at Lin Bai, launching a decisive punch with all his might aimed at his opponent before him. He had placed everything on the line. If this punch failed to land, he would be left exhausted and ultimately face defeat. Originally, there existed a slight distance between Lin Bai and Long Ao. Yet this brief gap diminished rapidly under the agile movements of Long Ao. Lin Bai witnessed Long Ao appearing before him with the swiftness of lightning, and what awaited him was a fiercely imposing punch from Long Ao. He could sense the boundless power behind that blow, causing the hairs on the back of Lin Bai's neck to stand on end. However, everything transpired too swiftly for him to evade. In a moment of desperation, Lin Bai could only unleash the Nine-Dragon technique, retaliating with a punch of his own. Boom! The moment their fists collided, a cataclysmic sound erupted, and both combatants were sent reeling backward from the impact. When they finally came to a halt, they simultaneously spat out blood. Upon seeing Lin Bai still standing across from him, Long Ao realized he had been defeated. He was utterly drained of strength to continue. Meanwhile, Lin Bai was also in a precarious state. Long Ao's punch had inflicted significant internal injuries, and his right hand bore numerous fractures. After expelling a mouthful of blood, Lin Bai hastily activated his cultivation technique, channeling the true Chi Fire Dragon to mend his body. "I concede." On the opposite side, Long Ao weakly uttered these three words to the steward below the stage. Subsequently, he descended the arena step by step, fully aware that he may never triumph over Lin Bai again. In the Chi refinement stage, merely in the Chi refinement stage, Lin Bai was in the mid-stage of the martial disciple realm, augmented by magical artifacts, had still suffered defeat. Following this battle, he comprehended that the heights Lin Bai would reach in the future were beyond his grasp. After Long Ao's concession, the steward ascended the stage to announce Lin Bai's victory. Han Bing and Li Tianyu hurriedly approached to assess Lin Bai's injuries, especially since he had just coughed up blood. They were both perplexed by Long Ao Tian's unexpected surrender following that punch. Noticing their concern for him, Lin Bai smiled and reassured them, "I'm fine. I'll be all right after a short rest." Chapter 65. Second victory indeed, he was fine. After expelling that mouthful of blood, the true Chi Fire Dragon had already begun to heal his injuries. By now, he had recovered significantly, and it would not be long before he was completely healed. "How about you?" Lin Bai inquired about Han Bing and Li Tianyu's duel. Hearing Lin Bai's question, Li Tianyu replied dejectedly, "Senior brother, don't mention it. My opponent was at the martial disciple level. I was defeated in just a few exchanges." Han Bing chimed in, "I won comfortably." Lin Bai felt a twinge of regret for Li Tianyu, as it was not his fault. One could only say he was unfortunate. Han Bing's victory in the first duel came as no surprise to Lin Bai, as he had witnessed Han Bing's strength. The next round of duels was scheduled for the following day, where the victorious disciples from the first round would rest for a day before engaging in their second battles, while the defeated would not have another chance to compete. Long Ao Tian, nursing his injuries, returned to his quarters. Along the way, he had consumed a healing pill, which had alleviated some of his wounds. Yet his spirit was somewhat dejected. He had indeed been severely impacted by the defeat. Just as Long Ao Tian was about to enter his room, a figure blocked his path. Long Ao Tian furrowed his brows, clearly displeased. "Xiao Feng, step aside." The one obstructing him was a brazen youth, evidently a new disciple residing in the same courtyard as Long Ao Tian. Xiao Feng scoffed. "Aren't you Long Ao Tian, supposed to be formidable? How did you lose to a Qi refinement stage disciple? Does that mean you are inferior to a mere Qi refinement disciple?" It was clear that he had already learned of Long Ao Tian's defeat. Hearing Xiao Feng expose his wounds, Long Ao Tian's anger surged. "Xiao Feng, I'll say it once more, move aside." Seeing that he had provoked Long Ao Tian, Xiao Feng pressed further. "I won T. What will you do about it?" With Xiao Feng's brazen demeanor igniting Long Ao Tian's fury, he resolved to stop enduring. He threw a punch toward Xiao Feng. Anticipating this, Xiao Feng smirked. "Humph, you only know how to use the burning dragon fist. I expected as much." Before Long Ao Tian's fist could reach him, Xiao Feng easily dodged, then retaliated, landing a punch to Long Ao Tian's abdomen. Long Ao Tian felt a sharp pain in his belly, doubling over to clutch his midsection. Xiao Feng looked down disdainfully at the doubled-over Long Ao Tian and remarked, "This is just a lesson for you. We have plenty of time ahead." Long Ao Tian was seething with anger, if not for his injuries. Xiao Feng would not have dared to act so arrogantly. "We'll see about that." With that, Long Ao Tian entered his room, no longer wishing to engage with Xiao Feng. Outside, Xiao Feng chuckled. "What can you do when your elder uncle and my benefactor are at odds?" The opponents for the second round of the victorious disciples had been determined through a draw, and a steward had informed Lin Bai of his next opponent. Lin Bai did not recognize the name. Over the past 2 months, he had only remembered the names of those in his courtyard, having not taken the time to learn about other new disciples. He had no desire to know more. He would adapt to whatever came his way tomorrow. Han Bing was also aware of his opponent, while Li Tianyu, having lost in the first round, could only cheer for them tomorrow. Ultimately, only 5 disciples from Lin Bai's courtyard had won their first duel, including Lin Bai, Han Bing, Yang Kai-tai, and 2 others. Among these 5, Lin Bai was the only one still in the Qi refinement stage. This outcome infuriated Jiangba Tian, as out of 20, only 5 had emerged victorious in the first round, undoubtedly placing them at the bottom. With the healing from the true Qi Fire Dragon, Lin Bai's injuries healed rapidly, and by the next day, he was completely recovered. After the first round of duels, only 100 out of 200 new disciples remained. The competition spanned 3 days, with 1 duel on the first day and 2 consecutive duels on the second and third days. The time for the second round of duels was set for the morning of the second day. Although half of the disciples would no longer participate, all still gathered, whether to cheer or to observe and learn, each with their own purpose. Before ascending the stage, Jiangba Tian addressed the remaining 5, "Put in some effort. Don't let our final total score look too embarrassing." Upon reaching the arena, Lin Bai encountered his opponent for this round, Chen Tainyo. Just from the name, he could discern that Chen was a simple-hearted youth, and indeed, that was the case. Upon seeing Lin Bai, Chen Tainyo scratched his head bashfully and said, "Hello. I am Chen Tainyo, at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. I look forward to your guidance in our match." Lin Bai felt a surge of goodwill towards the earnest young man, replying, "Let us have a good match." The two then ascended the stage together. From the audience, Li Tianyu shouted, "Senior brother, go for it." With the steward's announcement, the duel officially commenced. Both competitors adopted a serious demeanor, each bringing forth their full strength in the chi refinement stage. Be careful. I'm coming. Although they are both mere teenagers, Chen Tiniu stands out with his robust physique, nearing adulthood in both height and weight. As he sprints, he embodies the essence of his name, charging forth like a bull. Despite his opponent only being at the 9th level of chi refinement, Lin Bai remains vigilant and cautious. Faced with the formidable Chen Tiniu, Lin Bai curiously wishes to test the extent of his strength. He resolutely chooses to confront him head-on instead of evading with the windwalking technique. With a resounding crash, the two collide, their hands locking in a fierce struggle of power. In that moment, Lin Bai truly feels as if he is grappling with a raging bull. While Chen Tiniu possesses considerable strength, Lin Bai is no slouch either. He fervently channels the 9 Dragons technique, providing his body with an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Though Lin Bai's frame is considerably more slender than Chen Tiniu's, the latter is astonished to discover a strength in Lin Bai that rivals his own. Chen Tiniu earned his name due to his remarkable strength from a young age, having never lost a brawl against the other village children. However, his prodigious might earned him the title of monster, leaving him friendless, save for the company of a large water buffalo, with whom he would often compete in strength. As he matured, both his strength and appetite grew, eventually surpassing that of the buffalo, which became a burden on his family. Hearing that joining the sword sect would provide him with ample food, his parents enrolled him in the sex assessment. Despite his lack of prior training, Chen Tiniu's innate talents saw him admitted into the sword sect, where he quickly ascended to the 9th level of chi refinement within just 2 months, triumphing in his first duel through sheer brute force. Little did he expect to encounter Lin Bai, whose strength was equally formidable. At this moment, Chen Tiniu's face flushed crimson, while Lin Bai still retained some energy. In the next instant, Lin Bai exerted a bit more strength, causing Chen Tiniu to exhale sharply and retreat, exclaiming, "I concede. Your strength surpasses mine. I shall not continue." Lin Bai, unable to suppress his laughter, mused whether Chen Tiniu's victory in his first duel was solely due to a contest of strength. After Chen Tiniu's concession, the referee announced Lin Bai as the victor and recorded the results. Seeing Lin Bai secure another victory, Li Tianyu rushed onto the stage, exclaiming, "Senior brother, splendid work." He then squeezed Lin Bai's arm and compared it to his own, prompting Lin Bai to inquire, "What is it?" Li Tianyu replied, "It seems our arms are of similar thickness, yet your strength is remarkable, and Chen Tiniu clearly possesses innate might." Lin Bai chuckled at Li Tianyu's observation, unsure of how to respond. Should he reveal that he is a 12th level chi refinement master? He had already mentioned it once, and it was evident that Li Tianyu would not believe him. Enough jesting. Let's go check on Han Bing and see how he is faring, Lin Bai suggested. Meanwhile, Han Bing's match had yet to conclude, facing an opponent who was also a first-level martial disciple. The rules permitted the use of weapons, and Han Bing's adversary wielded a long spear, forcing Han Bing to retreat under the relentless assault. The adage "an inch of spear, an inch of power" rang true, as Han Bing's opponent clearly had some proficiency in spear techniques. Although not classified as martial arts, the spear's power remained formidable. Han Bing, unarmed, found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Nevertheless, he retaliated with palm strikes imbued with chilling energy, likely a manifestation of his unique technique, akin to the golden sword chi produced by Li Tianyu's practice. Though Lin Bai had not witnessed Li Tianyu's initial duel, he understood that Han Bing's strikes were delivered at exceptionally challenging angles, placing considerable pressure on his opponent. Several palm imprints marred the opponent's body, evidencing that Han Bing had landed multiple hits, while he himself remained unscathed. At a glance, it appeared that Han Bing was on the defensive. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that he held the advantage. Although the long spear was swift and relentless, Han Bing's agility allowed him to evade each attack, while his opponent found himself repeatedly struck by Han Bing's precise palm strikes. The exertion required for such vigorous attacks surely took a toll on his opponent's stamina and chi, as evidenced by the sweat streaming down his face and the bulging veins on his forehead. As time elapsed, the balance of victory began to tilt in Han Bing's favor. Realizing that he could not land a hit on Han Bing with the spear, his opponent, Ji Zhonghua, opted to relinquish his weapon and engage in close combat. Lin Bai learned from the referee that Ji Zhonghua was indeed his opponent. This decision altered the dynamics of the match, allowing Ji Zhonghua to finally engage Han Bing. Both combatants resorted to basic fist techniques, exchanging blows in a lively display. However, it quickly became apparent that Ji Zhonghua lacked the mastery exhibited by Han Bing, and it was not long before he found himself on the defensive. With no viable alternatives, Ji Zhonghua pressed on, knowing that continuing with the spear would only deplete his energy and ultimately lead to defeat. Yet he was now firmly on the back foot, regretting his choice to abandon the spear. If only he had continued wielding it, he might have endured longer, despite occasionally suffering blows from Han Bing. But regret serves no purpose, and under Han Bing's relentless offensive, Ji Zhonghua had no opportunity to regain his weapon. After enduring several strikes, he finally shouted, "I concede! I concede!" Upon hearing his opponent's surrender, Han Bing stepped back, allowing him some respite. Ji Zhonghua, with a bitter smile, realized that further fighting was futile. He would inevitably lose, and it was better to concede than to suffer additional blows. Following Ji Zhonghua's concession, the referee announced Han Bing as the victor. While Ji Zhonghua left the stage in disappointment, wiping the sweat from his brow, Han Bing approached Lin Bai and inquired, "Lin Bai, how did your second match fare?" Before Lin Bai could respond, Li Tianyu interjected, "Senior brother won through sheer strength." "Oh, Han Bing replied, "Putzlit." Lin Bai then recounted the events of his second duel, and Han Bing nodded in understanding. The next round of matches would take place in the afternoon, with each disciple's opponent being announced at noon, allowing time for rest. As the bouts concluded, disciples began vacating the arena, with victors preparing for their afternoon contests. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was time for the third round to commence, leaving only 50 disciples still in the competition. After this round, only 25 would remain for the final day of duels. All participants in the top 25 would receive rewards from the sect, including spirit stones and cultivation pills. The top 3, however, would be especially recognized, receiving magical artifacts. The first place would receive a yellow grade artifact, the second a 9th grade human artifact, and the third an 8th grade human artifact, igniting fervent anticipation among the disciples. As the afternoon matches began, Yang Kaitai regarded his opponent, Lin Bai, recalling the latter's earlier words, "Paths diverge, and thus we cannot conspire." Over the course of the past 2 months, Yang Kaitai had come to recognize Lin Bai as a genuinely talented individual of remarkable strength. Although luck was not on his side when he drew Lin Bai as his opponent, he could hardly contain his excitement. While he had already witnessed Lin Bai's prowess, he was eager to experience firsthand the sensation of clashing with such a prodigy. Lin Bai, too, was taken aback to discover that his adversary for the third round would be Yang Kaitai. In the previous match, only Han Bing and Yang Kaitai from the same courtyard emerged victorious, while the other two were cruelly eliminated. It was unexpected for 2 members of the same team to find themselves fated to face each other in the arena. Lin Bai clasped his fists and said to Yang Kaitai, "I humbly accept your guidance." Yang Kaitai returned the gesture, replying, "Please instruct me." As the head attendant for both participants, Jiang Batian was observing from the sidelines, feeling a twinge of regret at their encounter, knowing that his team's points would take a significant hit. The moment their words concluded, the 2 combatants engaged fiercely. Lin Bai employed only a limited repertoire of martial arts, relying on basic boxing techniques. In contrast, Yang Kaitai unleashed a different style of martial arts, one that Lin Bai sensed was on par with his own Burning Dragon Fist. Both reaching the first rank of the yellow tier, Lin Bai was internally astonished, pondering whether Yang had exchanged for this skill at the Scripture Pavilion. After all, Yang Kaitai lacked the means to sell medicinal pills as Lin Bai could. Unbeknownst to Yang Kaitai, who had not witnessed Lin Bai's first match against Long Outyin, he initially believed that even if Lin Bai were exceptionally talented, he would still suffer significant setbacks against a martial apprentice like himself, given the disparity in their cultivation levels. However, he was surprised to find Lin Bai standing his ground, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange using basic techniques. It was noteworthy that while Yang Kaitai wielded a skill of the yellow tier, basic boxing techniques were merely of the human tier. Before joining the sword sect, Yang Kaitai had been an orphan, surviving on petty thefts within the marketplace. He was unaware of his parents' identities, having been raised by an old beggar. The beggar had discovered Yang Kaitai as an infant among refuse while searching for food. The only remnants of his identity were a small jade token inscribed with his name and a tattered book. The old beggar eventually sold the token for some silver, assuming the responsibility of raising Yang Kaitai. However, his penchant for alcohol quickly led to squandered funds, leaving the infant Yang Kaitai to endure hunger alongside the beggar, relying on begging for sustenance. Tragically, When Yang Kai turned 10, the old beggar passed away. Before his demise, the beggar divulged Yang Kai-tai's origins and entrusted him with a tattered book, which the beggar could not read. Following the beggar's death, Yang Kai-tai began to fend for himself, often resorting to thievery. On occasion, he would sneak into a classroom to listen to lessons, gradually learning to recognize characters and uncovering the contents of the tattered book. It turned out that the book contained a martial arts technique, including a yellow-tier skill. Although young and inexperienced, Yang Kai-tai had heard that esteemed martial artists achieved their prowess through diligent cultivation of such techniques. Upon discovering the book's contents, Yang Kai-tai tirelessly practiced the techniques within. After reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement, he participated in the sword sex assessment and ultimately became an outer disciple. At that moment, he was employing the technique known as the mountain-shattering fist from the tattered book, which had enabled him to triumph over his peers in the same realm. Yet, this technique seemed ineffective against Lin Bai. Despite being at the Qi refinement stage, effortlessly countered Yang Kai-tai's mountain-shattering fist with his basic boxing techniques. The two exchanged blows, the sound of their combat resonating with a series of thuds. Zhang Batian, observing from below, felt a newfound admiration for the pair. As an insider, he recognized the nuances within their techniques, each infused with their own understanding of martial intent. Lin Bai, in particular, had achieved a remarkable integration of the basic boxing technique's essence, transforming it into a formidable display. Yang Kai-tai was no less impressive. Although Zhang Batian could not discern the nature of his martial skill, he sensed a unique martial intent within Yang Kai-tai's punches. Among the two, he held a greater appreciation for Lin Bai, who had continually astonished him since their first meeting, now facing Yang Kai-tai at the Qi refinement stage. While Lin Bai appeared to handle Yang Kai-tai with relative ease, he could still feel the undeniable strength emanating from his opponent, surpassing that of typical disciples at the same level. Their exchanges were indeed reciprocal, yet genuine hits were few and far between. Realizing the futility of prolonging the bout, Lin Bai decided to withdraw from the stalemate, preparing to unleash a powerful strike with the Burning Dragon Fist. Combining the Burning Dragon Fist with the Wind-running step, he unleashed a tremendous force. Faced with Lin Bai's fierce punch, Yang Kai-tai understood he could not evade and had no choice but to shield his face with his arms. Thud! Lin Bai's fist struck solidly against Yang Kai-tai's defensive arms. Following the impact, Yang Kai-tai was propelled several steps backward, barely managing to dissipate the force of the blow. His arms throbbed painfully, feeling as though his bones might fracture under the strike. Lin Bai's punch elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Many had gathered to witness the match, including not only members of Lin Bai's team, but also disciples from other teams. Isn't that incredible? Wait, am I seeing things? One of them looks like a Qi refinement stage practitioner. What? Qi refinement stage? Let me take a closer look. Good heavens, it truly is a Qi refinement stage practitioner. So, I just witnessed a Qi refinement stage fighter repel a martial apprentice? This world is utterly insane. Aren't the Elder's direct disciples supposed to refrain from meddling in our competition? At that moment, a member of Lin Bai's team proudly remarked, "Impressive, isn't it? He's one of ours." Yang Kai-tai rubbed his aching arm, noticing Lin Bai's relaxed demeanor, and his brow furrowed in concern. From the impact of that punch, he sensed his chances of victory were slim. Unwilling to concede defeat, he yearned to discern the nature of the gap between himself and Lin Bai. In the next moment, he charged at Lin Bai, unleashing his mountain-shattering fist. Even before the punch reached its target, Lin Bai felt the overwhelming momentum akin to an avalanche. Locking onto this force, Lin Bai had no choice but to channel the Nine Dragons' decision, raising his arms defensively before his chest. Bang! Lin Bai was struck, stumbling back several steps. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, and the blow did not inflict significant harm. Yang Kai-tai, seeing his initial attack fail, continued to throw punches. Bang! 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 Each of Yang Kai-tai's strikes was blocked by Lin Bai, who then initiated his counterattack. Bang! 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 With the wind-running step enhancing his movements. Each of Lin Bai's punches became unpredictable, catching Yang Kai-tai off guard and landing hits. Despite Yang Kai-tai's efforts to evade, Lin Bai's speed and footwork proved too elusive. In his heart, Yang Kai-tai realized he could not match Lin Bai's prowess, feeling the stark disparity between them. Yang Kai-tai, surrender. You are not my match, Lin Bai stated, fully aware that Yang Kai-tai could not contend with him. Continuing to endure the onslaught would only lead to unnecessary injury. After all, They were teammates, and conceding was nothing to be ashamed of. Yang Kaitai acknowledged his inferiority, but was reluctant to yield. He refused to heed Lin Bai's suggestion, instead focusing intently on identifying the weaknesses in Lin Bai's offensive maneuvers. Recognizing that Yang Kaitai remained silent, Lin Bai understood that, like himself, Yang Kaitai possessed a stubborn pride and would not easily concede defeat. Lin Bai ignited his fighting spirit, given the circumstances. He had no choice but to force Yang Kaitai off the stage. At this moment, Lin Bai's punches became even more rapid. Found it. Yang Kaitai rejected inwardly. He had observed that Lin Bai would pause for a fleeting moment after each punch to retract his fist, and that brief pause was his opportunity. If he could strike during that instant of Lin Bai's retraction, he would have a significant chance of landing a hit. Bang! Another punch landed squarely on Yang Kaitai. He thought to himself, now is the time. The moment of Lin Bai's pause after throwing a punch had arrived, presenting him with the perfect chance. Even before Lin Bai struck him, he had already been gathering strength to unleash his mountain-shaking fist. The opportunity had come, and as Lin Bai paused, Yang Kaitai sprang into action. Bang! Lin Bai was struck in the ribs, producing a dull thud. The unexpected punch from Yang Kaitai sent Lin Bai reeling backward. After rolling several times on the ground, he slowly stood up, feeling the blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly injured. The spectators below gasped in astonishment, some stating with an air of inevitability, "This is more like it." It would be terrifying if a Qi refinement stage cultivator were to dominate a martial disciple. Nonetheless, the strength of that Qi refinement stage practitioner is not to be underestimated. He is undoubtedly the most formidable Qi refinement cultivator I have encountered, and calling him the top among all new disciples would not be an exaggeration. Seeing Lin Bai being sent flying by Yang Kaitai, Li Qianyu hurriedly turned to Jiang Batian beside him and asked, "Elder, what just happened? Why did Lin Bai suddenly get hit by Yang Kaitai?" After pondering for a moment, Jiang Batian replied, Yang Kaitai had been meticulously observing Lin Bai's attacks, searching for openings. He didn't just find a flaw, he capitalized on it, and that punch was the perfect demonstration. Li Qianyu, puzzled, asked, "A flaw? What flaw?" Jiang Batian continued, "It's not exactly a flaw per se. After Lin Bai throws a punch, he experiences a brief moment of pause while retracting his fist. Yang Kaitai seized that fleeting opportunity, locked onto Lin Bai's form, and unleashed a charged strike. Li Qianyu attempted to punch the air and questioned, "But I don't pause when I retract my fist?" Jiang Batian explained further, "You must consider the actual circumstances. On the stage, Lin Bai's punch was clearly coupled with footwork. He not only needed to retract his fist, but also his body, which caused that momentary pause." Realization dawned on Li Qianyu. "Now I understand." After landing a punch on Lin Bai, Yang Kaitai wasted no time, rushing forward to launch another wave of attacks. Lin Bai felt excruciating pain in his ribs from the earlier strike. Although the true Qi Fire Dragon was actively mending the injury, it still hindered his movements, making him less agile than before. As Yang Kaitai charged at him again, Lin Bai dared not relax even for a moment. He had perhaps overestimated his own strength. At most, he had reached the second layer of the martial disciple realm in terms of true Qi, but his actual combat capability lagged significantly, primarily evident in his physical reactions and other aspects. Conservatively, his strength could be estimated to be at the late stage of the first layer of martial disciple. The martial disciple realm is a transcendence of the Qi refinement stage, and there exists an insurmountable chasm between Qi refinement and martial disciple. For Lin Bai to contend with a martial disciple using his Qi refinement cultivation was already extraordinary, yet there remained a subtle gap. Despite the unbearable pain in his ribs, Lin Bai managed to fend off Yang Kaitai's subsequent attack while desperately channeling the Nine Dragon technique to assist the true Qi Fire Dragon in healing the injured area. Yang Kaitai's further attacks were thwarted by Lin Bai, who had significantly healed by now, to the point where it no longer impeded his actions. Witnessing Lin Bai regain his agility, Yang Kaitai felt a surge of astonishment. He understood the power behind his previous punch. It should have broken the opponent's ribs. Yet Lin Bai not only withstood his relentless assaults, but was also moving freely again. Was the opponent enduring the agony of a fracture? In truth, Lin Bai's ribs had not been broken. After breaking through to the pinnacle, his physical constitution had greatly improved. Yang Kaitai's earlier strike had merely caused some hairline fractures. But under the restoration of the true Qi Fire Dragon, he suffered no significant harm, though the injured area still throbbed slightly. Lin Bai realized that the longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it would become for him. Heaven only knew when Yang Kaitai would once again catch on to his weaknesses as he had done before. Lin Bai was fully aware of the fleeting pause that occurred when he retracted his fist, but he had not anticipated that this brief moment would be exploited by his opponent to land a critical hit. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his ribs, he continued to utilize the wind walk technique to engage with Yang Kaitai. Finally, bang! In the midst of the tempestuous wind walk, he struck Yang Kaitai out of the ring. Subsequently, an elder ascended the stage to announce Lin Bai's victory. Through the series of duels over the past 2 days, Lin Bai felt fortunate to have exchanged for the wind walk technique. Had it not been for this skill, he likely would have faced immense pressure during his initial match against Long Outyin. Although he had just recently broken through to the martial disciple realm, Lin Bai could sense that Long Outyin's strength surpassed even that of the Black Panther he had faced previously. Long Outyin's superiority lay in his mastery of 2 yellow-level martial techniques and a yellow-level magical artifact, and Yang Kaitai was similarly equipped. Of course, Lin Bai was no exception. The wind walk had provided him with tremendous assistance. Not to mention he also possessed the 9-dragon technique, a truly remarkable skill. Yang Kaitai, down below, could only smile wryly. His opponent was simply too monstrous, and he, as a martial disciple, had been defeated so easily. The onlookers were equally astonished. He won. Won? It seemed so effortless. Goodness, he was just hit hard and is still so fierce. Don't be envious. I saw him use at least 2 yellow-level martial techniques just now. That's not something we can envy. 2. Although I am a man, I have a sister who is not yet 18. The spectators had just witnessed Lin Bai executing his peculiar footwork, making it difficult to discern his movements, and then saw Yang Kaitai being struck off the stage. Yang Kaitai was a gracious loser. As Lin Bai descended, he clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for the guidance." Lin Bai smiled and replied, "Our strengths are merely on par. I look forward to battling again in the future." Yang Kaitai thought to himself, "Who will want to battle you again in the future? I fear I will be even weaker then." At this moment, Li Tianyu stepped forward and said, "Brother, I wonder how Brother Han Bing is faring. Shall we go take a look?" Lin Bai nodded and replied yes. Just as the two intended to head towards Han Bing's stage, they happened to see Han Bing approaching them. Lin Bai and Li Tianyu were taken aback. It seemed that Han Bing's match had also concluded, and he bore some injuries. Lin Bai asked, "How did it go?" Han Bing replied nonchalantly, "I won, and you?" Lin Bai smiled in return, "I won too." Li Tianyu, feeling somewhat envious, remarked, "So you both have made it into the top 25, securing 20 spirit crystals each. The top 25 disciples in this grand competition would receive rewards, and simply entering the top 25 would guarantee at least 20 spirit crystals, which made Li Tianyu immensely envious, as he was currently relying on the spirit crystals distributed by the sect to survive, only occasionally earning more through completing tasks to exchange for additional spirit crystals for cultivation. Half of the 3-day competition had now been completed, and tomorrow would mark the final day of the tournament. After today's duels concluded, the disciples departed from the stage, each preparing for the decisive battle to come. Lin Bai returned to his chamber, assisting the True Chi Fire Dragon in the final restoration of his injuries, ensuring that they would not hinder his performance in the upcoming battle. It is through practical combat that one gains true knowledge. From his encounter with Yang Kaitai, he recognized many of his own shortcomings. For instance, the momentary lapse in his guard when he retracted his fist was an issue that required immediate attention. Chapter 68. Han Bing versus Xiao Yuan. High time flew swiftly, and before long, it was the following morning, the final day of the grand competition. After a night of cultivation, Lin Bai opened his eyes, concluding his meditation. Last night's training had not yielded a solution for the momentary pause he experienced when retracting his fist. No matter how he pondered, he could not find a remedy. It seemed that the moment he retracted his fist, the pause would inevitably occur. Since he could not devise a solution, Lin Bai decided to cast it aside, opting instead to minimize the number of punches he threw today and to elevate the quality of each strike, aiming for victory through excellence. The first match of the day commenced in the morning, with the newly admitted disciples already gathered at the arena. The 25 participants awaited the results of the draw, and throughout the 2 days of competition, many formidable contenders had emerged among them. Lin Bai had just learned of his newly acquired title as the foremost among the Qi refiners, while the other 24 disciples also bore their respective nicknames. For instance, Han Bing was known as Cold Ice Palm, a moniker reflecting the characteristics of his martial technique. Some titles were rather peculiar, such as Dog Beating Fist belonging to Chen Ergu, among others. Before long, the results of the draw were announced. The crowd eagerly lifted their heads to search for their names on the notice board, eager to confirm their opponents, and Lin Bai was no exception. After a considerable time, he finally found his name at the end of the list, accompanied by the two characters, Bai. Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback. What did Bai mean? It wasn't until he overheard the discussions among the spectators that he realized the luck of the Qi refining champion was indeed remarkable, managing to receive a Bai in the first round. Indeed, among the top 25, he was the only one not at the martial disciple level. The others were already in the mid-stages of the first layer. It was initially assumed that the foremost Qi refiner would be eliminated in the top 25, yet he unexpectedly advanced directly to the top 13. Look at him. Not only is he powerful, but he is also fortunate. How can anyone else survive? It was no wonder that Lin Bai finally understood that there would inherently be a Bai among the top 25, and he was fortunate enough to draw that position. At this moment, Han Bing cast a glance of envy toward Lin Bai, who patted his shoulder and encouraged, "Do your best. I will cheer for you from the sidelines." Han Bing's opponent was a disciple named Xiao Yuanhai, a square-faced youth with an appearance that exuded righteousness, and his cultivation level was comparable to Han Bing's. The two had now taken their positions on the arena, awaiting the official announcement to commence. From the stands, Li Tianyu turned to Lin Bai and inquired, "Senior brother, what do you think are Han Bing's chances of winning? His opponent seems quite formidable." Although Xiao Yuanhai was also merely a teenager, his square face gave him an air of maturity, and his serious demeanor made the atmosphere somewhat tense. "We shall see shortly. Do not be intimidated by his presence. Mere intimidation is futile without real strength," Lin Bai replied. With that, Li Tianyu focused intently on the two combatants, eager to discern Xiao Yuanhai's true capabilities. "Begin!" With the official's command, the duel commenced. "I am Xiao Yuanhai. I look forward to your guidance," he said, cupping his hands in salute to Han Bing. Han Bing returned the gesture with a calm, "I am Han Bing. Please teach me as well." No sooner had Han Bing spoken than Xiao Yuanhai charged forward, unleashing his first wave of attacks. His approach was direct and unyielding, his movements executed with astonishing speed. Bang! Their fists collided, with Han Bing successfully parrying Xiao Yuanhai's strike. In turn, Han Bing retaliated, but Xiao Yuanhai, having triumphed in the preceding 3 matches, was not to be underestimated. He deftly evaded Han Bing's palm strike. This initial exchange allowed both fighters to gain a vague understanding of each other's strengths. "You are the strongest opponent I have faced in these matches," Xiao Yuanhai remarked after their tentative testing of abilities. Han Bing replied coolly, "You are not lacking either." Once again, they engaged, occasionally landing hits on each other, though the damage inflicted was minimal. Their strengths were evidently comparable, and the ensuing contest would hinge on tactics and psychological resilience. The ultimate victor would be the one with superior strategy and mental fortitude. "Senior brother, they both seem equally matched. Who do you think will ultimately prevail?" Li Tianyu asked Lin Bai. "I believe Han Bing has the upper hand, although their strengths are similar. Han Bing appears to handle the finer details with greater finesse than Xiao Yuanhai," Lin Bai assessed. "For instance, in terms of true Qi control, each of Han Bing's strikes is remarkably restrained, with scarcely a hint of Qi leakage, whereas Xiao Yuanhai is the opposite. His movements are grand and expansive. Even from the stands, one can feel the waves of true Qi emanating from him." As Lin Bai had predicted, the two remained locked in combat, and time passed quickly. Xiao Yuanhai began to feel the rapid depletion of his true Qi and stamina, while Han Bing, in contrast, remained composed, evidently expending little energy. Xiao Yuanhai realized that if this continued, only he would face defeat. Gradually, his movements became more restrained, conserving his energy and true Qi with each attack. Noticing his opponent's shift in strategy, Han Bing recognized that his previous defensive approach was no longer effective. If Xiao Yuanhai was intent on outlasting him, the outcome would indeed be uncertain. Consequently, Han Bing transitioned from a defensive stance to one focused on offense, launching a relentless barrage against his adversary. Seeing Han Bing take the offensive, Xiao Yuanhai abandoned his previous restraint, unleashing his full strength in response. Bang! 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 The two continued to clash, creating an exhilarating spectacle. The audience below was captivated, their excitement palpable as they cheered. With their abilities so closely matched, each exchange resulted in equal measures of effort and gain. As the exchanges continued, both combatants began to bear the marks of battle. Han Bing's strikes were characterized by his signature ice palm technique, each blow imbued with chilling energy. occasionally complemented by kicks. Both fighters found the contest increasingly taxing. While the damage inflicted was minor, it accumulated into a significant toll. Having endured numerous strikes from Han Bing, Xiao Yuanhai began to discern the patterns in Han Bing's attacks. He realized it was time to bring this battle to a conclusion. The previously tense standoff shifted dramatically. Xiao Yuanhai's speed surged, leaving spectators momentarily breathless. From the stands, the audience gasped. Could Han Bing withstand this onslaught? Li Qianyu, anxiety etched across his face, turned to Lin Bai and asked, "Is Han Bing's senior brother about to lose?" Lin Bai, furrowing his brow, murmured, "Let us observe. I strongly believe Han Bing is not so easily defeated." As Xiao Yuanhai's pace quickened, Han Bing found himself increasingly on the defensive. He realized that Xiao Yuanhai had grasped the rhythm of his attacks, placing him at risk of imminent defeat. A flaw. This is the moment, Xiao Yuanhai resolved, delivering a final, explosive punch, convinced that victory was within his grasp. Yet, just as he anticipated triumph, he caught a glimpse of a sly smile curling at the corner of Han Bing's lips, a sense of foreboding washing over him. In the next instant, Han Bing deftly evaded Xiao Yuanhai's decisive blow, and taking advantage of his opponent's unsteady stance, he launched a powerful counterstrike. Cannon fist. Boom! Han Bing's fist struck Xiao Yuanhai's back with tremendous force, causing Xiao Yuanhai to spout a mouthful of blood and collapse onto the ground. This confrontation concluded with Han Bing emerging victorious. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Xiao Yuanhai was still perplexed. Had he not deciphered Han Bing's tactics? From the very beginning, his opponent had employed palm strikes. When had he started using punches? Why was Han Bing deviating from the established pattern? However, before he could unravel these thoughts, darkness enveloped him. The audience below fell into a collective stupor, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Wasn't Xiao Yuanhai supposed to win? How had he been so abruptly defeated by Han Bing? Wasn't he the one in a position of advantage? Yet now, he lay on the ground. After a brief moment of astonishment, the spectators began to chant the victor's name. Han Bing. Han Bing. Han Bing. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu and Lin Bai, seated among the audience, exhaled in relief. They had initially believed Han Bing would suffer defeat, yet he had secured an unexpectedly splendid victory. The officiating steward ascended the stage to announce Han Bing's triumph, while Xiao Yuanhai, having been administered a healing pill, was carried off. Han Bing, too, consumed a healing elixir handed to him by a steward. To ensure timely medical attention for injured disciples, each was provided a healing pill distributed by the sect. As had been the case with Lin Bai earlier, standing atop the arena, Han Bing reveled in the exclusive cheers reserved for a victor. Xiao Yuanhai had deciphered his moves. Yet had he not also understood Xiao Yuanhai's tactics? Just moments prior, Han Bing had deliberately feigned a weakness to lure his opponent into a trap, ultimately striking at the moment of distraction to claim victory. The duration of the duel between Han Bing and Xiao Yuanhai had been considerable, and the battles on the other platforms had concluded as well. Following Han Bing's victory, the disciples gradually vacated the arena. After exchanging congratulations with Han Bing, Lin Bai and Li Tianyu returned to their courtyard to rest, while both Lin Bai and Han Bing prepared for the final bout of the afternoon. This final confrontation did not require a draw, as it was predetermined to be a chaotic melee involving 13 participants. 13 disciples would compete simultaneously, with the defeated being eliminated and the victors crowned as champions. The afternoon's contest would attract the attention of the sect leader and numerous elders, adding to the anticipation. The thought of a grand melee reminded Han Bing of the ancient methods of raising poisonous insects in Miaojiang, where various venomous creatures were placed in a container to battle until only the most lethal remained, the one deemed the goo. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was afternoon. The final melee was set to take place on the largest arena, Arena A1, which was spacious enough to accommodate 13 disciples in combat. Additionally, the seating at Arena A1 was ample, capable of hosting nearly 200 newly inducted disciples and attending elders. Zhang Batian cheered for Lin Bai and Han Bing from the sidelines. The hopes of their team rested entirely upon these two, and their final results would significantly influence their team's ranking. At this moment, most disciples were already seated, and the sect leader along with the elders took their designated positions. Lin Bai suddenly sensed someone watching him. Upon turning his head, he discovered a middle-aged man observing him intently. Was that the sect leader of the sword sect? Gu Shun, noticing Lin Bai's gaze, smiled and nodded before shifting his attention elsewhere. Lin Bai felt a twinge of curiosity. Why had the man been staring at him? Nevertheless, He returned the gesture with a polite clasp of his fists. Beside Gu Shun sat an elder, his gaze serene, who upon seeing Gu Shun's interest in Lin Bai, couldn't help but pay more attention to him. I hear the sect leader has been elusive lately. The affairs of the sect seem to have grown lax, the elder remarked, a hint of reproach in his tone. Upon hearing this, Gu Shun could not suppress a cold chuckle. Laxity? It was not his negligence regarding sect matters, but rather the elder, Xiao Yinqing, who had monopolized authority and formed factions. Gu Shun had no means to intervene. With Elder Xiao overseeing the sect's affairs, he felt assured. His passion lay in martial arts, and he could not be expected to manage all administrative matters. He hoped the elder would take on a greater role in this regard. Elder Xiao chuckled, stroking his beard, aware that Gu Shun had long since become a nominal leader. Over the years, the sword sect's power had fallen entirely into his hands. Xiao Yinqing smirked internally. When he first took the helm of the sword sect, Gu Shun had been but a mere youth. Had it not been for him, could the sect have remained stable? He wondered how the previous sect leader had chosen Gu Shun as his successor, overlooking the elder while bestowing the title upon a mere boy. What good were martial talents if one was entirely ignorant of sect affairs? The sect leader might focus solely on martial prowess, yet ultimately, he was still the leader and needed to pay more heed to the internal matters of the sect. Unbeknownst to Lin Bai, who was oblivious to the power struggles among the sect's higher-ups, he was moments away from stepping onto the stage. Though Arena A1 was the largest, it was only the size of a basketball court, and with 13 participants, it would inevitably feel cramped. The arena was circular, and the 13 stood at their respective positions. With the steward's command, the duel commenced. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, none dared to make the first move. Han Bing stood beside Lin Bai, forming a natural alliance in this chaotic melee. The atmosphere remained tense, each individual observing the others, wary of making the first strike, as it would surely lead to their downfall. The spectators began to murmur, puzzled as to why the fight had yet to commence. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. A disciple was knocked off the arena. He had not anticipated being eliminated so swiftly. Pointing at one of the participants, he shouted, "Xiao Feng, you scoundrel! You attacked me from behind." The person named Xiao Feng merely chuckled. "What? Are you dissatisfied?" The fallen disciple, realizing he had been bested, fell silent, begrudgingly accepting his fate. Xiao Feng's actions ignited the spark for the others. Soon, the disciples began to select their targets and engage in battle. Many wielded weapons, creating a cacophony of clashing sounds. Lin Bai and Han Bing were momentarily dazed. How had the fighting erupted so suddenly? "Han Bing, conserve your energy," Lin Bai called out, though his movements were deliberately slow. Han Bing easily evaded the strike. Realizing Lin Bai's intent, Han Bing understood that they were feigning combat to avoid drawing attention. If they remained passive, they risked becoming easy targets for others. On the arena, several duels had already formed, each combatant engrossed in their skirmishes. Observers from Lin Bai and Han Bing's team were taken aback. Aren't they on the same side? Why are they fighting each other? Li Tianyu, with an air of knowing, explained, "You see, they're pretending to fight in order to not attract unwanted attention." The others nodded in realization. Having witnessed Lin Bai and Han Bing's earlier confrontation, they recognized that the two were deliberately holding back their true abilities. Suddenly, Lin Bai burst into laughter, feeling that their charade was somewhat disingenuous. Hearing Lin Bai's laughter, Han Bing couldn't help but smile as well. He hadn't anticipated such a playful tactic. Initially, he had thought they would team up against others, but Lin Bai had outsmarted him. Lin Bai's laughter cut through the noise of battle, drawing curious glances from nearby combatants. Sensing the scrutiny, the two quickly composed themselves. "Ha! Han Bing, take this punch." At that moment, the attention of the others shifted away, allowing them to re-engage in their respective fights, while the audience focused on the more intense clashes unfolding around them. At this moment, the disciples of Lin Bai and his companion, witnessing their exaggerated antics, couldn't help but stifle their laughter, their faces flushed with suppressed mirth. "Brothers, what are you laughing at?" inquired another group nearby. One among them, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Ha, it's nothing really. I just remembered something amusing." Another burst into laughter, prompting the first disciple to ask, "What about you? Why are you laughing?" "I also recalled something joyful," came the reply, accompanied by more laughter. "What joyous event is that?" the disciple pressed. "My wife just gave birth." Another roared with laughter. "And what about you?" "My wife also just gave birth." "Are your wives the same person?" No, no, ha ha ha. Although Lin Bai and Han Bing appeared to be engaged in a fierce battle, in reality, neither was exerting much effort. Gradually, some matches concluded, and participants were eliminated from the stage. Han Bing, look, we're not the only ones faking it. There are two over there as well, Lin Bai whispered, pointing discreetly at a nearby pair. Han Bing turned to observe, confirming the truth of Lin Bai's observation. The two were not only fighting, but also chatting amiably. Brother Qian, are you married? Oh, what is on your mind, Brother Chen? Next time I visit home, I'll introduce you to my sister. Oh, thank you, Brother Chen. May I ask how old your sister is? Well, Brother Qian, my parents had me late in life, so my sister is already 48. What was your previous question? I have a 48-year-old sister? No, that's not right. Are you married or not? To be honest, I already have a lovely wife, so I cannot marry again. Chapter 70. Qin Duo and Qin Xiao. In this chaotic brawl, there were pairs like Lin Bai and Han Bing, as well as solo fighters. With no rules to constrain them, a 2-on-1 scenario emerged, and the outnumbered fighter quickly succumbed to defeat, facing the onslaught of two opponents. If you have the guts, face me, Xiao Feng, in a 1-on-1. What skill is it to gang up on someone? Xiao Feng spat defiantly, his saliva laced with blood, evidence of his injuries. The other two, however, remained silent, showing no desire to engage with Xiao Feng. One of them launched an attack, while the other flanked him, employing a strategy that had already seen them eliminate several contenders. As Xiao Feng braced for another strike, he spat blood, his eyes filled with determination as he subtly began to channel his energy. After deftly evading the opponent's punch, he launched a sudden counterattack. The attacker was taken aback. Based on their earlier encounters, Xiao Feng seemed no match for them. Initially, he had eliminated an opponent merely by surprise. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck the back of his neck, and before he could comprehend what had happened, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed. The flanking fighter was equally stunned. The events unfolded too swiftly for him to grasp, as his companion inexplicably fell. The next moment, Xiao Feng charged towards him with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. By the time he regained his senses, he was sent flying, tumbling off the stage. After triumphing over two opponents, Xiao Feng took several deep breaths. His earlier explosion of power was a result of his training, but such bursts came with significant aftereffects, leaving him drained for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. This was why he had initially been wounded by the two fighters. The aftermath of his technique posed a considerable disadvantage, making it wise to avoid its use. While he was in this weakened state, he risked becoming an easy target, utterly defenseless against being knocked off the stage. The audience erupted in gasps as Xiao Feng struck, initially believing he would falter under the dual assault, only to be pleasantly surprised by his performance. His display naturally drew the attention of several elders, who regarded him with newfound admiration. Unbeknownst to them, only 5 individuals remained on the stage, including Lin Bai and Han Bing, who continued their charade of mock combat, exerting just enough effort to obscure their pretense. However, Gu Shun had already seen through their act, his cultivation allowing him to easily discern their behavior, which piqued his interest in Lin Bai. The remaining 3 consisted of Xiao Feng and another pair of faux combatants, whose pretense was far more transparent than that of Lin Bai and Han Bing. After all, who would engage in a friendly chat while fighting? The audience voiced their disdain, finding the behavior of the two egregious. Notably, the duo seemed oblivious to the spectators' outcries, continuing their lively conversation. Xiao Feng glanced at Lin Bai and then at the other pair, his indignation flaring. After all my hard work to reach this point, you two are merely coasting along, taking advantage of the situation to secure a top 5 finish? I can no longer tolerate this. Take this. With renewed vigor, Xiao Feng aimed to kick at one of them. Brother Qian, someone has come in to kick you. Thank you for the warning, Brother Chen. As Xiao Feng swung his foot, he felt it unexpectedly seized by the opponent. Suddenly, he was spun around, disoriented, and hurled off the stage. Xiao Feng staggered on the grass outside the arena, still dazed, incredulous that he had been eliminated so easily. He was profoundly shocked. Those two were certainly formidable. How had they captured his foot so effortlessly, leaving him unable to defend himself before being flung away? Among everyone present, they were undoubtedly the most cunning. The audience remained bewildered by the sudden turn of events, as Xiao Feng had unexpectedly been tossed out, creating a stunning upset in the contest. Having witnessed Xiao Feng's prowess, many believed he was the dark horse of the brawl, wagering on his ultimate victory. With only Lin Bai and Han Bing, the pair of foe combatants remaining on stage. One of them suggested, "Brother Qian, it seems we are down to just two. Let us take this seriously. Since Brother Chun has spoken, let us indeed engage more earnestly." The two ceased their mock fighting, calling out to Lin Bai and Han Bing, "Fellow practitioners over there, could you please pause for a moment?" Not only Lin Bai and Han Bing, but the audience also heard the words of the foe combatants. They were momentarily taken aback. Fellow practitioners? Did this imply that the other two were also pretending to fight? The officiating steward was equally stunned. This was undoubtedly the most bizarre competition they had ever presided over, with the emergence of faux combat. The earlier disciples suddenly understood why those beside him had been stifling their laughter. They were likely in the same team as the other pair and had recognized their pretense. Hence their suppressed amusement. Lin Bai and Han Bing halted their antics, leaving only four of them on stage. Continuing their charade held no purpose. The other two clasped their fists and introduced themselves. "I am Qian Duo. I am Chen Xiao. Not only Lin Bai and Han Bing, but the audience also erupted into laughter upon hearing their introductions, finally grasping how this pair of faux combatants had come to be. "I am Lin Bai. I am Han Bing." The two introduced themselves in turn. "Fellow practitioners, we are left with just us four, but a victor must still be determined." Qian Duo continued. "Since we are two, and you are two, shall we engage in one-on-one duels?" Lin Bai pondered briefly before asking Han Bing, "What do you think?" Han Bing nodded. "I believe it would be better than a chaotic four-way battle." Lin Bai addressed Qian Duo, inquiring how each contender's opponent would be determined. Qian Duo appeared to be prepared, producing a sheet of paper, tearing it into 4 pieces, marking 2 of them, and subsequently crumpling all 4 into balls to mix them up. The draw would determine the matchups. Those who drew the marked pieces would face off against each other, while the remaining 2 would do likewise. The audience, having overheard Qian Duo's words, began to murmur among themselves. Doesn't this mean everyone gets 2 additional bouts? Would this not violate the rules, considering it's a free-for-all? Surely, anything not explicitly stated in the rules is implicitly accepted, right? But what if 2 pairs draw their own team members? Lin Bai posed a similar question. What if someone draws their own ally? That is not a significant issue. We can simply redraw. Chapter 71. Equal strength. Qian Duo held the 4 paper balls in his hands, with 3 individuals each taking one. Lin Bai opened his paper ball to reveal that he held one of the marked pieces. Han Bing, upon opening his, discovered he too had drawn a marked piece. Qian Duo sighed, realizing that he and Chen Xiao possessed the unmarked ones. With that, they decided to redraw. Qian Duo collected the paper balls, shuffled them, and the final draw resulted in Lin Bai facing off against Qian Duo, while Han Bing's opponent would be Chen Xiao. The outcome was clear to everyone, and Qian Duo stood in the center of the arena, gesturing to divide it into 2 sections, stating, "Let us each occupy half of the arena for our duel. Lin Xiong and I will take the left side, while Han Xiong and Chen Xiong will occupy the right." The 3 nodded in agreement. While the 4 on stage deliberated, the audience below grew increasingly impatient, and only perked up once the rules were finally established, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming matches. Meanwhile, the elders and stewards overseeing the competition were left perplexed, contemplating whether to amend the rules in light of the obvious deviation from their initial intent for this segment. If this continued, what would be the point of a free-for-all? What difference was there from the original one-on-one duels? "Elder, do you think they might?" one steward ventured to ask the elder responsible for the event. The elder, seated and observing the matches, chuckled softly. "If the rules do not prohibit it, then it is allowed. It seems we failed to consider every angle. Let us observe what these young ones can conjure." "Indeed, elder." The steward sighed in relief, grateful that they would not bear the blame. The 4 had completed their allocations. "Qian Xiong, I concede to you," Lin Bai said, clasping his fists in respect. "Lin Xiong, I concede to you as well," Qian Duo reciprocated. When Qian Duo had thrown Xiao Foam off the stage, Lin Bai had taken note, sensing that his opponent was formidable. The suddenness of the attack had caught everyone off guard, yet it all seemed inevitable. Xiao Foam was cast off the stage without even a semblance of resistance. Qian Duo steeled himself. Although Lin Bai was merely at the chi refinement stage, it was clear he was no simple adversary. He could not afford to believe that Lin Bai had reached this point by mere luck. He was prepared to unleash his full potential, not daring to underestimate his opponent. Suddenly, a gust of wind announced Lin Bai's assault. "How swift!" Qian Duo was startled. Despite his efforts to overestimate Lin Bai's strength, he found himself having underestimated him. This speed was likely on par with his own, suggesting that Lin Bai had mastered a remarkable martial technique related to movement, potentially reaching a high level of proficiency. Lin Bai's movement style was clearly akin to the wind element of the five elements martial arts, and indeed it was so. Qian Duo perceived not a person before him, but rather a manifestation of the wind itself. From this perspective alone, it was evident that Lin Bai was no ordinary opponent. Yet Qian Duo was no pushover either. He had already reacted before Lin Bai reached him, rolling to the side to evade the strike. Lin Bai frowned as his punch met only air, realizing that his opponent was indeed formidable. He had executed the wind step technique to its utmost, yet it had been deftly avoided. No, upon reflection, it could be said that Qian Duo had anticipated his attack and preemptively responded. I am impressed that Lin Xiong, despite being at the Qi refinement stage, possesses such prowess, Qian Duo admitted, though his hands showed no mercy, launching his first attack with a speed that matched Lin Bai's. It was evident that Qian Duo had also mastered an exceptional movement technique, achieving a profound level of skill. The audience below erupted in astonishment, having forgotten their earlier impatience. They were taken aback to witness that these two teams of pretenders were, in fact, the strongest combatants on the stage. The sheer velocity of Lin Bai and Qian Duo's movements was astonishing, especially given Lin Bai's cultivation level. Lin Xiong, allow me to demonstrate my wave palm, Qian Duo proclaimed, already executing a palm strike towards Lin Bai. Initially, the palm strike appeared as tranquil as a still lake, but suddenly, a small stone was cast, stirring up waves that grew increasingly tumultuous, crashing towards Lin Bai like a raging ocean. Lin Bai's heart raced. This attack was far from trivial. The essence imbued within it resonated with the waterfall concept he had comprehended, embodying a sense of buildup before an explosive release. He recognized that he could not withstand this strike head-on and swiftly employed the wind step for evasion. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as Qian Duo's wave palm struck the arena floor instead of Lin Bai, shattering the ground beneath with immense force, leaving behind a sizable dent. Lin Bai silently rejoiced at his timely evasion. The back-and-forth exchanges had allowed both to gauge each other's strength, leading to more targeted assaults. From Qian Duo's recent attack, Lin Bai understood that his opponent was not inferior to him, in both speed and strength. The audience was thoroughly engrossed, reveling in the exhilarating spectacle of this match, which made the earlier free-for-all seem rather dull in comparison. Qian Duo's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated that his palm strike would be so easily evaded by Lin Bai, ultimately resulting in a strike against the arena floor. The two remained locked in a stalemate, each searching for the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, a stone flew towards Lin Bai at an alarming speed. Startled, Lin Bai dodged, but in that fleeting moment, Qian Duo made his move, charging at Lin Bai with a speed equal to that of his previous attack. It became clear that Qian Duo's earlier strike had been intentionally aimed at the ground to use the stone as a concealed projectile. Having just evaded the flying stone, Lin Bai found himself confronted by Qian Duo's wave palm once more. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he realized he could not evade this strike. In desperation, he steadied himself, shouting internally, "Flame Dragon Fist." Boom! Their fists collided with a thunderous crack, each having infused a significant amount of true energy into their attacks. Dust and debris flew as the ground beneath them crumbled under the force of their confrontation. Chapter 72. The dual defeat of Qian Duo and Chen Xiaoxiao. While Lin Bai was embroiled in a fierce battle, Han Bing was facing his own challenges. He rubbed his sore chest, having just been struck by Chen Xiaoxiao's punch. Fortunately, he had managed to take some defensive measures at the moment of impact, thus sustaining no serious injuries. Both parties have yet to reveal their true strengths, each still concealing their trump cards. However, from the recent exchanges, it appears that Chen Xiaoxiao's prowess may slightly surpass that of his opponent. The unrevealed cards of the adversary leave Han Bing in a state of apprehension. Through several rounds of probing, Chen Xiaoxiao has essentially ascertained Han Bing's capabilities. Although he remains uncertain if the opponent possesses additional hidden strengths, he has largely set aside his concerns. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a series of encounters, yet neither could gain the upper hand, indicating a perfect equilibrium of power. After a brief separation, Chen Xiaoxiao began to channel his energy, preparing for a full-force strike. Han Bing felt a surge of anxiety. He sensed that his opponent was gearing up for a formidable maneuver, as waves of true energy emanated from Chen Xiaoxiao. Time has elapsed since their confrontation began, and while there is a slight disparity in their strengths, neither has inflicted significant damage upon the other, leaving the outcome in suspense. It seems the opponent is poised to unleash a final blow, and Han Bing dares not relax. He resolves that since his adversary is willing to execute this ultimate strike, it is unlikely they fear his evasion. With evasion off the table, he decides to transform defense into offense. In the next moment, Han Bing channels his own energy, accumulating power to counter his opponent's strongest attack with his own. After this blow, the victor will be determined. Almost simultaneously, both combatants moved, each enveloped in an overwhelming aura as they charged towards one another. Before their strikes were exchanged, the audience's attention had already been riveted upon them, for they understood that a decisive showdown was imminent. Boom! Their fists collided, unleashing an incredible force. Dust and debris rose as the ground beneath them cracked under the strain. Chen Xiaoxiao was taken aback. The force of the opponent's strike was no less formidable than his own. In a fit of determination, he unleashed an even greater power. After their fists met, neither yielded an inch, locked in a stalemate where the last one standing would be the victor. Sensing the sudden surge of power from his opponent, Han Bing gritted his teeth and fervently channeled his energy, unleashing an even more potent force. Boom! Chen Xiaoxiao was sent flying, unable to withstand Han Bing's onslaught. Ultimately facing defeat, he landed outside the arena, spitting a mouthful of blood. The audience erupted in astonished cheers, chanting Han Bing's name. The final contest concluded with Han Bing emerging victorious, though he too succumbed to the strain, coughing up blood. Meanwhile, Lin Bai and Qian Duoduo unleashed a clash of their own, the force of which was no less impressive than that of Han Bing's battle. Yet, their contest did not resolve as swiftly. Neither was willing to concede. Ultimately, they both staggered backwards several paces, marking the end of their exchange. Lin Bai wasted no time, employing the Gale Step to launch a new wave of offense against his opponent, stepping onto the shattered ground. Qian Duoduo shook his hands. Lin Bai's prior punch had inflicted some discomfort, causing pain in his palms and arms. As Lin Bai pressed the attack once more, Qian Duoduo dared not let his guard down. In the next instant, Lin Bai's fist was upon him. Bang! 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 Qian Duoduo blocked Lin Bai's flurry of punches. Yet he could feel the acceleration of Lin Bai's strikes, each one faster and more powerful than the last. However, Lin Bai seemed inexhaustible, relentlessly hammering Qian Duoduo. Each of Lin Bai's punches was accompanied by a fire dragon conjured from his true energy, as he unleashed his burning dragon fist. At this moment, Qian Duoduo felt an overwhelming despair. It became increasingly difficult to fend off Lin Bai's onslaught. With no option to evade, he could only defend. Lin Bai's fists seemed to be locked onto him, offering no respite. In his mind, Lin Bai was resolute. He had gleaned inspiration from Qian Duoduo's rolling waves palm. Previously, he had applied his waterfall concept to a single punch, but witnessing the opponent's technique sparked an idea. Why not integrate this concept into every punch? Each strike would be stronger than the last, each inflicting greater damage. He then recalled his burning dragon fist, which inherently carried a similar significance. The layered interactions of the burning dragon fist culminated in its formidable power. Originally a single punch, what if he transformed it into a series of strikes through the rolling waves concept? The cumulative force of each punch would build upon the last, culminating in a letal finale. Boom! Ultimately, Qian Duoduo could no longer withstand the relentless barrage of Lin Bai's increasingly potent punches. He was struck and sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground outside the arena. The audience gasped in surprise, originally expecting Qian Duoduo and Chen Xiaoxiao to be the last victors, only to witness both fall. The underdog duo of Lin Bai and Han Bing now stood triumphant. The spectators' anticipation grew. They were eager to see how Han Bing and Lin Bai would settle the final score. Lin Bai himself was astonished, having effortlessly defeated Qian Duoduo, whom he expected to have hidden strengths, especially after witnessing Qian Duoduo's earlier throw of Xiao Feng from the stage, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Meanwhile, Gu Shun in the audience was equally taken aback, recognizing that the last few punches were distinctly Lin Bai's innovation, their power nearing the level of mysterious martial techniques. Though he noted several immature aspects, it was precisely these elements that led him to identify the punches as Lin Bai's creation. Had Lin Bai known Gushin's thoughts, he might have understood why Qian Duoduo fell to defeat. Initially, their strengths were comparable, if not slightly favoring Qian Duoduo. The outcome was uncertain. Yet, the power of Lin Bai's newly crafted punches, nearing the realm of mysterious techniques, dramatically widened the gap in their abilities, making Qian Duoduo's defeat seem inevitable. Once Qian Duoduo was cast from the arena, Lin Bai turned his attention to Han Bing, only to find him spitting blood. Lin Bai hurriedly approached, asking, Han Bing, are you alright? Han Bing, clearly injured, weakly replied, I'm fine. Come on, let us engage in a proper duel. Cough, cough, cough. Han Bing's words were cut short by a fit of coughing, his expression contorted in pain. Lin Bai placed a reassuring hand on Han Bing's shoulder, saying, don't push yourself. Let's have a proper match once you've recovered. Han Bing shook his head resolutely. The duel isn't over yet. Let's settle this. Chapter 73. Selecting magical artifacts. Upon finishing his words, Han Bing, seeing Lin Bai's reluctance, sighed and addressed the officiating elder below. I concede. Though he had triumphed over Chen Xiaoxiao, the toll had been significant, and he was now too weary to continue. The audience expressed their disappointment at Han Bing's concession, having anticipated an exhilarating showdown between the two. However, the match concluded with Han Bing's surrender. The elder ascended the stage to announce Lin Bai's victory, declaring him the champion of this grand competition. After the contest, Lin Bai quickly handed Han Bing a medicinal pill provided by the elder. After consuming it, Han Bing's pain subsided somewhat. Although the audience felt a twinge of regret for not witnessing the anticipated duel, they still showered Lin Bai with applause for his ultimate victory. With the conclusion of this contest, the rankings of various teams were revealed. Lin Bai's team unexpectedly secured the 4th position in total points, largely due to the contributions of Lin Bai and Han Bing. The higher the number of victories, the more points accumulated. Lin Bai and Han Bing claimed the 1st and 2nd positions in the competition, respectively, earning their team the 4th rank. Regrettably, only the top 3 teams received rewards. Yet the 4th place was a source of satisfaction for everyone, as they had initially expected to finish at the bottom. After descending from the stage, Jiang Batian joyfully patted both of their shoulders, exclaiming, "Ha! Well done. You haven't brought me shame." Jiang Batian's broad palm struck Han Bing, who was already injured, causing him to cough violently. Jiang Batian, feeling apologetic, said, "You should return to rest for now. There's not much left to do after the competition ends." The competition format was quite simple. After determining the 1st place, the disciples dispersed, and the sect leader and elders had already departed. The rewards for the victorious disciples had been recorded on their respective sect tokens, and they merely needed to present these tokens at the exchange hall to claim their prizes. "Senior brother, what was that final move you used against Chen Xiaoxiao? It sent him flying." Li Tianyu inquired curiously during their journey. The outcome of that last move against Chen Xiaoxiao was uncertain. He had a greater chance of winning. "I only triumphed thanks to a secret technique," Han Bing explained, having recovered significantly after taking a medicinal pill. The next day, Lin Bai and Han Bing agreed to visit the exchange hall to collect their rewards from the competition. Lin Bai felt a sense of anticipation regarding his yellow-grade, 1st-tier magical artifact. The only magical artifact he had ever encountered was the pair of gloves belonging to Long Outyin, which was also of yellow-grade 1st-tier quality and appeared to enhance physical strength quite effectively. Upon arriving at the exchange hall and presenting their tokens, a steward informed them, "The 1st-place winner can receive a yellow-grade 1st-tier magical artifact, 100 spirit crystals, and a slot to enter the sect's secret realm. The 2nd place is awarded a human-grade 9th-tier magical artifact and 100 spirit crystals." Lin Bai was taken aback. A slot to enter the sect's secret realm? He recalled what Li Jingyi had mentioned on that day, that if he joined them, he could secure a slot in the secret realm. Was this it? He had only heard that the 1st place would earn a yellow-grade 1st-tier magical artifact, but he hadn't realized there was also a slot for entering the secret realm. Lin Bai cast an inquiring glance at Han Bing, who shrugged, indicating he was unaware of this detail. "The magical artifacts are located in the refining hall storeroom. You may choose one of the corresponding grade yourself," the steward said, handing over the allotted spirit crystals to them, along with a small jade token, which was presumably the proof required to enter the secret realm. Lin Bai and Han Bing exchanged glances, initially believing that the rewards had already been predetermined, only to find out that they could select their own artifacts. This revelation instilled a sense of appreciation for the sect's considerate approach. The exchange hall was situated some distance from the Qi refining hall. Upon arrival, Lin Bai noticed that its layout resembled that of the alchemy hall. Shortly after, They found themselves standing before a large storeroom. The guiding steward informed them, all the magical artifacts produced by the Qi refining hall are contained within. You may each select one artifact of the appropriate grade, and then come to register with me. As the steward opened the storeroom's bronze door adorned with numerous peculiar runes, it was evident that many restrictions were in place. Upon entering the storeroom, they were greeted by rows upon rows of magical artifacts, causing them to gasp in astonishment. They had never seen so many magical artifacts in their lives. The storeroom contained dozens of rows, each 3 zhang high, with every compartment housing a magical artifact, amounting to over 1,000 artifacts just within their sight. The refining hall had divided the artifacts into several areas, and the section they entered featured human-grade to yellow-grade artifacts. The two began to search for artifacts that caught their fancy. Most of the artifacts in this storeroom were swords, which reminded Lin Bai that his sect was named the Sword Sect. However, he had hardly encountered anything related to swords, and he rarely saw anyone wielding a sword within the sect, leaving him perplexed. How could a sect dedicated to swords have so few sword users? The array of magical artifacts dazzled Lin Bai, leaving him momentarily unsure of which to choose. Yuchang's sword? He suddenly spotted a green long sword with a wavy, curved shape, reminiscent of the Yuchang sword from his past life, sparking his interest. However, upon examining the sword's description, he realized it had no relation to the Yuchang sword he once knew. Green poison sword, human grade 7th tier. The sword's blade is infused with deadly poison, and upon channeling true energy, it can unleash a green toxic mist, rendering those poison weak for approximately a day. Recalling a video he had watched in his previous life, Lin Bai chuckled to himself. Oh, foolish hero. The dagger in my hand is coated with deadly poison. I lick it and then face the boss and perish. He couldn't help but think that this green poison sword seemed even more formidable than that dagger, capable of releasing toxic mist. Then, a thought struck him. What if the mist affected him? He chuckled ruefully, concluding that this sword should be aptly named the Mutual Destruction Sword. Dismissing the green poison sword, Lin Bai began browsing other artifacts. Oh, Thor gloves? He picked up a pair of gloves, curious about their description. Thorn gloves, human grade 3rd tier. In their inactive state, the gloves appear ordinary, but upon infusing true energy, spikes will emerge from the surface, each coated in deadly poison. His imagination began to wander. What would happen if they were worn inside out? After observing 2 artifacts that were both human grade and poison-related, Lin Bai couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. After some time, Lin Bai finally spotted a more conventional artifact. Ice sword, human grade 9th tier. Crafted from cold iron found in icy caverns, the sword's blade is frigid and suited for water attribute true energy. Upon channeling true energy, the blade releases chilling air, and upon striking an enemy, the cold will continuously invade their body. Lin Bai felt a sense of regret. Although the sword was powerful, it was not suited to him, as his true energy attribute was fire, which directly opposed the water attribute of this long sword. Then he thought, this ice sword would be perfect for Han Bing. Its name was even quite similar. Han Bing, come over here. Lin Bai called out to Han Bing, who was nearby. Assuming something was amiss, Han Bing hurried over, asking, what's wrong? Lin Bai tossed the ice sword to Han Bing, saying, what do you think of this sword? Han Bing took the ice sword, examined it closely, and his eyes lit up. A fine sword. Lin Bai smiled, asking, can you guess what it's called? Oh, Han Bing, intrigued by Lin Bai's teasing, inquired further. Lin Bai pointed at the compartment where the ice sword had been placed and smiled. You can see for yourself. As Han Bing read the ice sword's description, he suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, it seems this sword is destined for me. Lin Bai, I will choose this sword. It is perfectly suited for me, and its grade aligns with what I can exchange. Seeing that Han Bing had found his desired artifact, Lin Bai shook his head with a wry smile. You go ahead and exchange it. There's no need to wait for me. I still haven't found a suitable artifact for myself. Han Bing knew it. All right, I'll head out first. Inside the storeroom, the selection of magical artifacts was indeed overwhelming. After half a day, Lin Bai still had not found a suitable artifact for himself, though he had encountered numerous peculiar ones. For instance, there were shurikens, which were actually just small, agile swords that could only be used once before becoming useless scrap metal. There were also various poison artifacts, like an upgraded version of the shuriken, which was a poison shuriken. Curiously, Lin Bai even spotted a heavy sword, approximately 1.5 meters long and half a meter wide. Its only advantages were its size and weight, which Lin Bai estimated to be around 70 pounds. Of course, there were plenty of good artifacts, but none suited him. Either they had specific requirements for true energy attributes or simply did not fit his style. Before he knew it, Lin Bai had reached the end of the yellow-grade artifact section. He sighed, realizing that despite observing so many artifacts, he had yet to find one that resonated with him. Just then, he stumbled over something, a magical artifact? He wasn't quite sure, as it resembled more of a random object. It looked like a firewood stick, a sword-shaped firewood stick, which was precisely why he doubted it could be a magical artifact. The firewood stick, arranged in a cross shape, bore a striking resemblance to the cross sword he had encountered in his previous life. The stick was marred by patches of dark red rust, and Lin Bai pressed down on it with determination, only to find it immovable. Suddenly, he discerned a few indistinct characters on the stick. Nine Dragon's sword? To his astonishment, this object was indeed a sword, and its name echoed eerily with his own 9 Dragons Cauldron and 9 Dragons Decision. Unlike the reaction he had witnessed when encountering the Dan Decision, the 9 Dragons Cauldron remained eerily silent. Could this merely be a coincidence? To be frank, Lin Bai found it hard to believe. Coincidences could occur once or even twice, perhaps thrice, but this was the 4th occurrence. The 9 Dragons Cauldron, the 9 Dragons Decision, the Dan Decision, and now the 9 Dragons Sword. He felt as if he were being orchestrated by unseen hands. Perhaps he should simply choose this 9 Dragons Sword? As he grasped the sword, a sense of familiarity washed over him, as if this firewood stick-like sword were somehow intrinsically linked to him. Lin Bai attempted to infuse it with true energy, hoping to elicit some latent effect from the 9 Dragons Sword. Yet, ultimately, it was futile. The sword seemed no more than a mere firewood stick. He exerted force, attempting to bend the stick in his hands, only to discover that the 9 Dragons Sword was remarkably resilient. He now recognized it for what it was, a sturdy firewood stick. Shrugging his shoulders, Lin Bai resolved to choose this 9 Dragons Sword, as he had yet to find a more suitable magical artifact. The true reason behind his choice lay in that familiar sensation and the indistinct inscription of the words 9 Dragons Sword. He sensed an undisclosed connection between it and the 9 Dragons Cauldron, 9 Dragons Decision, and Dan Decision. Meanwhile, the steward remained outside the storeroom, waiting. Han Bing had already selected and departed, leaving only Lin Bai. After stepping through the bronze door, Lin Bai presented the 9 Dragons Sword to the steward. The steward, taken aback, pondered what kind of artifact this was, a firewood stick? He was well acquainted with every artifact in the storeroom, yet this one was unfamiliar to him, although it was indeed what Lin Bai had brought out. Aren't you supposed to choose a yellow-grade first-tier artifact? Why does this one seem like a non-tiered common weapon? Lin Bai was momentarily stunned. He had suspected the 9 Dragons Sword was extraordinary, but he had not anticipated it to be a non-tiered common weapon. Then, this one will do. The steward, somewhat perplexed, wondered if this disciple had suffered a blow to the head during the competition, opting for a common weapon instead of a yellow-grade artifact. Nevertheless, it was Lin Bai's decision, and the steward proceeded to register the common weapon he had exchanged before handing it over. Treated as a fool, Lin Bai took the 9 Dragons Sword and hurriedly left, acutely aware of the steward's gaze, which seemed to label him as a simpleton. Once back in his room, Lin Bai placed the 9 Dragons Sword on his bed, scrutinizing it carefully, eager to discern the source of that familiar sensation. However, after a considerable time of examination, he found no distinctive features. It increasingly resembled a mere firewood stick. Ultimately, yielding to the futility of his inspection, Lin Bai resolved to abandon his inquiry. At least he now possessed an additional weapon, sparing him the need to engage in bare-handed combat as he had before. He retrieved a small jade token from his pocket, one of the rewards he had earned for his efforts, granting him entry into the secret realm. Lin Bai was not well-versed in the secrets of the sect's hidden grounds. He merely knew it was a desirable locale rumored to be replete with treasures. A thought struck him. Since he had nothing pressing to attend to, why not explore what mysteries the sect's secret realm held? Without further ado, Lin Bai took the 9 Dragons Sword and set off toward the location indicated on the jade token. Following the route detailed on the token, he was soon halted. No entry to the sect's secret realm without permission, a steward at a checkpoint informed him. Lin Bai extended the jade token to the steward, asking, "Permission? Is this what you mean?" Chapter 75. Acknowledgements upon commencing the creation of this book in 2016. 3 years have since elapsed. Throughout these 3 years, numerous events have transpired, causing intermittent pauses in the writing of this book. I began to consistently update around June of this year. As the word count approached the threshold required for signing, I thought, Why not write a bit more and secure the contract? After signing, I reflected, why not persist until the book is published? Today, it has finally been published. Due to the lengthy hiatus, the book's performance has been quite poor, with collections gradually increasing by increments. Yet I continue to persevere. My goal is to reach 1,000,000 words, serving as a testament to this work. I must express my gratitude to two fellow readers. One, Huanqi, my classmate, who has consistently cast recommendation votes for me, and the other, Lin, whom I do not know personally, but whom I am immensely grateful for, as he too has voted daily. As I previously mentioned, the extended break has adversely affected the book's performance. Yet these two have brought it considerable vitality, for which I am once again thankful. In conclusion, I hope for your continued support. Chapter 76. The Secret Realm. Black Tiger the steward took the jade token from Lin Bai, inspected it, nodded and returned it, saying, "You're here for the first time?" Lin Bai nodded in affirmation. The steward's expression shifted to one of understanding as he raised a hand and instructed, "Next time, remember to keep the jade token on your waist. The guarding stewards won't stop you then. Just follow this path straight ahead to reach the entrance of the secret realm." Lin Bai nodded, quickly replying, "Understood, thank you." So there was such a nuance. No wonder the steward had stopped him earlier. He had been holding the jade token in his hand, which the steward presumably had not seen, hence the interruption. Following the path indicated by the steward, Lin Bai soon found himself gazing upon a valley. To his surprise, a small marketplace lay before the valley, with numerous stalls offering a variety of spiritual herbs, while others displayed signs indicating they were buying such herbs at varying prices. The marketplace bustled with activity, housing around 100 people, with vendors calling out, "High prices for Zue Chinois, freshly picked lioli grass for sale at low prices." Lin Bai observed that many individuals emerged from the valley, most appearing to bear injuries. This revelation tightened Lin Bai's heart. Did dangers still lurk within the secret realm? As he traversed the market, he encountered two stewards stationed at the valley's entrance. Remembering the earlier steward's words, he promptly affixed the jade token to his waist. "Wait!" One of the stewards at the valley's entrance halted Lin Bai. "Is something the matter?" Lin Bai inquired, gesturing toward the jade token at his waist and deliberately twisting his waist forward. The steward, amused by Lin Bai's actions, chuckled and asked alone, "Yes. Wait. Chi refinement stage? Ah. First time? Ah, yes." The steward patted Lin Bai's shoulder, saying, "Good luck." Lin Bai, perplexed, stepped into the valley, clearly not comprehending the steward's implication. "Mo, why didn't you warn that kid?" remarked another steward at the valley's entrance after Lin Bai had entered. The steward named Mo smiled and asked, "Ouyang, what stage is that kid in?" The Ouyang steward, skeptical, replied, "Chi refinement stage." Mo nodded and inquired, "Did you have the chance to obtain a jade token for entering the secret realm when you were at the Chi refinement stage?" Ouyang chuckled. "I had no contributions to exchange for a jade token to enter the secret realm." Mo ceased to speak, having said enough. It dawned on Ouyang at last. "Are you suggesting that kid is the son of some elder?" Upon encountering Deacon Ouyang, it was not too late for him to grasp the situation. Deacon Mo continued, "He is likely a second-generation heir, having received a jade token and now seeking to frolic in the secret realm. Allowing him to enter and face some hardships would be beneficial. After all, when his life is in peril, the jade token will transport him out." In the valley, Lin Bai remained oblivious to how the two deacons perceived him as a mere second-generation heir. However, it was probable that they were unaware of the fact that Lin Bai had obtained his jade token as a reward for achieving first place in the grand competition. The valley was alive with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. After walking for a while, Lin Bai reached the end of the valley, where a teleportation array awaited, guarded by an elder. Compared to the two deacons, the elder's expression was significantly more composed, even to the extent of being unperturbed. The elder gestured towards the teleportation array, instructing, "Step onto it and infuse your true energy into the jade token." Lin Bai scrutinized the teleportation array momentarily. Teleportation array? It suddenly reminded him of the magical teleportation arrays from the anime he had watched in his previous life. However, the array before him was unlike those depicted in animations. It lacked a pentagram and was adorned with intricate stone-carved runes. In the center of the teleportation array was a small raised platform. Lin Bai stepped onto the platform and infused his true energy into the jade token. As he did so, he felt a resonance between the jade token in his hand and the teleportation array beneath his feet. In the next instant, the scenery before him transformed completely. The valley had morphed into a lush jungle, and he found himself amidst this vibrant wilderness, clearly within the sect's secret realm. The air was thick with spiritual energy. It felt as though he were submerged in an ocean of vitality. Instinctively, he began to circulate his 9 dragons technique, absorbing the abundant spiritual energy that surrounded him. Suddenly, a beastly roar erupted from behind him. Danger! Lin Bai instinctively rolled to the side, only to discover a fierce black-furred tiger where he had just stood, baring its teeth and fixating its gaze on him. Lin Bai breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had evaded the tiger's attack in the nick of time. He could sense the aura emanating from the tiger. It was a first-tier demon beast, equivalent to a martial apprentice. His heart raced. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable foe immediately upon entering the secret realm. He hadn't even had the chance to fully savor the rich spiritual energy in the air. The black tiger was slightly smaller than the golden lion he had encountered during the trials, yet Lin Bai had no doubt that its ferocity rivaled that of the lion. Its fur glistened with a cold sheen, and it growled lowly, regarding Lin Bai as its prey. As Lin Bai regained his footing, the black tiger lunged at him once more. Although he possessed the strength to combat martial apprentices, he dared not let his guard down. Judging by its aura, the tiger's strength was indeed at the first tier, which was why he had not fled in panic. With a gust of wind, Lin Bai executed his wind step to evade the tiger's attack, countering with a punch aimed at the tiger's side. The tiger let out a pained roar. Lin Bai was startled. Although the tiger howled in agony, his punch had merely caused a discomfort, failing to inflict any real damage. The black tiger was tougher than he had anticipated, its fur providing considerable defense. The tiger, incensed by the pain, now viewed Lin Bai as a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. It was enraged that this lamb dared to resist. With a roar, the black tiger lunged at Lin Bai once more. Once again, Lin Bai utilized his wind step to dodge the tiger's fangs. The tiger's frustration mounted as it missed its target yet again, after 3 failed attempts. It was seething with rage. Its eyes blazed crimson, primal instincts ignited. Chapter 77. The resurgence of true energy explosion. The black tiger growled repeatedly, eager to shred Lin Bai's throat. Although the tiger's ferocity was palpable, it lacked the agility needed to capture Lin Bai, who slipped through its grasp like an eel. After several fruitless pounces, the tiger retreated slightly, crouching low, its copper bell-like eyes fixed intently on Lin Bai, perfectly embodying the phrase watching like a hawk. Despite evading the tiger's attacks, Lin Bai felt fatigue beginning to settle in. With a brief lull in the tiger's aggression, he took a moment to catch his breath and strategize a counterattack. The black tiger's thick skin was akin to natural armor, making a direct assault impractical. He might very well become its next meal before he could breach its defenses. Suddenly, Lin Bai recalled the technique of true energy explosion he had employed during the outer sect trials. In that instance, he had encountered numerous first-tier demon beasts and had devised traps to lure them, striking when they were caught off guard. Though the jungle differed from the marsh he had traversed before, it was still abundant with dried branches, and he could only imagine how much stronger he had become since then. Grasping a nearby dried branch, he resumed his standoff with the black tiger. The black tiger, realizing that pouncing alone would not suffice, had begun to adopt a more cunning approach. It could sense Lin Bai's strength and had initially charged without caution, but now it recognized him as a legitimate target worthy of its full attention. The tiger moved without a sound, its eyes burning red, but its fury was now temporarily suppressed. Its speed was unparalleled, quicker and quieter than before. Lin Bai, although merely at the chi refining stage, was still a formidable martial artist, and he was prepared for the tiger's next move. The dried branch in his hand was infused with true energy, reaching a critical point where it could explode at any moment. Additionally, the infusion of his true energy had rendered the branch significantly harder than usual. In unison, both Lin Bai and the black tiger sprang into action. With a swift motion, Lin Bai thrust the branch into the tiger's eye. The sharp pain elicited a series of agonized roars from the creature, but in the very next instant, boom, the branch detonated, taking the tiger's head with it, showering Lin Bai in a grim mix of red and white. At that moment, the black tiger could not comprehend how its thick protective membrane had been breached, nor why a mere branch had exploded. It had viewed Lin Bai as nothing more than prey, but the explosion shattered that illusion. Having slain the black tiger, Lin Bai let out a sigh of relief. This crisis had been averted. Yet, in the depths of the jungle, the echoes of beastly roars reverberated ominously. Lin Bai furrowed his brow, astonished by the keen sensitivity of the beast's noses. The black tiger had barely met its demise when they had already caught the scent of blood. Yet, Lin Bai was not entirely surprised. After all, the tiger's death was indeed gruesome, with the explosion of the dry branches splattering its blood upon him. He realized he could no longer linger in this place. Heaven knows how many beasts might be attracted by the scent of blood in this jungle. With a fierce gust of wind, Lin Bai spared no effort in expending his vital energy, directly employing the wind step technique to hasten his departure. Barely had Lin Bai left when rustling sounds emerged from several bushes. A few beasts revealed themselves, exchanging glances, yet tacitly refraining from engaging in battle. Upon confirming that the black tiger before them was not the prey of any formidable creature, they simultaneously lunged towards the freshly slain carcass, opening their gaping maws to feast upon it. Had Lin Bai witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly have felt relieved for not succumbing to the temptation of searching for the demon crystal within the black tiger's body, thus avoiding a waste of precious time. When Lin Bai initially chose the wind step, he had already intended to use it for travel, though he had not anticipated its utility would manifest on this very day. The speed afforded by the wind step was undeniably swift, yet its only drawback lay in the considerable drain it imposed on his vital energy. Fortunately, in addition to the reserves within his dantian, the presence of the vital energy fire dragon within him ensured that he did not experience complete exhaustion. In the act of slaying the black tiger, he had also become smeared with considerable blood. Thankfully, his rapid movement prevented him from being overwhelmed by the nauseating scent of blood emanating from his own body. He understood that his immediate priority was to find a place to cleanse himself of the bloodstains. As he journeyed onward, he gravitated towards densely wooded areas, for plants thriving near water sources tended to flourish. After a quarter of an hour, a small river came into view. Eagerly, Lin Bai leaped into the water, anxious about how many beasts the blood scent on him might have attracted along the way. Once submerged, he hurriedly washed away the bloodstains. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Having evaded the beasts on land, what of those in the water? The crimson-tinged river might very well have drawn the attention of creatures residing within. After ensuring he was clean, he swiftly swam upstream, as downstream lay the blood he had washed off, while upstream promised safety. After swimming several hundred meters, Lin Bai dared to pause, emerging onto the bank to find a clear patch of ground to rest. His decision to jump into the river had proven to be wise. Shortly after he began to swim upstream, a wolf-like beast arrived at the riverbank, following the blood trail he had left behind. The creature stood precisely at the spot where Lin Bai had entered the water. On the clearing, Lin Bai shook the water from his damp hair. He sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Having sprinted and then swum several hundred meters had severely drained his stamina. Lin Bai realized he might have been overly cautious. Yet it was better to err on the side of caution. After all, prudence ensures longevity. He retrieved the jade tablet from his waist, which emitted a faint glow. Activating, it would transport him out of the secret realm should he choose to leave. However, Lin Bai certainly would not depart so easily, having only just arrived. Once he regained some strength, Lin Bai rose, surveying his surroundings. He found himself in a lush jungle, the vegetation remarkably abundant. This reminded him of rainforests from his previous life, where towering trees were equally abundant. The riverbank where he stood was bordered by a dense forest of trees reaching heights of up to 100 meters. Although he possessed limited survival knowledge in the wild, he understood that riverside areas were generally safe. Having watched numerous documentaries on wildlife, he knew that animals, whether predators or prey, would set aside their enmities when approaching water, a source of order amidst the chaos. Despite this, he was aware that this was not Earth, and ultimately, Lin Bai opted to move on. He yearned to explore the secret realm thoroughly, having heard of numerous rare spiritual herbs within. This was evident from the small marketplace he had visited prior to entering the realm. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the secret realm was several times denser than that of the outside world. Such richness and energy should not be squandered. Lin Bai was on the cusp of reaching the martial disciple realm, merely needing to fully liquefy his vital energy before he could break through. As an extraordinary martial artist, Lin Bai could contend with martial disciples even in the chi refinement stage, and he eagerly anticipated the heights his strength would reach upon breaking through. Perched upon a towering tree, a figure lay prone along the trunk, while below rested a slumbering beast. Lin Bai cautiously wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Although the spiritual energy within the secret realm was several times denser than that of the outside world, it also housed a multitude of beasts. The one before him marked the fifth he had encountered thus far. He carefully placed the few spiritual herbs he had gathered in his arms, having stumbled upon them during his journey. The wordless alchemical compendium contained countless records of spiritual herbs, and the moment he laid eyes on these herbs, he recognized them as Grade 1 dragon flame grass. Dragon flame grass, a primary ingredient in the concoction of the dragon flame body refining pill, bore a red hue and resembled flames. The dragon flame body refining pill is a Grade 1 body refining elixir, primarily utilized to enhance a martial artist's physique. According to the wordless alchemical compendium, although dragon flame grass is merely a Grade 1 herb, it is considered relatively rare among its kind. Lin Bai was astonished to have encountered several dragon flame grass plants along his journey. However, upon harvesting the grass, a fierce beast materialized before him. He quickly grasped the reason. The compendium noted that valuable spiritual herbs are often guarded by beasts, which consume them upon maturity to bolster their own cultivation. The beast's strength was roughly at the 3rd level of the martial disciple realm, making it a formidable opponent for Lin Bai. The moment it appeared, he chose to flee. Thankfully, the beast was not particularly swift, and Lin Bai easily outpaced it using the wind step technique. Presently, beneath the towering tree he occupied, coiled a colossal python, exuding an aura that indicated it was a first-tier beast, with strength around the 4th level of the martial disciple realm. The massive serpent lay coiled, resting, with a fruit tree nestled in its midst, bearing several crystalline fruits that appeared nearly ripe. The wordless alchemical compendium often described the types of beasts dwelling near specific spiritual herbs. The tree encircled by the python was a serpent gall fruit tree, and the fruits it bore were serpent gall fruits, Grade 1 spiritual fruits renowned for their excellent detoxifying properties, useful in the concoction of various antidotes. The python was evidently aware that the serpent gall fruits would soon ripen, patiently awaiting their full maturity before consuming them. Not only were serpent gall fruits beneficial to beasts, but they also offered advantages to humans. Martial artists who consumed them would gain a degree of resistance to toxins. Lin Bai was determined to acquire the serpent gall fruits beneath the tree, yet the presence of the giant python posed a significant challenge. He needed to devise a strategy to deal with the serpent. The jungle was filled with countless towering trees, their branches intertwining. Lin Bai cautiously maneuvered onto another tree trunk, striving not to disturb the resting python below. The giant serpent lay, with its eyes closed, completely oblivious to Lin Bai's presence amidst the branches. As he leaped from trunk to trunk, Lin Bai formulated a plan to divert the python's attention. Upon the towering trunk of a colossal tree, Lin Bai came to a halt, having just departed from the lair of the immense python. He slowed his movements, cautiously traversing the branches, peering down at the scene below. He had now ventured into the domain of another ferocious beast, precisely the location where he had procured the dragon flame grass. At that moment, a thunderous noise resonated from beneath the tree, as a bear of several meters in height furiously swiped at the trunk with its claws, tearing away chunks of wood. Even from his perch, Lin Bai could sense the bear's wrath, for he was the instigator of its fury. The bear seethed with anger over the theft of its dragon flame grass. But alas, Lin Bai had fled too swiftly for it to retaliate, leaving the tree as its outlet for frustration. Bang! A stone struck the bear's head, momentarily stunning it, causing it to turn and spot Lin Bai not far behind. "Come on, big fellow," Lin Bai taunted, brandishing the dragon flame grass before the bear. "Roar!" The bear bellowed in rage. Astonished that this little thief had the audacity to return, it was determined to rend Lin Bai to pieces. The bear's massive form charged forward with an imposing ferocity, akin to a tank, shaking the very earth beneath it. Run! Lin Bai's strategy was to lure the bear towards the python, inciting a conflict between the two beasts, ultimately allowing him to reap the benefits. Perhaps due to its sheer size, the bear's speed was considerably slower than Lin Bai's agile movements, and he had to continually moderate his pace to ensure the bear did not lose track of him. Chapter 79. The clam and the snipe struggled. The python awaited the ripening of the serpent gall fruit when suddenly a spirit herb fell before it. Startled, the python scanned its surroundings but detected no other beasts encroaching upon its territory. It slithered forward, sniffing the herb, and flicked its tongue around it for further inspection. Having confirmed the herb's safety, the python swallowed it, a glimmer of human-like satisfaction evident in its gaze. Suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from the jungle. A bear pushed through the foliage, emitting a furious roar. It had just witnessed the python consume a dragon flame grass, one of the very herbs it had lost to theft. The sudden appearance of the bear startled the python, which coiled itself protectively in front of the serpent gall fruit tree, mistakenly believing the bear had come to seize its fruit. Roar! The bear had already branded the python as a thief of its precious herb. Hiss! The python arched its body, issuing a warning to the bear. In a fit of rage, the bear disregarded the warning and charged at the python, intent on unleashing its fury. It sought to flay the serpent alive. Roar! Hiss! The battle between the bear and the python was on the verge of eruption. The python, unaware of the bear's motives for intruding upon its territory, had already concluded that the bear aimed to snatch its serpent gall fruit. In order to protect the fruit from being pilfered, the python hissed and lunged its lengthy body toward the bear. Hiss! The bear's paw struck the python's head, causing it to cry out in pain. The bear, having tasted success, did not relent. It swiped again at the python. The bear's claws ignited the primal instincts within the python, which hissed repeatedly, entwining its body around the bear. Roar! The python's massive length coiled tighter around the bear, constricting it until the bear's roars grew, increasingly desperate. Roar, roar, roar! The bear spread its paws wide, using its sharp claws to strike the python repeatedly. Hiss! In no time, the python's flesh was lacerated, blood seeping profusely. The pain only fueled the python's grip, tightening its hold with greater force. The area where the bear was coiled began to cave in, droplets of blood seeping through its fur. Crack, crack! Under the python's constriction, the bear's bones audibly snapped. Roar! The sound of breaking bones elicited even more intense roars from the bear. With its maw agape, it sank its teeth into the python, tearing away a chunk of flesh with a violent shake. Hiss! The python, now in agony, wrapped itself around the bear with renewed vigor. Roar! The bear continued to struggle, but its voice gradually weakened, blood gushing from its mouth. Slowly, the bear fell silent, succumbing to the python's relentless embrace. With a thunderous crash, the python released the bear, whose massive form collapsed to the ground. In comparison to the python, the bear's strength proved insufficient. Hiss! Although the python emerged victorious, it was far from unscathed. The most grievous wound was a chunk of flesh bitten away by the bear, revealing white bone amidst the blood. SSS. The python slithered, aware that the serpent gall fruit should now be ripe, perfect for healing its wounds. Hiss! Suddenly, the python emitted a series of hisses. It discovered that the serpent gall fruit tree stood bare, completely devoid of its precious fruit. It had been stolen. Enraged, the python lashed its tail, snapping small trees in its wake, seeking a release for its pent-up fury. It felt a wave of grievance wash over it. What was this? First, the bear had tried to rob it, and now its fruit had been pilfered. Was the heavens being particularly cruel? Within a cave, Lin Bai ignited a fire, driving away the serpents, insects, and rodents that had taken residence. From within his cloak, he produced several translucent red fruits, placing them before him, and eagerly devoured one. The very individual who had taken the serpent gall fruit was Lin Bai. Initially, he had lured the bear into the python's territory, subsequently tossing a piece of dragon flame grass near the python. Ultimately, he had successfully incited a fierce confrontation between the python and the bear, seizing the opportunity to discreetly pluck the ripe serpent gall fruits from the tree while they battled. As the clam and the snipe struggled, it was Lin Bai, the fisherman, who reaped the rewards. With a single bite, the juice of the serpent gall fruit burst forth, flooding his palate with sweetness. After chewing and swallowing the flesh, a warm sensation radiated from his abdomen. Lin Bai recognized that this was a pivotal moment. One by one, he formed hand seals, gradually absorbing the medicinal effects of the serpent gall fruit. The hand seals he employed were derived from the wordless alchemy texts. Yet this particular seal differed from those used for refining elixirs. It was specifically designed to aid warriors in absorbing medicinal properties. This could be viewed as an alternative method of alchemy, where the alchemical furnace transformed into the warrior's very being, with the effects of the medicine acting directly upon the warrior's body, without the need for conversion into pills. The serpent gall fruit tree bore a total of 5 fruits. After consuming one, Lin Bai felt a subtle, yet indescribable change within his body. Half an hour later, he had ingested all 5 serpent gall fruits, and the previously vague change had begun to clarify. Lin Bai seized a nearby venomous snake, positioning its mouth against his arm. This snake had been captured within the cave, and upon being startled, it bared its fangs and lunged at Lin Bai's arm. Hiss! A sharp pain coursed through Lin Bai's arm. prompting him to inhale sharply before casting the snake aside. Freed, the snake swiftly wriggled its way out of the cave, clearly having endured a rather unpleasant experience. The spot on Lin Bai's arm where the snake had bitten had turned a deep purple, indicating the potency of the venom. The purple hue spread gradually, now encompassing an area the size of his palm. Lin Bai furrowed his brow, suppressing the instinct of his inner energy dragon to heal the wound. He chose to wait. Suddenly, the spread of the purple coloration halted, ceasing at the size of his palm. Gradually, the discolored area began to shrink. A quarter of an hour later, the once purple wound had completely returned to normal, leaving only 2 tiny puncture marks. He understood that this was the ability granted to him by the serpent gall fruit. It had bestowed upon him a resistance to poison, enabling his body to detoxify the wound autonomously and restore it to its original state. Once the poison was completely dispelled, Lin Bai no longer restrained the movements of the true Qi fire dragon, allowing it to mend the 2 small wounds inflicted by the poisonous snake. As dusk approached, the world around fell into a profound silence. The cave was stocked with numerous dry twigs he had collected, ensuring an ample supply of firewood. Lin Bai had resolved to spend the night in this cave. The dangers of the jungle at night far surpassed those of the day. Chapter 80. Martial Disciple Realm. The concentration of spiritual energy in the secret realm was several times greater than that of the outside world. And such abundant spiritual energy was not something Lin Bai could afford to overlook. After consuming 5 serpent gall fruits, he not only gained resistance to poison, but also resolved his stomach issues. Sitting cross-legged by the campfire, Lin Bai began to circulate the 9 dragons technique, absorbing the spiritual energy that diffused through the air. After a quarter of an hour, a vortex of spiritual energy formed around him, continuously drawing in the ambient spiritual energy from the outside world. As the absorption continued, it was not long before the true Qi fire dragon reached a state of saturation. Lin Bai then proceeded to channel the spiritual energy into his dantian, converting it into true Qi. He did not intend to supplement his dantian with the true Qi from the true Qi fire dragon, as it could be considered his second dantian. However, this second dantian was not suitable for the purpose of cultivation. Typically, Lin Bai relied on absorbing the spiritual energy from spirit crystals during his training, but at this moment, he had not utilized any spirit crystals. He had neither brought them into the secret realm, nor did he need to, as the ambient spiritual energy was already sufficient for his cultivation. Furthermore, compared to the naturally occurring spiritual energy, the essence within spirit crystals lacked a certain depth. It was akin to frozen food from a refrigerator, never quite as good as fresh produce. Time flowed slowly, and before he knew it, morning had dawned. Lin Bai was entirely immersed in his cultivation, oblivious to the passage of time, having never trained in such rich and fresh spiritual energy before. Simultaneously, his cultivation level was steadily ascending. After a night of practice, he had transformed 80% of his true Qi into liquid form and was confident that it would not be long before he broke through to the martial disciple realm. 1 day, 2 days at last, Lin Bai sensed that he had completely converted his true Qi into liquid form. Only 1 step remained before he could ascend to the martial disciple realm. He accelerated the circulation of his technique, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. A vortex of spiritual energy, 1 meter in diameter, formed above his head, with dense spiritual energy continuously drawn into his body. The spiritual energy within Lin Bai's meridians gradually transformed from a trickle into a flowing river, which then expanded into a surging great river. Boom! In that instant, Lin Bai's bottleneck was shattered by the powerful current. At that moment, his rate of spiritual energy absorption became terrifyingly rapid, and even the diameter of the vortex above his head increased to 2 meters. A fierce wind swept through the cave, as an unending stream of spiritual energy was drawn towards Lin Bai. After breaking through to the martial disciple realm, the capacity of his dantian expanded several folds, and an incessant flow of spiritual energy poured into it, which began to be converted into true Qi at an astonishing pace. In just half a cup of tea's time, Lin Bai's dantian was filled with true Qi. Yet, his body continued to ravenously absorb spiritual energy from the surroundings. With the 9 dragons technique, every significant breakthrough in cultivation would generate a true Qi fire dragon within his meridians. At this moment, the true Qi fire dragon, which was previously saturated, began to fervently absorb the spiritual energy within Lin Bai's meridians, causing its form to expand correspondingly. Perhaps reaching a limit, The true chi fire dragon in Lin Bai's meridian slowed its absorption of spiritual energy. It coiled itself tightly, and gradually, the true chi fire dragon transformed into an incredibly dense, dark red energy sphere. This energy sphere began to voraciously absorb the spiritual energy from Lin Bai's meridians, causing it to swell significantly. Boom! The dark red energy sphere exploded, resulting in the emergence of two true chi fire dragons. These two dragons were slightly larger and more solid than the original. At this moment, Lin Bai officially broke through to the martial disciple realm. Following this breakthrough, the operation of his technique circulation route underwent some changes, and he had long memorized the new route for the martial disciple realm in his mind. With a deep breath, Lin Bai completed a full circulation of the great cycle and opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He clenched his fist. Compared to his former self in the chi refining stage, he felt significantly stronger. Gurgle, gurgle. Rubbing his stomach, Lin Bai chuckled ruefully. Time had slipped away unnoticed during his cultivation, and he estimated that he had been training continuously for nearly 4 days. Rising to his feet, he shook off the dust that had accumulated over the past few days. The campfire beside him had long since extinguished, leaving behind only charred remnants of the twigs. He resolved to venture out in search of food, for after 4 days, he was so hungry that his legs felt weak. A white wolf was traversing the jungle, having been ousted from its pack by the new Wolf King after failing to claim the position of the alpha. The white wolf did not feel disheartened. Despite its failure, it was in its prime and not concerned about survival, unlike older wolves that had been expelled and faced starvation. Even without a pack, it could hunt alone. Suddenly, it paused, lifting its head to sniff the air, having detected prey. Its padded feet allowed it to move silently, as the white wolf cautiously weaved through the underbrush. At this moment, it was the shadowy hunter. Upon exiting the cave, Lin Bai searched his surroundings, hoping to discover some edible wild fruits to satiate his hunger. Finally, he stumbled upon a grove of fruit trees a few miles from the cave. The fruits on the trees were not spiritual fruits, but rather ordinary ones. These were called water fairy fruits, resembling guavas from his past life, yet they were entirely different. Although merely a common fruit, records in the wordless elixir manual indicated that it was one of the materials for crafting low-tier spiritual pills. The water fairy fruit trees towered at least 10 meters high, with bare trunks that were difficult to climb. The fruits grew at the treetops, so Lin Bai took out the 9-dragon sword he had been carrying on his back and struck the tree trunk, creating several indentations to use as footholds. Indeed, he hammered them in. Although the 9-dragon sword was a sword, its blade resembled that of a firewood stick, necessitating this method of creating footholds. Lin Bai was so ravenously hungry that his limbs felt weak, and he eagerly hammered out one foothold after another, ascending toward the tree's summit. The taste of the water fairy fruits was reminiscent of the serpent gall fruits, juicy and sweet. He was now in a grove of water fairy fruit trees, and each fruit was the size of a human head. After consuming several, Lin Bai felt sufficiently sated. He also picked a few more fruits from a neighboring tree to carry back to the cave, which had become his temporary refuge. Descending was easier than climbing, and with just a few leaps, Lin Bai was back on the ground, clutching several water fairy fruits in his arms. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind behind him, and an instinctual alarm rang in his mind. Chapter 81. Sword against the white wolf. This instinct had repeatedly aided him in escaping perilous situations, and without hesitation, Lin Bai chose to trust it once more. He released the water fairy fruits from his grasp, pushed off with one foot, and rolled towards an open area. Roar! Once Lin Bai steadied himself, he discovered that a white wolf had appeared in the very spot where he had stood moments before, growling lowly at him. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his quick reflexes had spared him from being ambushed by the wolf. The white wolf before him was a first-tier demonic beast, and after briefly assessing its aura, Lin Bai estimated its strength to be around the 3rd layer of the martial disciple realm. The wolf, evidently surprised that Lin Bai had evaded its ambush so easily, stared at him in disbelief. It crouched low, adopting a predator stance as it lunged towards Lin Bai once more. Seeing the white wolf charge again, Lin Bai surprisingly felt no tension. Instead, a smirk crept onto his face. Perfectly timed, he had just broken through to the martial disciple realm, and this white wolf was a perfect opportunity for honing his skills. Lin Bai stood resolute, unyielding in the face of danger, as he unsheathed the 9-dragon sword from his back. With a single hand grasping the sword, he swung it towards the head of the approaching white wolf in a moment of fierce confrontation. Although the white wolf had been cast out from its pack, It was by no means a reckless creature. It possessed the innate caution and wariness characteristic of its kind. The aura emanating from Lin Bai was perceptibly weaker, which led the white wolf to regard him as prey. After its initial ambush failed, the white wolf dismissed it as mere luck on Lin Bai's part, harboring confidence in its belief that the second assault would be unavoidable. This was its pride. With a resounding thud, the nine-dragon sword struck the white wolf's head with the force of a seasoned weapon. The wolf's eyes widened in disbelief at the astonishing speed with which Lin Bai had drawn his sword to strike. The tremendous power infused in the sword sent the white wolf tumbling through the air. After rolling several times on the ground, the wolf felt the full impact of Lin Bai's blow. It was now reeling, its head swimming in confusion, a painful lump forming at the sight of the strike. Fear gripped the white wolf. It seemed it had encountered an adversary far beyond its capabilities. Yet, true to its pride, the wolf refused to flee, unwilling to repeat the disgrace of being ousted from its pack. This was its final stand, shaking its head to clear the fog. The white wolf perceived multiple images of Lin Bai before its eyes, the symptoms gradually lessening after some time. The force of Lin Bai's strike had been formidable. Had the wolf's bones not been resilient, it might have suffered a grievous injury. Observing the white wolf struggling to regain its composure, Lin Bai was momentarily stunned. He had not exerted his full strength in that strike, merely delivering a casual blow, yet he had sent the wolf flying. The sight of the bewildered creature, shaking its head as if inebriated, elicited a chuckle from him. Not far away, the white wolf emitted a series of low growls, warily guarding itself against Lin Bai. Lin Bai raised the nine-dragon sword, giving it a slight shake. While the sword resembled a mere firewood stick, the sensation from the previous strike was undeniably satisfying. He could still hear the resonant thud echoing in his mind. Had the white wolf known that Lin Bai was reveling in the enjoyment of that moment's impact, it would likely have spat out a mouthful of blood in indignation. With a fierce roar, the white wolf lunged at Lin Bai, its massive jaws aimed at his neck. Again, a dull thud resonated through the air as Lin Bai's sword appeared before the wolf's eyes in an instant. Once more, the creature was sent hurtling away, this time struck by Lin Bai's opposite hand. The wolf gasped in pain as it absorbed 2 consecutive blows from Lin Bai, its head swelling with swelling lumps on either side. The figure of Lin Bai seemed to blur and multiply in its vision, distorting everything around it. The white wolf faltered. Those 2 strikes had not only left physical marks, but also shattered its pride and dignity. Lin Bai was truly a force to reckon with. With a pitiful whimper, the wolf lowered its tail and fled. Seeing the white wolf retreat, Lin Bai burst into laughter. The wolf's defeated and dejected demeanor was too comical. Although the wolf had escaped, Lin Bai chose not to pursue, his heart swelling with joy over his newfound strength. The white wolf's prowess was akin to that of a third-level martial apprentice, while he at the 12th level of chi refinement would have opted for flight against such a beast. To his astonishment, having only just broken through to the first level of martial apprenticeship, he was now capable of effortlessly repelling a foe of such caliber, filling him with exhilaration. Collecting the scattered water, fairy fruits from the ground, Lin Bai retraced his steps back to the cave. Fortuitously, he stumbled upon a first-grade spiritual herb along the way, unguarded by any beasts, which he easily harvested. Upon returning to the cave, Lin Bai began contemplating his next course of action. Though the secret realm teemed with monsters, he had successfully advanced to the martial apprentice realm, acquiring a modicum of survival strength within this domain. The vastness of the secret realm was unknown to him. Once, he climbed to the crown of a towering tree, gazing out over an endless expanse of forest. The area he could see stretched over several thousand square meters. Who could fathom the true size of this mysterious place? Within this secret realm, numerous rare spiritual herbs dwelled, and in just a few days, he had already gathered several varieties, having also consumed 5 snake gall fruits. Given the vast territory he had explored, there remained a substantial portion of the realm that was still uncharted for him. After ascending to the martial apprentice realm, each minor elevation in his cultivation now required various spiritual herbs to assist in his training. Some of these herbs could be exchanged within his sect, yet that represented only a fraction. The majority were unavailable for trade, including several rare varieties. The herbs he sought were meticulously documented in the Wordless Dan book, which also detailed their growing environments. Thus, by adhering to the conditions specified, he could locate the herbs he needed. The immediate priority was to gather the requisite spiritual herbs within the secret realm. It was precisely the knowledge of the abundant herbs growing here that had motivated his entry into this mysterious domain. With a plan formulated in his mind, Lin Bai prepared to embark on his search. The first herb he sought was the flowing moonflower, a first-grade spiritual herb resembling a crescent moon, thriving in areas rich in spiritual energy and abundant moisture. Typically, the growth of the flowing moonflower was accompanied by a vividly red herb known as the red sandgrass, and it was devoid of any guarding beasts. It was likely that such a herb flourished within the secret realm, where the conditions of dense spiritual energy and ample moisture were already met. This was among the easiest of the herbs he sought to find. Locating the red sandgrass would effectively lead him to the flowing moonflower. Chapter 82. The thieving rabbit. The jungle within the secret realm bore a striking resemblance to the tropical rainforests of his past life, characterized by abundant moisture and high humidity in the air. Moreover, a thick fog enveloped the jungle at this hour, and soon Lin Bai felt a sticky sensation on his skin, his clothes becoming damp. Due to the dense fog, visibility was significantly reduced, limiting his view to approximately 50 meters. The jungle was home to numerous beasts, and with the fog obscuring his surroundings, Lin Bai needed to exercise utmost caution. He could easily stumble into the territory of other wild beasts and face attack. Several hours passed with no sign of the flowing moonflower, yet he discovered plenty of other spiritual herbs along the way. Most of these were first-grade herbs, which Lin Bai welcomed, as they were already considered quite valuable. After half a day's search, he noticed traces of human activity, which reminded him that there were other disciples within this secret realm, though he had not encountered any thus far. Go. Earlier, Lin Bai had consumed only a few water fairy fruits, which were not very filling, and by now, he was exceedingly hungry. In the jungle, a large rabbit was bounding about, occasionally pausing to nibble on the grass beneath its feet. The rabbit's ears stood erect, fully alert to the potential threat of predators. Swish! Sensing danger, the rabbit darted towards a burrow at incredible speed. Lin Bai emerged from behind a thicket, pulling the nine-dragon sword from the ground. His previous ambush had failed. This rabbit was also a first-level beast, and although it was a gentle herbivore with little strength, a frightened rabbit could still bite. Lin Bai sighed. He was extremely hungry. This was the third rabbit he had encountered, and the third to escape his grasp. Time and again, the prospect of roasted rabbit slipped through his fingers. Startled, the rabbit took refuge in its burrow, and Lin Bai had no choice but to seek his fortune elsewhere. The jungle was populated with numerous small herbivorous creatures, forming a complete ecosystem. Given the abundance of carnivorous beasts, it was only natural that there would be a greater number of herbivores. Having ventured quite a distance from the cave, Lin Bai found himself surrounded by a seemingly endless expanse of dense foliage. Fortunately, the jungle is teeming with small herbivorous demonic beasts. After searching for a while longer, he stumbled upon a rabbit. He cautiously concealed himself behind a tree trunk, striving to avoid startling the rabbit that was blissfully grazing below. At this moment, Lin Bai was somewhat troubled. These rabbits were incredibly astute, and at the slightest hint of danger, they would dart back to their underground burrows with astonishing speed. Moreover, rabbits never ventured too far from their nests while foraging, presenting Lin Bai with a considerable dilemma. How could he capture one without being detected? Perhaps he could ambush it at its burrow? An ingenious idea crossed Lin Bai's mind. Yet he quickly recalled the adage, a wily rabbit has 3 burrows. He was uncertain if the rabbit had additional escape routes. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him, pondering how to resolve this predicament. Just then, a grumbling sound emanated from his stomach, reminding him of his growing impatience. Ultimately, Lin Bai resolved to stick with his initial plan, to block the entrance to the rabbit's home. The rabbit, engrossed in its meal, remained oblivious as Lin Bai carefully descended from the tree, parting a patch of grass to reveal an entrance that was just large enough for the rabbit to enter. The grass surrounding the burrow was lush and dense, allowing Lin Bai to conceal himself within the foliage. Everything was in place. He merely awaited the rabbit's return after its meal. A quarter of an hour later, the rabbit had finished its feast and was bounding back towards its den. Lin Bai held his breath, silently exclaiming, "At last, you've returned." The rabbit, blissfully unaware of Lin Bai's presence hidden in the grass, continued to frolic closer to the burrow. Suddenly, a swift motion ensnared the rabbit, lifting it off the ground, its feet dangling helplessly. The rabbit squeaked in terror. "Oh dear, I've finally caught you." Lin Bai licked his lips in anticipation. The thought of roasted rabbit meat was tantalizing. By the riverbank, Lin Bai had finished preparing the rabbit, and the next step was to ignite a fire for roasting. The fog had lifted, but many of the dry twigs had become damp, making them difficult to ignite. Lin Bai resorted to rummaging through the pile to find dry branches beneath. After successfully starting a fire by friction, he placed the prepared rabbit on the makeshift spit. This rabbit was a demonic beast. Although it was somewhat weaker, it was still a creature of the supernatural, and considerably larger than any rabbit Lin Bai had encountered in his previous life. As the savory aroma of the roasting rabbit wafted through the air, Lin Bai couldn't help but swallow hard. Simultaneously, a peculiar little creature with antler-like horns in the jungle also swallowed in response. Perhaps due to the fact that the rabbit was a demonic beast, its meat was exceptionally tender and flavorful. Even without seasoning, it was delightful. Lin Bai tore off a piece of the rabbit meat, savoring the perfect balance of lean and fat. Before long, he found himself thoroughly indulged, his mouth glistening with grease, and his body and spirit completely satisfied. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from a nearby thicket. Setting down the half-eaten rabbit, Lin Bai drew the nine-dragon sword from his back. Had the enticing aroma of the roasting rabbit attracted another demonic beast? With the enemy concealed and himself exposed, Lin Bai dared not let his guard down. He hoped that any beast drawn by the scent would be relatively weak, lest he find himself in a precarious situation regarding his next meal. Aside from the initial rustling, the thicket remained ominously silent. After a prolonged period of vigilance, Lin Bai approached the source of the noise with suspicion. Gripping his sword tightly, he felt a surge of apprehension. Cautiously parting the grass, he discovered nothing but a few stones. Puzzled, Lin Bai wondered what had caused the earlier commotion. After a moment of contemplation without resolution, he decided to abandon the inquiry. Where had his roasted rabbit gone? Upon returning to the fire, Lin Bai exclaimed in dismay. He had only stepped away for a brief moment. How could half of his roasted rabbit have vanished? It dawned on him that he had fallen victim to a clever ruse. The earlier noise had been a deliberate attempt to lure him away, with the intention of stealing his meal. Who was a little thief? Anger simmered within Lin Bai. He had barely eaten half of the rabbit, and he was still hungry. Suddenly, a faint smacking sound arose from another patch of grass. Lin Bai froze. Could it be the thieving creature? He held his breath, striving to remain silent, and stealthily approached the rustling thicket. Chapter 83. Little Lin Bai gently parted the foliage, revealing a curious little creature with antlers, thoroughly engrossed in devouring the remaining half of his roasted rabbit. Just as the creature was relishing its feast, it suddenly felt a hand seize the scruff of its neck, causing its body to stiffen in shock, eyes wide with fear. Lin Bai lifted the little creature before him, pointing at the half-eaten rabbit in the grass. So, you are the one who stole my meal? Ah, no. The little creature writhed in panic, but its struggles were feeble, constrained by Lin Bai's grip. Please don't eat me, it wailed, tears streaming down its face. Lin Bai was taken aback. You can talk? The little creature continued to sob, tears cascading down his cheeks. Wah! Big bad guy, please don't eat me. I'm not tasty at all. Lin Bai lightly tapped the creature's head with his sword and said, Stop crying. If you keep it up, I might just eat you. Instantly, the little creature ceased its wailing, though tears continued to flow. Lin Bai now realized that this little being not only possessed the ability to speak, but also understood his words. The creature appeared peculiar, with a pair of delicate antlers atop its head, yet it bore little resemblance to a deer. Its yellow fur was adorned with strange patterns, its limbs short, and its large eyes gave it a resemblance to a cartoonish dragon Lin Bai had seen in his past life. What is your name? Lin Bai inquired, curious to know if this talking creature had a name. Shao. Please don't eat me, it stammered, struggling to suppress its tears, still fearing that Lin Bai might devour it like the fierce demonic beasts. Where are your demonic beast parents? Lin Bai asked, noting that Xiao was clearly just a juvenile. He found it odd that a talking demonic creature would be alone in such a place. What? Xiao suddenly burst into tears again, its tears flowing freely as if they were of no consequence. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao gradually calmed down. Lin Bai set Xiao down on the grass, suspecting that it might have become separated from its parents. How did you end up here, all alone? Lin Bai asked once Xiao had regained some composure. I'm not a demonic beast. Xiao replied, its expression softening. I'm a super powerful demon clan member, but my parents were eaten by a great demonic beast. As it spoke, tears welled up once more. Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback by Xiao's words. A demon clan? He had heard of them, They were indeed a type of demonic beast, but unlike ordinary demonic beasts, members of the demon clan possessed intelligence akin to that of humans. How did you come to be here? Lin Bai probed further. My parents held off the great demonic beast, allowing me to escape with Xiao He. Xiao Xiao wiped its tears and continued. But on the way, Xiao He was also killed by a demonic beast. I was the only one who managed to flee. Once again, sorrow overwhelmed it, and it began to cry anew. Why did you steal my roasted rabbit? Lin Bai asked. Xiao Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment as it stammered. I didn't. I was just too hungry. Lin Bai chuckled softly, reaching out to pat Xiao Xiao's head. He felt a twinge of sympathy for the little creature. If what it said was true, it had lost its parents and was now wandering alone. Lin Bai gently nudged the remaining half of the roasted rabbit toward Xiao Xiao and said, Here, eat it. Consider my treat. Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up, and it eagerly grabbed the half-eaten rabbit and began to feast. How about you following me from now on? Xiao Xiao, still ravenously eating, inquired, Is there any meat to eat? Lin Bai smiled and patted Xiao Xiao's head, reassuring, Don't worry, there will be plenty of meat. Xiao Xiao nodded a few times, as if to agree. Lin Bai reclined against a tree trunk, closing his eyes to rest, while the well-fed Xiao Xiao nestled in his arms, soundly asleep. Through their conversation, Lin Bai gathered some understanding of Xiao Xiao's situation. Born in this hidden realm, Xiao Xiao was now 5 years old. Lin Bai also learned that within this secret domain, there was only Xiao Xiao's family of 3 among the demon race. According to Xiao Xiao, a few days prior, a powerful beast had invaded their home, and Xiao Xiao's parents perished in their attempt to protect it. Xiao Xiao had only managed to escape thanks to Xiao He, who also met its end at the jaws of the beast during their escape. Ultimately, Lin Bai took Xiao Xiao in, and from then on, Xiao Xiao would accompany him. After resting for a while, Lin Bai stood up to continue his search for the Lu Yuehua flower. At that moment, Xiao Xiao was still deep in slumber, utterly exhausted from days of fleeing. Lin Bai did not wish to disturb him and carefully cradled Xiao Xiao in his arms. It was now around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and Lin Bai planned to search for another hour or 2 before returning to the cave to rest, as the nighttime light was too dim and the wilderness posed considerable danger. Roar! While searching for the Lu Yuehua flower, Lin Bai inadvertently startled a beast. This creature's strength was approximately at the 3rd level of a martial apprentice, and Lin Bai knew that dealing with it wouldn't be a significant issue given his current strength. However, with Xiao Xiao still in his arms, he ultimately had no choice but to flee using the wind-walking technique. Remarkably, it seemed that even if the heavens were to collapse, it could not wake the little one nestled in his embrace, as Xiao Xiao continued to sleep soundly. Lin Bai sighed with relief, finally managing to shake off the beast. After searching for half the day without results, Lin Bai settled down to rest on a patch of red grass. Wait, red? Lin Bai hurriedly checked the patch of grass beneath him and confirmed it was Qixia grass. He couldn't help but laugh heartily, though he stifled it to avoid waking Xiao Xiao. His gaze followed the crimson hue of the Qixia grass, where, at its edge, a few Lu Yuehua flowers stood elegantly. Lin Bai cautiously approached and carefully picked the flowers, placing them on his person. As dusk approached, the hidden realm mirrored the outside world, with its own cycle of day and night, and the sun shone just as it did beyond. Seizing the opportunity before darkness fell, Lin Bai activated the wind-walking technique and made his way back to the cave. He had achieved his goal for the day, and along the way, he had forgotten to catch 2 wild rabbits to clean by the river. Upon returning to the cave, Lin Bai kindled a fire and skewered the prepared rabbits over the flames. Beside it lay some herbs he had gathered for seasoning during his journey. Though roasted rabbit was delicious in its natural state, it felt lacking without spices. He had collected a total of 4 Lu Yuehua flowers, which he processed simply before storing them away. Xiao Xiao, now placed on a flat stone, awoke to the enticing aroma of roasted meat and exclaimed excitedly, Meat, meat. Rushing towards the still-cooking rabbit, Lin Bai caught the back of Xiao Xiao's neck and gently patted its head, saying, Don't rush, it's not done yet. Chapter 84. Xiao Xiao's talents for cultivation after the rabbit on the fire had cooked a bit longer. Lin Bai extracted the juice from the herbs using the extraction technique and applied the medicinal liquid onto the rabbit. A delightful aroma wafted from the roasted meat. Upon catching a whiff of this fragrance, Xiao Xiao's mouth watered, and Lin Bai found himself unable to resist swallowing. It smelled divine. Xiao Xiao cast a questioning glance at Lin Bai, asking if it could eat now. Lin Bai took the roasted rabbit off the fire, tearing half of it off and placing it on a large leaf, signaling to Xiao Xiao that it was ready to eat. Xiao Xiao pounced on that half of the rabbit and began devouring it, a look of contentment soon gracing its face. Judging by the taste of this delicious roasted rabbit, it had certainly found the right companion. Lin Bai ruffled the head of the happily munching Xiao Xiao, then placed the other rabbit onto the fire before beginning to eat the one in his hand. With the first bite, Lin Bai's eyes lit up. It was delectable. In the cave, man and beast indulged in a feast. Xiao Xiao's small frame made it hard to imagine how it could fit so much food in its tiny belly as it steadily consumed the roasted rabbit before it. After a quarter of an hour, man and beast had nearly finished their respective rabbits. Xiao Xiao's eyes widened, staring at Lin Bai, still desiring more. Lin Bai himself had not yet had his fill, but fortunately he had prepared ahead and caught an extra rabbit. The other rabbit was now nearly done cooking as well. After applying seasoning, the roasted rabbit released a rich aroma, causing both man and beast to salivate in unison. Removing the cooked rabbit from the rack, Lin Bai tore off half and placed it before Xiao Xiao, while he devoured the other half with gusto. Half an hour later, both Lin Bai and Xiao Xiao lay back on a flat stone, their bellies round and full. They stroked their stomachs, feeling satisfied with life. After a moment of digestion, Lin Bai sensed that his belly was no longer so bloated. He sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing to commence his cultivation for the night. Noticing Lin Bai's actions, Xiao Xiao asked, "What are you doing?" Lin Bai smiled and replied, "Cultivating." Xiao Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. "Will I become very strong if I cultivate?" Lin Bai pondered for a moment, realizing that this assertion held some truth, and nodded, "Indeed." Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as it shook Lin Bai's hand with its tiny paw, exclaiming, "I want to cultivate too. I want to cultivate. I want to avenge my parents." Observing the enthusiastic Xiao Xiao before him, Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback, pondering a question. As a demon, Xiao Xiao should be able to cultivate too, right? However, as a human, Lin Bai was unaware of how demons cultivated, as his own techniques were all tailored for humans. Although he didn't know how Xiao Xiao could cultivate, the differences between humans and demons should not be too vast. Both likely refined themselves by absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Lin Bai shifted slightly and positioned himself in front of Xiao Xiao, saying, "To cultivate, you must first learn to sense the spiritual energy in the air. Close your eyes." Xiao Xiao complied, shutting its eyes. Lin Bai continued, "Clear your mind and carefully feel the spiritual energy in the air." Before Lin Bai could finish, Xiao Xiao opened its eyes and asked, "What does it mean to clear my mind?" "It means to relax and not exert yourself." "Oh." Xiao Xiao closed its eyes again, loosening its body. Lin Bai proceeded, "If you concentrate, you will discover some sparkling points of light in the air. Those are the spiritual energies. Remember, don't use your eyes to see, but rather, feel with your heart." Xiao Xiao appeared a bit confused, struggling to grasp Lin Bai's words, yet began to feel nonetheless. Suddenly, with eyes still shut, Xiao Xiao exclaimed with excitement, "I see it. I see it. Those glowing little points." Lin Bai was somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected Xiao Xiao to sense them so quickly. He recalled that it had taken his original self a full month just to begin sensing the spiritual energy. Of course, Xiao Xiao's quick perception could also be attributed to the fact that the spiritual energy in this hidden realm was considerably denser than in the outside world. "Try to communicate with those little light points and draw them into your body," Lin Bai said, now closing his eyes as well to sense the surrounding spiritual energy. He soon realized that the spiritual energy in the environment was slowly converging toward Xiao Xiao. Lin Bai was taken aback. Xiao Xiao's affinity for spiritual energy was astonishingly high. Soon, he heard Xiao Xiao's excited voice. "How marvelous! Those little light points are all rushing into my body." Lin Bai opened his eyes and said, "Try to see if you can control those little light points." Xiao Xiao nodded eagerly, closing its eyes once more, responding, Xiao Xiao, have you cultivated before, or have you seen your parents cultivate?" Lin Bai inquired. Xiao Xiao, with eyes wide open, pondered for a moment before responding, "I don't know, but I've seen my parents sitting cross-legged on the bed, just like you did. Is that cultivation?" Lin Bai understood in his heart that, judging by Xiao Xiao's description, its parents must indeed practice cultivation. However, he was puzzled as to why they had not imparted this knowledge to Xiao Xiao. He placed one hand gently on Xiao Xiao's paw and said, "Relax." Xiao Xiao promptly complied, allowing its body to loosen. Lin Bai then infused a thread of true energy into Xiao Xiao's body to examine its meridians. After a while, he was somewhat astonished by his findings, as he discovered that Xiao Zhao's meridian layout was strikingly similar to that of a human. Xiao Xiao, do you truly wish to cultivate? Upon hearing Lin Bai's question, Xiao Xiao eagerly nodded, exclaiming, all right, I will impart to you the cultivation mantra. You must memorize it first. With that, Lin Bai began to recite the mantra for the condensation of essence technique, a fundamental practice he had learned during his qi refinement stage, which was now perfectly suited for teaching Xiao Xiao. Guide the energy into your body, unify the essence. Although Xiao Xiao clearly did not comprehend the meaning of Lin Bai's words, it still attempted to memorize the mantra. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Bai finished explaining the condensation of essence technique, deliberately slowing his pace to ensure Xiao Xiao could keep up. However, to Lin Bai's astonishment, Xiao Zhao's memory proved to be exceptional. It managed to recall the extensive mantra after only one hearing. Though there were a few stumbles during the recitation, it ultimately recited it flawlessly. Xiao Xiao did not grasp the meaning of the condensation of essence mantra, but merely memorized it verbatim. Lin Bai then proceeded to explain the significance of each word to Xiao Xiao. Clearly endowed with talent, Xiao Xiao quickly understood how to practice the condensation of essence technique under Lin Bai's detailed guidance, leaving Lin Bai even more astonished by Xiao Zhao's aptitude. Unbeknownst to them, several hours had passed. Xiao Xiao sat cross-legged on the ground, its short limbs giving it a somewhat comical appearance. Under Lin Bai's guidance, it commenced its inaugural practice. Having memorized the technique, Xiao Xiao followed the instructions step by step, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. Chapter 85. Seeking Xiao Zhao's home, Xiao Zhao's talent for cultivation was indeed remarkable. With its exceptionally high affinity for spiritual energy and the rich spiritual aura surrounding it, the energy was swiftly drawn toward Xiao Xiao and continuously entered its body. To Lin Bai's surprise, Xiao Zhao's rate of absorption was already 30% of his own, a feat he had not anticipated. Slowly, Xiao Zhao's aura began to strengthen. Qi refinement first layer, Qi refinement second layer, Qi refinement third layer. Only upon reaching the third layer did Xiao Zhao's absorption rate begin to taper off, stabilizing its cultivation at that level. Lin Bai refrained from cultivating himself, choosing instead to observe Xiao Zhao's progress, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly during its first practice. When Xiao Xiao finally opened its eyes, several hours had passed. It excitedly pounced onto Lin Bai, exclaiming, I can cultivate now, ha ha! Having broken through to the third layer of qi refinement, Xiao Xiao felt significantly more powerful, which filled it with immense joy. Once it became strong enough, it vowed to seek revenge on the formidable beast. Lin Bai affectionately ruffled Xiao Zhao's head and said, all right, you should continue practicing on your own. I need to cultivate as well. With a few hours left until dawn, Lin Bai intended to make the most of the remaining time to enhance his own cultivation, for that was the true path to mastery. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lin Bai activated the 9 Dragons technique, drawing in the spiritual energy from the environment. A vortex of energy gradually formed above his head, swirling and engulfing the surrounding spiritual essence. Xiao Xiao, wide-eyed, gazed at Lin Bai, internally marveling so impressive. The density of spiritual energy surrounding Lin Bai was astonishing, making Xiao Xiao envious as it yearned for the day it could be as formidable as Lin Bai. Before long, morning arrived. Lin Bai opened his eyes, concluding a fruitful night of cultivation. The results were promising. His first layer of martial disciple realm had solidified significantly, thanks to the abundant spiritual energy in the secret realm. In a few days, he would likely break through to the mid-stage of the first layer. Nearby, Xiao Xiao slept soundly, the little creature seemingly unable to get enough rest. Lin Bai gently patted Xiao Zhao's head to wake it. Still groggy, Xiao Xiao rubbed its eyes and sat up dazed. Lin Bai needed to find 5 types of spiritual herbs, and having located one yesterday, he planned to seek the next one today. He decided to bring Xiao Xiao along, as he was uneasy about leaving the little beast alone in the cave. Should any monsters intrude, Xiao Xiao would be utterly defenseless. In the cave, Lin Bai consumed one of the water fairy fruits for breakfast. After a brief moment of daze, Xiao Xiao finally woke up, now perched on Lin Bai's shoulder, clutching a water fairy fruit as large as its own body and nibbling on it. Lin Bai was uncertain how much longer he would remain in the secret realm, but he knew he must gather all the necessary spiritual herbs. He also felt a twinge of reluctance to leave the rich spiritual energy behind, as it allowed his cultivation to progress remarkably each day. a sensation he found utterly delightful. He was somewhat concerned about Han Bing and Li Tianyu. As he had not informed them of his entry into the secret realm, he hoped they were not worrying about him. The next spiritual herb he sought was called water cloud grass, a grade 1 herb that grew in water. Its stalk was a brilliant azure, adorned with speckles of white, resembling a vast starry sky. Such herbs typically thrived in the presence of blue scalefish, a first-tier monster known for its fierce nature and sharp teeth, which feasted upon water cloud grass. After finishing the water fairy fruit, Xiao Xiao lay on Lin Bai's shoulder, dozing peacefully. Water cloud grass grew in lakes, so Lin Bai specifically searched for water pools. However, being unfamiliar with the secret realm, he spent half a day without discovering a single pond. Xiao Xiao, now awake, curiously asked Lin Bai what he was doing. Lin Bai smacked his forehead, suddenly realizing that Xiao Xiao had grown up in this secret realm and must be far more knowledgeable about it than he was. He then explained to Xiao Xiao his quest for water cloud grass, describing what the herb looked like. Xiao Xiao scratched its head in contemplation and replied, "I think I have seen that kind of grass before near a big pond close to my home, but there are some very fierce bad fish in that pond." Suddenly reminded of its parents, Xiao Xiao's eyes welled with tears. Lin Bai soothed it for a long time before it calmed down. He was convinced that Xiao Xiao had indeed encountered water cloud grass, and those fierce, bad fish were likely the blue scalefish. "Xiao Xiao, can you take me to the pond where the water cloud grass grows?" Lin Bai inquired. Xiao Xiao scratched its head again, "But I don't know how to get home. I don't recognize the path from where Xiao He brought me." Lin Bai frowned, sensing the predicament. It seemed that Xiao Xiao was oblivious to the way back. Suddenly an idea struck him. "Do you remember the path that Xiao He took when it helped you escape?" Xiao Xiao scratched its head once more. "I do, but I need to return to the place from yesterday." Lin Bai understood that Xiao Xiao was referring to the spot where he had roasted the rabbit yesterday, which was conveniently not far from their current location. In a mere 15 minutes, the pair returned to the place where they had first met. Xiao Xiao sniffed the air and pointed in a direction, saying, "It's over there." Lin Bai led Xiao Xiao towards that direction. Half a day later, both of them had grown somewhat hungry. Lin Bai caught a wild rabbit, preparing to resolve his lunch dilemma. "Xiao Xiao, how much farther?" Xiao Xiao sniffed the air again and replied, "It seems there is still half the way to go." After satisfying their hunger, the duo set off once again. As Lin Bai delved deeper into the wilderness, a growing sense of trepidation enveloped him. The number of monstrous beasts surrounding him was steadily increasing, and he pondered the whereabouts of his small home. With each step further into the forest, he encountered more formidable beasts, including several second-tier creatures. Fortunately, he managed to avoid attracting the attention of these second-tier beasts, skillfully relying on his windwalking technique to swiftly vacate their territory. According to Mi Tsai, the distance to his home was still considerable, and at that moment, both man and beast had ventured quite far into the dense thicket. Lin Bai suspected that if he continued further, he might even encounter third-tier beasts, which caused him to waver in his resolve about whether to press on. Ultimately, he decided to continue his journey, reasoning that since he had already traversed half the distance, abandoning the quest midway was not his style. Moreover, Mi Tsai appeared quite eager to return home, prompting them to weave through the forest together. Chapter 86. The treehouse the deeper Lin Bai ventured, the mightier the beasts he encountered. Conversely, the abundance of spiritual herbs along his path was also on the rise. He had already gathered over a dozen first-tier herbs and, to his astonishment, discovered 3 of the remaining 4 herbs he sought, leaving him just one, the water cloud herb, away from collecting all 5. He also managed to procure several second-tier herbs, albeit most regarded by formidable beasts whose strength often reached the second tier, equivalent to that of a martial master, making him hesitant to provoke them. Lin Bai found himself questioning how Mi Tsai's home could be so deeply ensconced within this secret realm. Would it not be safer on the periphery? He inquired about this matter, but Mi Tsai was equally unaware of the reasons. As dusk approached, the sky gradually darkened, and they had traveled all day. Suddenly, Mi Tsai, perched on Lin Bai's shoulder, exclaimed with excitement, "It's just ahead, just ahead. That's my home." Following Mi Tsai's direction, Lin Bai quickened his pace and eventually halted before a grand tree. Beneath the tree, a patch of grass was enclosed by a circle of fences, within which various vegetables were cultivated, and a narrow path led directly to the base of the tree, where a ladder was affixed to the trunk. Guided by Mi Tsai, Lin Bai ascended the ladder and arrived at a treehouse. Mi Tsai leaped from Lin Bai's shoulder and dashed towards the dwelling. The treehouse appeared to have been neglected for several days, with a thin layer of dust accumulating on its surface. With a creak, Lin Bai pushed open the door and stepped inside. The interior was simply furnished, containing two beds, one larger, the other smaller, both adorned with neatly folded bedding, while Mitsai rolled playfully on the smaller bed. It seemed this was the original abode of Mitsai's family. However, as Mitsai had mentioned, its parents had been devoured by the powerful beasts that invaded their home, yet the house itself appeared unscathed. Upon stepping outside, Lin Bai gazed into the distance and discerned the reason. He noticed that many trees in the forest behind the house had toppled, their breakage suggesting they had been violently shattered. Was this the battlefield where Mitsai's parents contended with the beast? Upon returning to the tree house, Lin Bai found Mitsai clutching a doll, rolling about on the bed. The doll bore a resemblance to Mitsai and was meticulously crafted, seemingly made by Mitsai's parents. Lin Bai continued to examine the treehouse, spotting a table laden with books. He approached and picked up one to peruse, hoping to find information related to Mitsai's parents. Upon opening it, he realized the text was bizarre and unfamiliar, clearly written in a script he did not recognize. He turned to Mitsai, who was still on the bed, and asked, "Mitsai, do you know what this says?" Holding the doll, Mitsai shook his head and replied, "I don't know. My parents never let me touch those books." Lin Bai frowned, feeling an instinctive sense that the book contained something significant, yet he could not decipher the words and reluctantly set it aside. It seemed that the sight of familiar objects had stirred Mitsai's emotions. Initially elated to return home, he now felt sorrow upon realizing his parents were no longer there. His eyes glistening with tears, Lin Bai sat beside Mitsai's bed, and the little creature clung to his leg, burying its head and crying. Lin Bai gently patted Mitsai's head and offered comfort, saying, "It's all right. From now on, you can stick with me. I will be your family." As night fell, Lin Bai took advantage of the remaining light to venture out and catch a couple of rabbits for dinner. With each roasted rabbit, his skills in hunting had markedly improved. He could now deftly locate rabbit burrows. Although the tree house was situated in a deeply secluded area of the secret realm, Lin Bai found that the vicinity showed no signs of powerful beasts. Could it be that Mitsai's parents had driven them away? Given that this area should have harbored numerous second-tier beasts, the fact that they had been expelled suggested the formidable strength of Mitsai's parents. And what of the strength of that great beast? Upon returning with the rabbits, Lin Bai noted that the night had fully set in. Mitsai had already fallen asleep, clutching the doll. After roasting the two rabbits beneath the tree, Lin Bai called Mitsai awake. Rubbing its sleepy eyes, Mitsai leaped on a Lin Bai's shoulder, still clutching the doll. With the roasted rabbits available, Mitsai quickly forgot its earlier sorrow, devouring the meal with gusto. Now that night had descended, the search for the water cloud herb could wait until tomorrow, allowing them to rest well in the tree house after a long day of travel. After finishing dinner, Lin Bai settled onto the bed once occupied by Mitsai's parents, preparing to commence his cultivation for the day. Seeing Lin Bai's preparations, Mitsai also stretched its small legs and sat cross-legged on the bed, ready to begin its own practice. Perhaps due to the deeper location they found themselves in, the celestial energy in this area was noticeably richer than that in the cave they had previously occupied. Soon, two swirling vortices of spiritual energy appeared above Lin Bai and Mitsai's heads. Lin Bai seized the opportunity to absorb the ambient energy, feeling a persistent, ominous premonition as they delved deeper into this secret realm, which spurred his urgent desire to elevate his strength. After breaking through to the martial disciple realm, he once again recognized the formidable nature of the Nine Dragons technique. The two true Qi fire dragons coursing through his meridians provided him with an immense reservoir of true Qi. He confidently asserted that even a martial disciple at the 6th layer would not possess as much true Qi as he did. Each true Qi fire dragon stored an amount comparable to the true Qi of Lin Bai's entire Dantian, and the purity of the energy contained within was substantially higher, allowing Lin Bai to utilize the same quantity of true Qi for a longer duration. Time flew swiftly, and when Lin Bai opened his eyes, it was already the following morning. He stretched lazily and stepped out of the treehouse, inhaling the fresh air of the environment. Mitsai was still nestled in bed, soundly asleep, likely having dozed off during their cultivation the previous night. Lin Bai sensed Mitsai's cultivation level and discovered that Mitsai was nearing the 4th layer of Qi refinement. It would not be long before Mitsai achieved a breakthrough. He gently shook Mitsai, but the little creature stubbornly pushed Lin Bai's hand away with its tiny paw, clearly reluctant to awaken. After several attempts, Mitsai finally stirred, sitting up and entering its daily ritual of daydreaming. "Mitsai, Where did you say you last saw the water cloud herb? Lin Bai inquired, prompting Mitsai to conclude its reverie and leap on a Lin Bai's shoulder, clutching the doll tightly. Chapter 87 Run. Under Mitsai's direction, the duo soon arrived in a fruit grove, gathering a few fruits for breakfast before setting off towards the pond where the water cloud herb was located. The pond was not far from the treehouse. In just a quarter of an hour, they reached its banks. The area of the pond is considerable, roughly equivalent to that of a basketball court. Lin Bai cast his gaze across the water and immediately noticed the aquatic cloud grass flourishing at the bottom of the pond. However, he also discovered numerous blue-scaled fish gliding amidst the aquatic cloud grass. A rough count revealed that this relatively small pond harbored over 100 blue-scaled fish. Each of these fish displayed sharp teeth, exposed and menacing, causing the small creature, seemingly frightened by these formidable beings, to huddle against Lin Bai's shoulder, clutching its toy. Lin Bai felt a pang of concern. The pond's depth was at least 1 or 2 meters. How could he collect the aquatic cloud grass without disturbing the blue-scaled fish? The last thing he desired was to be bitten by these toothy creatures. The aquatic cloud grass thrived abundantly at the pond's center, but there was none to be found along the edges, which dashed Lin Bai's hopes of gathering some from the shore. Nearby, numerous vines grew, and upon noticing them, Lin Bai's eyes lit up with a daring idea. He collected several vines and subsequently connected them to achieve the desired length, tying a knot at one end. The small creature, curious about Lin Bai's actions, inquired, "What are you doing?" Lin Bai teased, "You'll find out shortly." Once he had fashioned the vines into a sufficient length, Lin Bai sought out 2 long branches to serve as makeshift poles. After testing the rigidity of the branches, he secured one end of the vine to one branch and, mimicking the motion of a whip, flung the other end towards the pond's center. The vine quickly sank beneath the surface. The sudden appearance of the vine startled several blue-scaled fish, yet they seemed oblivious to its origin. Some curious fish swam around it a few times, but soon lost interest, deeming it no different from ordinary water plants. Once the fish had moved away from the vine, Lin Bai gingerly extended the other branch into the water, carefully hooking the small knot at the vine's end with the branch's hook. With one branch in hand, he deftly maneuvered the vine towards a patch of aquatic cloud grass. He submerged the branch, encircling a small section of the grass with the vine, and alternated the branch in his hands to entwine the grass further. After a brief test of strength, he found that the grass was tightly bound, and with gradual force, he began to pull the entangled aquatic cloud grass upward. The roots were not deeply anchored, and he easily uprooted the grass from the pond's bottom. His actions went unnoticed by the blue-scaled fish, which merely sensed a ripple on the surface. The small portion of grass he retrieved did not attract their attention. Once he had dragged the grass ashore, Lin Bai detached the aquatic cloud grass from the vine, having successfully gathered all 5 varieties. The small creature perched on his shoulder had been observing his actions, and upon witnessing Lin Bai's success, it felt a sense of disbelief, surprised that such a method was possible. "Let us go back," Lin Bai said, patting the small creature's head. To preserve the efficacy of the herbs, he needed to return to the wooden cabin to process the freshly collected aquatic cloud grass. Upon reaching the cabin, Lin Bai placed the processed aquatic cloud grass alongside the other spiritual herbs. Suddenly, a ferocious roar erupted from beneath the trees, startling Lin Bai. Was a beast intruding? He approached the trees with the small creature, but found no sign of any beast. What had caused that noise? Abruptly, a chill ran down his spine, and he felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end as an overwhelmingly powerful aura manifested behind him. The small creature sensed the presence as well, curling tightly on his shoulder and trembling. "It's that great beast." In that moment, cold sweat trickled down Lin Bai's back. He slowly turned around, only to find, less than 2 or 3 meters away, a fearsome beast that had appeared without his notice. He struggled to describe the creature. Standing 5 meters tall and 10 meters long, it resembled a dog, but boasted a pair of menacing horns protruding from its head, its body covered in a dense layer of black scales. At that moment, the colossal beast fixed its lantern-like eyes on the small creature on Lin Bai's shoulder, its greed unabashedly evident. This beast exuded an immense aura, causing Lin Bai's body to tremble involuntarily. This creature was at least of the 3rd tier. The 3rd tier indicated that this beast's power had reached the divine forging realm. What did that mean? Lin Bai, a mere 1st-tier martial apprentice, was but an insect before this 3rd-tier beast, which could effortlessly crush him with a mere flick of its finger. He could discern the beast's insatiable greed, as if it longed to devour the small creature before him, viewing it as a delicacy beyond compare. "Run! We must flee," Lin Bai urged, though he was unsure why the beast merely watched him and the small creature without taking immediate action. Perhaps it relished the thrill of the hunt. Lin Bai questioned whether he could escape the gaze of this terrifying third-tier beast, but he knew he could not wait idly for his doom. It was better to fight for even the slightest chance of survival than to succumb without a struggle. Remaining still guaranteed his demise, while fleeing offered a minuscule chance of survival. "Hold on tight." Lin Bai gritted his teeth, his voice barely above a whisper to avoid alerting the beast. In the next moment, he unleashed the full extent of his wind-walking technique, transforming into a gust of wind as he dashed deeper into the jungle. The beast, caught off guard by Lin Bai's audacity to flee before it, let out a furious roar and began to pursue him. Lin Bai had never experienced such a frantic activation of wind-walking, and his speed reached unprecedented heights. In that instant, he felt as if he were faster than a bullet. However, to his dismay, the beast's speed matched his own. Had it not been for its massive size and the obstructing underbrush, Lin Bai would have already been caught. Yet, the foliage and trees were no more than mere obstacles to the beast, which barreled through them as if they were paper. Just as the beast was closing in, Lin Bai, driven by a primal instinct to survive, unleashed his full potential. He had to run with every ounce of strength he possessed. Gradually, the beast's speed began to surpass his own. Yet, it seemed to savor the chase, relishing the torment of its prey. The prolonged exertion of wind walking weighed heavily on Lin Bai's body, but he dared not pause. To stop meant certain death. Half an hour had passed since the beast began its pursuit. Throughout this time, Lin Bai had consistently activated wind walking, and his legs began to numb. The small creature clung tightly to him, its claws gripping firmly to prevent being swept away by the wind generated by Lin Bai's rapid pace. The wind howled in his ears like the tolling of death's bell. To evade the beast's relentless pursuit, Lin Bai steered towards treacherous terrain, utilizing his nimble form to create distance between himself and the beast. His strategy bore fruit initially, as he managed to gain a slight lead. However, that distance was quickly closed. Gradually, the beast appeared to grow impatient, accelerating its pace, prepared to make Lin Bai and the small creature its next meal. Witnessing the beast's newfound speed, Lin Bai bit his tongue, shaking off the fog clouding his mind. His clothing was soaked with sweat, but he gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. As he broke through a thicket, a structure emerged before him. Yet, all he could think of was to run. His mind was consumed by the singular urge to escape, rendering him oblivious to the building nestled within the jungle. The edifice stood directly in the path of his flight, and Lin Bai found himself drawing ever closer to it. At that moment, the monstrous beast pursuing him abruptly halted, casting wary glances at the structure, as if something within held it in trepidation. Oblivious to the cessation of his pursuer, Lin Bai continued to run fervently. Before he realized it, he had already entered the building and soon discovered that the path ahead had vanished. Reluctantly, he came to a stop. Just as Lin Bai believed he was destined to perish within the maw of the beast that had been chasing him, he suddenly sensed its presence had dissipated. He turned around, only to find the creature had completely vanished. A wave of relief washed over Lin Bai, but darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the ground. Time passed. How long? He could not tell, before Lin Bai found himself ensnared in a peculiar dream. In this dream, he felt an overwhelming fatigue, unable even to open his eyes. His body felt limp, and his thighs seemed as if they belonged to someone else entirely. Suddenly, he felt a tickling sensation on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was the creature Xiao Xiao, using its tiny paws to nuzzle him. His head spun, rendering the objects before him somewhat indistinct. It was only then that he had the opportunity to reflect on the events leading up to his unconsciousness. The beast. What had become of the one that had pursued him? Lin Bai glanced around, but saw no trace of it. Seeing Lin Bai finally awaken, Xiao Xiao exclaimed joyfully, "You're awake." Lin Bai felt an unbearable dryness in his throat and hoarsely inquired, "How long have I been unconscious?" Xiao Xiao scratched its head, uncertain, and replied, "A few hours. I suppose. You really scared me when you fainted. Fortunately, that large beast has disappeared. I rubbed your face for quite a while, and you didn't wake up." Lin Bai rubbed his head, pondering the matter of a few hours. It seemed his unconsciousness hadn't lasted too long. He realized he was within a stone hall, its architecture reminiscent of the divine temples depicted in the Western mythologies he had encountered in his previous life. After a frantic escape, Even a few hours of unconsciousness could be considered a form of rest. Yet he still felt utterly drained, and it took considerable effort to prop himself up into a sitting position. By this time, dusk had settled, and the fading light of the setting sun illuminated the stone hall nestled within the jungle. Lin Bai noticed he was in a small room just inside the main entrance of the hall, with a gentle stream flowing in front of it. Parched, he dragged his weary body toward the stream step by step. The cool water quenched his thirst, prompting an involuntary sigh of relief. This sensation of surviving a calamity was truly remarkable. After a harrowing escape, Xiao Xiao, too, was thirsty, plunging its head into the water and drinking eagerly. Once Lin Bai had regained some strength, he took the time to inspect the stone hall more closely. How could such a structure exist within a secret realm? The hall had clearly withstood the test of time, as evidenced by the weathered stones that formed its walls. The hall was vast, and standing at its entrance, Lin Bai could hardly grasp its full grandeur. His curiosity piqued. He wondered if the cessation of the beast's pursuit was somehow related to this hall. If so, it was all the more reason to explore its depths. Crossing the threshold of the entrance, he was greeted by a long corridor lined with numerous small chambers, one of which he had just awakened in. Beyond the corridor lay a small garden, complete with a fountain that had long since run dry. The deeper he ventured, the more he found the architectural style to resemble that of Western buildings from his previous life. Night had fully descended, and Lin Bai continued to navigate the hall, guided by the moonlight. After passing through several smaller chambers, he suddenly perceived a flicker of light emanating from a nearby square. Were there others within the hall besides himself? Lin Bai slowed his pace, cautiously approaching the source of illumination. As he drew nearer, it became evident that not only were there others present, but their numbers appeared substantial. Upon closer inspection, Lin Bai recognized that they were all clad in the attire of the sword sect, each seated in meditation on the square, engaged in some unknown activity. It was no wonder he had encountered no one else in the secret realm. They had all gathered here. Suddenly, Lin Bai spotted a familiar figure and approached quietly, bending down to tap the person on the shoulder. Li Shixiang, what brings you here? The individual turned out to be Li Jingyi, who looked back in surprise upon recognizing Lin Bai. Shitty, how are you here? Li Jingyi's expression shifted slightly as he queried, Shitty, have you joined one of the other two sects? Lin Bai was taken aback by this question, unsure why Li Jingyi would assume such a thing. Nonetheless, he replied, No, I told you before, I wouldn't join any sect. Li Jingyi seemed skeptical, suspecting Lin Bai was deceiving him. He pressed further then, How did you obtain a spot in the secret realm? At that moment, Lin Bai understood why Li Jingyi had initially posed that question. Shixiang, you misunderstood. I earned my spot by winning first place in the new disciples competition. Hearing this, Li Jingyi's expression softened, and after assessing Lin Bai's cultivation level, he exclaimed in delight, Shitty, I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. You truly are a rare talent, managing to outshine so many peers of equal cultivation. Li Jingyi had witnessed Lin Bai's prowess. Even at the Qi refinement stage, he had managed to break through the true Qi barrier of a first-layer martial disciple. Winning the competition among similarly ranked opponents was hardly surprising. If Li Jingyi were to learn that Lin Bai had triumphed using only his Qi refinement skills, he would surely be astounded. Shitty, you have also broken through to the martial disciple stage. The cultivation at this level requires more resources. Have you considered? Lin Bai recognized that Li Jingyi was attempting to recruit him and preempted his offer, raising a hand to halt him. Shixiang, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I still prefer not to join any sect. Seeing Lin Bai's refusal, Li Jingyi did not press the issue further and shifted the topic. What is that on your shoulder? It looks rather unusual. Prior to entering the square, Lin Bai had instructed Xiao Xiao to remain silent to avoid revealing its identity as a beast. He replied, This is a cub of a beast I inadvertently found in the secret realm. It looked adorable, so I decided to take care of it. By the way, Shixiao, what is everyone doing here? Taken aback by Lin Bai's question, Li Jingyi responded, You don't know? Noting Li Jingyi's surprise, Lin Bai scratched his head and admitted, Shixiao. To be frank, I entered this stone hall inadvertently while fleeing from a beast, and that is how I came across you and the other disciples. Li Jingyi still seemed perplexed. Did you not inquire about anything before entering the secret realm? Lin Bai's face flushed slightly. He had originally entered the secret realm to collect 5 types of spirit herbs and had not inquired about the hall at all. Shixiao, I acted on a whim after obtaining my spot, and I didn't take the time to ask about it seriously. Li Jingyi regarded Lin Bai with a tinge of reproach, realizing he had recklessly ventured into the secret realm without any knowledge. Although the spiritual energy within the secret realm was indeed richer than outside, it also harbored numerous dangers, the most significant of which were the beasts. He regarded Lin Bai as merely a martial apprentice at the first level. To recklessly venture into the secret realm posed a grave risk to one's life. Although the Jade Talisman possessed life-preserving capabilities, it had its limitations. Should one encounter an exceptionally powerful demon beast, it was possible that the talisman would not activate in time, resulting in a swift demise at the hands of the creature. Even as a martial apprentice at the 4th level, he had only reached this stone hall by forming a team. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Lin Bai claimed to have been pursued by a demon beast all the way here. Junior brother, I initially believed you had come seeking an opportunity, but it turns out you stumbled into this place by chance. Upon hearing Li Jingyi mention the notion of opportunity, Lin Bai expressed his curiosity. Senior brother, what opportunity? Li Jingyi, feigning suspense, observed Lin Bai's impatience before leisurely explaining. This stone hall is, in fact, a place of inheritance. It is said that this legacy originates from a powerful figure of ancient times. For reasons unknown, this being perished within this secret realm, leaving behind a legacy just before their demise. This site of inheritance was only discovered a few decades ago, yet regrettably, no one has been able to claim the legacy of this great figure for over a decade. Li Jingyi pointed to a stone tablet in front of the plaza, saying, acquiring this legacy is quite simple. One merely needs to comprehend the mysteries inscribed upon that tablet. Unfortunately, no one has managed to unravel its profoundness for decades. Nonetheless, not everyone left empty-handed. Some individuals grasped 1 or 2 fragments of its mysteries, significantly enhancing their strength and solidifying their martial foundations. Consequently, this stone hall has become a coveted destination for those seeking opportunities, as everyone hopes that one day they too can decipher the tablet's secrets and experience a surge in their abilities. Lin Bai glanced at the tablet not far away and nodded. So that's the case. No wonder everyone is seated in this plaza. Gurgle, gurgle. Lin Bai's stomach growled, reminding him that he had gone nearly a day without food. Coupled with the exhausting chase from the demon beast, his energy was severely depleted, leaving him ravenous. Li Jingyi chuckled, seemingly aware of Lin Bai's predicament, and produced a generous amount of roasted meat from a bag, along with a jug of wine and several cups. Junior brother, consider this meal my treat. The food Li Jingyi retrieved was plentiful, including several steaming pieces of roasted meat. Lin Bai, astonished at how such a small bag could yield so much, exclaimed, Senior brother, what kind of magical artifact is this bag? How can it hold so many items? Li Jingyi, with a hint of pride, patted the small pouch at his waist, and replied, Junior brother, don't be deceived by its appearance. This is a storage bag, although it is not particularly high quality, offering only 10 square units of space. It suffices for storing food and various odds and ends. Moreover, time within the storage bag is suspended. Whatever you place inside remains in its original state when retrieved. After basking in the envy directed at him, Li Jingyi continued, Enough of that, let us drink and feast. He set 2 small cups, filling them to the brim. The two clinked their cups together and downed the contents in one swift motion. Ah, refreshing, Li Jingyi exclaimed. Lin Bai, having not gauged his own tolerance, or perhaps the potency of the wine, was immediately overwhelmed by the fiery liquid, erupting into a fit of coughs. Observing Lin Bai's reaction, Li Jingyi laughed heartily and handed him a piece of roasted meat, saying, Eat some meat to soothe your throat. After accepting the roasted meat from Li Jingyi, he too began to indulge in a piece. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao, perched on Lin Bai's shoulder, had become quite envious, drooling with anticipation. The little creature pawed at Lin Bai, its eyes fixed intently on the roasted meat in his hand. Having momentarily forgotten about the little one, Lin Bai set Xiao Xiao down on the ground and offered it a piece of meat. The creature eagerly took the meat and began to gnaw at it, its comical demeanor eliciting laughter from Li Jingyi, who remarked, Junior brother, your little demon beast cub is truly amusing. I wonder what species it is. Chapter 90. Comprehending the stone tablet after satisfying their hunger, Lin Bai bid farewell to Li Jingyi and, accompanied by Xiao Xiao, retreated to a stone chamber to rest. At present, he had no intention of attempting to decipher the stone tablet in the plaza or seeking any opportunities. After a day of exhaustion, he required rest. The stone hall, while lacking in various amenities, offered ample chambers. Lin Bai entered one of the stone rooms with a new bedding set borrowed from Li Jingyi. Having eaten to its fill, Xiao Xiao had already fallen asleep in his arms, having grown quite tired throughout the day. That night, Lin Bai did not plan to cultivate. His body needed recuperation, and he wished to avoid drawing attention to himself with the noise of his training. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the stone chamber, Lin Bai rubbed his eyes and stretched lazily. After a night's rest, he felt significantly rejuvenated, though his legs still felt somewhat weak. He did not wish to disturb Xiao Xiao and quietly made his way to the small river outside the stone hall to freshen up. After completing his morning routine, Lin Bai returned to the plaza from the previous day, where he found numerous individuals seated, engrossed in contemplating the stone tablet. He treaded lightly as he approached the stone tablet, which was adorned with many enigmatic runes that seemed to draw one in upon prolonged observation. Lin Bai recalled the plaque in front of the scripture pavilion, sensing a similarity between the two. However, this stone tablet was considerably more restrained than the plaque, which immediately captivated one's attention with its profound martial essence. Lin Bai perceived that the significance of the stone tablet might even surpass that of the plaque at the scripture pavilion. He stared intently at the tablet, gradually feeling as though he was on the verge of understanding something. Yet he could not grasp that fleeting sensation. The runes on the tablet appeared increasingly profound, as if he were separated from the truth by a thin veil, one that was impossible to break through. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Lin Bai's contemplation. "Hey, you there! Don't block the stone tablet. We need to comprehend it." Startled, Lin Bai realized he was obstructing others and promptly turned to leave. He felt as though he was merely a hair's breadth away from uncovering the secrets of the stone tablet, yet he could not pinpoint the crucial aspect. With a wry smile, he shook his head and headed back to the stone chamber to check on whether Xiao Xiao had awakened. Deciding not to dwell further on the tablet, Xiao Xiao remained deep in slumber within the stone chamber, yet sensing Lin Bai's presence, it opened its eyes, rubbing its drowsy gaze with its little paws, appearing somewhat dazed. After tidying up the bedding, Lin Bai gently patted his shoulder, signaling for the still-dazed Xiao Xiao to come closer. Half an hour later, Lin Bai retrieved the roasted meat he had prepared from a rack. It was a rabbit he had caught in the forest half an hour prior. With his hunger addressed, Lin Bai set off toward the plaza, shoulder adorned with Xiao Xiao, eager to revisit the stone tablet, hoping that this time he might unravel its secrets and discover an opportunity of his own. Upon returning to the plaza, he noticed that Li Jingyi was no longer in his previous spot, likely having grown weary from his contemplation and gone to rest. This reminded Lin Bai of Li Jingyi's storage bag, and he silently resolved to acquire one for himself in the future, recognizing the convenience it would provide. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Xiao nestled comfortably on his shoulder, drifting back into sleep, leaving Lin Bai somewhat exasperated at the little creature's penchant for slumber. In the plaza, besides the outer disciples, Lin Bai also noted the presence of several inner disciples, distinguishable by their red attire, which he could easily identify. Within the stone hall, aside from this solitary monument, it appeared that no other items of value remained, and if there were, they had likely long been removed by others. After searching for an unoccupied patch of ground, Lin Bai settled cross-legged and began to contemplate the stone tablet before the square. Perhaps after some time, upon revisiting the tablet, he seemed to perceive something distinctly different. Lin Bai was reluctant to abandon this newfound insight, and he earnestly pondered the monument before him. As time flowed ceaselessly, he gradually found himself entering a peculiar state. At that moment, his world transformed into a vast expanse of white, where everything else had ceased to exist, leaving only himself and the stone tablet before him. Yet, it appeared he had entirely forgotten his own existence, his mind wholly engrossed in the monument. Under his gaze, the runes inscribed on the tablet seemed to morph into black and white tadpoles that began to swim about. Gradually, the black and white tadpoles began to separate, with the black ones clustering together and the white ones doing the same. In the next moment, these black and white tadpoles coalesced into a circular shape, each forming half of the whole. Suddenly, Lin Bai sensed two profound energies emanating from the circle on the tablet, and he found himself at a loss for words to describe them. These two energies resembled two extremes, black and white, life and death, yet at this moment, they coexisted harmoniously, with black containing white and life embodying death. This reminded Lin Bai of the Taiji diagram he had encountered in his past life. The aura radiating from this half-black, half-white circle bore an uncanny resemblance to the essence the Taiji sought to convey. Suddenly, he found himself involuntarily operating the Nine-Dragon technique, directing his true energy to surge within his dantian. Under his control, The true energy within his dantian split into two, each revealing starkly contrasting essences. Abruptly, these two energies began to clash within his dantian, displaying an air of you exist, I do not. I exist, you do not. The confrontation of these energies imposed immense pressure on his dantian, and a tearing pain radiated from within, indicating that his dantian had sustained injury due to their conflict. Following this injury, the two true energy fire dragons within his meridians seemed to sense something, writhing towards Lin Bai's dantian. The true energy fire dragons moved with remarkable speed, almost instantaneously reaching his dantian. Upon arrival, they began to mend the injured areas of his dantian. With the combined effort of the two true energy fire dragons, the damaged regions quickly returned to their original state. However, as the two contrasting energies continued to battle, Lin Bai's dantian was soon injured once more. The true energy fire dragons again swam towards the damaged areas to initiate repairs, but after this attempt, they seemed to sense something, diving into the two battling energies. As these two true energy fire dragons penetrated the opposing energies, what transpired next was akin to dousing a roaring fire with a bucket of cold water. The two energies instantly ceased their struggle. The opposing essences persisted, yet now there was an added nuance of mutual inclusion, reminiscent of the black and white circle on the tablet. Chapter 89. The entrance beneath the square. Once the two energies in Lin Bai's dantian settled, the two true energy fire dragons emerged from the conflicting energies and swam back into the meridians. There was a sense of finality, akin to a departure after an arduous task, deeply concealed from fame and recognition. Suddenly, the once turbulent energies began to revolve around one another, their velocity increasing exponentially. Furthermore, the volume of these energies continuously diminished, becoming more and more compact. Time slipped away, and eventually, the two energies within Lin Bai's dantian halted their rotation. Following the cessation, they fused into a tightly bound circle, significantly reduced in size compared to their initial form. Yet the repelling essence emanating from the energies remained unchanged, now coexisting within the final compact sphere of true energy. As the true energy within his dantian condensed into this small sphere, Lin Bai felt an overwhelming emptiness in his dantian. However, astonishment filled his heart. Could this be his fortuitous encounter? He sensed that the remaining sphere of true energy had been condensed countless times, with its quality enhanced several-fold. Although only a minuscule sphere of true energy resided in his dantian, he felt it could sustain him for a duration even exceeding that of when his dantian was full. Suddenly, Lin Bai observed the black and white circle on the tablet begin to spin rapidly. Gradually, the vast white expanse around him began to twist. With a thunderous sound, the once white realm before him shattered. Lin Bai blinked, discovering that the scenery had reverted to its original state. Everyone remained seated before the square, quietly contemplating the contents of the stone tablet, as if nothing had transpired. Was it merely an illusion? He began to doubt whether he had become so engrossed in the tablet that he had conjured some sort of mirage. But in the next moment, he sensed the condensed sphere of true energy within his dantian. Everything that had just occurred was not a figment of his imagination. Suddenly, the crowd felt the ground beneath them tremble. The square began to quake. The individuals who had been contemplating the stone tablet swiftly rose and fled towards the exit of the stone hall. With a resounding crash, the square began to collapse, creating a vast chasm at its center. By this time, those who had been on the square had already reached the exterior of the stone hall. Realizing that the tremors were localized solely to that section of the square, it was not an earthquake, as the stone hall and its surroundings remained undisturbed. The rumbling continued within the stone hall, accompanied by a billowing cloud of dust that surged forth from the corridors. After a considerable duration, the dust in the air finally settled, allowing the crowd to examine what had transpired in the square. A sense of unease crept into their hearts. Could something have befallen the stone tablet? Upon returning to the square, they collectively sighed in relief as the tablet appeared unscathed. Though a significant portion of the central area had collapsed, suddenly someone shouted, "Everyone come quickly! It seems there is an entrance below." The crowd hurried to investigate and found it to be true. After the square had caved in, an entrance emerged, resembling an artificially constructed passageway. Although most of the opening was obscured by rubble, nevertheless, they could faintly discern that it seemed to be a man-made tunnel. After confirming the situation, several inner disciples clad in red garments stepped forward and addressed the crowd. Fellow disciples, this entrance appeared abruptly and may harbor dangers. As inner disciples, it is our responsibility to ensure your safety. We will venture down first to assess the situation and return to inform you once we ascertain that it is safe. No sooner had these inner disciples spoken than they moved towards the entrance, when suddenly an outer disciple in the crowd shouted, "I see you are all intent on hoarding the treasures within." Everyone promptly recalled that this stone hall was a site of inheritance. Who knew what treasures might lie hidden within this newly emerged entrance? Upon realizing the implications, many voiced their agreement. Indeed, you cannot simply monopolize the treasures just because you are inner disciples. The inner disciples, having had their intentions laid bare, wore expressions of discontent. Indeed, they had sought to claim the treasures for themselves. One inner disciple stepped forward and seized the neck of the outer disciple who had first exposed their intentions, angrily rebuking. "You are but an outer disciple. Who gave you the audacity to meddle in our affairs?" The strength of the inner disciple had reached the level of a martial master, while the outer disciple was merely a martial apprentice, causing the latter to struggle for breath under the grip. The onlookers could only seethe in silence at the scene before them. Each intersect disciple had attained the formidable rank of martial master, rendering them no match for their opponent. Witnessing the fate of that individual, the remaining outer sect disciples dared not utter another word. Those who had just voiced their agreement with the disciple now found themselves gripped by trepidation, fearing that they might be the next targets of aggression. The outer disciple, whose throat was being gripped, managed to utter with great difficulty, "If you dare, just kill me. Do you know the consequences of harming a fellow sect member?" The inner disciple released his hold, casting the outer disciple aside, and retorted, "Fu Hongji, do not be so arrogant. You are but a mere outer disciple at the martial apprentice level, while I have already ascended to the realm of martial master. If I wish to eliminate you, I could devise 1,000 methods. I have only spared you thus far for the sake of your sister, but my patience is not infinite." Fu Hongji rose from the ground, glaring at the inner disciple. "Ko Sheng, if you have the guts, kill me. Then I can reunite with my unfortunate sister. If you do not slay me, I will ensure that your blood debt for my sister is repaid in kind." Ko Sheng paid no heed to Fu Hongji's words and turned to his fellow inner disciples, saying, "Let us go inside." It appeared that Ko Sheng was the leader among them, as he led the other inner disciples into the entrance. The remaining outer disciples silently observed the unfolding drama. It seemed there was a deep-seated animosity between Fu Hongji and Ko Sheng, and they deemed it prudent to refrain from intervening, especially since the inner disciples at the martial master level were not to be trifled with by mere martial apprentices. After Ko Sheng and his companions entered, Fu Hongji too ventured into the cave. The others exchanged glances, contemplating whether to follow. The allure of the entrance was undeniably enticing, with no one knowing whether treasures or the legacy of the stone hall lay within. Eventually, the first brave soul emerged. The bold thrive while the timid perish. Once one person took the plunge, others soon followed, and ultimately, all the outer disciples gathered in the square stepped into the entrance. Chapter 90. The Ineffectiveness of the Jade Token. As the crowd gradually disappeared into the entrance, only Lin Bai remained standing in the square. He pondered various matters, sensing that the appearance of this entrance was somehow linked to what he had seen on the stone tablet, even believing that this entrance had been opened because of him. Ultimately, he resolved to enter, his subconscious assuring him that no danger awaited within, since the entrance was related to the stone tablet, which had served as a conduit for the legacy of a fallen powerhouse. It stood to reason that this entrance, too, was connected to that legacy. The small creature on Lin Bai's shoulder had awakened due to the commotion caused by the collapse of the square and was now curiously observing the surroundings, having never encountered such an exhilarating spectacle before. Upon entering the entrance, Lin Bai was greeted by a dimly lit passageway. Despite the darkness, a warrior's vision far surpassed that of ordinary men, allowing him to navigate the corridor with ease. He walked deliberately, unhurried, as an inner voice urged him to take his time. As he traversed the passage, Lin Bai noted its age. Moss clung to the walls, and water occasionally dripped from the ceiling. The corridor was both deep and lengthy, and Lin Bai could sense that he was descending, indicating that it led underground. Having taken his time, he had yet to encounter another soul. After a quarter of an hour, he found himself drawn to a glimmer of light emanating from ahead. Quickening his pace, he moved toward the source of illumination. After traveling a couple of 100 meters, he arrived in a grand hall, the light streaming from its ceiling. The hall spanned over 100 square meters and contained 6 doors, piquing Lin Bai's curiosity. After such a long trek through the passage, he had finally stumbled upon something intriguing. Apart from Lin Bai, the hall was deserted, leading him to speculate that those who had entered before him had ventured through one of the 6 doors. Lin Bai continued to scrutinize the doors, pondering their deeper significance. 6 doors? Suddenly, he recalled a literary work from his past life, featuring an organization of constables known as the 6 Doors. He chuckled and shook his head, dismissing any connection between the two. Then, he noticed that each door bore a distinct emblem, now somewhat faded due to the passage of time. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the 6 symbols represented a knife, a sword, a horn, a fan, a spear, and a beast's head. What could these symbols signify? Lin Bai found himself perplexed by their meaning. Could it be that a monstrous beast had utilized the weapons depicted to sever its own horn? Even if that were the case, what of the fan? Was the beast attempting to cool its horn? Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Lin Bai realized that if he wished to advance, he must choose a door and proceed through it. Yet he was uncertain which door to select. Xiao Xiao, which way do you think we should go? Upon hearing Lin Bai's query, Xiao Xiao's eyes widened as it examined the symbols above the doors. Upon spotting the horn, it suddenly halted, touching its own small horn and pointing with its tiny paw at the corresponding door, exclaiming, "That one! That one!" With Xiao Xiao having made the choice for him, Lin Bai confidently approached the indicated door. Pushing it open, he found another passageway, albeit narrower and considerably drier than the previous one. With a resounding thud, the stone door slammed shut behind him as he entered. He attempted to push against the heavy stone door, only to find it immovable. It seemed he would need to exit through the hall to open it. Lin Bai could only smile wryly, realizing he had no choice but to proceed further. A quarter of an hour later, he discovered a stone chamber containing an empty chest, already opened, suggesting that someone had previously chosen the same door. After exiting the stone chamber, Lin Bai continued along the passage. Another 15 minutes passed before he stumbled upon yet another stone chamber, which also housed an open chest, devoid of contents. As he continued on, Lin Bai suddenly tripped over something on the ground. Looking down, he was startled to find a corpse lying beneath his feet. This sudden shock startled Xiao Xiao, causing it to shrink back in fright. After a long moment, Lin Bai's heart settled. He confirmed that what lay before him was indeed a corpse. Clad in the attire of an outer disciple, it was evident that this individual had entered the entrance earlier. Lin Bai approached to examine the body more closely, discovering a fatal wound to the neck, a sword injury, indicating that this person had been slain with a single thrust. Suddenly, Lin Bai recalled a critical detail. Disciples entering the secret realm could be transported out via the Jade Token, which would manifest a protective shield when the disciple faced a fatal blow, subsequently whisking them away from danger. He had completely overlooked this fact while fleeing from the beast yesterday. It was only after Li Jingyi chastised him for recklessly entering the secret realm without gathering information that it resurfaced in his mind. Had he known, he could have simply activated the token to escape, rather than enduring the harrowing pursuit. However, as the saying goes, fortune often hides within misfortune, and misfortune frequently harbors fortune. Were it not for the beast's relentless chase, he would never have entered this stone hall and gained the insights from the stone tablet. Even the disciple lying on the ground at this moment had forgotten about the Jade Token's teleportation function, which should have shielded him from that fatal strike before transporting him away. To unravel his confusion, he continued to search the corpse at his feet. Lin Bai discovered a Jade Token on this disciple, the very token meant for teleportation, yet he found it to be dim and devoid of luster, as if it had lost its functionality. This struck him as odd. He distinctly recalled that even when dormant, the Jade Token would emit a faint glow, never appearing so dull and lifeless as it did now. Removing the Jade Token that hung from his waist, he was astonished to find his own token equally devoid of radiance. He clearly remembered that upon entering the passage, his token had still been radiating a faint light. How could it now be entirely bereft of shine? Chapter 91. It wasn't intentional recalling the corpse on the ground. Lin Bai contemplated the singular possibility. The Jade Tokens had become ineffective in this place. He remembered that from the moment he entered this passage, he seemed to have been descending continuously, and he might now be deep underground. Could this be the reason for the token's failure? A grave expression began to settle on Lin Bai's face, as the situation appeared to be growing increasingly dire. He had inspected the corpse and found nothing apart from the clothing and the Jade Token at the waist. He distinctly remembered that this individual had possessed a small pouch similar to the storage bag of Li Jingyi before entering the passage, yet now that pouch was entirely absent. It must have been another storage item. He also recalled the 2 stone chambers he encountered within this passage, both containing empty boxes. Lin Bai surmised that a deadly incident might have transpired over a dispute concerning the treasures within those boxes. Furthermore, it seemed that only he and the individual who had slain this disciple remained in the passage. For harming fellow sect members was an exceedingly grave offense, punishable by the loss of cultivation and expulsion from the sect, or even death. If more than just the deceased and a single other person had entered this passage, then that person's actions should have been curtailed, or perhaps the murderer had eliminated everyone else to monopolize the contents of the boxes. A shiver ran down Lin Bai's spine. The path ahead at this moment appeared to be exceedingly perilous. The disciple seemed to have perished only about half an hour ago, as the blood on the ground had yet to dry. The small creature at Lin Bai's side had also noticed the corpse and, frightened, had burrowed into his embrace, curling up tightly. Ultimately, Lin Bai resolved to press onward despite the daunting circumstances. With the jade tokens rendered ineffective and the stone door only openable from the outside, he had no choice but to descend further. Fortunately, as he continued down the path, Lin Bai did not encounter any more corpses, confirming his suspicions that only the murderer and the deceased had chosen this route. Within a stone chamber, a youth clad in the garb of an outer sect disciple sat helplessly in a corner. There lay an unopened box within the chamber. This young man understood that a treasure was concealed within that box, a fact he had confirmed in the previous 2 chambers. The 2 treasures from those chambers now resided in the 2 storage bags at his waist. The first contained a large seal, a treasure of at least the Xian rank, worthy of being called a magical artifact. The second chamber's box also held a treasure of the same rank, resembling a beast's horn, though he was unaware of its purpose. Despite having acquired 2 Xian rank treasures, the disciple felt no joy. Half an hour prior, he had taken a life, his first act of murder. Huadong had never intended to kill that person. He merely wished to activate the other's jade token to send him away. However, events had not unfolded as he had envisioned. For reasons unknown, the jade token had failed, resulting in the man falling victim to his blade. Huadong attempted to console himself, convincing himself that the man had brought this fate upon himself. Only they had entered the passage, and upon discovering the treasure in the first chamber, the man insisted on keeping it for himself, promising that he would relinquish the treasure in the next chamber to Huadong. Naturally soft-hearted, Huadong acquiesced. He was foolish, not even knowing whether another chamber existed, let alone whether it contained any treasures. Yet he had agreed to the other's proposal. Now, he understood that the man had never intended to keep his promise. Even if there was indeed another treasure, he had already resolved to claim it for himself. Upon reaching the next chamber, the man had indeed attempted to seize the second treasure for himself, completely disregarding his prior words. Huadong was furious, outraged by the other's shamelessness. A quarrel ensued, but the man remained unrepentant, mocking Huadong for his naivety before turning to leave with the second treasure. Watching the man's retreating figure ignited a fury within him. He drew his sword and struck at the man. To his surprise, the man's apparent bravado crumbled under Huadong's attack, and he found it easy to overpower him. Sensing his advantage, Huadong seized the storage bag from the man's waist, now possessing both treasures, a fitting punishment for the shameless scoundrel. Ironically, the man had the audacity to threaten him, proclaiming he would make him regret it upon returning to the sect, followed by further mockery. Incensed by the man's continued bravado, Huadong declared, "If you wish to return to the sect so badly, then allow me to send you back." With that, he aimed for the man's throat, intending to activate his jade token to teleport him away. However, an unforeseen event transpired. The protective shield of the token did not manifest, and his sword merely cut through the man's throat. Ultimately, the man collapsed beneath his blade. After committing murder, panic seized him. He swore he had never intended to take a life, yet that man lay dead at his feet. Overwhelmed by fear, he abandoned the corpse and fled, eventually taking refuge in this stone chamber. Upon entering, the terror of his first kill fully erupted within him, leaving him powerless as he slumped against the chamber wall. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching, causing his heart to race. Trembling, he stood and drew his bloodied sword. The footsteps emanated from the passage ahead, indicating that besides him and the shameless man, another individual had entered. That corpse had likely been seen by the newcomer. He could not allow this matter to become known to anyone else, especially not to the sect. He must eliminate any possibility of discovery. Having already taken one life, he was not averse to claiming a second. Holding his sword in one hand, he concealed himself in a corner of the chamber, listening intently to the approaching footsteps. The moment that person appeared, he would unleash a lethal strike, ensuring the silence of the grave would safeguard his secret. After half an hour with no incident, Lin Bai felt a sense of relief wash over him, his steps becoming lighter. Moments later, he discovered another stone chamber ahead and slowed his pace as he approached. This third chamber should also contain a box, though he suspected its contents had already been claimed by those who preceded him. Nevertheless, he resolved to investigate. Soon, Lin Bai stood before the door of the chamber, where he noticed the box inside was closed. Had no one entered this chamber? Chapter 92. A sudden attack curiosity piqued. Lin Bai stepped inside the chamber. Suddenly, a warning surged through him, and he turned just in time to see a long sword aimed at his throat. Alarmed, Lin Bai hastily retreated, seeking to evade the strike. The sword's wielder, upon seeing Lin Bai evade, swiftly adjusted their grip and lunged again. In a moment of desperation, Lin Bai drew the Jilong sword from his back and swung it toward the gleaming silver blade that sought to pierce him. Clang! As the nine-dragon sword clashed against the long sword, sparks flew, illuminating the dim stone chamber with a vivid brilliance. Utilizing the light emanating from the sparks, Lin Bai discerned the countenance of the sword's master. He recognized this individual from the square, leading him to conclude that the person before him must be the one responsible for the death of the individual he had seen earlier. Taking a moment to assess, he sensed that the opponent was at the 4th level of martial discipleship. Huidong, surprised that Lin Bai had thwarted his ambush, was acutely aware that Lin Bai's cultivation was merely at the 1st level of martial discipleship. He had not anticipated that a 1st-level martial disciple could effortlessly counter his attack. Nevertheless, he resolved that this individual must not be allowed to survive. He could not permit Lin Bai to expose his crime of killing a fellow disciple. With a surge of energy, Huidong unleashed the full force of his 4th-level martial disciple aura, continuing to thrust his sword at Lin Bai. Feeling the renewed onslaught, Lin Bai tightened his grip and prepared to defend himself. Clang! The swords collided once more, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Huidong was increasingly astonished that Lin Bai, a mere 1st-level martial disciple, could consistently fend off his strikes. Furthermore, the weapon in Lin Bai's grasp appeared peculiar, resembling a firewood stick, and he sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from it, leading him to conclude that it was an ordinary weapon. This realization further bewildered him, for his own long sword was a yellow-gray magical artifact, yet it struggled to sever the opponent's mundane weapon. Upon closer inspection, he noticed tiny nicks appearing on his sword where it had struck Lin Bai's weapon. After several exchanges, Lin Bai's palm began to throb painfully. After all, his opponent's cultivation level was at the 4th stage of martial discipleship, and each strike bore significant force. Aware that their confrontation could escalate into a life-or-death struggle, Lin Bai resolved to forego further verbal sparring and position the nine-dragon's sword defensively. Clang! The swords met once more, and Lin Bai felt a surge of pain in his palm as the force of the clash reverberated through him. Recognizing that Huidong's prowess surpassed his own, he opted for a defensive posture, ready to counter any incoming attacks. Suddenly, Huidong's figure vanished from Lin Bai's sight, employing an exceedingly profound movement technique that rendered him invisible. To avoid being ambushed from behind, Lin Bai gradually edged toward the corner of the chamber. A sudden instinct surged within him, warning him of an impending attack from his left. He swiftly turned, positioning the nine-dragon's sword in front of him. In that instant, Huidong, having somehow maneuvered to Lin Bai's left, swung his sword with lethal intent. Swift as lightning, the disparity in their cultivation levels became apparent as Huidong's strike reached Lin Bai with alarming speed, almost beyond his capacity to respond. Fortunately, Lin Bai had sensed the impending threat, turning just in time to mitigate the force of the blow. Clang! Another burst of sparks illuminated the stone chamber as he successfully parried Huidong's attack. Furrowing his brow, Huidong could scarcely believe that Lin Bai, a mere 1st-level martial disciple, could repeatedly withstand his assaults. The gap in their cultivation seemed to diminish to an infinitesimal degree. Once again, Huidong's figure flickered out of Lin Bai's view, compelling Lin Bai to remain on high alert, not daring to lower his guard. All he could do was defend himself, as he could not even glimpse Huidong's shadow, let alone mount a counteroffensive. Clang! Sparks erupted as their swords met yet again. Clang, 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 clang. Huadong unleashed a flurry of strikes, yet Lin Bai countered each one. A trickle of blood escaped from Lin Bai's palm, his grip having cracked under the pressure. Yet, an uncanny phenomenon unfolded. The blood that seeped from his hand seemed to be absorbed into the hilt of the nine-dragon sword, as if the sword were drawing upon his life force. However, Lin Bai's focus remained solely on his adversary, oblivious to the sword's peculiar behavior. After enduring several rounds of relentless attacks, Huadong's astonishment grew. How could Lin Bai possess such formidable strength? Like an impenetrable tortoiseshell, Lin Bai proved impossible to breach. Huadong's resolve hardened. Lin Bai must perish, for his survival posed the greatest threat to Huadong himself. Should the truth of his actions reach their sect, he would face the law enforcement hall's retribution. With a fierce shout, he brandished his sword, aiming a powerful slash at Lin Bai. Clang! Although Lin Bai managed to block the strike, the impact sent the nine-dragon sword flying from his grasp. Elated at having disarmed Lin Bai, Huadong seized the opportunity to lunge forward once more. Startled, Lin Bai recognized the speed of Huadong's sword, which was closing in on him faster than he could evade. In a desperate maneuver, he activated his wind-walking technique, narrowly escaping the lethal thrust aimed at his throat. As he evaded, his heart raced wildly from the near miss. Seizing the moment, he quickly retrieved the nine-dragon sword from the ground. Clang! Lin Bai swung the nine-dragon sword back at Huadong. Caught off guard by Lin Bai's sudden aggression after playing defensively, Huadong twisted his body, intercepting the blow. Once again, sparks erupted as their blades met. Huadong winced. He had not anticipated Lin Bai's strength to be so formidable. Undeterred, Lin Bai raised the nine-dragon sword, launching a series of relentless strikes. Clang, 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 clang. The roles had reversed. Lin Bai was now the aggressor. Yet despite his fervent onslaught, Huadong managed to parry each blow. With every swing, Lin Bai felt a surge of realization. He recalled the layered waves technique he had employed during the tournament against Qian Duo. It seemed applicable now. With newfound clarity, Lin Bai infused the layered waves technique into his strikes, each blow landing with increasing weight and force. Huadong, forced to continuously block Lin Bai's relentless onslaught, believed that after a few more strikes, Lin Bai would exhaust his energy. Thus, he remained composed, absorbing the attacks while hoping to wear Lin Bai down. However, to Huadong's astonishment, Lin Bai seemed to possess an inexhaustible well of strength, his strikes showing no signs of fatigue. Each swing bore greater weight than the last. And while initially manageable, Huadong soon found himself struggling to keep up. Could it be that Lin Bai was truly only at the first level of martial discipleship? Chapter 93. Equal standing. Doubting his earlier assessment of Lin Bai's cultivation, Huadong focused again, confirming that Lin Bai's aura indeed reflected a mere first-level martial disciple. Yet, who among first-level martial disciples could wield such power? Lin Bai continued his barrage, each strike more powerful than the last, illuminating the dim stone chamber with sparks. Huadong found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Lin Bai's ferocious onslaught left him no room to maneuver. Cornered, he yearned to evade Lin Bai's relentless strikes, but the walls confined him, leaving no escape. He could only hope for Lin Bai to tire. Clang! Suddenly, Huadong felt his sword falter under the strain of Lin Bai's relentless blows. With a resounding crash, his sword shattered into countless fragments, scattering around him. A shard grazed his cheek, leaving a bleeding gash. Bang! Deprived of his sword's defense, Huadong felt the bite of the nine-dragon sword strike his shoulder, shattering his protective aura. Agonizing pain coursed through him, as if his shoulder blade had splintered under the force. Confusion and dread surged within him. What had just transpired? His yellow-tier longsword was unexpectedly shattered by the opponent's mundane weapon? Struck by Lin Bai, he felt a surge of determination, biting his tongue to regain clarity, and charged forward, aiming to strike Lin Bai with his fists. Upon witnessing the shattering of his longsword, Lin Bai felt a surge of joy, only to see the opponent unleash a desperate, all-or-nothing momentum, launching a punch towards him. Startled, Lin Bai realized that his Jiulong sword would be of little use in close quarters. Consequently, he relinquished the Jiulong sword and employed a basic blocking technique to deflect the incoming attack. When the opponent saw Lin Bai resort to basic martial arts in response to his punch, he smirked. He was well acquainted with this foundational technique, having encountered it during his early days as a novice disciple. He had long since surpassed it, now wielding a yellow-tier martial art, far superior to the basic technique. The speed was astonishing. Lin Bai noticed the opponent's fists suddenly accelerate, reaching a velocity nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In a panic, he found himself at a loss on how to counter this punch. Bang! He failed to block the opponent's strike, which collided with his abdomen. As he made contact with Lin Bai, the opponent felt a rush of triumph, though he was puzzled that Lin Bai lacked a chi shield. Experiencing the immense force behind the strike, Lin Bai felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. His expression contorted in agony, and he could not suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. Indeed, Lin Bai had no chi shield. It was true that once a martial artist broke through to the martial disciple realm, they gained the ability to activate a chi shield. However, this activation was not instantaneous. It required a period of cultivation post-breakthrough. Typically, an ordinary martial artist would need 1 to 2 months to successfully manifest a chi shield. Lin Bai had only recently attained the martial disciple realm just days prior, hence he had yet to master this ability. Not to mention, during the grand competition, no one had managed to activate a chi shield, including those disciples who had reached the mid-stage of the martial disciple realm. The opponent likely could not fathom that Lin Bai had only broken through to this realm mere days ago. After successfully landing a blow, the opponent was unwilling to relinquish his newfound advantage, launching another punch aimed squarely at Lin Bai's temple, intent on taking his life. Lin Bai's heart raced. He could not allow this strike to connect, as even the wind generated by the opponent's fist revealed the attack's potency. With a rush of adrenaline, Lin Bai swallowed a mouthful of blood, enduring the searing pain in his abdomen, and activated the wind step technique. Just moments ago, he had been pursued by a ferocious beast, utilizing the furious winds of the wind step, which now coursed through his very bones. Whoosh! A gust of wind from the opponent's punch whistled past Lin Bai's ear, narrowly missing him. After evading the strike, Lin Bai hastily distanced himself from the opponent within the confined stone chamber. Upon witnessing Lin Bai evade his punch, the opponent felt a tightening in his chest. Realizing he could not regard Lin Bai as an ordinary martial disciple, the strength displayed was already approaching that of a fourth-tier disciple. He inwardly cursed, wondering when such a prodigy had emerged from their sect. With a fierce shout, he charged at Lin Bai, channeling energy into his fist. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the opponent, Lin Bai's heart raced, and he quickly steadied himself, estimating the trajectory of the impending strike to prepare for defense. As the opponent drew closer, Lin Bai felt the menacing pressure intensifying. He activated the Jilong technique, mobilizing the chi within his meridians to reach his optimal state. Boom! A deafening crash resonated as the opponent's punch struck the wall behind Lin Bai. The stone walls of the chamber crumbled under the force of the blow, and as the opponent withdrew his fist, large chunks of debris fell to the ground. Lin Bai took a deep breath, relieved to have narrowly avoided the blow. Very well, but you must perish by my hand, the opponent quietly declared as he extracted his fist from the wall. Lin Bai remained vigilant, not daring to let his guard down. So it must be a fight to the death between us? Lin Bai queried, but the opponent offered no reply, his actions speaking volumes. He charged at Lin Bai once more, throwing another punch. Lin Bai, refusing to underestimate him, decided not to hold back any longer. The injuries to his abdomen were being hastily mended by 2 fiery dragons of chi, and he felt significantly improved. He had resolved to treat their battle as a fight for survival. Ban, ban, bang! The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, with neither gaining the upper hand. After several encounters, the opponent recognized Lin Bai as an equal adversary, no longer dismissing him. Burning Dragon Fist! Lin Bai shouted internally, gathering his strength to unleash the Burning Dragon Fist at the opponent. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, but Lin Bai's punch failed to connect. Undeterred, he charged at the opponent again, unleashing a series of punches. He integrated the insights he had gained during the grand competition into the Burning Dragon Fist, relentlessly attacking the opponent. A fiery dragon, conjured from his chi, enveloped Lin Bai's fists, illuminating the chamber with its crimson glow. Ban, ban, ban! Lin Bai landed several punches, yet the opponent blocked each one, inflicting no substantial damage. Aware of the opponent's shoulder injury, Lin Bai aimed his strikes at that vulnerable area, but Huadong defended it meticulously, thwarting Lin Bai's attempts. Whoosh! Huadong vanished from Lin Bai's sight once more, evidently employing that elusive technique again. Concealed in the shadows, he searched for a flaw in Lin Bai's defense, hoping to deliver a decisive blow. The searing pain in his shoulder brought forth beads of sweat on his brow. Yet Lin Bai remained overly cautious, leaving no opportunity for Huadong to exploit. As the opponent disappeared from view, Lin Bai swiftly retreated to a corner, ensuring his back was protected from potential ambushes while remaining alert to the direction from which Huadong might emerge. The standoff persisted. Huadong failed to find an opening in Lin Bai's defense and refrained from acting recklessly. Lin Bai likewise remained vigilant against any sneak attacks. Suddenly, a plop broke the silence, capturing Lin Bai's attention. In the stillness of the chamber, the sound stood out starkly. Both Lin Bai and Huadong could hear it distinctly. In less than a breath, Lin Bai deduced that the air in the chamber was exceedingly dry, making it unlikely for the sound to originate from water seeping through the ceiling. The droplet sound came from 3 to 4 meters to his right, and Lin Bai surmised that it was likely the sound of the opponent's sweat hitting the ground. Wind step. Realizing the possibility, Lin Bai activated the wind step and dashed towards the source of the sound, throwing a punch into the darkness. However, upon hearing the sound of his sweat hitting the ground, Huadong sensed danger. His position had been revealed. He saw Lin Bai move with breathtaking speed. So fast. Before Huadong could fully react, Lin Bai was already before him, delivering a punch. Bang! Lin Bai's fist struck Huadong's already injured shoulder, and he felt a renewed wave of excruciating pain, as though his shoulder were no longer his own. Huadong grunted, sidestepping to evade, but with his injuries compounded. He had lost a significant portion of his fighting ability. Lin Bai felt a surge of elation. He had unexpectedly landed a hit on the opponent, and even more fortuitously, on the injured shoulder. Seeking to capitalize on his success, Lin Bai prepared to launch another punch towards Huadong. Though Huadong was gravely injured at this moment, he was nonetheless a martial artist of the 4th level, and despite his efforts to evade, Lin Bai had yet to land a single blow on him. Huadong felt a surge of resentment, realizing that he would not perish at the hands of the sect's law enforcement, but rather at the hands of this individual, who was merely at the 1st level of martial arts. Moreover, after such a prolonged struggle, his true energy was nearly depleted. He could not fathom how his own true energy and stamina had dwindled to such an extent, while the opponent, at the 1st level of martial arts, exhibited seemingly boundless endurance. Did his true energy not wane at all? With a sudden resolve, Huadong swallowed a medicinal pill, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood afterwards. Miraculously, his previously injured shoulder regained mobility, and his aura grew significantly stronger. Huadong's heart hardened. If he were to die, he would ensure he took Lin Bai down with him. He had just consumed a blood ignition pill, which temporarily suppressed his injuries and elevated his strength to the 5th level of martial arts. However, the cost of the blood ignition pill was steep. Once its effects faded, he would be on the brink of death. This particular pill was a 2nd-grade elixir that he had obtained through a fortuitous encounter, and it had lain quietly in his storage bag until today. The blood ignition pill, when consumed by a martial artist, allowed them to temporarily gain immense power by burning their own essence blood. But the downside was that there was a significant risk of death due to the depletion of their essence blood. He was determined to drag Lin Bai down with him. Sensing the sudden surge in his opponent's strength, Lin Bai was taken aback, and as he noticed that Huadong's previously injured shoulder now moved freely, he was struck with further alarm. What on earth was happening? Huadong was acutely aware that time was of the essence. He needed to eliminate Lin Bai before the effects of the pill dissipated. With a fierce shout, he charged toward Lin Bai. Startled, Lin Bai realized that his opponent appeared uninjured at this moment. Judging by the aura and speed, Huadong seemed to have grown significantly stronger. Could it be due to that medicinal pill? Lin Bai had observed Huadong swallowing the pill, and the transformation in his opponent was likely a result of it. With a resounding crash, Huadong's speed increased dramatically after consuming the blood ignition pill, and in an instant he struck Lin Bai's arm, which was raised to block. After deflecting the blow, Lin Bai quickly distanced himself from Huadong, shaking his numbed arm. It was evident that Huadong's strength had indeed increased considerably. Aware that time was limited, Huadong's attacks became increasingly aggressive as he continued to unleash blows toward Lin Bai. Bang! 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 Lin Bai struggled to fend off several of Huadong's punches, realizing that he could no longer maintain a purely defensive stance. The few punches he had blocked left his arm in agony, and if he continued to absorb such blows, it was likely that his arm would be broken. Moreover, he sensed the ferocity in Huadong's attacks, indicating a willingness to exchange injuries. Lin Bai activated the wind step technique once more, creating distance between them. Shaking out his aching arm, he assumed a defensive stance, remaining vigilant against Huadong's onslaught. With another fierce shout, Huadong unleashed the full potency of the blood ignition pill, now at the mid-stage of the 5th level of martial arts. However, he dared not relax. After the peak comes the trough, and he must strike down Lin Bai while the effects were at their zenith. Bang! Huadong's speed surged once more, forcing Lin Bai, who had intended to attack, into a reluctant defensive position. After enduring another punch from Huadong, Lin Bai rolled to the side, feeling as though his arm might shatter from the impact. Lin Bai swiftly drew the Jiulong sword from his back, disregarding how close Huadong was. Merely wielding a weapon brought him a sense of security. Seeing Lin Bai evade his attack again, Huadong felt a surge of anxiety. At this rate, it was possible that when the effects of the pill wore off, Lin Bai would remain unscathed. Chapter 95. Victory upon seeing Lin Bai draw the Jiulong sword. Huadong's anxiety intensified, for this undoubtedly complicated his plan to take Lin Bai down with him. The adage "an inch gained is an inch stronger" rang true. After creating distance, Lin Bai truly understood the advantage of wielding a weapon. Had he known from the outset to seize the opportunity to use the Jiulong sword, he would not have hesitated. His earlier concerns about the confined space hindering its effectiveness now seemed utterly unfounded. Tightly gripping the Jiulong sword, Lin Bai launched his attack, swinging the sword toward Huadong. The Jiulong sword, resembling a mere firewood stick without a blade or tip, compelled him to adopt a hacking motion. A gust of wind surged from the sword, aimed directly at Huadong. Lin Bai expected his opponent to evade the strike, but was utterly astonished when Huadong faced it head-on, refusing to retreat. In that moment, Lin Bai grasped Huadong's intent. He aimed to exchange injuries. Crack! The Jiulong sword struck forcefully against Huadong's already injured shoulder, and a sickening sound of shattering bone echoed as Huadong's shoulder was rendered completely incapacitated. Boom! Just as Lin Bai's Jiulong sword made contact with Huadong's body, Huadong's fist reached Lin Bai's chest, sending him flying. Lin Bai felt a metallic taste in his throat as he expelled a mouthful of blood. This was the second time he had done so. The searing pain in his chest suggested that several ribs had likely fractured. Fortunately, before he hit the ground, two fiery dragons of true energy coursing through his meridians swiftly moved to the site of his injury, hastily commencing repairs. The wound in his abdomen had already been mended by the fiery dragons. Lin Bai realized that Huadong had rendered half of his shoulder utterly useless. Yet the outcome was gratifying. Lin Bai had been struck away. Huadong believed that even with only 5/10 of his strength employed, he had severely injured Lin Bai. His desire to take Lin Bai down with him had been partially fulfilled, yet he remained uneasy. Enduring the excruciating pain in his shoulder, he charged toward Lin Bai, intent on dragging him into the abyss. The healing properties of the fiery dragons were unparalleled. Despite the persistent agony in his chest, Lin Bai could sense that his fractured ribs had been realigned, thereby preventing any potential internal injuries. Just as Lin Bai regained his bearings, Huadong's attack was upon him. With one shoulder completely out of commission, Huadong was forced to utilize his other arm to strike at Lin Bai. As Lin Bai stabilized his chest injury, he regained basic mobility and quickly rolled to the side to avoid Huadong's fist. Boom! 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 Huadong's punches repeatedly struck the stone floor, causing it to shatter under the force of his blows. After several consecutive misses, Huadong was left in shock. What manner of creature was this before him? He had clearly inflicted serious damage, yet Lin Bai continued to evade with remarkable agility. With a cough, Huadong spat out another mouthful of essence blood. The effects of the blood ignition pill were gradually waning, and his time was running short. After rolling away, Lin Bai sprang to his feet, the movement jarring his chest and eliciting grimaces of pain as the fiery dragon's repairs had not yet concluded. Firmly grasping the Jiulong sword, Lin Bai once again initiated his assault. Huadong's mobility was compromised on one side, and this was Lin Bai's opportunity. Lin Bai swung his sword downward, but Huadong, undeterred, launched a fist toward him. Recognizing Huadong's intent to exchange injuries once more, Lin Bai quickly retracted his sword and sidestepped, unwilling to engage in such a trade. His chest injury had yet to heal. Should he endure another blow to the same area, the already fractured ribs could potentially pierce his heart, leading to instant demise. Lin Bai could discern that his opponent was nearing exhaustion. He merely needed to engage in a war of attrition, and inevitably, he would be the one to emerge victorious. Seeing Lin Bai actually sheath his sword and retreat, Huadong grew increasingly anxious. He sensed that the effects of the medicine were dissipating rapidly, and perhaps within mere moments he would succumb to the depletion of his vital essence. Gritting his teeth, Huadong abandoned any semblance of strategy and charged recklessly at Lin Bai, determined to inflict as much damage as he could. Observing his opponent's descent into madness, Lin Bai resolved not to engage in a protracted struggle, instead employing the wind step technique to evade him. Huadong's frenzy only intensified, but with each frantic movement, the efficacy of the blood-burning pill within him waned more swiftly. A surge of bitterness welled within Huadong. He was resolute in his intent to bring Lin Bai down with him. Consequently, his attacks became increasingly erratic, yet they were all in vain. He could scarcely land a blow on Lin Bai. As time ticked away, Huadong's aura began to weaken, his movements growing sluggish. Lin Bai refrained from confronting him directly, opting instead to dance around him. Noticing that Huadong's actions were slowing, Lin Bai recognized that the moment had arrived. He utilized the wind step, appearing behind Huadong at an astonishing speed, and then struck fiercely at Huadong's back with the nine-dragon sword. With a sickening sound, Huadong was struck, spitting out a mouthful of black blood before collapsing to the ground. At that point, Huadong's aura had diminished to its nadir, and gradually, the flame of his life flickered out. He lay lifeless on the ground. Seeing his opponent fall without rising again, Lin Bai breathed a sigh of relief. After enduring countless hardships, he had finally triumphed. A surge of elation filled his heart as he marveled at his own strength. He had not anticipated that. As merely a first-level martial disciple, he possessed the power to defeat a fourth-level martial disciple. This realization invigorated him. Much credit was due to the insights he had gleaned from the stone tablet in the square, and the incredibly dense true qi in his dantian had provided him with immense assistance. Throughout the confrontation, he discovered that the true qi within him not only boasted superior quality, allowing for prolonged use, but it also augmented his physical strength. The reason he could tirelessly sever his opponent's sword was largely attributed to the true qi residing in his dantian. Lin Bai checked for Huadong's breath. He was indeed deceased. He retrieved 2 pouches from Huadong's waist, and as expected, they were storage bags. Having had the opportunity to familiarize himself with Li Jingyi's storage bag the previous night, Lin Bai knew precisely how to utilize them. Chapter 96. The sword-wielding stone men, after traversing the lengthy passage, Ko Sheng and his 4 companions found themselves back in a grand hall. The treasures discovered within the 3 stone chambers filled the 5 of them with exhilaration. Their initial choice had indeed proven to be the right one. However, their joy was tempered by the realization that upon entering the entrance, a throng of outer disciples had surged in as well. Bound by the rules of the sect, they could do little but allow the outer disciples to enter. After navigating the long corridor, they arrived at a hall featuring 6 doors, each adorned with distinct patterns. Ultimately, they opted to enter the door marked with the image of a sword. As they arrived in the hall, other outer disciples soon followed, and upon noticing the 5 entering through the sword-patterned door, they wisely chose not to follow suit. Even if treasures awaited, they were unlikely to compete with the 5 inner disciples, prompting the others to disperse into the remaining 5 doors. Once inside that stone door, each of the 5 obtained a treasure from the 3 stone chambers, 3 elemental swords representing water, fire, and wood. All 3 swords were of the profound grade, a significant elevation given that, despite being at the martial master level, their previous weapons had only been of the yellow grade. Led by Ko Sheng, the 3 swords were temporarily stored in his storage bag, with an agreement made to divide their spoils upon returning to the sect. Having acquired 3 profound-grade weapons from their door, they speculated whether the other 5 doors contained similar treasures. If that were the case, it would imply a total of 18 profound-grade treasures among the 6 doors. Upon realizing that others had already entered the other 5 doors, they lamented inwardly, wishing they had intercepted the outer disciples to monopolize the treasures within the 6 doors. As they entered yet another hall, curiosity piqued. They observed notable differences from the previous hall. They found no doors within this one. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed, revealing that the passage they had just exited had sealed behind them. Alarmed, the 5 rushed to investigate, realizing that the original corridor had been blocked, leaving them in a state of anxiety over how to navigate this unforeseen predicament. A series of mechanical sounds reverberated from the ground of the hall, prompting the 5 to turn and cautiously prepare for any developments within. After a cacophony of clicking noises, they discovered that numerous sword-wielding stone men had materialized within the hall. A quick count revealed there were 50 of them. The stone men's eyes glimmered ominously as they sprang to life, wielding their stone swords and encircling the 5. In no time, the 50 stone men surrounded the 5, their relentless movements creating a dizzying spectacle, as the sound of their footfalls resonated like the march of an army. Soon, several stone men drew near, swinging their swords at the five. With a clash, the five unsheathed their weapons in response. After a brief exchange, they were utterly astonished to find that each stone man possessed the strength of a first-level martial master, and their strikes bore tremendous force, easily disarming the five. As they swung their swords at the stone men, a wave of frustration washed over them when they realized they could inflict no damage. Their weapons merely sparked against the stone, failing to chip even a fragment away. Conversely, the stone men's attacks required immense effort to deflect, leaving the five in a state of utter disarray. The stone men moved in perfect unison, exhibiting an inexplicable rhythm that rendered the five at their mercy. One among them suddenly shouted, "Everyone be cautious." The assembly of these stone figures appears to constitute a formation. A formation? The others immediately cast inquiring glances at the speaker. He continued, "What these stone figures form is a confinement array, whose purpose is to ensnare us rather than to inflict harm. Otherwise, given that each of these stone entities possesses the strength of a martial master at the first level, while we are predominantly only at the second level, it would be impossible for us to withstand their onslaught for this long." Upon hearing his words, the group experienced a sudden epiphany. Indeed, they realized that despite the relentless assaults of these stone figures, and each possessing the might of a martial master at the first level, they should have been defeated long ago and could not have endured until now. Furthermore, they noted that each attack from the stone figures was deliberate, aimed not at causing injury to those within the array. Nevertheless, even so, they found themselves in a dire predicament. Ko Sheng, having just parried an attack from a stone figure, shouted, "Yang Qingyan, you specialize in formations. Think quickly, what should we do?" Yang Tsung-un, the one who initially discerned that the stone figures formed a formation, furrowed his brow and replied, "To break the formation, we must identify the core. Only by locating the core can we dismantle this confinement array. Then find it quickly." Chapter 97. The Inheritance Trial? Yang Qingyan paused before stating, "I require some time. During this interval, you must assist me in fending off the attacking stone figures. Although this is a confinement array, it poses considerable challenges. I need to concentrate on deducing the flaws within the formation." Upon hearing this, Ko Sheng and the other three immediately advanced to Yang Qingyun's side, aiding him in repelling the attacks from the stone figures. Meanwhile, Yang Qingyun seated himself on the ground, retrieving paper and ink from his storage pouch, meticulously documenting the positions of the stone figures, and began to analyze the formation. Throughout this process, he frequently glanced up to observe the shifting positions of the stone figures, recording each alteration on paper and calculating every potential change. As time passed, a fine sheen of sweat began to bead on Yang Qingyun's forehead as he continued to analyze the formation. The stone figures seemed inexhaustible, relentlessly swinging their swords at the four, who were already struggling against the assaults. As time dragged on, their fatigue only deepened, and they felt themselves on the brink of collapse, their vital energy and stamina depleting rapidly. "Yang Qingyun, how much longer?" the four implored, nearing their limits and unable to endure much longer. Yang Qingyun wiped the sweat from his brow, pointing excitedly at a particular stone figure, exclaiming, "I've deduced it. It is that stone figure. If we can destroy it, the confinement array will be shattered." Upon hearing this, the four followed Yang Qingyun's finger to identify the designated stone figure. "We can't even chip a single stone off it. How can we destroy it?" One person protested after parrying an attack from the stone figure. "Forget about that. Let's just try it. I've determined that the core of this confinement array is that stone figure." Yang Qingyun showed that. Though the four were on the verge of exhaustion, they summoned their remaining strength and charged towards the indicated stone figure, swinging their weapons in a desperate attempt to strike it down, placing their trust in Yang Qingyun. Crack! The stone on the back of the figure shattered and fell to the ground, revealing a blue, elongated opening. Witnessing this, Yang Qingyun's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Insert that water attribute long sword into the opening on its back." Upon hearing Yang Qingyun's command, Ko Sheng hastily complied, retrieving a blue long sword from his storage pouch and aiming it at the opening on the stone figure's back. Crack! As the inserted long sword seemed to trigger some mechanism within the stone figure, a resounding crack echoed, and all the stone figures abruptly froze as if time had come to a standstill. Although the group was uncertain as to why the stone figures had suddenly halted, the sight brought an involuntary sigh of relief from them all. Yang Qingyun's expression grew serious as he spoke. Do you not recall that this is a place of inheritance? I suspect it is very likely a site of formation inheritance. This can be inferred from the confinement array formed by the stone figures. It is highly probable that this array serves as a trial for formations. Suddenly, a rumbling sound erupted. A hidden door appeared in the wall of the hall, slowly beginning to open. Lin Bai, having stowed the small flags from the box, sat cross-legged in the passageway, activating the Nine-Dragon technique to aid his vital energy as he healed the wounds on his chest. The little creature, Xiao Xiao, had remained nestled in Lin Bai's embrace, unharmed by Huadong's attack. After Lin Bai defeated Huadong, it climbed on a Lin Bai's shoulder. To prevent Xiao Xiao from seeing Huadong's corpse, Lin Bai intentionally chose to heal himself within the passageway. Half an hour later, Lin Bai opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of murky air. The injury on his chest had stabilized. Now he needed to allow his body to recover gradually. Strapping the Nine-Dragon sword back onto his back, Lin Bai continued his journey down the passageway. Uncertain of where it led, he pressed on, ready to adapt to whatever lay ahead. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Bai found himself once again in a hall, the layout resembling that of the previous one, albeit devoid of the 6 doors. Suddenly, a loud crash startled Lin Bai, causing Xiao Xiao to cover its ears with its tiny paws. Turning around, he realized the sound emanated from the passageway, now obstructed by a stone door. Crack, crack! The floor of the hall emitted creaking sounds, and soon 10 stone wolves appeared. The sudden emergence of these stone wolves startled Lin Bai, and he noticed their eyes gleamed momentarily before they began to move freely. The stone wolves charged at him, baring their fangs and attempting to bite him. Lin Bai drew the Nine-Dragon sword from his back and, with a swift strike, sent one stone wolf flying. However, as soon as that wolf was dispatched, another lunged at him. The fate of that wolf mirrored the first, meeting the same fate. Yet, the stone wolves seemed to possess an unspoken coordination. As soon as Lin Bai batted one away, another would leap at him, while the previously struck wolf would promptly rise and rejoin its pack. Lin Bai frowned. These stone wolves were around the first level of martial disciples, easily manageable for him. The issue lay in the composition of the wolves, for the Nine-Dragon sword failed to inflict any real damage, only able to swat them aside. The relentless onslaught of stone wolves became increasingly bothersome, their numbers growing as their angles of attack diversified. Though Lin Bai was merely at the first level of martial disciples, his strength allowed him to contend even against those at the 4th level. Thus, the stone wolves posed little threat. However, their sheer numbers and his inability to inflict substantial harm proved vexing. Bang! Another stone wolf was sent flying by Lin Bai's strike. He frowned, noting that the sensation from the last wolf felt peculiar. When he had struck the wolf, the Nine-Dragon sword impacted its abdomen, yet the sound suggested it was hollow. After numerous strikes, he had felt the solidity of the wolves' bodies, yet this one was different. As the wolf he had struck staggered back to its feet, it lunged at him once more. This time, Lin Bai aimed for its abdomen, swinging the Nine-Dragon sword. Crack! The wolf's abdomen shattered, revealing a hollow cavity within. Lin Bai's eyes brightened. Indeed, something was amiss. After breaking the wolf's abdomen, he discovered a square recess within. Suddenly, he recalled the large seal within his storage pouch, noting that the size of the recess closely matched that of the seal. In order to validate his conjecture, Lin Bai employed the wind walk technique, extricating himself from the encirclement of the stone wolves and charged towards the stone wolf he had just sent flying, simultaneously retrieving the large seal from his storage pouch. With a resounding slap, the insignia was insignificantly stamped into the recess. At the very moment the seal pressed into the stone wolf's abdomen, a profound silence enveloped the air, and all the stone wolves froze in place. Chapter 98, The Second Trial. Observing the surrounding stone wolves as if time had momentarily suspended, Xiao Zhao's eyes widened in bewilderment. Unsure of the unfolding phenomenon, Lin Bai, why are those large stones not moving? Lin Bai gently patted Xiao Zhao's head, suggesting, perhaps they desire a moment of tranquility. Xiao Xiao scratched her head, clearly oblivious to the identity of this tranquility. Lin Bai himself was equally perplexed as to why the moment he stamped the seal onto the stone wolf's abdomen, all the stone wolves abruptly ceased their movements. He surmised that the recess on the stone wolf's belly might function as a switch. His decision to imprint the seal was merely a spur-of-the-moment curiosity, yet he had not anticipated such an effective outcome. Suddenly, with a thunderous rumble, a stone door manifested in the hall's wall, slowly creaking open. Ever the curious child, Xiao Xiao excitedly pointed at the newly appeared stone door, exclaiming, "Look, look!" Lin Bai had naturally noticed the sudden emergence of the door and was equally intrigued by its origin. Once the door fully opened, it revealed a passageway within. Lin Bai speculated that this was likely connected to the immobilization of the stone wolves, and thus, this passage had materialized as a consequence. At that moment, he recalled the 3 magical artifacts within his storage pouch, realizing that the large seal had already proven its worth. He pondered whether the other 2 artifacts would also serve a purpose in the forthcoming trials. Considering that the initial entrance might be related to the inheritance within the Stone Hall Plaza, it seemed that the stone wolves had indeed represented a form of trial. Lin Bai felt a sense of anticipation, wondering if the presence of the 2 remaining artifacts indicated the existence of 2 more trials to come. Xiao Xiao, perched on his shoulder, brimming with eagerness, clamored to explore further, her interest piqued by the recent encounter with the stone wolves. With little choice left, Lin Bai resolved to venture into the solitary passageway. Before departing, he remembered to remove the large seal from the stone wolf's abdomen. Relieved that the stone wolves did not reactivate upon his extraction of the seal, the passage remained dimly lit. Yet this did not hinder Lin Bai's vision as he proceeded cautiously. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Bai found himself entering yet another grand hall. Would the second trial be located within this very chamber? Ko Sheng and his entourage of 5 shared Lin Bai's sentiments regarding the stone figures, believing this place to be a trial, albeit with more elaborate considerations. They surmised that this was a formation trial. Yang Qingyun addressed the other 4, stating, "I suspect there will be at least 2 more trials ahead, and it is likely that these trials will also pertain to formations. The remaining 2 swords may very well serve as the keys to our success." Ko Sheng nodded in agreement, asserting, "I too find this possibility compelling. Qingyun, among us 5, you possess the greatest expertise in formations. The upcoming tests will rely on your skills." He paused before addressing the remaining 4 brothers. "This is a fortuitous opportunity for us, and we must seize it." The others nodded in unison. This inheritance could indeed be considered a chance of a lifetime for all 5 of them, as evidenced by the 3 profound-tier magical artifacts alone. Yang Qingyun, brimming with excitement, realized that being the sole practitioner of formation arts among the 5 meant that the ultimate inheritance might likely fall into his hands, and he could offer the others some compensation once he secured it. Although Yang Qingyun specialized in formations, he had not neglected his martial training. His purpose for entering the secret realm was to comprehend the stone tablet within the stone hall, though initially he had been unaware of the nature of the powerful entity that had left it behind. Now, however, he was convinced that it was very likely a master of formation arts, and this trial was indeed the true place of inheritance from that master. Our physical strength and vital energy have been significantly depleted from the previous battle. Let us rest here for a while to recover before proceeding into the newly revealed passage, Ko Sheng suggested. The other 4 concurred with Ko Sheng's proposal. Apart from Yang Qingyun, who had conserved his energy while searching for the formation's core, the rest had expended considerable strength and vital energy in fending off the stone beings, and they were indeed in need of a respite. With a resounding crash, akin to the previous hall, a stone door descended behind Lin Bai, sealing off the passage completely. With a series of creaks, the hall's floor trembled, and 20 stone beasts materialized before him. Among the 20, 10 took the form of bears while the other 10 resembled wolves. Their eyes glowed with an eerie light before they sprang into action. Following an inaudible roar, the 20 stone beasts encircled Lin Bai. Drawing the 9-dragon sword from his back, Lin Bai remained vigilant against the advancing stone beasts. Having already discerned the impervious nature of the stone wolves, he understood that defeating them was an impossibility. His aim now was to locate a stone beast that possessed a different tactile sensation, akin to the earlier stone wolf, and subsequently utilize one of the 2 unused magical artifacts he had obtained from the stone chamber to halt the movements of the beasts before him. As the 20 stone beasts converged, they began to circle Lin Bai. With a swift motion, he sent one charging stone wolf flying. The wolf immediately regained its footing, rejoining its cohort in the fray. Lin Bai furrowed his brow. The strength of the stone beast seemed to have increased, as evidenced by the earlier wolf's prowess, which appeared to be at the level of a second-tier martial apprentice. With another swift motion, he sent another charging wolf flying. The stone beast formed a relentless circle around Lin Bai, and he remained unaware of which direction the next beast would strike from. Lin Bai positioned the 9 dragons' sword defensively in front of him while cradling Xiao Xiao in his arms, ensuring her safety from potential harm. He remained alert to the movements of the stone beasts surrounding him. Suddenly, a stone bear lunged at him, and as he struck it with the 9-dragon sword, he found that it did not yield as easily as the wolves. Its greater size and weight allowed it to stagger back only a few steps. Unlike the stone wolves, which returned to the running pack, this stone bear continued its assault on Lin Bai. He struck it again with the sword, forcing it back once more. Just then, Lin Bai sensed imminent danger from behind. Turning around, he discovered another stone wolf charging at him. With a decisive swing, he dispatched the wolf with relative ease. Frowning, he realized that if the number of attacking stone beasts continued to increase, his situation would become dire. His immediate priority was to identify the distinctive stone beast among the 18 still in motion. Chapter 99. Seeking the Formation Core. After a period of rest and recovery, Ko Sheng and his companions had regained their optimal condition. Ko Sheng rose and addressed the group. Let us set forth. The 5 entered the newly manifested passage. The passage posed no immediate danger, allowing them to traverse it with relative ease. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at yet another grand hall. With a resounding crash, the stone door fell behind them, sealing off the passage, and 70 sword-wielding stone figures emerged in the hall. As the eyes of the 70 stone figures emitted a brilliant glow, they encircled the 5 companions. Chengyun, do these stone figures also form a formation? Ko Sheng inquired of Yang Qingyun, who stood beside him. Yang Qingyun observed the surrounding stone figures, as if he were attempting to ascertain something. After a prolonged silence, his expression grew grave as he proclaimed, "Indeed, the stone figures form a formation, which I have encountered in an ancient tome. It is known as the 70 Puppets Slaughter Formation." He continued, "This is a killing formation distinct from the previous entrapment. While the latter was designed to ensnare individuals, this one is intended to eliminate them." Ko Sheng, equally somber, inquired, "Is there a method to break the formation?" The others cast similar questioning glances at Yang Qingyun. His countenance remained serious, though it had relaxed somewhat compared to earlier. He spoke, "The ancient text provides a detailed exposition of this formation, including methods to dismantle it. To shatter the 70 Puppet Slaughter Formation, we must locate the formation's eye. Once that is destroyed, these stone figures should cease their movements, much like the puppets we encountered earlier." Before Yang Qingyun could finish, someone interjected, "Then what are we waiting for? Qingyun, you search for the formation's eye, and we shall fend off the attacks of the stone figures." Yang Qingyun's expression remained grave as he replied, "It is not that simple. The 70 Slaughter Formation differs from other formations in that its eye is located outside the formation." The other 4 were momentarily taken aback, for they had always believed that the formation's eye should be situated within. They turned to Yang Qingyun with puzzled expressions. He elaborated, "The arrangement of the formation's eye outside the grand formation was rendered obsolete many years ago. It is not surprising you have not heard of it. This configuration has a significant flaw. Once the eye is discovered, it is easily destroyed. Presently, most formations conceal their eyes within precisely to utilize the formation for its protection. Then how shall we break the formation?" someone asked. Yang Qingyun continued, "This is precisely what concerns me. Although the eye located externally can be easily shattered from the outside, it also possesses an advantage. Those within the formation cannot locate the eye to break it. They must instead identify weaknesses within the formation and exit to strike at the eye. The stone figures within the 70 Puppets formation are controlled by the eye, and once we find it, we will discover how to halt these stone beings." The remaining 4 had limited knowledge of formations, and at that moment, the stone figures launched an assault against them. Clang! Ko Sheng deflected a stone figure's sword with his own. "Be cautious. The strength of these stone figures is significantly greater than those in the previous hall. They possess at least the prowess of a second-tier martial artist." After warning the others, Ko Sheng turned to Yang Qingyun and asked, "Qingyun, we will follow your command. Tell us how to break the formation." Having just parried a stone figure strike, Yang Qingyun responded, "While the ancient tome outlines the weaknesses within the 70 Puppet Slaughter Formation, finding the eye outside will still require considerable effort." He pointed in a direction and instructed the 4, attack the stone figures in that direction. According to the ancient text, the eye lies in that vicinity. Upon hearing this, the 4 charged toward the indicated direction. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing blades rang out as the stone figures were pushed back by the 5. Although each stone figure possessed strength equivalent to their own second-tier martial artist capabilities, they lacked agility and flexibility, likely due to their heavy forms. Yang Qingyun consistently directed them towards stone figures that were fewer in number, and soon they found themselves moving slowly within the killing formation composed of 70 stone figures. However, the stone figures followed their movements closely. The hall was vast, and combined, the stone figures and the five occupied only a third of the space. As they moved within the hall, someone noticed the stone figures are also moving with us. How can we escape their encirclement to find the formation's eye outside? Yang Qingyun, having evidently devised a plan, smiled and remarked, "What we are currently doing is in fact moving toward the direction of the eye. The 70 puppet slaughter formation is inherently mobile. We must simply follow the path toward the eye." At that moment, it dawned on the individual. Yang Qingyun's strategy became clear. Regardless of their movements, the 70 stone figures consistently surrounded them at the center, resulting in both their movements and the entire formation shifting together. Clang! One of the five had their weapon knocked away, and subsequently, a stone figure's sword struck their shoulder. Witnessing this, the other four hurriedly rushed to provide assistance. Fending off the stone figure before them, "Mu Hong, are you all right?" Ko Sheng inquired of the injured Mu Hong. After consuming a healing pill and coughing a few times, Mu Hong replied, "I'm fine, just sustained a minor injury." After repelling another stone figure, Ko Sheng cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant." He then frowned and asked Yang Qingyun, "How much longer until we locate the eye? The stone figure's attacks are becoming increasingly relentless, and we are nearing our limits." The stone figures within the 70 puppet slaughter formation showed no signs of fatigue and could continue fighting indefinitely, unlike the humans ensnared within, who would ultimately succumb to exhaustion and perish in the formation. At this moment, Yang Qingyun was also drenched in sweat, feeling considerable pressure from the stone figures. "I do not know," he exclaimed. "According to the ancient tome, I am aware that the eye lies in that direction, but I am uncertain how much longer it will take to reach it." Clang! Ko Sheng deflected a stone figure's sword, only to be caught off guard by another from a different direction. The stone figure's sword left a gash on Ko Sheng's body, blood quickly oozing out. Upon hearing Yang Qingyun's words, the others felt helpless, forced to continue defending against the stone figures while gradually moving in the direction Yang Qingyun indicated. Chapter 100. Breaking the formation, the five struggled onward within the 70 puppet slaughter formation, each bearing numerous wounds. "Qingyun, how much longer until we reach the eye? We are truly nearing our limits." Ko Sheng's heart raced with urgency as the 70 stone figures relentlessly swung their swords at them. Their task was not only to block the stone figures' attacks, but also to advance in the direction indicated by Yang Qingyun. After half a day, their stamina had waned significantly, and none knew how much longer they could endure. Furthermore, as Yang Qingyun had warned, this was a killing formation. Should they falter, they would perish within it. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yang Qingyun's brow. He was even more anxious than Ko Sheng. Where in the world is that accursed eye? Half a day had passed without locating its position, and he began to doubt the accuracy of the ancient tome's claims. The tome should not be erroneous. It had been passed down through his family for generations, and they were a lineage steeped in the study of formations. The content of the tome should be beyond reproach. Yet, the current situation left him at a loss regarding how much longer it would take to find the eye. After half a day, he had sustained numerous injuries and relied on pills to maintain his combat effectiveness. The teleportation jade token had inexplicably ceased to function here, further adding to his anxiety. With a firm resolve, he instructed the other four, "You must first hold off the stone figures in front of me. I have a plan." Upon hearing Yang Qingyun's words, the four felt a surge of hope. Having been trapped within the 70 puppet slaughter formation for half a day, unable to find the eye, and with the teleportation jade token rendered useless, they were on the brink of despair. Their strength was waning. They gritted their teeth, fending off the stone figures before them, and moved to Yang Qingyun's side, assisting him in repelling the stone figure's attacks. Seeing that there was no longer any threat from the stone guardians surrounding him, Yang Qingyun gritted his teeth and leaped into the air, soaring to a height of 5 meters, nearly colliding with the ceiling of the grand hall. In midair, he quickly scanned his surroundings in search of the formation's core, hoping that it had not been obscured. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a location. He had found it. A crimson opening appeared within his line of sight, situated just beneath the foot of a stone guardian not far from them. In the previous hall, the opening behind the stone guardian was blue, corresponding to the blue water element sword, and this red opening must correspond to the red fire element sword. He had located the formation's core. The other four were unaware of the method Yang Qingyun had discovered. They merely observed him leaping high into the air, leaving them somewhat perplexed. "Hand me that red fire element sword. I have found the formation's core." Upon hearing Yang Qingyun's words, the four were filled with immense excitement. Had they finally located it? After parrying an attack from a stone guardian, Ko Sheng promptly passed the red sword from his storage pouch to Yang Qingyun. Once he grasped the fire element sword, Yang Qingyun leaped once more, stepping onto the head of a stone guardian as he propelled himself towards the formation's core. Except for the stone guardian who had borne the weight of Yang Qingyun's foot, the others remained oblivious to his presence in the air, continuing to swing their stone swords in an orderly manner at the remaining four. Clutching the sword's hilt with both hands, Yang Qingyun aimed the fire element sword at the core and shouted, "Stop this at once." With a resounding thud, the fire element sword penetrated the crimson opening, and with that sound, it seemed as though a mechanism had been activated. 70 stone guardians froze in place as if a button had been pressed to halt time. Once the stone guardians paused, the four previously encircled dropped their weapons and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. At last, they could exhale in relief. Huff, huff, Lin Bai panted, dispatching another stone wolf. After half a day of relentless combat, he was utterly exhausted. He had examined every part of the 20 stone beasts, yet astonishingly, not a single one revealed any flaw. This left him feeling somewhat despondent, as he had never anticipated how to tackle such a situation. Of the 20 stone beasts, 15 had already joined forces against him. Although Lin Bai could easily repel these stone beasts, the problem lay in their utter lack of understanding of fatigue. He wished he could teach them how to write the character for exhaustion. Despite his stamina surpassing that of an ordinary warrior, he was nearing his limits. But where on earth was that curse switch? He had scrutinized each stone beast, yet could not identify which one bore a flaw, or perhaps all 20 were entirely unblemished. The hall was vast, and he had contemplated evading these beasts altogether, opting instead to engage in a game of tag, as running would consume far less energy than battling 15 stone beasts. However, the 15 stone beasts surrounded him tightly, leaving no opportunity for escape. After exerting tremendous effort to break free from their encirclement, he soon realized the purpose of the 5 stone bears lurking outside the circle. As soon as he emerged, the 5 stone bears swiftly closed in, denying him any chance to slip away. Each stone bear was not only large, but also remarkably sturdy, rendering it impossible for Lin Bai to send them flying. He could only manage to force them back a few paces, but when one bear was pushed back, another would quickly take its place. After repelling a newly arrived bear, he would find the original 15 stone beasts had reformed their encirclement, trapping him in an endless cycle. As time passed, Lin Bai's anxiety grew. He realized these stone beasts were intent on claiming his life. Moreover, after such a prolonged struggle, his stamina was nearly depleted. He feared that once his energy was entirely spent, he might truly perish at the hands of these soulless stone beasts. Suddenly, a spark of insight struck Lin Bai. What if the issue did not lie with the 20 stone beasts? It dawned on him that he had been searching for flaws in the stone beasts to locate a spot for one of the 3 treasures that could be placed in the stone chamber, just as he had in the previous hall. He realized he had been chasing shadows, as the stone beasts had shown no signs of weakness under his relentless probing. What if the true problem was not with the beasts at all? Aside from the large seal, he still had 2 items at his disposal, a beast horn and a small flag. Which should he use? The beast horn or the small flag? Wait, the groove. In the previous hall, he had discovered a groove on the stone wolf that perfectly accommodated the large seal. Could this hall possess a similar feature?